Chapter 1. Crossing the Blue Planet. Living for Oneself, Once More. October 11th, 2024. Huaxia. I say, Su Can, do you really think of yourself as a superstar? They invited you to participate in the variety show out of respect for the company, not for your own sake. You, on the other hand, boldly declare that a singer is merely one who writes and sings. How noble of you. Do you have any idea how much the company invests in you each year? Can't you consider the company's perspective? In this day and age, one must learn to be grateful for any job opportunity. At your age, how can you still not understand this? Alas, Su Can, your already 35-year era has passed. Now belongs to the youth. Such is the situation. Your contract with the company expires this year, and they do not intend to renew it. The company has treated you well over the years. You ought to contemplate your future path. 35-year-old Su Can walked quietly across the river bridge, the words of his superior echoing in his mind. The cold wind sweeping across the river felt biting. He retrieved a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket and ignited the last remaining stick. The smoke wafted into his lungs, bringing a fleeting warmth, yet could not dispel the chill that enveloped his heart. Damn! Su Can halted, gazing into the distance at the river, perplexed by the hardships of his life. He possessed a natural talent for music. In high school, he was renowned as the school's musical prodigy, always the star performer at various evening events. He later gained admission to a prestigious music academy in Yinjing with excellent grades. After graduation, he smoothly signed with the current entertainment company. Su Can approached music with utmost sincerity, dedicating himself to songwriting and performance. Shortly after signing, he had penned several popular songs that yielded immense profits for the company. During that period, the company treated him like a treasure, funneling resources towards him. However, as societal dynamics shifted dramatically, the atmosphere grew increasingly restless. Mainstream music became superficial, with a focus on viral trends. The type of music Su Can excel that waned in popularity. Furthermore, all artists scrambled to participate in various variety shows to gain exposure. Yet, Su Can was unwilling to compromise. He aspired to remain a pure singer. Yet, in the face of the tide of the times, individual strength proved insufficient. Su Can's refusal to create superficial songs and his reluctance to partake in variety shows led to escalating tensions with the agency. Ultimately, this year, as his contract neared its end, the company directly informed him of their decision not to renew. Su Can finally grasped the harsh realities of capitalism. At that moment, he was drawn from his thoughts by the sound of a child's voice nearby. Turning toward the sound, he observed a mother on an electric bike, with children seated in front and behind her. The trio awaited the traffic light. "Mommy, is Daddy making braised pork for us at home?" "Yes, we'll be home soon. I want cola chicken wings. Hurry and call Daddy to add that dish." "All right," the mother replied with a smile, reaching for her phone to make the call. Gazing upon this warm family, the shadows within Su Can's heart were considerably dispelled. Regardless of the trials presented by society, many individuals continue to strive for existence, finding contentment and joy. Suddenly, a cacophony of a car collision erupted behind the trio. Su Can instinctively turned his gaze, his pupils constricting sharply. He beheld a new energy vehicle, having been struck by a car from behind, spiraling out of control and careening forward. The driver of the electric vehicle exhibited perplexing maneuvers, frantically steering the wheel to evade other cars and obstacles, heading straight towards the three pedestrians. Directly in its path stood the mother and child on the electric bicycle. Su Can's grip on his cigarette slackened, sending it tumbling into the river. In an instant, Su Can summoned every ounce of strength and sprinted forward, shoving the mother and child aside along with their bicycle. However, he himself was struck by the out-of-control vehicle, crashing heavily to the ground. An excruciating pain enveloped him, and darkness engulfed his vision. In the final moments of consciousness, Su Can harbored no regret for saving the mother and child, as it equated to preserving a complete family. He solely lamented his lack of physical fitness, pondering that had he been swifter, he might have avoided the collision. The sparks from his cigarette extinguished as they fell into the river, and Su Can's awareness plunged into darkness. April 1st, 2007. Rongqing Sports Arena. Huff huff, Su Can abruptly open his eyes, gasping for air. His hands instinctively reached for his waist, the site of the earlier collision, where he had felt intense pain. Su Can's expression turned bewildered. The pain was absent. His waist appeared unscathed. Could it be that he had not been struck? While pondering, A cacophony of noise assaulted his ears, growing increasingly piercing. Sukin lifted his gaze, his eyes widening in astonishment. He found himself seated in the front row of a sports arena, surrounded by an audience filled with fervent cheers. At the center stage of the arena, a beautiful woman clad in a flowing white gown was serenading the crowd. It was unmistakably a concert. Sukin was bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Just as confusion enveloped him, a sharp pain pierced his head as if it were about to explode. A deluge of unfamiliar memories surged forth. Moments later, the tumultuous thoughts began to coalesce into clarity. It turned out he had traversed into another existence. He had inhabited the body of a namesake. Sukan, age 22, a fourth-year student majoring in Chinese language and literature at Rongqing University, was on the brink of graduation. The original Su Kan's parents, having realized they were destined for obscurity in this narrative, had departed from this world years ago, leaving the solitary young Su Kan behind. This serendipitous alignment spared the author the trouble of crafting two names, rendering it a poignant farewell, deeply considerate in its execution. The world in which the original self exists is a parallel universe to Earth Blue Star. The nation he currently resides in is called Huaxia, which is akin to his former homeland. The economic, cultural, political, and military aspects of Huaxia are quite similar to those of the Earth he once knew. However, the entertainment industry in this world lags significantly behind, as the classic works from his previous life have never materialized. This concert marks the return of the singer Xia Mo, 5 years after her disappearance. Thanks to the vast number of fans she amassed in her early days, the event has drawn a considerable audience, creating a lively atmosphere. As for why the typically frugal original self chose to attend the concert, it is not due to his admiration for Xia Mo, but rather because of a girl seated beside Su Kan. Her name is Li Man, recognized as the belle of Rongqing University. They are classmates. He excels academically, while Li Man struggles. During their junior year, she sat behind him during an exam. Throughout the test, she persistently sought answers from him. In a spirit of helpfulness, he wrote the answers on scrap paper and passed them to her. Following the examination, as a token of gratitude, Li Man invited him to dinner. During the meal, she was exceedingly warm, constantly serving him food and displaying remarkable attentiveness. Having never experienced such close interaction with a girl, he mistakenly believed that Li Man harbored feelings for him, and he became infatuated. Subsequently, he embarked on a fervent pursuit, showering her with gifts during holidays, sending red envelopes, and treating her to meals. He assisted her with her studies during exams and even helped write her graduation thesis. Li Man accepted all his gestures without hesitation, while he, in his naivety, spent nearly all of his hard-earned money on her. She never expressed any romantic interest, however. He was content, thinking that as long as she did not reject him, there remained a glimmer of hope. He even financed the tickets for this concert at this juncture. As an outsider, Sukin has already discerned that Li Man is merely toying with the original self. He has even inferred from their interactions that Li Man's admirers are not limited to the original self alone. She appears to attract many suitors, as Sukin observes Li Man with keen eyes. Standing at 1.7 meters, she wears a cartoon t-shirt that accentuates her figure and high-waisted skinny jeans that outline her curves. Her long, lustrous black hair adds to her allure, presenting a striking dichotomy of styles that captivates the imagination. With such a captivating appearance, she would undoubtedly have a place in the entertainment industry, which explains the original self's infatuation. If their relationship continued on its current trajectory, the original self would inevitably end up with nothing. After all, those who blindly fawn over others often find themselves with empty hands in the end. However, with Su Kan's arrival, everything is destined to change. It is said that one should do good deeds without questioning the future. In the final moments of his past life, he selflessly sacrificed himself to save a mother and her children from an electric bike. Perhaps heaven recognized this act of kindness and granted him a chance at rebirth. Therefore, why not live for oneself? From now on, let this belle of Rongqing University keep her distance. After a moment of clarity, Sukin felt a wave of ease wash over him, his focus now fully immersed in the concert. In his past life, he had harbored a profound passion for music, a sentiment that remained unchanged. However, after merely a few seconds of listening, Sukin shook his head slightly. In his view, singers could be categorized into 4 tiers: mediocre, first-rate, top-tier, and the celestial kings and queens of music. The performer on stage, Xiao, could only be classified as a first-rate singer. Yet, judging by the audience's enthusiastic response, they regarded Xiaomo's voice as a divine melody, elevating her to the status of a top-tier artist. This observation highlighted the significant lag in the entertainment standards of this world compared to his previous life. At that moment, Xiaomo concluded her song with a radiant smile directed towards the audience. "Dear friends, thank you once again for attending my comeback concert," she announced. "Next, I will select a fortunate audience member who will join me on stage to sing a duet." Chapter 2. The concert I attended alone. Mo. Mua. Choose me. Choose me. Ah, how exhilarating. Mo. I adore you. I have waited for 5 years. And I have finally seen you. Is this the future queen of the Chinese music scene? I shall forever support Mo. I hope our goddess rises to greatness and creates even more brilliance. The audience erupted into frenzy. After all, who wouldn't he desire to sing alongside their idol? Even Li Man, seated beside Su Kan, was swept up in excitement. "Hey, Su Kan, the interactive segment is about to start. If I get chosen, you must remain silent and pretend you don't know me." Li Man's gaze was fixed on the stage, not bothering to glance back at Su Kan. He, however, ignored her, having long regarded her as a stranger and had just blocked her number. At that moment, amidst the fervent atmosphere, the spotlight began to sweep through the audience in search of a lucky participant. Each area illuminated sparked wild cheers. Soon, the light reached the section where Su Kan and Li Man were seated, and it began to slow. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Surely, a lucky audience member would emerge from this very spot. Li Man was ecstatic, her fists clenched tightly. With a click, the light came to a stop. Her eyes sparkled. Her heart raced, and her face flushed red. The lucky audience member had been chosen. "Good evening, sir." Summer Mo's voice resonated from the stage. "Sir?" Li Man's gaze went blank as her head stiffly turned towards Su Kan. The spotlight illuminated none other than Su Kan. Not her. She had merely been grazed by the peripheral light. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of disappointment washed over her, leaving her feeling hollow. Simultaneously, the large screen on stage displayed Su Kan's clear visage. It was the first time he had formally seen his own face. With sharp brows and bright eyes, clad in a white shirt and jeans, he was undeniably a refreshing, handsome young man. Wow, the lucky audience member is so handsome, quite charming, reminiscent of my youth. His features are so well-defined, exuding a rugged beauty that surpasses those young idols in the entertainment industry. I must take a photo for my wallpaper. I wish I could just touch his hair. Waves of astonishment rippled through the audience. On stage, Summer Mo also regarded Su Kan under the spotlight, her eyes shining with interest. It was not merely his striking looks that captivated her, but also his remarkable composure. Typically, a chosen audience member would be overwhelmed with joy, their expressions reflecting shock. Yet, this selected individual wore only a momentary look of disbelief before settling into an air of calm indifference. This person is intriguing. The spotlight's reach was extensive, and Summer Mo soon noticed Li Man sitting beside Su Kan, a subtle smile gracing her lips. A handsome young man paired with a beautiful woman. What a tantalizing topic for discussion. "Sir, the girl beside you is your girlfriend, isn't she?" The flames of curiosity ignited fervently within Xiaomo. As she spoke, the microphone was passed to Su Kan. Just as he was about to engage, Li Man swiftly seized it from him. "No," Li Man replied with a radiant smile, raising a slender finger. "I came here alone." The camera shifted, revealing Li Man's stunning visage on the large screen, causing the audience to stir once more. After all, beauty is an enduring topic of conversation. Upon hearing Li Man's words, a faint sigh echoed within Su Kan's heart, only to vanish without a trace. An inexplicable sense of relaxation enveloped him, transforming his earlier unease into a harmonious state of being. "Ah!" Xiaomo exclaimed, taken aback upon seeing Li Man's outstretched finger. A beauty as exquisite as her attending a concert solo seemed rather improbable, especially with male companions flanking her on either side. Xiaomo sensed there was more to it. However, since the enchanting lady claimed she was alone, she decided to go along with it. After all, a concert is not a place for nitpicking, but rather for revelry. In truth, I wonder what level of loneliness it signifies to attend a concert alone. What do you all think? Xiaomo's gaze danced mischievously. As her words settled, the atmosphere buzzed anew with eager responses from the audience, each vying to declare their interpretations of loneliness. Some even shouted requests for Li Man's contact information. Li Man shyly covered her mouth with a laugh, tilting her head to the side, her charming demeanor stirring the hearts of countless young men present. While the crowd exchanged banter, Li Man discreetly pinched Sukan beside her, her intent unmistakable. Do not divulge our relationship. Sukan's eyes reflected disdain. He understood Li Man's motives. It was merely a strategy to cultivate a single persona, attracting more attention in the process. Though he felt an urge to teach Li Man a lesson. Now was not the time. Exposing her ruse would be inconsequential. If a lesson were to be imparted, it should be one that left a lasting impact. For opportunities would abound in the future. He hoped this sister would find joy and happiness every day henceforth. And now, let us invite our lucky audience member to the stage. Xiao Mo smiled at Sukan, who was the true focus of attention. At that moment, Li Man's grip on the microphone remained firm, showing no intention of relinquishing it to Sukan. Sukan, let me have it. I am your girlfriend. Li Man leaned slightly towards him, her voice lowered, laced with a commanding tone. Sukan chuckled softly. So now she claims to be his girlfriend? Previously, she had shown little regard for him, never uttering a word of affection. And now she expected him to concede the opportunity for a duet? How absurd. Sukan was well aware of Li Man's aspirations, to enter the entertainment industry and become a star in the limelight. Gracing the stage to sing with Xiao Mo could significantly enhance her chances of realizing that dream. But would he yield to Li Man? Not a chance. That was utterly out of the question. With determination, Sukan rose, casting no glance at Li Man as he strode toward the stage. As for the microphone, if you, Li Man, wish to hold on to it, then do so. Watching Sukan stride towards the stage, Li Man suddenly felt a profound sense of unfamiliarity. Where had the Sukan, who once meekly acquiesced to her every whim, vanished? Now, it was merely a matter of persuading him to relinquish the opportunity to sing alongside her. Did he not comprehend the significance of this duet to her? Did he no longer harbor any desire to pursue her? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, a fierce anger ignited within Li Man. Very well. Should I seek you out again, Sukan? I shall be a fool. How dare you take me for granted? I am utterly exasperated. Bang. Li Man forcefully slammed the microphone onto the ground, drawing the attention of those around her. It is worth noting that just moments ago, the Li Man on the big screen appeared gentle and amiable. Yet now, she presented a visage of fury, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Her beautiful face twisted in rage, but in the next instant, a smile graced her lips. She suddenly recalled that Sukan was notoriously tone-deaf. During their previous visits to karaoke, he would sit quietly in a corner, alone. Now, taking the stage to sing would only serve to embarrass him. If that were the case, she might as well relish the sight of his impending humiliation. As Sukan approached the stage, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. The song for the duet. In the memories of his former self, Xiao Mo had released numerous chart-topping hits. However, the original Sukan had been utterly tone-deaf and lacked any understanding of music. This deficiency rendered him woefully unfamiliar with Xiao Mo's songs. Moreover, singing necessitated physical capabilities, vocal cords, breath control, and enunciation, all of which required professional training. The original Sukan had never undergone any musical instruction. It was easy to imagine how disastrous his performance would be once he opened his mouth. Just as Sukan grappled with his predicament, taking hesitant steps towards the stage, a mechanical female voice suddenly echoed in his mind, ding. The environment of the host has been detected as meeting the activation requirements for the Entertainment King system. Ding. System activation in progress. Binding successful. P.S. Please support the new book generously. I seek your love and encouragement for updates. Thank you. Chapter 3. Are you here to cause trouble? Brother Tongzi has arrived. The apprehensions that had plagued Sukan moments ago dissipated entirely. Throughout history, those who traverse dimensions invariably possess a golden finger, with the most formidable being the system. In essence, it resembles a cheat, enabling the traveler to ascend to the pinnacle of life. Upon successful binding of the system, a torrent of information surged into Sukan's mind. The Entertainment King system focuses on works in the realm of entertainment, encompassing songs, films, novels, and more. The system encourages its host to transport Earth's entertainment creations to Blue Star. The greater the response elicited by these works, the more abundant the rewards for the host. Once the works are relocated, the system automatically registers copyrights for the host, which is exceedingly considerate. Ding. The novice gift pack has been issued. Would you like to open it? Open. Sukan slowed his pace. Congratulations, host. You have attained king-level singing skills. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a song component. The song component can be transformed into any song from your past life, including lyrics and accompaniment. In an instant, Sukin felt as though he had transformed entirely. It was as if a refreshing essence flowed through his being, then dissipated into the ether. The most palpable sensation was in his throat, which felt extraordinarily comfortable. Previously, he had suffered from chronic pharyngitis, resulting in a lingering discomfort and a hoarse voice. However, now, his throat felt cool and soothing, akin to having taken a throat lozenge. Sukin attempted to hum softly and was immediately struck by the smoothness of his voice. He could effortlessly switch between high and low notes. Is this what king-level singing skills entail? This was even more impressive than his former capabilities. As for the second item in the novice gift pack, Sukin pondered briefly and quickly grasped its significance. In simple terms, the song component could be transformed into any song from his past life. Although Sukin was a professional singer in his previous life, he had not intentionally memorized the lyrics and melodies of every song, meaning he could only sing many songs roughly. The song component perfectly addressed this shortcoming. Sukin smiled with satisfaction. Truly, the novice gift pack had resolved his immediate concerns. Subsequently, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. The system has issued a novice task. Please sing a song at the concert to earn 3 million popularity points. Upon completion, you may claim your task reward. The task has arrived splendidly. Sukin's eyes gleamed. He had already experienced the advantages of the novice gift pack, and the rewards for this task might surpass those of the gift pack. Now, how should he accomplish this task? First and foremost, he certainly could not sing songs by Xia Mo. On one hand, Sukin was unfamiliar with her music. On the other hand, judging by Xia Mo's earlier performance, he deduced that the quality of her other songs would likely be mediocre, making it exceedingly challenging to attain 3 million popularity points. Thus, he could only opt for a classic song from his past life. Furthermore, this was merely a concert. The number of attendees was limited, and the potential popularity points to be garnered would be minimal. The chosen song must be one that could resonate beyond the concert, achieving widespread acclaim. This is the way to ensure the task is completed. At this moment, Sukin suddenly recalled the season. Today is the 1st of April, with March just having passed. Outside, the streets are still filled with drifting willow catkins. Couples stroll hand in hand, enveloped in sweetness. In stark contrast, the original self has been pursuing an unattainable love. With a sigh, Sukin formed a resolution in his heart. Soon, he ascended the stage. A staff member approached, offering him a microphone. Hello, handsome. May I ask your name? Xia Mo greeted warmly. Handsome men are invariably popular, regardless of where they are. Hello, I am Sukin, he replied politely. Ah. Xia Mo nodded, finding the simple name particularly pleasant. Which of my songs would you like to sing? May I sing other songs? Sukin inquired with a smile. No. You cannot cover someone else's songs, Xia Mo shook her head. The copyright system in this world is quite stringent. Singers are prohibited from covering other songs during concerts without prior notification and appropriate compensation. It's not a cover, Sukin clarified. It's an original song. An original song? Xia Mo's expression turned to one of astonishment. Their conversation resonated through the sound system, sparking a considerable uproar throughout the concert. Wow, this handsome guy can write songs too? What original song? It's likely just a ploy to attract attention. Writing songs isn't that simple. This guy must be desperate for fame. Though the young man was indeed handsome, he seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Singing an original song in front of Mo, wasn't that akin to displaying one's inadequacies? The audience gradually began to react, their discussions turning from compliments on Sukin's looks to disparagement. These spectators were predominantly fans of Xia Mo. To sing an original song at an idol's concert was tantamount to belittling the idol's own music, a blatant insult. Sitting in the front row, Li Man couldn't help but burst into laughter. He can't carry a tune and thinks he can sing an original song? He probably can't even read music. It seemed Sukin was truly on the verge of making a fool of himself. A satisfied smile spread across Li Man's face as she eagerly anticipated Sukin's embarrassment, completely forgetting the sacrifices he had made for her in the past. Is it permissible? Sukin, undeterred by the audience's murmurs, asked once more. Xia Mo hesitated. At that moment, her earpiece crackled with her manager Hong Jie's urgent voice. Mo, hurry and get this kid off the stage. He.S. ruining your performance. This is your comeback concert. You absolutely cannot mess this up. Get him off. Xia Mo's expression shifted. 5 years ago, she was a rising star in the Chinese music scene, with every song she released becoming an instant sensation. A certain director Liu from her agency had attempted to exploit her, but she had firmly rejected him. Thus, Xia Mo found herself in the unfortunate position of being sidelined by her agency, deprived of any resources. Recently, During a drunken revelry at his inaugural banquet, Director Liu made a series of indiscreet remarks, insinuating about the unspoken rules governing the agency's artists and branding some as insatiable gold diggers. These inebriated musings were recorded by an opportunist and subsequently disseminated online, leading to Director Liu's complete downfall. At long last, Xiao had her moment to shine. This upcoming concert was not only a task assigned to her by the agency, but also a formidable challenge. A successful concert would indicate that Xiao still possessed a fanbase worthy of the agency's investment. Conversely, a lackluster performance could signify her waning popularity, potentially resulting in contract termination. Having been absent from the entertainment industry for 5 years, securing a new agency would prove exceedingly difficult for her. Therefore, this concert held paramount importance for Xiaomo's future career. At this juncture, Xiaomo was plagued by uncertainty regarding whether to allow Sukin to perform an original song. Trust me, Sukin seemed to sense Xiaomo's inner turmoil and spoke again. Xiaomo turned her gaze towards him. In Sukin's clear and earnest eyes, she saw sincerity. Surely, such a person would not deceive her. All right. Ultimately, Xiaomo chose to trust Sukin. A heavy sigh from her manager, Hong Jia, echoed in her earpiece. Simultaneously, Sukin was rapidly communicating with the system in his mind. System, convert the song components into Qinghua. The song Sukin selected was indeed Qinghua. In his previous life, he had a deep fondness for this piece. Its quality was exceptionally high. Having endured for over a decade in his past life, occasionally experiencing bursts of popularity. Moreover, the song was perfectly suited for the current season. Ding. Song components have been converted. As the system's voice resonated, Sukin felt a weight in his pocket. Reaching inside, he discovered a USB drive containing the accompaniment for Qinghua. How considerate of the system. Sukin felt quite pleased as he retrieved the USB drive and handed it to the staff. Witnessing this, Xiaomo's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that they were prepared to sabotage the performance? A flicker of regret washed over her. Perhaps she had been too hasty in her agreement. However, with the situation at hand, she could only proceed step by step. If Sukin truly intended to ruin the concert, she would swiftly instruct the staff to cut the sound. Soon, the staff signaled that the USB had been set up and was ready to play the accompaniment. Suddenly, bang! The stage lights extinguished, and a single beam illuminated Sukin, his visage reminiscent of a celestial being. Xiaomo retreated to the side of the stage, calming her mind to observe. The audience below collectively held their breath. Then, brilliant subtitles appeared on the large screen. Qinghua lyrics, Sukin composition, Sukin performance, Sukin. Chapter 4, Qinghua. In a daze, it feels as if ages have passed. Could it be? Is he truly serious? Qinghua. I couldn't find anything online. This is indeed an original song. This handsome young man appears to be in his early 20s. Perhaps he is still a university student. Speaking of which, are university students truly this formidable nowadays? It seems more like a bid for attention. Everyone should quiet down and listen first. The audience below began to murmur once more. In the front row, Li Man's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. Sukin had always been eager to share everything with her. Yet he had never mentioned the song Qinghua. This indicates that Sukin must have composed this piece in a remarkably short time. Moreover, the title of the song seems rather mundane. Qinghua? Why not call it Honghua or El Chao? Furthermore, for someone majoring in Chinese language and literature, writing essays is one thing. Composing songs is quite another. Li Man felt a surge of disdain and promptly took out her phone to record the upcoming performance. She intended to capture Sukin's singing and post it on the school forum, turning him into the school's laughingstock. Just as the audience was abuzz with chatter, a sudden surge of music filled the air. The rhythmic beats gradually intensified. The clear and distinct rhythm instantly drew the audience's attention to the sound of the music. The vast gymnasium fell silent. At the side of the stage, Xiaomo's pupils constricted. While laymen watch for amusement, professionals discern the nuances. From her perspective as a musician, the prelude of this song was extraordinary, surpassing any piece she had previously performed. This was truly unimaginable. Suppressing her inner astonishment, Xiaomo swiftly adjusted her mindset to appreciate the music. This was merely the prelude. The subsequent singing would be the true test. Only then could one determine if it was a great song. Nonetheless, she was already filled with profound anticipation for Sukin's composition. On stage, after the prelude concluded, Sukin's gentle voice melded seamlessly with the accompaniment. March passes, willow catkins scatter, lovers hurry by. My love remains unmoved by the winds. Flipping through yesterday, warmth still lingers, dust-covered heartaches. In a daze, it feels as if ages have passed. Regrets left unspoken. Startled, my heart tightens. The moment the song began, the audience was left utterly stunned. Was this truly the voice of an amateur? How could it sound so exquisite? It seemed even more melodious than Xiaomo's voice. Those who had previously doubted Su Can's singing now flushed with embarrassment. Just moments ago, they had accused him of seeking attention, but now, upon hearing his voice, they felt as though they were the jesters. After an array of emotions surged, the audience began to listen intently to the song. After all, such a beautiful voice made it a tremendous loss to miss a single word. The very first line of the song ensnared them completely. March passes, willow catkins scatter, lovers hurry by. The audience has all experienced the natural beauty of this season, gentle spring breezes and drifting willow catkins. Thus, upon hearing these lyrics, they are enveloped in a vivid sense of immersion. More importantly, the song carries a poignant sense of longing, which, when combined with the imagery and the melody, becomes utterly intoxicating. The subsequent line, "My love remains unmoved," strikes a chord with countless young hearts. They find themselves lost in memories, recalling regrets associated with that special someone. Their hearts constricting. In the front row, Li Man's eyes suddenly widen, filled with astonishment. Is this truly Su Can's voice? Isn't he tone deaf? Yet now, how can his singing be so enchanting? Could it be that Su Can has been concealing his talents all along? Moreover, hasn't Su Can been pursuing her, treating her as his girlfriend? Now he sings, "My love remains unmoved." Has he been feigning his affections? At this thought, Li Man feels a jolt of realization. Perhaps she has never truly understood Su Can. He is far more complex than he appears. A beautiful song not only evokes feelings in the audience, but also touches the singer's soul. At this moment, Su Can is experiencing just that. As he reflects on a past life, just as the lyrics state, in a daze, it feels as if a lifetime has passed. The vague memories truly seem to belong to a previous existence. Everything is behind him now. Taking a deep breath, Su Can focuses on the next verses, holding tightly to the blue and white token, honoring the promise. Parting is always endured in disappointment. The ointment of memory is applied repeatedly, unable to heal the wounds. Your glance has scarred the silence. The sorrow in his voice sweeps over the entire audience. The salve of memory, unable to heal the wounds, simultaneously unveils the scars of recollection within the hearts of the listeners. They reminisce, grieve, and remain silent. The hall falls into a profound hush. By the side of the stage, Xiao Emma watches Su Can's expression as he sings, her mouth slightly agape. What a gaze! Incredibly profound. As if he has witnessed the myriad facets of life and grown accustomed to its warmth and chill. For reasons unknown, Xiao Emma feels a twinge of sympathy for Su Can. The song continues. That night of reunion, ceasing the wanderings, you once returned. Mutual forgetfulness is but pain. Only because of yesterday, kindness stubbornly bears the weight of grievances, shattering the token, canceling the next life. Regrets left unspoken, realizing my heart constricts. Holding tightly to the blue and white token, honoring the promise. Parting is always endured in disappointment. The ointment of memory is applied repeatedly, unable to heal the wounds. Your glance has scarred the silence. Holding tightly to the blue and white token, carving loneliness. As if I am a soul without a master. Entangled in the past. Inexplicably sorrowful, shattering what no one can take away. You and I are a dream that cannot be awakened. Upon hearing such a melody, a vivid image suddenly emerges in the hearts of the audience. The night is deep and silent. A man clutched a piece of blue and white porcelain tightly in his hand, a token of love once shared between him and another. The token remained. Yet the beloved was no longer present. As he reminisced about the myriad moments they had shared, it seemed as though his spirit had been forsaken. And a profound ache enveloped his heart. He desperately wished that the vivid scenes of the past were but a dream from which he could never awaken, allowing him to remain forever submerged within them. The audience was rendered motionless, captivated by the overwhelming imagery. It felt as if each note narrated an unfinished tale. Each person found within it a reflection of their own story, igniting a powerful resonance among them. Gripping the blue and white token tightly, they were entwined in a shared sorrow. In the audience, a young man clutched the bracelet on his wrist, a gift from his former lover, one of their shared tokens. It was adorned with memories of their tender moments, now transformed into painful reminders. The ache was unbearable. Xiao Emo stood entranced, previously overwhelmed by the song's prelude. The subsequent verses left her in awe. The unique timbre and emotionally nuanced delivery imbued the song with profound emotional depth, evoking an intense emotional response. Even she found herself ensnared in a deep sadness. Over the past 5 years, Xia Mo had not remained idle. She had even traveled abroad to a prestigious music academy to refine her vocal skills. Yet, in comparison to Su Can's current performance, her techniques seemed utterly inadequate. In an instant, a thought struck her. Perhaps she should seek Su Can as her mentor. Su Can was wholly immersed in his performance. To convey the emotional essence of a song to the audience, one must first be enveloped in it, and he had accomplished this beautifully. Gradually, the song approached its conclusion, holding the blue and white token tightly, upholding the promise. Partings are always endured amidst disappointment, memories repeatedly applied like salve, an unhealable wound. Your glance back pierced the silence. Holding the blue and white token tightly, carving out solitude, as if I were a wandering soul without a master. Tangled in the past, inexplicably sorrowful, shattering what none can take away. You and I, a dream that cannot be awakened. As Su Can's final note resonated through the venue, the air was thick with lingering echoes. Whether it was Xia Mo, the staff, or the tens of thousands of spectators, they all gazed at Su Can with rapt attention, their minds still reverberating with the haunting lyrics, lost in a trance. Chapter 5. The Godfather of Love Songs. The Tale of a Fallen Woman. With a resounding clap, Xia Mo was the first to applaud. The delicate sound of her hands meeting echoed like a fuse, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the venue. Thunderous applause and tempestuous shouts erupted. Surely, this voice has been kissed by the divine. My goodness, this song will resonate with me for eternity. Alas, I am but a simple soul, yet this brilliance reigns supreme. The essence of this melody is truly unparalleled. No one can surpass it. I declare that Su Can shall henceforth be known as the godfather of love songs in the Chinese music realm. I am utterly curious, how many romantic escapades has Su Can embarked upon? As I heard the line, a sudden pang of the heart, my heart truly contracted at that moment. This melody possesses a certain magic. Mutual oblivion in love brings only pain. What kind of heartache must one endure to compose such a profoundly authentic song? It is simply extraordinary. As the song concluded, the audience gradually came to their senses. During the performance, they had been silent, yet their emotions had been steadily building, reaching a climax. At this moment, only the fervent cries could adequately express their overwhelming feelings. The cacophony of cheers was deafening, nearly lifting the roof off the auditorium. Hearing these roars, Su Can smiled on stage. This was a testament to the audience's recognition of his artistry, and he felt a deep sense of fulfillment. This performance had finally lived up to the expectations of the audience and honored Xia Mo, who had graciously relinquished the stage. Su Can bowed deeply to the crowd, thanking them, which sparked even more fervent applause and shouts. Initially, the audience had perceived Su Can as an inexperienced youth yearning for fame. However, after his rendition of Qinghua, coupled with his gracious demeanor, they realized the error of their assumptions. With his striking features and astonishing vocal prowess, alongside this breathtaking original composition, he was undoubtedly a star in the making. The spectators envisioned a future where Su Can would undoubtedly carve out a significant niche in the Chinese music industry. In the front row, Li Man sat in a daze. Moments ago, she had thought the title Qinghua was rather kitsch, yet now she recognized its exquisite beauty. Qinghua, a symbol of eternal love, is simply enchanting. However, she still found it hard to fathom that such a captivating song was penned and performed by Su Can. Meanwhile, her phone continued to record, capturing every moment of Su Can's performance. The evidence was irrefutable. Su Can was indeed a musical prodigy. Gently shutting off her phone, Li Man replayed the scenes of her earlier encounter with Su Can in her mind, soon letting out a relieved sigh. Fortunately, she had refrained from speaking harshly to him. Once Su Can returned to his seat, she resolved to engage him in meaningful conversation and perhaps offer him some sweet words, ensuring he would be eager to return to her side. At that point, with a touch of allure, Su Can would surely go above and beyond to assist her in making her debut in the entertainment industry. With these thoughts, a subtle smile crept upon Li Man's lips. After the applause gradually subsided, Xia Mo stepped to the center of the stage. Su Can, this song Qinghua is truly enchanting. It could easily serve as the grand finale of a concert. With a radiant smile, Xia Mo's curiosity sparked as she inquired, "May I ask how this song came to be? Is there a story behind it?" It was no wonder Xia Mo posed such a question. The emotions conveyed in this piece were remarkably intricate and profound. Considering Su Can's age, it was nothing short of astonishing that he could compose such a heartfelt love song. The audience below, upon hearing her question, widened their eyes, their gazes fixed intently on Su Can. "A story, you say?" Observing the eager expressions of Xia Mo and the audience, Su Can furrowed his brow slightly. In his recollection, Qinghua did not possess a particular backstory. However, there was indeed a tale closely intertwined with this song that he felt inclined to share. Very well, allow me to recount a story. Sukan nodded gently, then smiled, cautioning the audience that he would narrate it from a first-person perspective, urging them not to impose their own interpretations. As his words settled, laughter and responses rippled through the audience. All right. The story was titled Xiaozhang and Xiaoli. I met Xiaozhang through a blind date. As my mother extolled her virtues, an exceptional graduate from a prestigious university, with countless suitors vying for her attention. Later, I discovered she had graduated from a third-tier branch campus. Xiaozhang had a somewhat round face, her long hair cascading gently as she sat there, exuding politeness, smiling and greeting the elders. This was my first blind date, and I did not experience the sensation of love at first sight. The adults urged me to escort her home. We strolled side by side down the street, exchanging a few words now and then. When a thought struck me, was I truly destined to spend the latter half of my life with such a stranger? Memories of Xiaoli flooded back. During a farewell dinner, she had clearly indulged too much, creating a ruckus as she prepared for an adult ceremony. Xiaoli pushed the door open, clad in delicate attire, leaning against the doorframe, asking if she could come in. I feigned maturity and replied affirmatively, only to later realize that true experience lay in the raw vulnerability displayed, revealing everything beneath the surface. Xiaoli said, "If you wish for me, stand at the top floor and call my name towards the south." Sukan took approximately 15 minutes to conclude his tale. The narrative unfolded along two timelines, Xiaoli representing the past and Xiaozhang embodying the present. As he recounted, the two timelines interwove, creating a montage-like distortion of time and space. Upon finishing, the audience felt an electrifying thrill, as if they had been transported into a dream. They seemed to glimpse their own reflections within the tale. Xiaoli symbolized their youthful selves, a time when myriad dreams flourished within. She either existed in the vibrant chapters of their youth or lingered as a figment of adolescent fantasies. Xiaozhang, on the other hand, represented their adult selves. In the present, they had begun to grasp the harsh realities of life, often grappling with profound unease, perpetually fearing unexpected calamities. Both Xiaoli and Xiaozhang were suitable as partners, yet neither epitomized the ideal romantic companion. Alternatively, one could say that as individuals gradually mature and step into society, love transforms into a distant and elusive dream, a yearning that remains unfulfilled. At this moment, the audience sits in silence, deep in contemplation, their hearts filled with confusion regarding love. Suddenly, the melodious strains of music resonate across the stage. At Xiaomo's signal, the staff once again plays the accompaniment to Qinghua. As the notes fill the air, the audience is irresistibly reminded of the poignant lyrics, tightly grasping the Qinghua token. And the haze of uncertainty in their eyes vanishes in an instant. The Qinghua token symbolizes the extension of love, even when fervent emotions fade away, leaving in their wake an endless chill and lingering sorrow. What does it matter? As long as one clings steadfastly to the Qinghua, upholding the promises of love, love shall inevitably arrive. Sparse applause erupts, swiftly coalescing into a resounding wave, akin to an explosion, resonating deeply within the souls of the listeners. The audience's gaze towards Sukan shifts from fervent passion to one imbued with sincerity, adoration, and gratitude. The tale of Xiaozhang and Xiaoli has illuminated for them the essence of Qinghua, to steadfastly uphold the promises made to one's beloved, as eternal as the Qinghua itself. Sukan, thank you. Xiaomo approaches Sukan, her tone gentle. She suddenly realizes that, without Sukan's presence, this concert would have been insipid and devoid of flavor. Yet, with Sukan's arrival, coupled with the story of Xiaozhang and Xiaoli, the audience has gained profound insights into the nature of love. Thus, this concert has transcended into something truly sublime. Chapter 6, Refusal to Sign. I am capital. It is merely a small matter. I am also lending you the light of the stage. Sukan smiled and shook his head, signaling Xiaomo not to be so courteous. Then, let me return the stage to you. After saying this, Sukan prepared to exit. He had already occupied the stage for too long, overshadowing others. Wait. Xiaomo quickly reached out to stop Sukan. At this moment, her earpiece was filled with the incessant voice of her manager, Hongjie. Mo, keep Sukan. Establish a good relationship with him. Ideally, sign him to the company. This way, he will become your junior. This will greatly benefit your future singing career. Hongjie's attitude was in stark contrast to her previous stance. Before, she had insisted that Xiaomazuri drive Sukan off the stage. Now, however, she urged Xiaomo to retain him. Through a single performance of Qinghua, everyone realized the immense value that Sukan possessed. Upon hearing Hongjie's words, A wave of bitterness surged within Xiao. She had already missed 5 years in the Chinese music scene. The internet holds no memories, and every year new talents emerge in the industry. Her return faced tremendous challenges. Yet, Sukin's appearance offered Xiao a glimmer of hope for success. If she could bring Sukin into this agency and launch his career, he would undoubtedly assist her in the future. Judging by Sukin's performance today, the support he could provide would be significant. Sukin, you must be a bit tired after sharing your story. Why not take a break in the back and have some refreshments? As she spoke, Xiao's face suddenly flushed. By the way, I have a few matters I would like to discuss with you. Xiao, observing the rosy hue on Xiao's face, Sukin thought little of it. After all, in his previous life, he had been a singer for over a decade and understood the dynamics of the entertainment world. Xiao approaching him likely pertained to music-related matters. All right. Sukin nodded in agreement, and then, guided by the staff, he made his way to the backstage. Upon seeing Sukin leave the stage, the audience became restless. Sukin, don't go. Sing Qinghua again. Tell us a story. I love hearing stories. Story time. Please sing Qinghua once more. I beg you. One rendition is simply not enough. Sukin, you must release Qinghua soon. I'm eagerly anticipating it. Hearing the audience's shouts, Sukin merely turned his head, smiling and waving as he continued forward. In the audience, Li Man had initially watched Sukin's return with great anticipation. However, she suddenly realized that Sukin was not heading back towards her, but rather toward the backstage. What is happening? Remembering the earlier exchange between Sukin and Xiao, Li Man felt a surge of panic. Could it be that Xiao had intercepted him? She quickly took out her phone to call Sukin. The phone rang, and a voice prompted her. The number you dialed is currently in conversation. Who could Sukin be speaking with? Li Man dialed the number once more, only to be met with the same recorded message. Well, perhaps she would try again later. It was possible that he was occupied with family matters. After Sukin's departure from the stage, several songs remained in the concert lineup. Xiao sang them in succession. Seemingly inspired by Sukin's performance, delivering a particularly splendid rendition that garnered enthusiastic applause from the audience. However, the spectators could not shake a sense of disquiet, their tastes having become rather discerning. It was no wonder, given that Sukin's rendition of Qinghua had been nothing short of spectacular. With such a remarkable performance preceding it, any subsequent song felt rather lackluster. Once the concert concluded in a hasty manner, Xiao hurried backstage. Upon pushing open the door to the lounge, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Staff members surrounded Sukin, with numerous young women clamoring to take photographs with him. Meanwhile, her manager, Hong Jia, stood to the side, smiling at the spectacle. Hey, Mo, you finished singing? Hong Jia finally acknowledged Xiao's presence. Xiao felt a tinge of exasperation. Her own manager seemed entirely absorbed by the commotion surrounding a stranger, oblivious to the end of the concert. Mo, Hong Jia continued. This Sukin lad has the potential to skyrocket. Not only does he possess a captivating voice, but he is also quite handsome. The Chinese music scene is in dire need of talents like him. Xiao nodded in agreement, her gaze fixed on the crowd encircling Sukin. At that moment, Sukin spotted her and waved. Xiao and Hong Jia made their way over, prompting the surrounding staff to disperse and attend to their own tasks. They settled onto the sofa beside Sukin. Have you considered debuting? Xiao inquired directly. Yes, I have, Sukin replied, affirming his aspirations. In his previous life, he had been deeply devoted to music, determined to pursue it as his path. Even in this new existence, his passion for music remained unwavering. Furthermore, with the support of the entertainment titan system, he felt encouraged to enter the industry. Therefore, debuting was inevitable. That's wonderful. Upon hearing Sukin's response, Xiao and Hong Jia exchanged excited glances, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Why not join our agency? I'll have your back from now on, Xiao declared with a hearty pat on her chest. Sukin's gaze instinctively lowered. If she continued to pat her chest like that, it might not endure much longer. Sukin, Hong Jia interjected, already aware that he was a senior student. I hold some sway within the company. If you join us, I can ensure you receive ample resources, definitely no less than what Mo has. Sukin sensed the sincerity in their offers, but remained silent for the moment. In his previous life, he had signed with an agency that claimed to nurture artists, only to exploit their worth, elevating them when useful and discarding them when not. He had learned this lesson well. Moreover, he could surmise that Xiao's 5-year absence from the Chinese music scene was, in fact, due to her being shelved by her company. This observation underscores a universal truth. In any realm, talent agencies are ruled by capital. With the entertainment titan system at his disposal, he could easily become his own capital and would not need to be beholden to anyone. After a moment of contemplation, Sukin dismissed the notion of joining a management company. "I'm sorry, but I have no desire to join a talent agency," Sukin replied candidly. Xiao Mo and Hong Jia widened their eyes in astonishment. The two had anticipated Sukin would agree, as who among the youth does not yearn for swift fame? Yet, Sukin had declined. He did not wish to affiliate with a management company. "Sukin, joining a talent agency offers numerous advantages. Many burdens would be lifted from your shoulders, and there are even dedicated individuals to assist in songwriting," Xiao Mo implored, her urgency palpable. At that moment, she not only yearned for Sukin's support but also aspired to debut alongside him. "No, I can pen my own songs," Sukin shook his head. For others, songwriting may seem an insurmountable challenge, but for him, it merely required a single musical element. Hearing Sukin's assertive response rendered Xiao Mo momentarily speechless. Unlike Xiao Mo, Hong Jia remained composed. "Very well, Sukin, take some time to contemplate this. Our agency's doors will always remain open for you, and my promises will forever stand firm." "All right." Sukin initially intended to continue his refusal but felt it would be impolite to decline repeatedly, so he simply nodded. Xiao Mo was unwilling to concede so easily. Her comeback relied heavily on Sukin's assistance. Without him, the path would be fraught with difficulty. But Sukin remained resolute in rejecting the idea of signing with a management company. What to do? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Xiao Mo. Even if Sukin would not join the agency, she could still leverage his songs. "Sukin, I am preparing to release an album by the end of the month, marking my comeback after 5 years. The success of this album will determine my resurgence. Your song Qinghua is exceptional and would make a perfect title track. Therefore, could you sell me the rights to this song? I would like to." With that, Xiao Mo gazed at Sukin with hopeful anticipation. "I can only sell you the performance rights. I retain all ownership of the song," Sukin replied. He cherished Qinghua and was willing to let Xiao Mo sing it. But he could not relinquish it entirely. He had just checked the official Copyright Office's website, and Qinghua had been successfully registered, with him as the copyright holder. One must concede, the system's efficiency was commendable. "All right, I will certainly offer you a compensation that will satisfy you. Once the contract is drafted, I will send it your way." Xiao Mo beamed with satisfaction, pleased to include the song in her album. Sukin glanced at his phone. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. With the matter settled, he knew it was time to depart. "I should head back now," Sukin said, standing up. The dormitory's curfew was 11, and he needed to return promptly. "Sukin, you're heading back to school, right? We have a vehicle available. I can arrange for someone to take you back," Hong Jia offered. "All right," Sukin replied without hesitation. The original self had always been financially constrained. Even the only cash on hand was recently spent on bubble tea for Li Man. Behold, this is the fate of a sycophant. Moreover, with the song royalties yet to be received, every penny counts. Just as Sukin was about to step out the door, he was once again halted by Xiao Mo. "Sukin, do you know the girl sitting next to you?" Xiao Mo asked, her expression inscrutable. "I don't know her now," Sukin replied with a faint smile. "I see," Xiao Mo understood. Not knowing her now did not imply that he had never known her. Evidently, the two were acquainted. Their attendance at the concert together suggested a reasonably good relationship. Yet, the girl claimed not to recognize Sukin, indicating that she likely did not regard him with any significance. Suddenly, Xiao Mo felt a pang of pity for the girl. It seemed that for the remainder of her life, she would lament the words spoken at today's concert. 10 minutes later, at the parking lot exit of the stadium, an Audi rolled out. Sukin sat in the back seat, resting with his eyes closed. By the roadside, a girl clad in a cartoon t-shirt and form-fitting jeans was scanning the surroundings. It was Li Man suddenly. Upon catching sight of Sukin in the back of the approaching vehicle, her expression transformed with excitement. She rushed to the side of the road, waving her arms vigorously at the car. The driver, however, chose to ignore her, as he was not a taxi driver. The Audi drove directly past Li Man, stunned. She stood frozen in place, realizing that Sukin appeared to be with his eyes shut. In a hurry, she took out her phone to call him. "Beep. The number you dialed is currently busy." Busy? Wasn't Sukin just resting his eyes? A sudden realization struck Li Man, and her face darkened in an instant. Has he blocked me? Chapter 7. A phenomenon across the internet. An era where singles abound. At midnight, within the confines of a luxurious hotel, Xiao Mo, freshly emerged from a warm shower, eagerly reclined on the sofa, her phone in hand, scanning for news regarding the concert. She wondered about the current buzz surrounding the event and whether it had made it to the trending lists. Initially, Xiao approached this concert with a sense of resignation, believing that whatever the outcome, it would be what it would be, given that her popularity had waned over the years. However, after Su Kan performed the song Qinghua, her perspective shifted dramatically. Perhaps, influenced by Su Kan, this concert would yield unexpected success. With anticipation, Xiao opened the trending topics on Weibo, her eyes widening in astonishment. Out of the top 10 trending topics, 4 were related to the concert. Trending second, Xiaomo's concert, unsung hero Su Kan performs Qinghua. Trending fifth, Song Qinghua, a commitment to eternal love, like porcelain. Trending seventh, the most fortunate audience member at Xiaomo's concert. Trending ninth, the tale of Xiaozhang and Xiaoli. Countless celebrities expend substantial sums to secure a position in the trending lists, yet even if they succeed, they face the constant risk of collapse, as such trends can be artificially manufactured. In stark contrast, this concert genuinely captured 4 spots in the top 10 trending topics, founded on authentic merit, which was indeed astonishing. Most remarkable was the fact that the videos of Qinghua circulating online were recorded by audience members, featuring limited resolution and sound quality. Such indistinct footage could evoke such a fervent response. One could only imagine the impact of high-definition recordings. Although these trending topics were predominantly linked to Su Kan's performance of Qinghua and did not directly pertain to the concert itself, Xiao felt a sense of contentment. It was as if she were basking in the radiant glow of a major star. Yet, it struck her as paradoxical that Su Kan was merely an amateur. Upon reflection, Xiao found herself in agreement with the public's acclaim. The quality of Su Kan's rendition of Qinghua was indisputable. The song was not only melodious but paired with Su Kan's vocal prowess, akin to that of a superstar, ensnaring listeners effortlessly. Moreover, the song resonated deeply, striking a chord with the audience. In an era rife with materialism, many innocent souls have been marginalized by society, suffering in silence. When these individuals hear the song Qinghua, it is as if they transcend time, returning to a past where their inner turmoil finds solace. This is also an age where singles are ubiquitous, each person encased in a heavy shell of material possessions, unable to forge genuine connections. Upon encountering this song, they may feel an overwhelming urge to weep, reminiscing about lost youth and the unadulterated love that once flourished, unburdened by price tags. This reflects the collective sentiment of the era. In summary, it would be peculiar for Qinghua not to achieve widespread acclaim. After perusing the trending topics, Xiao opened a video application and discovered that out of 10 videos, 5 were related to Su Kan. Just as she was delightfully scrolling through the videos, a series of knocks interrupted her reverie. Mo, it's me. Open the door, came the voice of Hong Jie. Coming. Mo hurriedly ran to the door in her slippers. As she swung it open, she was enveloped in a tight embrace by Hong Jie, who playfully squeezed her twice. Xiao exclaimed, "Why do I feel like I'm being taken advantage of? Just now, the company called me." Hong Jie closed the door and led Xiao to the sofa. "The board has decided to increase resource investment in you. You need not fear termination. Just focus on singing well from now on. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Xiao was momentarily taken aback, her face subsequently lighting up with joy. "Indeed," Hong Jie affirmed with a nod. "Is it because of the concert's popularity?" Xiao pondered thoughtfully. "Yes. It's all thanks to Su Kan," Hong Jie sighed, then suddenly smiled wryly. "The company has also tasked me to ensure that we sign Su Kan." "But Su Kan has turned us down," Xiao pointed out. "Indeed, I conveyed Su Kan's sentiments to the company. They want us to maintain a good relationship with him, so that if he ever considers a management agency, he thinks of us first." Hong Jie found herself in a dilemma. But how do we cultivate that relationship? She had dealt with numerous stars, easily discerning their desires with just a few exchanges. Yet, her recent conversation with Su Kan had revealed a resolute individual whose intentions were inscrutable. Even if she wished to foster a bond, she was at a loss for how to proceed. Cultivate a relationship? Suddenly, Xiao's eyes sparkled. "Hong Jie, didn't we purchase the copyright for Su Kan's song Qinghua? We could simply offer a higher royalty fee." "Exactly." Hong Jie nodded eagerly. "Su Kan is still a student. What student isn't in need of money? We can certainly afford to be generous." With this direction decided, the two collaborated on the details of the copyright agreement. They ultimately settled on a one-time payment of 500,000 yuan to Su Kan. Since this song would feature in Xiao's album, half of the album's proceeds would also be shared with him. Given the overwhelming success of Qinghua, it was certain that the album would sell extraordinarily well, generating profits of at least 5 million yuan. In total, Sukin would stand to earn at least 3 million yuan. Moreover, Sukin was merely granting permission for Xiao Mo to use the song. The complete copyright remained with him. No matter how one viewed this transaction, Sukin was undoubtedly coming out ahead. Now, Sukin will surely remember our kindness. Xiao Mo said with a satisfied smile. Hong Jie, please prepare the contract and send it to Sukin first thing tomorrow to show our sincerity. Of course, I'll work overtime today, Hong Jie said, affectionately ruffling Xiao Mo's hair. Their spirits were buoyant, and just from Sukin's song, they felt a surge of hope for the future. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a modest rental in Kyoto. A scruffy young man sat before his computer, staring blankly at the screen. He was a moderately well-known short video creator, known online as I Love Drinking Shisha Herbal Tea, and he managed a studio of over 10 people. His career had been flourishing, but recently, he found himself grappling with a creative block, unable to conjure any promising ideas. Lacking brilliant ideas signifies the absence of compelling videos, which in turn leads to dwindling profits. If this trend persists, he and the employees of the studio may soon find themselves in dire straits. With so many staff members, not a single innovative thought has emerged, yet during mealtime, each one displays remarkable enthusiasm. He remains disheartened, for amidst the multitude in the studio, not a single individual proves useful in critical moments. Perhaps it would be best to browse through some videos. When inspiration eludes, observing how others create, whether to draw inspiration or to emulate, proves more productive than idly sitting by. He casually opened a short video platform and began to scroll aimlessly. After watching a calming video about horseshoeing, his inner turmoil eased somewhat, and he proceeded to the next clip. It appeared to be a live performance from a concert, but the clarity was lacking. His gaze instinctively shifted to the video's like count, which took him aback. 1 million likes. Even the most popular concerts rarely achieve such a figure. Moreover, he hadn't heard of any superstar hosting a concert recently. Fueled by intense curiosity and bewilderment, he decided to delve into the video. The first scene depicted a handsome young man on stage, somewhat charming. He chuckled to himself, yet no matter how attractive, he paled in comparison to the fans of I Love Drinking Shisha Herbal Tea. The young man in the video began to sing. As March passes, willow cat can scatter. Lovers hurry along. My love remains unmoved by the winds. Flipping through yesterday still bears warmth, the dust-laden secrets of my heart. In a daze, I feel as though a lifetime has passed. Regret cannot be expressed. A sudden pang grips my heart. Upon hearing the melody, he abruptly straightened in his seat. This voice is extraordinary. While not a music professional, he engages with music daily and possesses a unique perspective on it. The song resonating from the video, he would confidently assert, is the most beautiful he has ever heard. After finishing the song, he intended to rewind the progress bar for another listen, only to find it had barely traversed halfway. The young man was still to sing? With anticipation, he continued watching. However, to his surprise, the young man began to narrate a story. In this era, a singer telling stories seems unconventional. He chuckled dismissively. As a creator of stories who filmed short dramas based on them, he understands the complexity involved in storytelling. A singer should focus on singing, but can they narrate effectively? He listened with casual indifference. Yet, the unfolding story was entirely unexpected, starting with how Xiao Zhang met, reminiscing about Xiao Li, and intertwining two timelines. The narrative's significance and depth escalated. Be it the line, if you miss your sister, just stand on the rooftop and shout her name to the south. Or the reflection on Xiao Zhang's clarity of mind. That t-shirt is nearly worn through, its fibers almost transparent, yet he holds on to it, not as a keepsake. But what could it truly be? These profoundly moving sentences emerge frequently, evoking admiration. It seems that if this story were adapted into a short drama accompanied by the song Qinghua, it would undoubtedly achieve great popularity. He slapped his thigh, inspired with a brilliant idea. Firstly, Qinghua is an immensely popular song, and this narrative is derived from it, inherently carrying a sense of trending appeal. Furthermore, the depth of this story guarantees its potential to captivate audiences. However, prior to filming, it is imperative to reach out to the artist to secure the necessary permissions for both the song and the story. I shall make that contact tomorrow. Chapter 8. What business does a superstar have with you? A decade ahead of his peers. Sukin, wake up quickly. In the dormitory, Sukin lay in bed, drowsily drifting in and out of sleep, until he was abruptly roused by a pair of strong hands shaking him vigorously. His sleep-fogged eyes turned to the figure beside him, and a wave of alarm washed over him. Where did this gorilla come from? All traces of sleep vanished in an instant. After taking a few deep breaths, Sukin finally recognized his roommate, Xiaopeng. This was a two-person dormitory. When Sukin returned last night, his roommate had already succumbed to slumber, wrapped tightly in his blankets. Consequently, Sukin had merely washed up briefly before climbing into bed and sleeping soundly until now. Xiaopeng, what's the matter? Sukin yawned widely, inquiring. Xiaopeng plopped down beside Sukan's bed, the iron frame creaking under his weight, and thrust his phone into Sukan's face. Sukan, is this you? Is this you? Is this you? He repeated the question thrice, his tone brimming with excitement, droplets of saliva nearly splattering onto Sukan's face. This morning, upon waking, he had taken out his phone to scroll through videos and stumbled upon a sensational concert performance. A person sharing Sukan's name and bearing a striking resemblance to him was singing beautifully. Xiaopeng, aware of Sukan's musical talent, nonetheless felt that the handsome figure in the video was more attractive and doubted it could be Sukan. However, Sukan had indeed attended a concert last night, accompanying the campus beauty, Li Man. In order to ascertain whether it was truly Sukan, Xiaopeng decided to wake him from his slumber. With a hand, Sukan pushed the phone away from his face, squinting his eyes for clarity, and nodded nonchalantly. Yes, it's me. Sukan. Sukan. Xiaopeng suddenly lunged at Sukan, exclaiming, in times of prosperity, do not forget your friends. Get off. Sukan pushed Xiaopeng away. He had no inclination for such antics. Now thoroughly awake, thanks to Xiaopeng's interruption, Sukan got up to wash up while Xiaopeng babbled on behind him. Sukan, I never realized you could sing so well. Your singing is impressive. When did you start writing songs? You could have told me. I would have joined you at the concert. Forget it. I'd only be a third wheel anyway. After your performance last night. Did Li Man throw herself with you? Heh. He had yet to encounter the video where Li Man claimed not to know Sukan. Just as Sukan finished brushing his teeth, he replied, Li Man and I have already parted ways. Parted ways? Xiaopeng's eyes widened once more. His expression even more animated than before. Wow, things have progressed so quickly. Sukan smacked Xiaopeng lightly on the forehead. Why are you so lewd? There is nothing between us anymore. It's all over. What happened? Xiaopeng finally realized his thoughts had gone astray, confusion etched across his face. He knew that Sukan had persistently pursued Li Man for 2 years. Not much. I've just moved on, Sukan offered succinctly, not wishing to elaborate further. He had never truly dwelled on the matter. Sigh, well, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why cling to a single flower? Xiaopeng patted Sukan on the shoulder, expressing his sentiments. To be honest, I've always felt that Li Man was not worthy of you. Little Fatty has always regarded Sukan as an exceptional individual, kind-hearted, sincere, diligent in his studies, and an academic powerhouse destined for greatness. In contrast, Li Man, who flaunts her allure daily, exhibits a frivolous attitude toward relationships, clearly leading Sukan on. Previously, out of brotherly loyalty, Little Fatty refrained from voicing his concerns. But now he genuinely believes it would be best for the two to sever ties. At that moment, Sukan's phone, resting on the bed, began to ring. While he was in the midst of washing his hair, Little Fatty, could you please check who is calling? Sure. Little Fatty scampered over to pick up the phone. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he was struck with astonishment. Sukan, it's Yaimo. How do you have her number? What does she want with you? He was internally overwhelmed. The notion of a major celebrity calling his roommate was nothing short of astonishing. Sukan quickly dried his hair and took the phone. I exchanged contact information with her after the concert yesterday. After explaining to Little Fatty, Sukan answered the call. Hello, Xiaimo. What can I do for you? On the other end, Xiaimo and her manager, Hongjie, were seated at a dining table, enjoying breakfast. Hearing Sukan's voice, Xiaimo hastily swallowed her bite of bread. Sukan, good morning. Morning. Sukan. Hongjie and I have finalized the details of the copyright purchase contract and would like to confirm with you. If everything seems satisfactory, we can send the contract for your signature. Xiaimo elaborated on the 2 main points of the contract. No problem. Let's proceed with this contract, Sukan replied. A bit taken aback, yet he nodded in agreement. He had anticipated the song would sell for perhaps a few 100,000 at most. But Xiaimo's generous offer suggested it would be conservatively estimated at over 3 million. It seemed the other party wished to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. With that understanding, Sukan accepted the terms naturally, thinking he could offer Xiaimo additional support in the future, as he had plenty of songs at his disposal. After finalizing their discussion, they hung up. Beside him, Little Fatty gazed at Sukan with eager curiosity. Sukan, what did Xiaimo talk to you about? Could you share? Little Fatty felt a restless itch of excitement. Not much, just that I sold her the song I sang last night, Qinghua, but the copyright remains with me. How much? 500,000. Upon hearing the figure of 500,000, little Fatty's eyes sparkled with amazement. One must understand that a typical university graduate earns about 4,000 to 5,000 a month, struggling to save even 50,000 a year. 500,000 meant a direct leap ahead of his contemporaries by a decade. Su Can, are you hungry? Allow me to buy you breakfast. Whatever you desire is on me. Little Fatty grinned, attempting to ingratiate himself with Su Can. Get lost, Su Can retorted, delivering a playful kick to little Fatty's rear. Just bring me some buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Understood. Little Fatty slightly bent his knees and hurriedly turned to leave. Chapter 9. Any demands? She does not deserve Su Can. After finishing the breakfast brought back by Xiaopeng, Su Can glanced at the class schedule. Noting that there were 2 major lectures in the morning, the two then proceeded to the lecture hall for class. With an audience of 200, the lead professor appeared to struggle considerably. Throughout the session, numerous students engaged in hushed whispers. Many around cast furtive glances at Su Can, as if seeking confirmation of something. Su Can and Xiaopeng were seated together, with Xiaopeng positioned closer to the aisle. Behind them sat a row of attractive young women. Suddenly, one of the girls behind poked Xiaopeng with a pen. Turning around, Xiaopeng then noticed the group of beautiful girls. Instantly, his heart raced with excitement, a broad smile illuminating his face. The girl who had poked him first fidgeted, then quietly inquired, "Do you know Su Can?" Xiaopeng felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. His fervor rapidly cooled, yet he proudly nodded, gesturing with his chin towards Su Can beside him. In the next moment, a note was tossed to Xiaopeng. "Please pass this to Su Can," the girl whispered, as if wary of Su Can overhearing. "Oh," Xiaopeng replied, taking the note and turning to Su Can. "Here, a girl behind asked me to give this to you." Su Can accepted the note, and Xiaopeng leaned in to read it with him. "Su Can, your rendition of Qinghua is beautiful. We support you. Keep it up." Upon finishing the note, Su Can turned to the group of girls, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing Su Can's handsome visage, the girls blushed intensely, lowering their heads in shyness. However, this note was merely the beginning. As time passed, more and more classmates confirmed that Su Can was indeed the one who had sung at the concert. A plethora of notes began circulating, and some students even surreptitiously snapped photos to share. The power of the internet is formidable. It was likely that within just a few hours, the entire school would be aware that Su Can was the one who performed Qinghua. Su Can's phone vibrated incessantly with notifications of friend requests. He switched his phone to airplane mode, instantly restoring tranquility. Just a few minutes before the break, a girl arrived outside the classroom. The students still engaged in the lecture began to notice her presence. "Isn't that our university's stunning campus beauty, Li Man? What brings her here? Is she waiting for someone? What else could it be? She's here to find Su Can. By the way, I saw her video yesterday, claiming she attended the concert alone. Who would believe that? Su Can is right beside her. How could she have gone alone?" No wonder there had been rumors that Li Man and Su Can were acquainted and shared a unique bond. However, Li Man had never publicly acknowledged it at school. She's probably trying to maintain her single persona, treating Su Can as a backup. I doubt she anticipated Su Can would achieve such prominence. Indeed, who could have predicted Su Can's extraordinary singing talent, along with his songwriting abilities? Just wait, there will surely be a spectacle to behold. The students in the classroom, having all seen Li Man's video, wore expressions of eager anticipation. Xiaopeng let out a soft grunt, using his substantial frame to shield Li Man from his gaze. He had come across that video as well, and his anger was palpable. He was fully aware that the tickets for the concert were solely funded by Su Can. This woman displayed an utter lack of conscience. Now that his brother had finally begun to thrive, he could not allow her to entangle him further. Outside the classroom, Li Man wore a complex expression, her heart filled with unease. She had confirmed that Su Can had indeed blocked her contact. She surmised that her decision to attend the concert alone must have irritated him. However, she believed this to be a trivial matter, one that did not warrant Su Can's ire. She had come to explain herself, hoping to persuade him not to take it to heart. Additionally, she had something of great significance for which she sought Su Can's assistance. A week prior, the vice principal had approached her, requesting that she represent the school in the prestigious singing competition among the top 100 universities. The process involved regional selections, culminating in a grand finale in Yanjing. Excelling in this competition could bring considerable attention, potentially leading to a successful debut. Li Man regarded this opportunity with utmost seriousness. She wished to use Su Can's Qinghua for her performance and hoped he would assist her in composing a few songs. The bell rang, ding, ding, ding. Li Man intended to wait for the students to exit the classroom, but they remained immobile, their eyes fixed upon her. After several minutes of waiting in vain, she steeled herself and entered the classroom, approaching Su Kan. The once chattering classroom fell silent in an instant. Su Kan, Li Man whispered as she reached his side. Is there something you need? Su Kan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Despite having blocked her, she still sought him out, displaying a remarkable lack of shame. Su Kan, I need to talk to you. Can we step outside? Li Man felt the weight of her classmate's stares, rendering her uncomfortable. Whatever you need to discuss can be said here. Su Kan replied, shaking his head. There is nothing between us that requires secrecy, and I do not wish for misunderstandings to arise. Li Man's heart sank at his words. She suddenly perceived that Su Kan was not angry with her, but seemed intent on severing ties completely. That cannot be, she exclaimed. What I said at the concert was merely to avoid causing you trouble, to prevent others from bothering you because of me, she hurriedly explained. Su Kan furrowed his brow. Did she consider herself a superstar, someone whose actions could significantly impact him? If she was to explain, could she not provide a more compelling reason? In truth, whether you said that or not, our relationship has reached its conclusion, Su Kan interjected. The more composed Su Kan appeared, the more frantic Li Man became. No, Su Kan, I know you still have feelings for me. I can be your girlfriend. Let us reconcile. Reconcile? Su Kan chuckled. We were never together. How can we reconcile? You are overthinking this. Su Kan, you. Li Man faltered. In the past, whenever she had lost her temper, Su Kan would exhaust himself to placate her, leaving her with a profound sense of accomplishment. Yet now, it seems that everything has changed. Su Kan appears to have truly lost his fondness for me. However, I must participate in the top 100 university singing competition, and I need Su Kan's assistance. Li Man took a deep breath and said, Su Kan, could you lend me the song Qinghua? You may ask for anything in return. In uttering this statement, Li Man had truly laid herself bare. The classmates surrounding her, upon hearing that she was open to any requests, sparkled with intrigue. Though unspoken, the implication was unmistakable. They were all adults, and understood this to be a clear insinuation. You. Su Kan gazed deeply at Li Man, as if he were seeing her anew. He felt increasingly that his previous sacrifices were in vain. Resign yourself to the fact, I will not sell you this song. His expression sharpened, as though he intended to pierce Li Man with his gaze. By the way, the gifts I purchased for you during the holidays, and the money I transferred to you, return them all. With that, he turned to the stout classmate beside him. Please assist me in this matter. Should she fail to repay, file a report. Upon hearing Su Kan's words, Li Man felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her body swaying slightly. How had the situation deteriorated to this extent? Not only had reconciliation eluded her, but now she was also obligated to repay Su Kan. Moreover, her daily expenditures were substantial, leaving her with no surplus to return. Just as she prepared to respond, a voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Su Kan, please accompany me to the office. The speaker was the vice president of Wumeng University, who recognized Li Man and cast her a curious glance, though he merely glanced past her. Certainly, principal. Su Kan rose, completely disregarding Li Man, and followed the vice president out of the classroom. Li Man stood frozen in place, her body rigid. I suddenly feel she no longer deserves the title of campus belle at Wumeng University. This woman would do anything for a song. However, Su Kan displayed true nobility in his resolute rejection of Li Man. The ability to compose a song like Qinghua illustrates his serious approach to matters of the heart. Li Man is simply unworthy. As the murmurs of her classmates reached her ears, Li Man regained her composure and dashed out of the classroom, head bowed. Chapter 10. The National Top 100 Universities Singing Competition. Susan, your rendition of Qinghua was remarkable. How had I never noticed your musical talent before? The vice principal engaged in conversation with Susan as they made their way to the office. Vice Principal Fu, you flatter me, Susan humbly replied. The vice principal, known as Fu, was held in high esteem by the students of Wumeng University. Haha, Vice Principal Fu chuckled, accustomed to such titles, and found Susan to be quite witty. Before long, they arrived at the office, where another young man was seated. Upon seeing Susan, he immediately stood and greeted him with a bright smile. Hello, Susan. The young man approached for a handshake, introducing himself. I am a video blogger, known online as I love drinking shisha herbal tea. You may call me Liancha. Hello, Susan replied, somewhat puzzled by the purpose of this visitor. Please, don't just stand there. Come and sit down for some tea. Vice Principal Fu invited them to the sofa. Liancha took a sip of tea and continued. Susan, I am here to propose a collaboration. The story you shared at the concert about Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li was captivating. I would like to adapt it into a short drama, incorporating Qinghua as the soundtrack. He had initially intended to contact Susan via phone, but alas, he had no means to reach him. After extensive inquiries, he finally confirmed that Susan was indeed a student at Rome University. To demonstrate his sincerity, he had flown in early that morning to discuss potential collaboration with Susan through the university's administration. "Could you show me a short drama you have previously created?" Susan did not immediately acquiesce. "Of course, even if you hadn't asked, I would have shown you," Liu Cha responded, producing his smartphone to open a video platform. Presenting it to Susan. Susan took the device and began browsing. It was Liu Cha's account homepage. The account boasted millions of followers, with each video garnering over 500,000 likes. Susan clicked on a video and watched for a few minutes, impressed by the quality. "We can collaborate," Susan affirmed, returning the phone to Liu Cha with a nod. "That's wonderful." Liu Cha's expression brightened. As long as he secured authorization, many opportunities would follow. Ahem. Vice Principal Fu interjected with a slight cough. "I have also listened to Susan's song and the story he shared, both of which are commendable. If we are to proceed with this collaboration, a satisfactory compensation must be agreed upon." "Of course, you can rest assured about that," Liu Cha assured him. He was not interested in a one-off transaction. He perceived Susan's youth and talent as indicative of a promising future. It was essential to foster a beneficial relationship. "Our plan is to provide an initial lump sum, with subsequent revenue sharing based on the drama's earnings. We can discuss the specific details at length, I assure you. We will not disappoint you both," Liu Cha guaranteed. "That sounds reasonable." Vice Principal Fu nodded, recognizing that this arrangement could indeed maximize Susan's benefits. "I have a stipulation. The short play script must receive my approval before any filming commences. The narrative will inevitably be transformed into a script, and Sukin is keen to ensure that the quality does not diminish." "No problem." The herbal tea influencer nodded once more, brimming with sincerity for collaboration. Subsequently, the three engaged in discussions regarding the partnership details, with Principal Fu tirelessly advocating for Su Kan's maximum benefit. Ultimately, a preliminary plan was established. The herbal tea influencer would provide Sukin with a lump sum of 300,000 yuan. Given that it is a studio, they are unable to dispense a substantial amount of cash in one go. Once the short play is launched across all video platforms, the revenue will be divided, with Sukin receiving 60% and the herbal tea influencer along with his studio receiving 40%. Though the herbal tea influencer felt a pang of regret, he left with a beaming smile. "Principal Fu, may I head to class now?" Sukin inquired, having already been absent for half an hour. "Wait a moment, Su Kan." Principal Fu interjected with an outstretched hand, smiling. "There is a matter I need to entrust to you." "Please, go ahead." Sukin listened attentively. Recently, numerous prestigious universities across the nation are jointly organizing a singing competition, a tradition upheld through the years. However, our school has not performed well. To say the least, we have not even made a mark in the Southwest region, having never participated in a single finals. Your emergence has instilled hope within the school, and we wish for you to represent us in the top 100 university singing competition. You need not secure the championship, but at least aim to reach the finals. After speaking, Principal Fu gazed at Su Kan with eager anticipation. To be candid, as a soon-to-graduate senior, Su Kan had every reason to decline. Yet, Principal Fu was unwilling to concede. He was fully responsible for this singing competition, and with the former principal nearing retirement, a commendable performance could significantly heighten his chances of ascending to the position of principal. Principal Fu was filled with fervent hope. "Principal Fu, may I ask who previously represented the school in the top 100 university singing competition?" Sukin inquired with curiosity. He had only been discovered by the school after performing Qinghua the previous night. Such an important competition must have had a predetermined candidate. "Oh, you just met that person." "It was Li Man," Principal Fu replied. "So it was her." A playful smile graced Su Kan's face. "Very well. I shall represent the school in the top 100 university singing competition. P.S. Your support for the new book is greatly appreciated. I humbly seek your encouragement and motivation for updates. Thank you." Chapter 11. Mission accomplished. Off to the Southwestern qualifiers. As a bustling day drew to a close, Su Kan, having finished his dinner, leisurely reclined on his bed. Ordinarily, he would take a stroll at this hour to aid digestion. However, having become something of a celebrity at school, he now attracted the scrutiny and chatter of his peers wherever he went. Thus, resting comfortably on his bed seemed the more prudent choice. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 3 million popularity points and completed your task. Ding. The task rewards have been credited. Would you like to open them? Surprised, Sukin pondered the unexpected swiftness of his accomplishment. He had anticipated that it would take at least a few days. It appeared that, regardless of the timeline, the audience's taste in music remained consistent. Even in this realm, Qinghua continued to shine brilliantly. He proceeded to open his task rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the singing techniques of ethnic songs. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 2 song components. As the notifications concluded, a refreshing energy enveloped Sukin, dissipating into nothingness. He realized he had mastered the techniques for performing ethnic songs. This style diverged from conventional singing methods, placing emphasis on breath control, articulation, and emotional expression. It not only preserved the essence of traditional folk singing but also integrated techniques from bel canto. Boasting a wide vocal range, a rich and bright tone, amiable articulation, and a simple yet beautiful singing style. At that moment, Sukin distinctly felt his proficiency in breath control and articulation had significantly improved. He gently hummed a few lines from a folk song he remembered, his resonant voice filling the air. Little Fatty, engrossed in a game of Dota at his computer, felt an electric jolt at the sound. Gripping his axe character, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, achieving a 5-kill streak. Instantly, the in-game female characters began to call out to him incessantly, nearly lifting him to the heavens. Sukin, sing a bit more. Whether we win this round depends on you. Little Fatty exclaimed excitedly. Get lost, Sukin retorted, redirecting his focus back to the task rewards. In addition to mastering the singing techniques of ethnic songs, Sukin had also received 2 song components, which could be exchanged for any 2 songs. He understood the importance of conserving these components for crucial moments, especially since he had promised Principal Fu to participate in the top 100 university singing competition, and he intended to give it his all. Subsequently, Sukin picked up his phone to gauge the online reaction to Qinghua. Curious about how it had garnered enough attention to complete his task in a single day, he casually opened a short video application. The top trending video featured Sukin's rendition of Qinghua. He meticulously examined the comments section, where audiences typically expressed their initial reactions to the song. I have an everlasting admiration for the written word and a profound gratitude for being a descendant of the Huaxia civilization. A single phrase has the power to evoke tears, stirring emotions that transcend mere text. As someone who has been single for nearly 30 years, I surprisingly felt the anguish of heartbreak through this song. What a curious phenomenon. The lingering impact of this melody was so potent that I found myself accelerating to my first love's doorstep, only to forget that my wife was in the passenger seat. Words of regret linger unspoken, and my heart clenches upon hearing a particular lyric, prompting memories of her. Alas, during those times, I faced entrepreneurial failures and was burdened with debt, possessing nothing. Once I am able to afford a car, the first song I shall play will undoubtedly be Qinghua. In today's world, love seems most suitable when matched by social standing. Climbing too high or finding compatibility will inevitably lead to exhaustion. It is through this song that I have developed a fondness for Sukin. Hoping he will produce numerous songs in the future, I shall remain a steadfast supporter. Sukin, keep striving. As he glanced through these comments, his heart was stirred. Initially, his choice of this song was merely to fulfill a task. Yet he was astonished by the profound insights it offered to the audience. Behind each highly praised comment lie countless individuals concealing their authentic stories. The song Qinghua has become a channel for these listeners to express their innermost emotions, providing a respite from the weariness of life. Perhaps this is the essence of music's power, a realization that filled Sukin with contentment. At that moment, Sukin received a document from Principal Fu regarding the regulations for a nationwide singing competition among the top 100 universities. The competition consists of preliminary rounds and a final, with the preliminaries divided into 7 regions: North China, Northeast, East China, Central China, South China, Southwest, and Northwest. The top 5 singers from each region will advance, culminating in the final competition in Yanjing with 35 contestants. As Sukin's university, Rongqing University, belongs to the Southwest region, he must first participate in the regional preliminaries, which will take place in the picturesque city of Panshir, Guizhou Province. According to the competition schedule, Sukin must travel to this city tomorrow for preliminary preparations. While the timeline feels somewhat tight, it is understandable given the last-minute change in participants. The entire competition will span approximately 2 months, meaning Sukin's remaining university life will be directly shortened by that duration. Though it is somewhat regrettable, he senses that the ensuing months may not be particularly tranquil. A change of scenery could be beneficial. The night passed in silence. The following day, Su Can bid farewell to Xiaoping and met Principal Fu at the school gate. As the head of the institution, Principal Fu's personal attendance underscores the significance he places on this event. He had already arranged high-speed train tickets and accommodations for both himself and Su Can, covering all expenses. For Su Can, this was akin to a delightful business trip. After a 5-hour train journey, they arrived smoothly in Panchur. Principal Fu had several old acquaintances in the area and wished to gather with them, inviting Su Can to join. However, Su Can politely declined, as he found little interest in a dinner gathering with an average age of over 50 and felt no need to put himself in an uncomfortable situation. Thus, Su Can took the luggage of the two individuals and hailed a taxi to the reserved hotel. Principal Fu proceeded alone to a banquet. Although he referred to the attendees as old friends, they were, in truth, merely the accompanying teachers from the participating schools, including professors and other principals. Everyone aimed to seize this opportunity for some well-deserved relaxation. Following the address, Principal Fu arrived at a private room in a restaurant. "Ah, old Fu has arrived. Haha. Here to go through the motions again, are you? How long do you plan to stay this time?" As soon as he entered, Principal Fu was met with a chorus of teasing from a group of elderly acquaintances. In the past, he would have simply smiled it off, as their remarks held a kernel of truth. However, this time, he was determined to reclaim his dignity. "Humph." Principal Fu pulled out a chair and sat down with determination. "This time, I have come well prepared. Don't be surprised when I prove you wrong." "Oh." A plump middle-aged man at the table raised an eyebrow. "Old Fu, have you brought an outside help?" This man was Director Guo of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Rongqing, a member of the Preliminary Competition Committee. He shared a deep camaraderie with Principal Fu and sensed that he was not jesting this time. "No," Principal Fu replied with a smile, his face adorned with an air of mystery. "This time, I have brought our own students." "Your school students?" Director Guo expressed mild astonishment. "Year after year, you participate in the competition but never advance beyond the preliminaries. Does your school even have any talented singers?" The others at the table laughed heartily. "You old fellow, you're just boasting again. Prepare to come in last. This time, I have brought the best singers from our school. Securing a spot in the top 5 will be a piece of cake." Principal Fu was known for his unfiltered bragging, and the others simply chose to disregard his claims. Unfazed by the familiar jests, Principal Fu leisurely proposed, "How about we make a wager? Let us bet on whether Rome University can break into the top 5 this time." Chapter 12, A Wager. "Su Can, you mustn't jest." Upon hearing of the wager, the group of elderly gentlemen exhibited palpable excitement. "Very well, let us gamble." A chorus of agreement ensued. Director Guo hesitated, contemplating whether to advise Principal Fu to exercise restraint. After all, it was merely a jest to enliven the atmosphere. Betting could easily disrupt camaraderie. Furthermore, he harbored doubts that Rome University could secure a place among the top 5 in the preliminary rounds. Principal Fu waved a dismissive hand at Director Guo, signaling him not to worry. Subsequently, the assembly eagerly delved into discussions regarding the stakes. Since the betting parties were all educational institutions, they ultimately concurred that the wager would entail 10,000 books. Should Rome University lose, they would present each participating school with 10,000 volumes. Conversely, if Rome University triumphed, the other institutions would bestow upon them 10,000 books and publicly acknowledge Rome University as their esteemed leader on official social media. The books gifted must not be trivial self-help titles, they were to be high-quality bestsellers. "Wait, it cannot be just as placing the bet. The more, the merrier. I will invite representatives from other schools as well," one enthusiastic spectator declared, initiating the formation of a group chat. Within the private room, the represented schools numbered merely 6. Should Rome University falter, the compensation would amount to a mere 60,000 books. Yet, should all participating institutions be included, the total would escalate to 40 schools, necessitating a staggering 400,000 volumes. Translated into monetary value, this was no trifling sum. Principal Fu merely chuckled softly, refraining from interference. This assembly was fixated on the prospect of Rome University's defeat, oblivious to the possibility of victory if Rome University succeeded. It would mean acquiring 400,000 high-quality books. For him, this would constitute a monumental achievement, bringing him closer to the esteemed position of principal. Soon, representatives from all participating schools joined the newly established chat group, and upon learning of the wager, they eagerly expressed their desire to participate. Who would refuse 10,000 books for free? With the bet confirmed, laughter and merriment filled the air as they indulged in food and drink. Attendees frequently served Principal Fu, seemingly offering him consolation in advance. He graciously accepted the fine food and drink, relishing the sumptuous feast. 2 hours later, the banquet concluded. Director Guo assisted the slightly inebriated Principal Fu in departing the restaurant and hailed a taxi for him. Old Fu, do you truly have confidence in this? As Principal Fu settled into the back seat, Director Guo could not help but inquire before the door closed. Rest assured. Securing a spot in the top 5 is absolutely within reach. Who knows, we might even clinch the championship in the preliminary rounds. After all, that song is Qinghua. Qinghua? What does Qinghua University have to do with this? Have you had too much to drink? Director Guo was perplexed and prepared to probe further, only to see Principal Fu shut the car door, and the taxi sped away. Upon returning to the hotel, Principal Fu made a beeline for Su Qian's room. He had gleaned some crucial details about the competition during the dinner and felt it imperative to share them with Su Qian. Principal Fu, you've had quite a bit to drink today, Su Qian observed, detecting the scent of alcohol on him, and poured a cup of tea. Haha. I was simply in high spirits and indulged a bit. Principal Fu took a hearty sip of tea, feeling somewhat revived. He gazed deeply at Su Qian. You must give your utmost in this competition. Rest assured, I will. Suddenly, Su Qian sensed that Principal Fu was placing greater emphasis on this competition. Principal Fu nodded in satisfaction and began to recount the rules of the contest that he had learned during today's banquet. The competition will take place on a vast prairie in Pan City, scheduled for 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. There will be a multitude of spectators present, and the entire event will be broadcast live. Su Qian was somewhat taken aback by the notion of a live broadcast. Typically, various singing competitions record performances live to ensure quality, followed by editing for the final release. After all, even established singers cannot guarantee that their concerts will go off without a hitch. This time, the competition among the top 100 universities involves students who cannot be regarded as professional singers. The fact that the organizing committee has opted for a live broadcast undoubtedly adds considerable pressure on the participants. Nevertheless, Su Qian was unperturbed by the prospect of live streaming. He possessed a positive mindset, and, moreover, his singing skills were quite solid. However, the choice of a vast prairie as the competition venue was indeed novel. By the way, Principal Fu, what is the name of that prairie? Su Qian inquired with curiosity. What is it called? Principal Fu squinted, recalling, and exclaimed. Wumeng Prairie. Wumeng Prairie. Su Qian's eyes lit up. How familiar that place name was. Su Qian, I will submit your song Qinghua to the organizing committee tomorrow. As they require prior registration, Principal Fu remarked casually. The committee needs to know the songs the participants will perform in advance to avoid copyright disputes. Since Qinghua is Su Qian's original song, informing the committee suffices. Wait a moment, Principal Fu. Su Qian paused for a while, a smile spreading across his face. I want to be singing Qinghua this time. I will perform another song. What? Upon hearing Su Qian's statement, Principal Fu appeared as if jolted awake, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Su Qian, please don't jest. Qinghua is such a beautiful song. Why wouldn't you sing it? Just moments ago, Principal Fu had been calm and composed at the banquet. But the news that Su Qian would not sing Qinghua threw him into a flurry. If you sing Qinghua, you could undoubtedly place in the top 5 of the preliminaries. Winning first place is also quite feasible. Principal Fu, I believe I can make it into the top 5 with another song as well, Su Qian replied, his expression brimming with confidence. Upon learning that the preliminaries would be held on Wumeng Prairie, a song that perfectly suited the occasion sprang to mind. It was a folk song, and Su Qian had recently mastered the techniques of performing ethnic music, allowing him to convey the song beautifully. His anticipation for this song rivaled that of Qinghua. He even considered expressing to Principal Fu that he could secure the championship with this song. However, in the presence of elders, it was best to remain modest. Are you certain? Principal Fu's expression fluctuated. Su Qian was the one participating in the competition, and only he could ultimately decide which song to perform. Principal Fu could only offer suggestions from the sidelines. I am certain, Su Qian affirmed resolutely. Very well. Principal Fu sighed, contemplating the mere 400,000 books, which equated to a decade's worth of his salary. He reassured himself that he could manage tighter days ahead. Yet, despite this internal consolation, a lingering ache persisted. Su Qian, which song would you like to sing? Principal Fu attempted to divert his attention from the daunting figure of 400,000 books. The Lady of the Fragrance. Chapter 13. The Southwest Preliminary Competition commences. As Su Qian uttered the title of the song, a notification echoed within his mind. Ding! A new task has been issued by the system. New task. please obtain the championship in the National Top 100 Universities Singing Competition. Accomplishing this objective will yield corresponding rewards. What a splendid opportunity. Su Qian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The celestial singing skills he acquired from the novice gift pack, along with the techniques for performing folk songs obtained from the previous task, illuminated a profound realization. Whatever the system produces is undoubtedly a masterpiece. He was wholeheartedly prepared to engage in this competition, and it felt as if the system was encouraging him with generous rewards. What a delightful prospect. Meanwhile, Principal Fu, upon hearing the song title, was momentarily taken aback. Individuals from other regions might be unfamiliar with the name Lady Shexiang. However, as the president of Rome University and a distinguished scholar in the Southwest, Principal Fu was well acquainted with the historical figure. Lady Shexiang, a Izu female chieftain during the Ming Dynasty, was an exceptional politician. During her reign, she established postal routes, quelled border unrest, fostered agriculture, safeguarded trade, and propagated Confucianism, contributing significantly to the unity of the Yi and Han peoples, thus strengthening the relationship between the Southwest and Central regions. It could be said that Lady Shexiang's influence in the Southwest was profound. Yet, Principal Fu was perplexed. Had he not merely asked Su Qian for the name of the song? Why did he respond with the name of a historical figure? Su Qian, what connection does your song have with Lady Shexiang? Principal Fu inquired, puzzled. The title is Lady Shexiang. What? What did you say? Principal Fu's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to suppress an exclamation. The title is Lady Shexiang? He had never encountered such a title before, which implied that this was an original composition by Su Qian, inspired by a historical figure. Principal Fu scrutinized Su Qian, his expression filled with incredulity. The previous song, Qinghua, was an exemplary love ballad, indicating Su Qian's proficiency in composing romantic songs. However, could Lady Shexiang be a love song? Absolutely not. If it were a love song, it would surely incite scorn from the populace of the Southwest. Moreover, even if it were a different genre, if the theme were misaligned, the song would likewise provoke ire from the local community. This was a song fraught with considerable risk. Su Qian, do you have confidence in this piece, Lady Shexiang? Principal Fu asked, his concern evident. Having already advised once, he felt it inappropriate to do so again. I am confident, Su Qian replied with calm assurance. This song Lady Shexiang achieved billions of views in my past life. Furthermore, the preliminary competition is set to take place on the vast Wumeng grassland. The timing, location, and circumstances are all in my favor. Do you have the sheet music? Let me see. Principal Fu still harbored some reservations. Not at the moment. Su Qian admitted, I haven't yet redeemed the original composition for Lady Shexiang. The principal, with a bittersweet smile, gently advised Su Qian to rest well after a long day of travel, reminding him that the competition was just 2 days away and that he needed to rejuvenate his spirit. After offering a few distracted words of encouragement, he took his leave, intending to call his wife regarding the substantial expense of 400,000 books, which would require the couple's retirement funds. Upon hearing the principal's words, Su Qian obediently washed up and retired early. The next morning, after breakfast, he communicated with the system in his mind. Ding! The song component has been transformed. As the system's voice echoed in his consciousness, the lyrics and accompaniment of Lady of Luxurious Fragrance emerged with remarkable clarity. Su Qian felt the familiar weight of his portable USB drive in his pocket. If he guessed correctly, it now contained the electronic accompaniment for Lady of Luxurious Fragrance. Subsequently, he rented a recording studio in the city to practice the song. Although his singing skills had reached a kingly level with the system's assistance, the art of song interpretation was an endless journey. Only with a diligent and earnest approach could he hope to progress further along the path of music. A day later, as the studio door swung open, Su Qian emerged, fatigued yet with his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the competition the following day. He could already foresee the impact Lady of Luxurious Fragrance would have on the audience, having validated its power in his previous life. Moreover, the cultural and entertainment standards of this world lagged considerably behind those of his past, ensuring that this rendition would be even more sensational. After settling the bill with the studio owner, he requested an invoice for reimbursement purposes. With time still on his hands, Su Qian casually boarded a bus to explore the city, indulging in its local delicacies. Although Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan belong to the same culinary heritage, each region boasts its unique flavors. In Guizhou, he savored an array of potato snacks, various hot pots, sour soup hot pot, fermented black bean hot pot, sour soup fish, and lamb rice noodles. He found a bustling night market and enjoyed a delightful dinner, returning to the hotel with a pleasantly full stomach. Upon arrival, he discovered that the principal was not in the room. The absence of any communication from the principal throughout the day brought a smile to Su Can's face. It seemed the principal had faith in him and was not the least bit worried. The feeling of being trusted was truly gratifying. Rest assured, he would surely dazzle everyone at the university's prestigious singing competition. A night passed. Today marked the official day of the regional preliminaries for the top university singing competition in the Southwest. At 9 in the morning, a grand stage had been erected on the vast grasslands of Wumeng, surrounded by an array of sound equipment. In front of the stage, live broadcast equipment was being fine-tuned by the staff. Further back sat the judging panel, comprising 10 judges, including Director Guo from the Rongqing Cultural and Tourism Bureau. These 10 judges would evaluate the contestants' performances, awarding scores out of 10. The students who ranked in the top 5 will advance to the preliminary round, earning the opportunity to compete in the finals in Yanjing. Behind the judging panel is a row of spectator seats, filled with thousands of onlookers, predominantly young people from the city of Pan. It seems the organizing committee aims to engage the local populace in the excitement. Principal Fu and several school representatives occupy the front row of the audience. Old Fu, why does your face appear so pale? Do confess, where did you go yesterday? Laughter ensues. Is it because your wife is not beside you that you indulged yourself? I shall inform your wife, Old Fu, and you can expect to be kneeling on a washboard when you return. The crowd notices that Principal Fu's complexion has deteriorated significantly since their last meeting 2 days prior. Prompting further jests, Old Fu offers a wry smile, choosing not to respond. Regardless of the complaints, he knows he will indeed be kneeling on that washboard upon his return. Chapter 14. You are indeed a ruthless individual. Your concealment runs deeper than anyone else's. As laughter and chatter filled the air in front of the stage, the contestants in the dressing room were busily preparing, with some even applying makeup for the occasion. After all, there would be thousands of spectators present, and the competition was being broadcast live. Su Can sat quietly in a corner, his eyes closed in a meditative state. Occasionally, passers-by glanced at him, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall who he was. This was not surprising. The live video of Su Can performing Qinghua at his concert had been recorded by audience members on their phones, and the dim lighting rendered his features somewhat indistinct. Only those who were well acquainted with Su Can could recognize him. The students in the dressing room did not know him, making their inability to identify him quite natural. As moments ticked away, the preliminary round officially commenced. The live streaming room was activated, showcasing a new channel titled National Top 100 University Singing Competition Southwest Region Preliminary Live. Curious online users occasionally stumbled upon the stream, but quickly exited upon seeing the title. After all, what merit could there be in listening to a group of students sing? Furthermore, this was merely the preliminary round, not the grand finale. Consequently, the number of viewers remained steady at several hundred, with little fluctuation. Dear audience, good morning. Welcome to the live broadcast of the National Top 100 University Singing Competition Southwest Region Preliminary, accompanied by gentle introductory music. A tall girl dressed in a flowing white gown graced the stage. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Pan City authorities and the local community for their unwavering support of this competition. We also thank the esteemed judges for attending today's event. Now, let us welcome our first contestant, Li Qing from the prestigious university, who will perform for us the song Qinghua. As the announcement concluded, thunderous applause erupted in the venue. Qinghua was currently the most popular song on the internet, gaining unprecedented traction over the past week. Essentially, anyone with internet access had likely heard it, and the audience of thousands present were no exception, all enamored with the melody. Upon hearing someone sing his song, Su Can, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them in surprise. He had entrusted the copyright of Qinghua to another party. As long as it did not involve any financial interests, anyone was free to cover the song. Thus, it was permissible for this preliminary round to feature Qinghua. On stage, following the host's exit, a young man stepped forward. The accompaniment of Qinghua began to play, and the boy's gentle voice harmonized beautifully with the song. The audience was evidently pleased, showering him with continuous applause. The number of viewers in the live stream surged, climbing from several hundred to around 5,000. Ultimately, this young man garnered an impressive score of 8.9. Elated, he exited the stage. Under the host's introduction, the next contestant was about to take the stage. With the order determined by the sequence of school registrations, Su Kan, who registered at Rome University relatively late, found himself positioned further down the performance order. To his astonishment, he discovered that among the 10 contestants, 3 had chosen to sing Qinghua. These students received commendable scores, as the quality of Qinghua significantly surpassed that of the other selected pieces. In the audience, Principal Fu listened to rendition after rendition of Qinghua, his expression a blend of amusement and exasperation. While the students performed admirably, none could match the enchanting quality of Su Kan's voice. Had Su Kan taken the stage to sing Qinghua, victory in the preliminaries would have been assured. What a pity. Principal Fu sighed deeply. As the preliminaries progressed, following the performance of one student, the host returned to the center of the stage, her demeanor markedly different, filled with excitement and anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next performer hails from Rome University, and his name is Su Kan. The mention of his name sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. During the concert, Xiao Mo had inquired about Su Kan, and he had responded. Anyone who had watched the concert video would recognize the name Su Kan as the voice behind Qinghua. Yet, Su Kan was a common name, leaving the audience uncertain if this was indeed the same individual. The host's next words dispelled the audience's uncertainty. For the past few days, I have been playing a song on repeat, Qinghua. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Su Kan for creating such a beautiful piece. At this revelation, the venue fell into a hushed silence. The audience's eyes widened, disbelief washing over them. This Su Kan was indeed the one who sang Qinghua. Was it true? A strong sense of unreality enveloped the atmosphere. Until now, the singer had existed only in discussions among netizens, his presence absent from the online sphere. The audience had heard his voice, but had yet to see his face. At that moment, upon hearing the host call his name, Su Kan rose amidst the astonished gazes of his fellow contestants and strode confidently to the stage. The other competitors felt as though they were caught in a tempest within their hearts. Upon hearing the host's announcement and gazing upon Su Kan's visage, they instantly confirmed that he was indeed the one. The students who had performed Qinghua flushed with embarrassment, never anticipating that the true artist was among them. Those who had confidently declared their intentions to win the championship wore expressions of complex emotion, realizing that their chances for victory had dwindled significantly. In their eyes, Su Kan's performance of Qinghua was destined to secure the title. As the audience grappled with uncertainty over whether the Su Kan was the same as the one they had discussed, his figure finally graced the stage. All eyes converged upon his face, and in that instant, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Incredible! It's truly Su Kan, the one who sang Qinghua. It is indeed Su Kan, looking exactly like the Su Kan in the video. No, in reality, Su Kan is even more handsome. I am utterly enchanted. I must hastily take a photograph and share it on social media to announce to the world. Shortly, I intend to seek Su Kan's autograph, an absolute necessity. A friend from my university, Rongda, informed me that Su Kan is from their school. I thought he was merely boasting and scolded him. How wrong I was to doubt my good brother. I feel utterly foolish. I never anticipated I would witness Su Kan perform Qinghua live, and my heart is overflowing with joy. The audience is ecstatic. The representatives from the front row of the audience are all gazing at Principal Fu. You sly old fox, you managed to bring Su Kan, who is performing Qinghua. With Su Kan singing Qinghua, victory is guaranteed. Principal Fu, you are blatantly cheating. Old Fu, you are truly formidable, concealing your plans better than anyone else. Hearing the grumbles of these old fellows, Old Fu sighed lightly. Rest assured, Su Kan will not perform Qinghua. P.S. I kindly ask for your generous support for my new book. Seeking encouragement and motivation for updates? Thank you. Chapter 15. An Ode to Lady Shexiang. Why not sing Qinghua? Upon hearing Principal Fu's exclamation, the representatives from the surrounding schools were taken aback. Su Kan's rendition of Qinghua was undoubtedly destined to secure victory in the Southwest preliminaries. What could possibly be the reason for this choice? A nearby old friend inquired with a sense of bewilderment. The youth possessed their own convictions. Su Kan has chosen to perform another piece, was the response. What song? An original composition. Principal Fu's brow furrowed deeply. An original song crafted in just 2 days. Just 2 nights prior, he had asked Su Kan to review the score, to which Su Kan had replied that he had not yet completed it. The song Lady Shexiang bore a distinct connection to the vast grasslands of Wumeng, suggesting that Su Kan had conceived this idea on a whim and hastily penned the lyrics. The other school representatives were once again left in astonishment upon learning that Su Kan intended to perform an original song written in merely 2 days. Are the youth truly that talented? With such a melodious piece as Qinghua at his disposal, Why opt for a song composed in such a short span? Was this confidence or mere arrogance? It suddenly dawned upon them why Principal Fu's countenance appeared so ashen. According to their wager, a loss for Principal Fu could result in the forfeiture of 40,000 books, a significant blow to his resources. Contemplating this, they found themselves sympathizing with Principal Fu. To have a student like Sukin, was it a blessing or a curse? Principal Fu, our school's 10,000 books can be deferred. You may deliver them within the year. Indeed, our school can also postpone. There is no rush. We are all old friends. We shall not burden you. Just remember to fulfill your promise. In response to the comforting words of these old acquaintances, Principal Fu remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Sukin on stage. At that moment, he could only hope that Sukin's new song would not be subpar. Simultaneously, Sukin's appearance not only created a stir on-site, but also ignited excitement in the live stream. No way. Sukin, the one who sings Qinghua, is actually participating in this competition? Surely, I am not mistaken. The truth was undeniable. Sukin was a student from a university in southwest China. This seemingly modest competition was teeming with hidden talents. Quick, gather the brothers to watch the live stream and listen to Sukin sing Qinghua. In an instant, aside from Principal Fu and his old friends, along with the committee members, everyone else assumed that Sukin would perform Qinghua. On stage, as Sukin stepped into the spotlight, the charming female host gazed at his handsome visage, her heart fluttering. Ahem. Sukin gently cleared his throat, sensing that the host's gaze lingered upon him for too long, bordering on unprofessionalism. Upon hearing Sukin's gentle reminder, the host's face flushed crimson. She swiftly turned her attention to the judges and audience below. The song that Sukin will perform today is She Deliberately Paused. And the atmosphere fell silent, with nearly everyone awaiting the two words, Qinghua. Lady Shexiang. The voice of the female host resonated through every corner of the venue, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment. Was it not Qinghua? In the live broadcast room, comments began to flood in. Shexiang foreign? This song is nowhere to be found online. Could it be an original composition by Sukin? Goodness, just after releasing Qinghua, now comes Shexiang foreign? I hope Sukin does not falter. It is rare to find a favorite singer, whether among the live audience or those watching online. Nearly 90% believed Sukin would perform Qinghua. Yet, he was about to sing an unheard original song. This was truly unexpected. Even Director Guo of the Rongqing Cultural and Tourism Bureau, seated among the judges, wore a look of surprise, having assumed Sukin would sing Qinghua. On stage, the radiant female host initially found it perplexing that Sukin would not perform Qinghua. However, standing beside him, she suddenly felt that regardless of what song he sang, it would be delightful. Such is the charm of a handsome man. Go for it, Sukin, she softly encouraged before swiftly exiting the stage. The accompaniment began to play, and Sukin sensed the audience's astonishment, but quickly composed himself to enter into his performance. The upbeat prelude immediately captivated the listeners' ears. Then, Sukin's voice emerged. Unlike the gentle tone he used for Qinghua, this song commenced with a deeper timbre. To the audience's surprise, the introduction featured rap. On the banks of the river, cliffs face each other. In waning, the grass sea blooms with buckwheat. Who hung the moon in the sky, illuminating the words I long to say. Flowing into the sea. Flowing into the sea. Flowing into the sea. Flowing into the sea. The 10 judges suddenly widened their eyes, their expressions filled with disbelief. In the contemporary Chinese music scene, rap is not commonly embraced and is often regarded as lowbrow. After all, early rap by African Americans frequently included profanity, vehemently critiqued social injustices, and overtly sought wealth. Therefore, they were utterly unprepared for Sukin's new song to commence with rap. The significance lies in the fact that this song is inspired by the historical figure, Shexiang foreign. The fusion of historical narrative with rap is undeniably innovative and audacious. Among the judges, Director Guo's eyes sparkled with interest. In his view, the method of singing matters less than the essence of the performance. Although it was rap, the lyrics were particularly intricate and profound, especially upon hearing the line, "Who hung the moon in the sky, illuminating the words I long to say, flowing into the sea." It felt as though the moonlight had truly penetrated the heart, illuminating and expanding the inner self. Based solely on this opening, Director Guo was convinced it must be a remarkable song. The judges analyzed the piece from a professional musical perspective, while the audience simply listened. Most of them were locals familiar with the geographical references of Luojia River and waning grass sea woven into the melody. As they listened to the lyrics, vivid images of the canyon scenery of Luojia River and the enchanting beauty of waning grass sea materialized in their minds. This sensation was truly marvelous. With the shift in rhythm, Su Can's voice resonated once more, markedly distinct from the previous segment. Crossing the undulating high mountains, traversing the boundless seas. If hope still lingers, spring will always bring forth blossoms. Please stay gently, allowing dreams to sweep away this dust. Fragrance wafts beyond the bookcase, heralding a symphony of celestial beauty. The melodious singing echoed in the ears of every audience member, stirring their souls. Suddenly, the figure of Lady Shexiang emerged vividly before their eyes. She traversed the lofty mountains and crossed the vast seas, solely to witness the warmth of spring and the blooming flowers. In that moment, the audience felt an overwhelming surge of inspiration. They resolved to learn from the indomitable Lady Shexiang. Regardless of the myriad difficulties and challenges faced, as long as hope endures in the heart, spring shall inevitably arrive, and flowers shall blossom. Meanwhile, the 10 judges were profoundly moved as they heard Su Can transition from rap to a conventional singing style. The switch was seamless, devoid of any sense of disjunction. His vocal prowess was remarkable. While marveling internally, they found themselves swaying unconsciously to the rhythm of the song. The music's cadence was irresistibly powerful, even possessing a certain enchantment. Chapter 16. The Wumeng Mountains Connect Beyond. The finest folk song. In the front row of the audience, Principal Fu had succumbed completely to a state of stupefaction, his eyes wide open and his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a goose egg. He was overwhelmed by an unexpected wave of happiness. Before Su Can began to sing, he had braced himself for the loss of 400,000 copies of books. However, it now appeared that such a fate might be averted. The quality of Lady Shexiang seemed remarkably high. Both in terms of arrangement and lyrics, it was, thus far, of the highest caliber. With this song, securing a spot among the top 5 in the urgent budget was certainly within reach. Yet, alongside this happiness came occasional assaults from the audience. Each time Su Can finished a line, the elderly gentlemen around him would jab and poke at Principal Fu as if venting their frustrations. In response, Principal Fu could only endure helplessly, having just reassured them that Su Can would not perform blue and white porcelain. No one had anticipated that Su Can would deliver such a spectacular performance. In the live broadcast room, after Su Can's 2 segments of singing, the number of online viewers surged dramatically, breaking through the 100,000 mark. Oh my, I have fallen in love with this song. The bass at the beginning is phenomenal. My phone speaker is about to explode. Goodness, this song is extraordinary. It's not merely catchy, the lyrics and composition are truly fascinating. I have studied the historical tale of Lady Shexiang, and in light of the lyrics, this is an anthem celebrating the spirit of national unity, with profound implications. Who would have thought that Su Can is a songwriting genius? I dare say this Lady Shexiang is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Listen to Lady Shexiang, become a refined man. Listen to Lady Shexiang, become an elegant woman. Although only 2 segments had been performed, the audience in the live room had completely succumbed to the allure of the song. Just moments ago, they had harbored doubts about Su Can's new piece. Yet now they were utterly enamored, unable to extricate themselves. The number of real-time online viewers continued to swell at an astonishing rate, adding thousands every second. On stage, Su Can's voice transitioned once more into rap. Not waiting for the 3rd watch to pass, the dawn breaks. Lady Shexiang returns under the moonlight. She paints the sunlight upon her heart, illuminating the pitch-black night, bright and clear, bright and clear, bright and clear, bright and clear. At this moment, the audience had grown accustomed to Su Can's rap style, or rather, they had fallen in love with it. This segment of rap lyrics continued to depict Lady Shexiang. She rises to labor before the 3rd watch, akin to chasing the moon upon her return. Her wisdom and courage transform the dark night into a beacon of light. The judges and audience from the Southwest genuinely cherished the lyrics of this song, even exuding a sense of pride as it celebrated their ancestors. Once again, a melodious tune filled the air, crossing the undulating high mountains, traversing the boundless seas. If hope still lingers, spring will always arrive with blooming flowers. Please, linger gently, let dreams sweep away this dust. The fragrance wafted beyond the confines of the library, resonating with a celestial beauty. Upon hearing the refrain for the 2nd time, nearly all the audience swayed to the rhythm of the song, their faces illuminated with delight. Yet, the subsequent verses stirred even deeper emotions. The true chorus had arrived. The Wumeng Mountains connect to mountains beyond. The moonlight spills upon the rippling waters. Can anyone tell me, is it not the heavens calling out to you? One mountain crossed, one river traversed, thousands of hills and waters never feel lonely. You have graced the years with legends, the rhododendrons bloom endlessly. As this segment of the song unfolded, The eyes of all spectators sparkled with excitement. The Wumeng Mountains link to mountains beyond. It is crucial to note that this very stage was erected upon the vast expanse of the Wumeng Prairie. Such a setting, combined with these poignant lyrics, stirred an exhilarating response, sending shivers down spines. Suddenly, a few audience members sprang to their feet, swaying enthusiastically. This scene was infectious, spreading from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. Ultimately, over 90% of the audience stood, swaying in unison. The 10 judges could not help but glance back at this magnificent spectacle, their hearts tingling with the desire to join in the revelry. Yet, as judges, they had to maintain their dignity. Had they known, they would have preferred to be mere spectators, free and unencumbered. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments surged wildly. The true climax had arrived. Wumeng Mountains connect to mountains beyond. Before their eyes, a tranquil stream shimmered under the moonlight. How marvelous! I'm not joking. Someone, bring me the microphone. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming envy for the audience present, as I could hardly fathom the emotions evoked by experiencing this song live. Meanwhile, my mother and her friends, engrossed in a mahjong game in the living room, rushed over to snatch my phone, tears of joy welling up. The entire live broadcast room erupted with exuberance, completely exploding with energy. Simultaneously, at the Shanghai National Music Academy, in a spacious classroom, a lesson was in progress. A student, engrossed in the live stream of the National Singing Competition's Southwest Regional Preliminaries, was exhilarated as Su Can's voice soared through the chorus of Wumeng Mountains connect to mountains beyond. The student danced with glee, yet in their exuberance, the poorly connected headphone cable slipped, causing the music to blare through the classroom. The melodious and soaring voice of the song instantly filled the room. The music teacher, initially taken aback by such an enchanting sound, quickly sprang into action as if uncovering a treasure. In a swift motion, the music teacher seized the student's phone, unplugged the headphone cable, and cranked the volume to its maximum. After listening for a few moments, the music teacher, with trembling hands, sent a message. Dear everyone, I am the principal of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. This is the most beautiful folk song I have ever heard. It is also the most delightful ode to historical figures. As soon as this message appeared, the entire audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. The principal of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. This institution is one of the premier music academies in China. The fact that this principal praised Su Can's song so highly was tantamount to granting it an authoritative seal of approval. Incredible! The most enchanting folk song. It has been ages since a remarkable folk song graced the Chinese music scene, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Su Can is not only the master of love songs but also a true folk music virtuoso. The barrage of comments in the live stream fell like snowflakes, overwhelming the chat. They simply found Su Can's music exceptionally captivating, yet they never anticipated that a top music expert from China would offer such high praise. It turns out that Su Can's music is so rich in artistic essence. Following the principal's remarks, the enthusiasm in the live stream skyrocketed. An increasing number of netizens flocked to join in, collectively savoring this piece. Lady Shexiang. Chapter 17, The Square Dance on the Prairie. Perfect score. In the judge's seat, Director Guo of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Wumeng City sparkled with enthusiasm. His presence at the preliminary competition was not solely to serve as a judge. He had a deeper purpose. He sought a promising young singer to perform a city promotional song for Wumeng City. While he could easily enlist a renowned artist for this task, Director Guo yearned for a youthful voice from the southwestern region, as only such a choice could truly embody the vibrant spirit of Wumeng City's dynamic development. This preliminary competition gathered exceptional young talents from the Southwest, and he was optimistic about finding the right candidate. At this moment, Director Guo was certain that Su Can was the perfect fit to sing the city's promotional anthem. Young, charismatic, and possessing an exceptional vocal ability, he was the one. On stage, Su Can's performance was reaching its zenith. Chi-chi chi-chi chi. Memories linger in my heart. Chi-chi chi-chi chi, a tribute to our recollections. Chi-chi chi-chi chi, the heartbeat of kindness. I seek your path, halting the very winds. I can still vividly see your steadfast steps. If only the heavens could retain you. If the earth could hold you close. May you dwell eternally in this realm of clouds and waters. Another exhilarating rap segment ensued, igniting the audience's fervor. The spectators suddenly perceived that the song's two distinct styles seemed to be performed by two different individuals, yet Su Can flawlessly delivered them as one. The experience he offered was both refreshing and electrifying. As the song approached its grand finale, the audience was drawn into a collective moment. Mount Wumeng connects with mountains beyond. Moonlight cascades upon the shimmering waters, Can anyone tell me, is the heavens calling for you? A mountain crossed, a river traversed, through myriad landscapes. One is never lonely. You have graced this era with legends, the rhododendrons bloom eternally. Mount Wumeng connects with mountains beyond, moonlight cascades upon the shimmering waters. Can anyone tell me, is the heavens calling for you? A mountain crossed, a river traversed, traversing countless terrains, one is never lonely. You have graced this era with legends, the rhododendrons bloom eternally. This time, Sukin was not alone. As the line, Mount Wumeng connects with mountains beyond, resonated, hundreds of audience members rose in unison, swaying and singing along. This was a folk song rich in southwestern cultural heritage, and as locals, they naturally joined in the chorus. From a distance, the scene resembled a grand square dance, with participants of all ages and genders. Across the vast expanse of the Wumeng Prairie, the melody soared with the wind, resounding majestically. It felt as though it were calling upon Lady Shexiang, wishing for her return to witness the present prosperity. The descendants had not disappointed her expectations. As the final notes echoed, "Ah-ya, iya-ha-hey," the chorus faded into silence. The audience sat in rapt attention, their gazes fixed upon Su Kan, relishing the final notes of the song. As Su Kan gently lowered the microphone, a profound silence enveloped the venue. The expressions on their faces remained intensely focused, as if his melodic voice continued to resonate within their minds. The viewers in the live stream quickly regained their senses. "Hey, that was exhilarating, my friends. My mother wonders why I am kneeling to listen to this music. It makes me want to embark on a journey. I yearn to sing Lady Shexiang on the vast grasslands of Wumeng." Su Kan's voice possessed a remarkable strength, soaring yet beautifully melodic, imparting an impression of power without harshness, a true vocal virtuoso. Su Kan understood the musical preferences of the people. The online audience was profoundly moved by the song's grandiose spirit, their blood surging with excitement. In the live venue, after a prolonged silence of over 10 seconds, applause began to swell, growing increasingly fervent. The audience clapped until their hands ached, not ceasing until the radiant female host took the stage, causing the applause to gradually fade. Feeling the enthusiastic gazes of the audience, Su Kan took a deep breath and, with a brilliant smile, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your affection towards Lady Shexiang." This song narrates the legendary life of Lady Shexiang. Her spirit illuminates not only the ancients but also the present. I appreciate your heartfelt listening, and I hope this song brings you some inspiration and resonance. As his words concluded, the venue erupted once more into fervent applause. Once the applause subsided, the host picked up the microphone and turned to Su Kan, saying, "Su Kan, just now, the president of the Magic City Conservatory of Music graced our live stream, praising your song as the finest piece of ethnic music he has ever heard." Su Kan, slightly taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement. The atmosphere in the venue stirred once again. While Su Kan was performing, the audience's attention had been entirely on the stage, leaving them unaware of the happenings in the live stream. Now, upon hearing the host's words, they realized the extraordinary praise Su Kan's song had received. This revelation struck the 10 judges profoundly. Compared to the president of the conservatory, they considered themselves merely amateurs. Given such high praise from the president, how could they possibly assign a low score? It would be tantamount to dismissing his words. Reflecting on the song's exceptional quality, they began to form their own conclusions. At this moment, the female host continued, "Next, we invite the judges to score Su Kan's Lady Shexiang." A countdown of 30 seconds appeared on the large screen above the stage. Once the time elapsed, the 10 judges were to raise their scoring boards. The audience fell silent, their eyes fixed on the countdown, eager to discover the scores Su Kan's song would receive. Soon, the final 10 seconds approached. 10, 9, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the time concluded, the 10 judges swiftly raised their scoring boards. At that instant, the camera zoomed in for a close-up. The eyes of the audience widened in astonishment. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, all perfect scores. The student Su Kan's rendition of Lady of Luxury ultimately received a score of 10, the highest thus far in the competition. This score is also a perfect one. Witnessing such a score, the female host was equally exhilarated. The audience erupted in a frenzy. Thunderous applause and a cacophony of cheers reverberated once more. Su Kan is truly exceptional. A perfect score. It must be a perfect score. Lady of Luxury is simply magnificent. We are grateful to Su Kan for delivering such a beautiful song. The audience felt an overwhelming sense of excitement and pride for Lady of Luxury achieving a perfect score. In the backstage lounge, the expressions of the participating students were complex. They wholeheartedly acknowledged the perfect score for Lady of Luxury. as the quality of the song was undeniably high. However, with only 5 advancement spots available in the preliminary round, Sukan had already claimed one, leaving only 4 remaining. Some confident contestants were unfazed, while others, lacking confidence, began to worry. In the front row of the audience, Principal Fu let out a sigh of relief, a broad smile illuminating his face. 400,000 books secured. This is excellent. He wouldn't have to kneel on a washboard when he returns. Yet, Principal Fu faced a delightful dilemma. 400,000 books were far too many, and the school library currently lacked sufficient space for storage. Never mind. He would deal with that quandary later. For now, he would indulge in his joy. Haha, our school's Sukan is truly remarkable. Hearing Principal Fu's words, the expressions of the surrounding school representatives darkened. With Sukan's perfect score, not only was advancement to the top 5 in the preliminary round assured, but winning the championship seemed inevitable. They had already lost their bets. Fortunately, 10,000 books were not an insurmountable amount. They could manage to procure them with some effort. However, Principal Fu's smug expression became increasingly irksome. It was quite vexing. Nevertheless, being able to hear Lady of Luxury live seemed rather delightful. In a moment, the representatives of the schools that had lost their bets found themselves in a profound internal conflict. Chapter 18, Champion of the Southwest Qualifiers. Sukan's exclusive Slice Master. After Sukan exited the stage, the competition continued with over 10 more participating students taking their turns. Once the final contestant's score was announced, the host officially declared the results of the Southwest Regional Qualifiers. First place was awarded to Sukan of Rongda, with a perfect score of 10 points. The only full score. The 5 students who successfully advanced took to the stage to receive their awards. The presenter was none other than Director Gua of the Rongqing Cultural and Tourism Bureau, one of the 10 judges. As Director Gua handed the first-place trophy to Sukan, he warmly patted Sukan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, Sukan. You have brought glory to Rongqing. Best of luck in the finals." "Thank you," Sukan replied with a slight nod, a hint of surprise in his gaze. "Rongqing? This presenter is from Rongqing?" Although Sukan did not recognize the presenter, the dignified aura surrounding him suggested a high-ranking position, likely within the government. Moreover, the presenter's friendly demeanor left a lasting impression on Sukan. After all the awards were presented, the Southwest qualifiers came to a close. Surprisingly, most of the audience did not rush to leave. Instead, they remained seated, awaiting something. Upon inquiry by the organizing committee, it was revealed that this group wished to have Sukan's autograph and take photos with him. Gasping in astonishment, the committee members realized that, considering Sukan had only performed 2 songs, including Qinghua, he had garnered such immense popularity. Given the relatively weak security at the event and the community's genuine nature, the committee decided to discuss with Sukan and seek his opinion. Sukan readily agreed. The audience's desire for autographs and photos indicated their appreciation and recognition of Sukan's music, for which he felt deeply grateful. Sukan had always believed that the relationship between a singer and their audience is a reciprocal journey of support and encouragement. He endeavored to meet the expectations of his fans. Thus, an incredibly moving scene unfolded. Although he was merely a student seated at a table, a long queue formed before him. Principal Fu looked on with delight, filled with pride for his student. After a full hour of signing autographs and taking photos, nearly 10,000 satisfied audience members finally dispersed. Sukan and Principal Fu then boarded a taxi back to their hotel, preparing to pack their belongings for the afternoon high-speed train back to Rongqing. Meanwhile, following the conclusion of the qualifiers, the staff uploaded the competition's high-definition video online. The video, lasting a full 2 hours, initially failed to generate significant buzz. After all, the length was daunting, and Sukan's performance occurred later in the program. Many netizens clicked on the video only to exit after a few minutes. At that moment, a netizen with the username MusicSlice, Xiao, Li was browsing music-related videos online. His usual work involved editing music clips and publishing them for traffic revenue. Recently, he has not produced any remarkable works. The only profit he made stemmed from editing a video of Sukan singing Qinghua. However, as time passed, the viewership of this video dwindled. For he was not the sole editor of Qinghua. If this continued, he would soon find himself in dire straits. It was then that he stumbled upon a video lasting 2 hours. While an ordinary person might find such length tedious, he was invigorated by the prospect that it might contain delightful snippets of singing. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. He promptly set the video to play at triple speed, focusing intently on the segment where Qinghua was performed, yet he shook his head slightly. The abundance of Qinghua videos recently meant that unless one sang exceptionally well, it would hardly create a ripple online. Just then, the name Sukan echoed within the video, causing him to perk up. The individual singing Qinghua was indeed named Su Kan, a name that had recently gained significant traction on the internet. Could it be that Sukan was the one? He muttered softly, adjusting the speed back to normal. Upon seeing Sukan appear in the video, he instantly recognized him. After all, he had edited Su Kan's performance of Qinghua countless times, to the point where he dreamt of Su Kan's visage. Sukan was performing Qinghua in this competition. He focused intently on the video. Despite the multitude of Qinghua renditions online, this was the original. Extracting this segment would undoubtedly yield immense traffic. As the music began to play, he realized this was not the prelude to Qinghua. A surge of excitement coursed through him. A song distinct from Qinghua might attract even greater viewership, as netizens often crave novelty. At that moment, Su Kan's voice resonated. On the banks of the river, opposite cliffs. The moment the melody enveloped him, he was utterly captivated. Upon finishing the song, his eyes gleamed with fervor, akin to a famished wolf spotting prey. If he could extract this snippet, it would surely be a windfall. Noticing the video had been uploaded merely 10 minutes ago, he realized he might be the first to discover Su Kan's performance. This meant he could reap the initial rewards. Without hesitation, he grabbed his editing software. In 10 minutes, he crafted a 4.5-minute video. He titled it Su Kan's original song Shexiang Fu Ren Premiere, and altered his online moniker to Su Kan's exclusive clip master. The video was published. Like a stone cast into a still pond, it stirred up a frenzy. Within half an hour, the video garnered 100,000 likes and 500,000 views. Fueled by this video, Shexiang Fu Ren began to spread wildly across the internet, creating a monumental wave. Chapter 19, a song of great elegance and popularity. That evening, within a bar in Yinjing, Tianyu sat amidst a cluster of sound equipment. As the resident DJ, his primary responsibility was to curate the music and elevate the atmosphere. At that moment, he was meticulously assembling a playlist of carefully selected Western dance tracks. In this day and age, bars predominantly featured Western upbeat songs, and the patrons seemed to prefer nothing but those. Relishing the ease of his task, Tianyu opted to play all the popular Western hits. Once he filled the playlist, he donned his headphones and aimlessly scrolled through a short video platform. Once again, he was inundated with videos of beautiful women dancing. Why was it always the same? Curse you, big data. Tianyu found it utterly exasperating. Right before him were real women dancing, and he had grown weary of it all. The videos incessantly recommended these perfectly edited beauties, leaving him to wonder if they were merely cleverly disguised older women. He had no interest in watching short videos of glamorous women, so he marked the video as unlikable and refreshed the feed, leading to a video with an astonishing 500,000 likes. Who was this star singing? Tianyu gasped, his eyes drawn to the title of the video, Su Kan's original song Lady of Luxury, premiering. Su Kan had released a new song? Instantly invigorated, Tianyu realized that no young person in Huaxia could resist the allure of Qinghua. Throughout history, youth have been ensnared by love. The theme of Qinghua, centered on romance, resonated deeply with countless lovesick souls. Tianyu himself adored Qinghua, listening to it several times each night before sleep, thus becoming a devoted fan of Su Kan. He quickly gave the video a thumbs up and clicked play. Following an energetic and rhythmic introduction, Su Kan's deep rap voice resonated. On the riverbank, cliffs meet cliffs. The buckwheat flowers bloom in waning grass sea. Tianyu was jolted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He listened to English rap daily, yet here he was, immersed in a Chinese rap that was equally captivating, rivaling its Western counterparts. Awe filled his gaze. As the rap segment concluded, a melodious and soaring vocal emerged. Still pulsating with a robust rhythm, Tianyu found himself swaying, his legs bouncing in sync with the music, experiencing an immense pleasure. Upon hearing the line, the Wumeng Mountains connect to mountains beyond, the moonlight cascades over the sound of flowing waters. His movements intensified, mirroring the patrons around him, swaying to Western dance tunes. Suddenly aware of his actions, Tianyu snapped back to reality, disbelief flooding his expression. When did Chinese songs possess such enchanting effects? Having listened to countless Western dance tracks, he had long become immune to their strong rhythms. Yet he was unexpectedly captivated by Lady of Luxury. Could it be that this song harbored some mystical Eastern power? As he observed the guests swaying in their seats, Tianyu was struck by a bold idea. He patiently awaited the conclusion of the Western upbeat song currently playing, and with swift precision, he plugged the audio cable into his phone and pressed play. The moment the music commenced, The guests, who had been energetically dancing, suddenly froze. The introduction was clearly not from a Western party track. What was happening? Just as they were about to voice their discontent, a deep rap began to resonate, momentarily stunning the audience, before their eyes sparkled with intrigue. This Chinese rap seemed rather impressive. As the melodious vocals followed, the guests began to sway in rhythm, their faces illuminating with expressions of enjoyment. Witnessing this scene, Tianyu smiled. It was not only he who had fallen under its spell, the entire crowd was captivated. Indeed, this song, Lady Shexiang, bore an enigmatic Eastern charm. Once the song concluded, Tianyu instinctively cued another lively track, but to his surprise, the audience eagerly shouted for an encore. Play it again, they clamored. Who was the artist behind this masterpiece? It's incredible. Suddenly, those Western tracks seem dull. Our Chinese songs are far more delightful. This is Lady Shexiang performed by Su Can. Tianyu shouted into the microphone, without hesitation, and promptly played Lady Shexiang once more. Truth be told, he wished to indulge in this song several times over. It was simply enchanting. Thus, within the bar, Lady Shexiang played repeatedly. Eventually, the guests memorized the lyrics and began to sing along to the rhythm. The expansive venue resonated with the lyrics. The Wumeng Mountains connect to the mountains beyond. The moonlight cascades over the sounding water beach. This was a phenomenon previously unseen in any bar in China. As Tianyu observed this spectacle, he sensed that a subtle transformation was quietly unfolding within the Chinese music scene, a change that would grow increasingly profound and ultimately reshape the entire landscape of Mandarin music. The following morning, in a park in Jiacheng, a group of elderly women gathered at the designated spot. Their meeting time was set for 7 o'clock. Yet they had all arrived by 6:50. Their efficiency surpassed that of many younger individuals heading to work. Ladies, I heard a new song last night, sung by a young man, and it is simply delightful. It is perfect for our dance routines. Allow me to play it for you, one of the women announced as she approached a large speaker. Moments later, the music began to play. On the banks of the river, cliffs face cliffs. The buckwheat flowers bloom in the waning grassland. The expressions of the women, initially calm and unperturbed, transformed with the progression of the song, ultimately blossoming into surprise and joy. Once the song concluded, they erupted into animated discussion. Sister, where did you find this song? It is marvelous. The rhythm is exquisite, making it an ideal choice for our dance music. I have already envisioned the corresponding dance movements. Dear sister, could you kindly send me this song? I wish to listen to it repeatedly once I return home. After just one play, this piece garnered widespread acclaim from the ladies in the park. Subsequently, Lady Shexiang began to be played repeatedly as the official dance tune. The melody echoed throughout the park, carried by the breeze to the nearby residential buildings. A group of young individuals, half asleep, faintly heard the song. The Wumeng Mountains connect to mountains beyond, and the moonlight spills over the rippling waters. They opened their drowsy eyes. As was customary, they would usually be irate, knowing full well it was the ladies in the park dancing. However, today, upon hearing such a melody, they felt no anger. Instead, they were immersed in the song. The music seemed to soothe their spirits and bodies. Awakened too early, they felt no trace of fatigue but rather a newfound vigor. They suddenly thought that this song could serve as a perfect morning alarm. Simultaneously, for the first time, they recognized that the ladies in the park had done something commendable. Such occurrences are not isolated incidents, but rather a widespread phenomenon throughout China. After Lady Shexiang spread online, its popularity surged, even surpassing the earlier song Qinghua by Su Can. This is one of the enchanting qualities of Chinese folk songs, their remarkable capacity for transmission. Historically, when folk songs are mentioned, the term vulgar often arises. Is vulgar inherently derogatory? Not at all. It signifies standing alongside the masses. Only that which is vulgar can be widely disseminated among the populace, truly embodying the spirit of originating from the people and returning to them. Being vulgar is to genuinely serve the people. Hence, Lady Shexiang is indeed profoundly popular. But is Lady Shexiang elegant? Absolutely. This song poetically narrates the legendary life of Lady Shexiang, devoid of any overt glorification, imbued with a bard-like sentiment. The arrangement incorporates rich ethnic characteristics and exotic flair, culminating in an electronic rock finale, as if recounting the thrilling tale of Lady Shexiang, showcasing the song's narrative depth impeccably. This is a song that is both profoundly elegant and remarkably popular. Chapter 20, Mastering the Art of Opera Singing. From now on, all my songs will be free. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the phase task. Champion of the Southwest preliminary round of the National Top 100 University Singing Competition. Ding. The rewards for the phase task have been credited. Would you like to open them? Early in the morning, as Sukin opened his eyes, the sound of the system prompt resonated in his mind. He suddenly recalled that this system task was a long-term one, and completing the phase tasks would yield rewards. With a thought, he opened the task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skills of opera singing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 original song pieces. As the system's voice faded, Sukin felt a refreshing energy infuse his throat, which was subsequently absorbed entirely. Opera singing. All traces of sleep vanished from Sukan's mind. If one were to ponder the most distinctive feature of Huaxia-style songs, it would undoubtedly be the art of opera singing, a heritage passed down from ancestors. Sukin himself harbored a deep fondness for opera songs. Now that he had acquired this singing technique, it signified that he could exchange for opera songs to perform in the future. With this thought, he suddenly felt an urge to listen to how opera songs were sung in this world. Out of curiosity, he picked up his phone to search. However, the search results were utterly blank. It struck him that this world seemingly lacked opera songs, and no singer had employed the technique in their performances. This signified that he would be the pioneer of opera songs in this realm. Sukin inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Just then, his roommate, the chubby one, awoke and cheerfully called out, "Brother Can, what do you want for breakfast? I'll go get it for you." How about lamb noodles? And a bowl of tofu pudding, with extra spice and heat, Sukin replied after a moment's contemplation. All right, I'm off to buy it. The chubby one promptly got up, washed up, and headed out. The previous night, he had stumbled upon a video of Sukin performing Madame Xiaxiang. If it were merely one song, Blue and White Porcelain, it could be attributed to a moment of inspiration. However, with the addition of Madame Xiaxiang, it could no longer be dismissed as coincidence. Sukin was undoubtedly a musical genius. The chubby one resolved to cling tightly to Sukan's coattails. After the chubby one left, Sukin glanced at his class schedule. He had a major class today, which he would share with another class. Li Man was in that class. However, as the chubby one had mentioned, Li Man had signed with an agency 2 days prior and was now working as a trainee there. It was said that a talent scout had discovered Li Man at a concert held by CIMO and contacted her afterward. This was for the best. Sukin had no desire to encounter Li Man. As for the money Li Man owed him, it had all been reclaimed under the chubby one's persuasion. Approximately 15 minutes later, the chubby one returned with breakfast and a hefty stack of sticky notes, nearly 100 in total. With graduation season approaching, it had become popular at school to write messages in graduation leave-taking books, wishing classmates smooth sailing in their future endeavors. Originally, such messages were voluntary. As Sukan's fame within the school continued to soar, coupled with the fact that he was an alumnus, many classmates began to actively request him to write graduation messages. The message books and notes brought back by Xiaopeng were all requests from other students. "Hey, Brother Can, I'm counting on you for these." Xiaopeng chuckled sheepishly. As Sukan's roommate, he too had become a prominent figure in the school, and it was difficult to refuse the requests of so many, especially when many came from attractive young women. All right, Sukin nodded. After all, today's large class was rather unchallenging, so he could complete these messages during the lecture. The two began to enjoy their breakfast. Just as they were eating, Sukan's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Principal Fu calling. He answered the call. "Penguin Music wants to sign me." Sukin was momentarily taken aback by Principal Fu's explanation. Xiaopeng, sitting beside him, was jolted by this revelation, gazing at Sukin with eyes full of admiration. This was Penguin Company, the largest music platform in the country, reaching out to Sukin for a contract. How impressive was that? Principal Fu continued his narration. After Sukin sang 2 original songs, Penguin Company finally took notice of him and began to pay particular attention. However, since Sukan's phone number had not been leaked, the company could only reach him through the school as an intermediary. Principal Fu readily took on this role, acting as Sukan's temporary agent. "Sukan, what are your thoughts?" After delivering this message, Principal Fu awaited Sukan's response. The main reasons Penguin Music sought Sukan were twofold: to sign him and to acquire the rights to his 2 songs. Given Penguin Company's stature, the signing fee would undoubtedly be at the pinnacle of the domestic industry. Additionally, as the largest music streaming platform in the country, once the songs were available for paid streaming, the revenue would be astronomical and sustainable. From every perspective, Sukin stood to gain immensely. In the eyes of Principal Fu and Xiaopeng, it seemed certain that Sukin would agree to the contract. However, Sukan's subsequent reply took both of them by surprise. "Principal Fu, please decline on my behalf. If any management company contacts you in the future, kindly refuse them directly. Thank you." Sukin replied calmly. "You, Principal Fu was astonished by Su Can's response. Not only was he rejecting the contract with Penguin Company, but he was also dismissing all other offers. Even Xiaopeng was left speechless, his bun falling from his mouth to the table in disbelief. Principal Fu, I do not intend to sign with any management company. In the future, everyone in Huaxia can listen to my songs for free, Su Can replied slowly. In his view, he was merely a conveyor of these songs. Charging others to hear them felt somewhat unjust. Furthermore, through his song Qinghua, he had already amassed several million in earnings, rendering it unnecessary for listeners to pay for his music. Su Can was confident that he could accumulate sufficient capital through other means. Very well. On the other end of the line, Principal Fu nodded slightly, his gaze filled with admiration. From Su Can's two statements, he sensed the student's ambition. It appeared that Su Can harbored grander aspirations and was indifferent to immediate gains or losses. In fact, he realized he had underestimated Su Can, revealing his own inadequacies. By the way, Su Can, the national singing competition among the top 100 universities will take place in 2 weeks. You can take this time to rest well. All right. Thank you, Su Can replied, and the two subsequently ended the call. Brother Can, are you really not considering signing with a talent agency? Xiaopeng asked, still in shock. For an ordinary person, signing with Penguin Company would undoubtedly be a leap to success. No, I want to sign. It's unnecessary, Su Can continued to enjoy his breakfast, dismissing the earlier conversation from his mind. But you will have many matters to manage in the future, and various trivialities. Who will assist you with those? Xiaopeng's words struck a chord with Su Can. Although he currently had no business engagements, as his fame grew, an influx of responsibilities would surely follow, necessitating assistance. Gazing at the endearing, naive Xiaopeng, Su Can suddenly conceived an idea. How about you become my manager from now on? Xiaopeng was momentarily taken aback. And then his eyes suddenly filled with tears as he choked out, Brother Can, don't say anything more. From now on, you are my father. Chapter 21. The Arrival of Unprecedented Wealth. $1 million business in a casual conversation. In the prosperous city of Pan, at 10 o'clock in the morning, a train brimming with passengers arrived at the high-speed railway station. As the doors opened, a throng of eager travelers poured out, excitedly surveying the surroundings. Most of these visitors had earbuds nestled in their ears, seemingly lost in the melodies of a particular song, softly humming along. If one were to pause and listen intently, they would discern the familiar tune. Beyond the Wumeng Mountains lies another range, with moonlight cascading over the shimmering waters. Upon confirming their arrival in Pan, they swiftly made their way outside the station. Some hailed taxis, while others boarded buses, all with a singular destination in mind, the vast Wumeng grassland. However, this train was merely the beginning. Subsequent trains arriving in Pan were equally packed with tourists. Within a single afternoon, thousands of out-of-town visitors inundated the city, nearly paralyzing local transportation. This phenomenon immediately caught the attention of the Pan City Bureau of Culture and Tourism. They convened a meeting to discuss the matter, only to discover that these visitors were drawn by a single song, Lady Shexiang. Everyone was astounded. Who would have thought a mere song could wield such remarkable influence? Moreover, they realized that every train arriving in Pan over the following week was fully booked. They quickly recognized this as an extraordinary opportunity for wealth. The next step was to devise a strategy to seize this fortune. After 2 hours of intense deliberation, a series of proposals emerged rapidly. They decided to establish a free shuttle bus service from the station to the Wumeng grassland. Local merchants were prohibited from overcharging customers, with strict penalties, including the revocation of business licenses for any violations. Most importantly, they needed to contact Su Can promptly to secure the copyright for Lady Shexiang as the city's promotional anthem. Armed with these directives, the staff of the Pan City Bureau of Culture and Tourism immediately set to work. At Rome University, in the office of the vice president, Principal Fu savored his tea with great satisfaction. Early that morning, the 40 schools that had lost a bet publicly acknowledged Rome University as their leader on their official social media accounts, generously donating 10,000 books to Rome University. This gesture sent ripples through the academic community. Scholars were intrigued by the unfolding events, and after some investigation, they learned that these institutions had wagered against Principal Fu of Rome University to gain a cadre of followers, and a staggering 400,000 books merely through a singing competition was indeed a remarkable tale. In no time, Principal Fu's reputation spread throughout the academic circles. The soon-to-retire president of Rome University praised Principal Fu, hinting that he would likely be the next president. At this moment, Principal Fu was in exceptionally high spirits. Just then, the phone rang, and he answered it with a cheerful demeanor. Hello? After listening to the caller's account, Principal Fu was taken aback. You want to use Lady Shexiang as the city's promotional anthem? He inquired, puzzled by the sudden request. The staff then informed him that Pan was experiencing an unprecedented influx of tourists. Principal Fu finally understood. Wait a moment, let me consult Sukin first. All right. We will await your news. Thank you for your assistance. After hanging up, Principal Fu prepared to leave his office to find Sukan. Just as he stood up, another call came in, this time from Bai City. Principal Fu couldn't help but chuckle. Typically, his phone seldom rang throughout the day. Yet ever since returning from a competition with Sukan, it had been incessantly ringing. Quite peculiar indeed. Hello? Principal Fu answered the phone. Good day. Is this Principal Fu of Rongqing University? Indeed, it is. Hello, Principal Fu. I am from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Bai City. We wish to acquire the copyright for Sukan's Lady of Luxuriant Fragrance as a promotional song for our city's tourism. We hope you can assist us in conveying this. Principal Fu was momentarily taken aback. Just after receiving a call from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Pan City, here came a call from Bai City. Quite the coincidence. Have many tourists arrived in Bai City? Principal Fu proactively inquired. Ah, as expected from the principal, you guessed correctly. Indeed, Principal Fu nodded. The song Lady of Luxuriant Fragrance features not only locations from Pan City, but also from Bai City. However, the most popular lyrics are beyond Wumeng Mountain lie mountains upon mountains. The moonlight cascades upon Jiangshutan, which has made the Wumeng Prairie more renowned. Moreover, Pan City is a small city and cannot accommodate such a high volume of tourists, naturally resulting in some overflow to Bai City. Well then, please hold on, I will discuss with Sukan. The possibility depends on him. Thank you for your assistance. Principal Fu hung up and glanced at the time. It was 11:30, nearly lunchtime. It was a perfect opportunity to invite Sukan to lunch and express gratitude for securing the championship in the Southwest preliminary competition for the school. Subsequently, Principal Fu left his office and headed towards the teaching building. Inside the classroom, Sukan was absorbed in writing in the graduation message booklet that Xiaopeng had brought. Feeling quite uncomfortable, although it was class time, all the students' attention was focused on him, and some even brazenly took photos with their phones. Being fellow classmates, Sukan felt hesitant to voice any objections. However, the most concerning part was that even the teacher at the podium occasionally glanced at Sukan, seemingly wanting to engage him in conversation. Sukan resolved that he would skip unnecessary classes in the future. Soon, the bell rang for class dismissal. Sukan grabbed Xiaopeng, intending to make a quick exit. Yet, unexpectedly, he was a step too late. The students swarmed around him. Sukan, your rendition of Lady of Luxuriant Fragrance was absolutely delightful. Who would have thought that our Rome University would participate in the finals of the top 100 university singing competition? Sukan, you are incredible. I am proud to have a classmate like you. Please, can you give me your autograph? My sister has been asking for your signature. And as her brother, I cannot let her down. The enthusiasm of his classmates nearly overwhelmed Sukan. Just then, a cough echoed from the periphery, startling the surrounding students. They turned to see Principal Fu standing there. The lively scene abruptly fell into silence. Sukan, come dine with me to reward you for bringing glory to the school. Principal Fu called out, spotting Sukan amidst the crowd with a smile. All right, Sukan replied, taking his friend Xiaopeng by the hand as they made their way outside. Xiaopeng, moved beyond measure, thought to himself, brother can truly values loyalty. He even brings me along to dine with the principal. The trio arrived at a quaint little restaurant next to the school and entered a private room. Principal Fu first ordered 3 substantial dishes and a soup, then handed the menu to Sukan and Xiaopeng, saying, order whatever you like. If there is anything left, we can pack it up, so don't worry about waste. Upon hearing this, Sukan and Xiaopeng each selected a few of their favorite small dishes. As they waited for the food to arrive, Principal Fu began to speak of earlier events. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Pan City and the Bureau of Bai City called me. They wish to acquire the rights to Lady of Luxury for use as a city promotional song. What do you think? A city promotional song? Sukan pondered for a moment before nodding. The rights to use the song can be granted to them, but the ultimate copyright remains with me. On one hand, Sukan desired for his music to be heard by a broader audience. On the other hand, a city promotional song could significantly benefit the local tourism industry, which would be advantageous for the residents. All right, which city shall we choose? Principal Fu inquired, as both Pan City and Bai City were vying for the song. Well, they are brother cities, let them negotiate amongst themselves. Very well, I shall inform them, Principal Fu nodded. This indeed posed a dilemma. Granting the song to one city would surely displease the other, so it was prudent to leave the matter in their hands. As the dishes arrived one after another, Principal Fu also received the outcome of the negotiations between the two cultural and tourism bureaus. The result was clearly unexpected for those present. Sukan. The cultural and tourism bureaus of Pan City and Bai City have decided to share the song, each treating it as their promotional anthem. And they are willing to pay you a one-time fee for 5 years' worth of copyright, 500,000 yuan from each bureau. Principal Fu's tone was filled with excitement. One city's bureau was 50,000 yuan. Together, that amounted to 1 million. As the principal, he earned far less than that in a year. It was no wonder Sukan had confidently stated in the morning that his songs were free for the public. Through other channels, Sukan could amass an astonishing fortune. All right, Sukan nodded in agreement. Xiaopeng swallowed hard, his eyes wide with shock. In the span of a single meal, Sukan had secured a business deal worth 1 million yuan, and he appeared remarkably composed throughout the process. Such tactics, such demeanor, truly unbeatable. Xiaopeng began to feel a surge of admiration. Chapter 22. Su Chaharzan goes live. Director Guo is envious. After finishing a meal, Sukan sought out a recording studio outside the school. He needed to provide the electronic music version of Madame Shexiang to the already authorized cultural and tourism bureaus of the Pan and Bai cities. After an hour of recording, Sukan produced a version he found quite satisfactory and sent it to the staff of both cultural and tourism bureaus. Subsequently, Sukan established an account on major music platforms in the country. He initially intended to use the nickname Sukan, but upon discovering that it had already been taken, he opted for an alternative, Su Chaharzan. He uploaded the electronic version of Madame Shexiang for free listening and downloading across the internet. As for the previously sung piece Qinghua, he planned to consider recording and uploading it after Xia Imo released her album. After uploading the song, Sukan posted an update from his newly created account, expressing gratitude for everyone's support and announcing that all his songs would be released for free through this account. The link to the electronic version of Madame Shexiang was included in the post. However, as the account was freshly established, it had 0 followers and views, rendering the post largely unnoticed. Nevertheless, Sukan's area was home to Rong University, where many students enjoyed surfing the internet. Soon, a student from Rong University stumbled upon Sukan's freshly posted update while browsing nearby posts. Another traffic scam, the student scoffed. He had seen countless such posts before, each sharing the live version of the music Sukan performed during competitions. Though processed in post-production, the live noise was still discernible upon closer listening. Despite his skepticism, the student clicked to listen. As the prelude began, there was not a hint of lag. Upon its conclusion, the singing commenced. As the student listened, his expression gradually transformed. There was absolutely no background noise. The sound quality was exceptional. A seasoned music listener instantly deduced that this rendition of Madame Shexiang must be a studio version. This confirmed that the account truly belonged to Sukan himself. Su Chaharzan. Noticing that the account had 0 followers, the student felt an exhilarating rush and clicked to follow. He then took a screenshot and edited a post, captured a real Sukan. I am his first fan. Proud, flowers, studio version of Madame Shexiang, and uploaded the screenshot. Given that Madame Shexiang was currently the hottest keyword online, this post garnered immediate attention. Soon, a multitude of netizens discovered the update, driven by curiosity, and flocked to major music platforms to search for Su Chaharzan. The search results indeed revealed the existence of this account. Upon entering the account's homepage, they found the link to the electronic version of Madame Shexiang. Having listened to Madame Shexiang countless times, they instantly recognized this as the studio version. Countless netizens rejoiced. Currently circulating online, the original videos of Qinghua and Madame Shexiang were all live versions, complete with background noise. The renditions by others pale in comparison to Sukan's remarkable talent. The audience has had no choice but to endure the cacophony, listening repeatedly to the live version of the music. However, now they can finally relish the studio version, and their excitement is palpable. What is most touching is Sukan's heartfelt announcement that all his songs will be available for free listening and download in the future. While some may find the monthly fee for a music subscription trivial, there are still many in Huaxia who hesitate to spend even that amount. Sukan's promise effectively allows everyone in Huaxia to enjoy his music without constraint. Initially, fans merely appreciated Sukan's songs, but his words revealed him to be a compassionate artist with a grand vision. In an instant, he garnered countless devoted fans, all genuine admirers. His follower count surged from a mere handful to over 5 million within an hour. Subsequently, the music platform recognized Su Can's account, granting it official verification, with a logo denoting its authenticity appearing next to his name. Following this, Madame Luxury began to spread at an accelerated pace. Meanwhile, the tourism bureaus of Panshi and Bishan quickly launched extensive promotions after receiving Su Can's electronic music version. The high-speed rail stations in both cities, along with the scenic spots mentioned in the lyrics, began to play the song on a continuous loop, greatly enhancing tourist experiences. The popularity of this song has led to astonishing growth in the tourism industries of both cities, which has incited envy in neighboring cities throughout the southwest. Director Guo of the Chengdu Tourism Bureau, upon witnessing the astonishing influx of tourists reported in the news about Panshi and Bishan, felt a pang of jealousy. During the Southwest Preliminary Judges meeting, he had resolved to invite Su Can to perform Chengdu City promotional song. Yet, he was caught off guard when Panshi and Bishan preemptively claimed Madame Luxury for their own use, achieving remarkable success with it. Director Guo felt as though a prized opportunity had been snatched away from him. With a deep sigh, he decisively picked up the phone to call an old acquaintance. "Old Fu, it's me," Director Guo greeted. "Old Guo, what is the matter?" came the response from Principal Fu on the other end. "Well, I would like to ask Su Can to sing our Chengdu City promotional song. Could you help me get in touch with him?" "A city promotional song?" Principal Fu replied, his tone tinged with incredulity. "It seems everyone is after a city promotional song these days. This is the third request I've received today." "All right. I'll inquire if Su Can has the time," Principal Fu conceded, though he was reluctant to take on this task. With Su Can preparing for the finals in 2 weeks, diverting his focus to another song might jeopardize his performance. Nevertheless, given that Director Guo was an old acquaintance and the local tourism bureau head, he felt obliged to extend the courtesy. Chapter 23, The City Anthem of Rongqing. Seeking inspiration for the song. Early in the morning, Su Can awoke to a phone call from Principal Fu. Due to the late hour of Director Guo's call to Principal Fu the previous night, he chose not to disturb Su Can and reached out to him only this morning. "Yes, Director Guo, the one who awarded you at the preliminary competition ceremony." "Oh, it's him." Su Can recalled Director Guo's appearance from that moment. Director Guo had been quite amiable towards Su Can, a kindness that remained etched in his memory, though he had not anticipated that he was the director of the Rongqing Bureau of Culture and Tourism. "All right, I agree, but I will need a few days," Su Can replied, acknowledging his role in contributing to the city of Rongqing. Moreover, the perfect score given to him by Director Guo felt like a personal favor. "Su Can, let me express my gratitude on behalf of Director Guo. There is no rush regarding the city anthem. For now, let us focus on the finals," Principal Fu advised. Understood, Su Can nodded in affirmation before they ended the call. Checking his schedule for the day, Su Can noted that he had no classes and decided to venture out for a stroll. The song Lady Shexiang, which he had previously performed solely for the competition, was never intended to serve as an anthem for the city. It was a serendipitous creation. Now, with the task of composing a city anthem for Rongqing, he needed to approach the endeavor with serious intent. He planned to explore Rongqing over the next few days to seek inspiration for the song. After washing up and enjoying breakfast brought back by his friend, Xiao Peng, Su Can set out alone. He casually boarded a bus, embarking on a journey marked by stops and starts. Not originally from Rongqing, Su Can's understanding of the city was limited to the memories of his former self. As he wandered through the streets and alleys of Rongqing, he gained a multitude of new insights about the city. Historically, Rongqing has long been a city rich in cultural heritage. As a nationally recognized historical and cultural city and one of the 10 ancient capitals of China, Rongqing boasts a civilization history of 400-500 years and a city-building history exceeding 200-300 years, marking it as one of the significant birthplaces of ancient Shu civilization. In addition, Rongqing is renowned for its vibrant culinary culture, with spicy hot pot being its signature dish, alongside other delicacies such as skewered snacks, couple's lung slices, and dan dan noodles. In essence, Rongqing is a city that harmoniously integrates nature, culture, and modern living. As time slipped by unnoticed, Su Can found himself wandering until noon when the bus he was on arrived at a bustling street. Stepping off, he glanced at the street sign, Yulin Road. Entering Yulin Road, he was greeted by an array of food establishments lining both sides of the street. As he strolled along, savoring various culinary delights, he felt a sense of contentment. Reaching the end of the road, he spotted a quaint tavern nearby and entered it with anticipation. The tavern was filled with a dozen patrons, each enjoying their drinks in a relaxed atmosphere. Su Can settled into a corner and ordered a drink. When the tavern owner approached with his order and caught sight of Su Can's face, she gasped in surprise. "Su Can, He raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. The proprietress nodded excitedly, fully grasping Su Can's intention to enjoy his drink in peace. After setting down her glass, she turned back to the bar, glancing over her shoulder with palpable enthusiasm. She had a penchant for square dancing, and the latest tune she had been dancing to was The Lady of Luxury, sung by Su Can. Now, she felt as though she was in the presence of her idol. Upon returning to the bar, she discreetly took a few photos of Su Can with her phone. Though she was no longer in her youth, the sight of Su Can's handsome visage made her blush uncontrollably. After capturing the images, she shared them with her square dance friends in a group chat. The chatting aunties fell silent for a moment, only to erupt in excitement moments later. This is Su Can. His profile is so charming. If only I were 10 years younger, I would surely pursue young Su Can. Alas, time has not been kind. Where is Su Can? The lady known as Light Dance replied, Su Can is in my bar. He wishes to drink quietly, but please do not inform others. A flurry of enthusiastic responses followed, before the group chat fell silent again, likely as the friends began to make their way over. Meanwhile, Su Can finished his drink and felt a slight buzz. Sensing the tranquil atmosphere of the bar, he was suddenly overcome with the urge to sing. Resolute in his spontaneity, he stood up and approached the bar. The proprietress had been attentively watching him, and upon his arrival, she inquired, Su Can, would you like a refill? We offer complimentary refills here. No, thank you, Su Can replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Though he felt a bit inebriated, his mind remained clear. He had never encountered a place offering free refills, likely a special indulgence from the proprietress. Do you have a guitar here? Su Can asked. The proprietress hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, we do. The bar often hosted various singers, so she had stocked some common instruments for their convenience. May I borrow one? Su Can continued. Of course, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with realization. She hurried to the back room and returned moments later, gleefully cradling a guitar. Here you go. She handed the instrument to Su Can. Thank you, he said, his face breaking into a satisfied smile as he turned towards the stage in the bar's main area. At that moment, the stage was filled only with the soft melodies emanating from the speakers. Su Can took a seat on the stage, tuning the guitar. The intermittent sounds of tuning caught the attention of the patrons below. As he focused on adjusting the instrument, his head bowed. The guests were unable to see his face and quickly lost interest. Meanwhile, the proprietress positioned herself at the front of the stage with a video camera, ready to capture the forthcoming performance. Perhaps this recording will become the treasured gem of the establishment in due time. Soon, Su Can completed the adjustments and silently intoned, System, exchange for Qingdu. With the chime of the system confirming the transaction, the complete lyrics and score of Qingdu materialized in Su Can's mind. After thoroughly reviewing the song and its composition, he felt a sense of assurance and struck the first note. Meanwhile, the patrons remained oblivious, continuing to sip their drinks and engage in conversation. Subsequently, Su Can entered a state of flow, his fingers dancing across the strings, as the melodious guitar prelude wafted through the air. Chapter 24. The impromptu performance at the tavern on Yulin Road. The melodious strumming of the guitar began to resonate within the tavern. The patrons suddenly realized that the music was captivating, a tune they had never encountered before. As the prelude concluded, Su Can opened his mouth to sing, Let me shed tears, not just for last night's wine. Let me linger in reluctance, not merely for your tenderness. How much further must the road stretch? You hold my hand tightly. What troubles me is the freedom that feels like a struggle. At the moment the first notes of the song filled the air, the patrons, who had been engaged in conversation and drinking, were momentarily taken aback. The voice was unexpectedly beautiful. They hastily set down their glasses, turning their heads to face the source of the melody. At that moment, Su Can was immersed in his performance, head held high. When they recognized the face of the young man on stage, a wave of astonishment swept through the tavern, though it was soon subdued. Clearly, the guests recognized Su Can, yet they were apprehensive about disrupting the performance with their reactions. They began to listen quietly, some even closing their eyes, fully surrendering to the music. Su Can's voice and delivery were entirely distinct from his previous performances of Qinghua and Lady Shexiang. Now, his tone was magnetic and expressive, reminiscent of a familiar friend singing softly in one's ear. Parting always happens in September, memories are the sorrows of longing. In late autumn, the tender green willows kiss my forehead. In that rain-soaked little town, I have never forgotten you. Qingdu, the only thing I cannot take away is you. Upon hearing these lyrics, the tavern owner's eyes suddenly welled with tears. In her 40s and still single, she once had a boyfriend, but they parted ways during September. That day, Overwhelmed with sorrow, she walked by the river, feeling a fleeting impulse to jump in. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky and noticed the tall willows still sprouting fresh green buds. Encouraged by this sight, she gathered herself and subsequently opened a small tavern, which she has managed ever since. Now, she lives comfortably, engaging in activities she enjoys, and had once thought she had forgotten that chapter of her life. Yet, as she listened to the song, the memories of their separation resurfaced, and her heart began to ache once more. In truth, she had never forgotten him. Walk with me on the streets of Chengdu, whoa whoa, until all the lights have dimmed, we shall not linger. You will link your arm with my sleeve. I will tuck my hands into my pockets, reaching the end of Yulin Road, sitting at the entrance of the little tavern. As this segment of the song played, both the tavern owner and the patrons were left in stunned silence. Reaching the end of Yulin Road, sitting at the entrance of the little tavern, wasn't this precisely where they were seated? They suddenly realized that the song Sukin was performing was likely an original composition, and it seemed to have been created spontaneously. It dawned upon them that they were witnessing the debut of this song. As they pondered this, an unexpected sense of accomplishment and exhilaration washed over them, as if they were witnesses to history. Naturally, the most emotionally affected was the tavern proprietress. Moments ago, she was enveloped in melancholy, yet now she was brimming with excitement. The original song performed by Sukin was crafted within the walls of this very tavern, with its inaugural performance also taking place here. Remarkably, the lyrics even referenced this quaint establishment. From this moment forth, this song would serve as the tavern's illustrious hallmark. The melody continued to resonate. Suddenly, a group of middle-aged women surged into the tavern. They were the tavern owner's regular dance partners, all ardent admirers of Sukin's Madame Shexiang. Upon entering, they caught sight of Sukin strumming and singing on stage, and instinctively softened their steps, each seeking a seat to quietly settle in. Outside, passers-by, drawn by curiosity, noticed the influx of these women into the small tavern and followed suit, soon discovering Sukin performing on stage. Simultaneously, word of Sukin's serenade within the tavern spread silently along Yulin Road, drawing in an ever-growing crowd. Everyone maintained an unspoken understanding, striving to keep noise to a minimum as they found their seats to listen intently. As they sang, "Walk with me on the streets of Chengdu, whoa whoa," the atmosphere was palpable. Until all the lights have dimmed, we shall not linger. You will link your arm through mine. I will tuck my hands into my pockets. We will reach the end of Yulin Road. Sitting at the tavern's entrance, the patrons were predominantly locals of Rongqing, having spent the majority of their lives there. The mention of Chengdu in the lyrics resonated deeply, evoking a flood of memories, both joyful and sorrowful. In that moment, they felt an overwhelming kinship with Chengdu, as if the city itself had been their steadfast companion. A warm sensation enveloped their hearts. As the song reached its crescendo, the tavern was nearly at full capacity. At the periphery of the crowd stood a young man and woman, classmates who harbored mutual affection but had yet to break through the invisible barrier between them. Upon hearing the words, "You will grasp my sleeve, and I will tuck my hands into my pockets," the young man appeared invigorated. Mustering the courage to clasp the young woman's hand, in a soft whisper by her ear, he suggested, "Let us stroll along Yulin Road later." The girl's earlobes flushed crimson as she gently nodded in agreement. Soon, the melody approached its conclusion. "Walk with me on the streets of Chengdu, whoa whoa, until all the lights are extinguished and we do not linger." As the song faded, the strumming of the guitar persisted. Sukin's voice, rich and magnetic, resonated. "The song is titled Chengdu, dedicated to you all." "Thank you." Applause erupted, and the seated patrons rose in unison, their eyes filled with excitement as they gazed at Sukin. It was not Sukin who should be expressing gratitude. Rather, it was they who should thank him. "Thank you, Sukin, for composing such a song for the city of Chengdu, for the people of Chengdu." As Sukin descended from the stage, no one approached to intrude upon him. The atmosphere was not conducive to idol worship, but rather to the enjoyment of music. He made his way to the bar, returning the guitar to the owner with a heartfelt, "Thank you." The owner embraced the guitar as if it were a treasure, silently resolving that no one aside from Sukin would ever touch it again. "By the way," Sukin inquired of the owner, glancing at the video recorder in her hands, "could you possibly provide me with a copy of the recording?" "Of course," she responded eagerly, adding Sukin's contact information. Minutes later, Sukin exited the small tavern, his gaze fixed on the video on his phone, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Now, he could fulfill his obligations. Chapter 25. The song completed in a mere half day? It could only be this one. Upon returning to school, Sukin sent the video to Principal Fu, accompanied by a brief message. "Principal Fu, this is the promotional song for Rongqing. You may share it with Director Guo of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau." After sending the message, Sukin silenced his phone, preparing to indulge in a refreshing afternoon nap. Meanwhile, Principal Fu was contacting the 40 representatives from the school who had lost the bet, urging them to swiftly deliver 10,000 copies of books. Since it was merely a verbal agreement, it was prudent to fulfill it promptly. Otherwise, some shameless old-timers would prolong the matter indefinitely. At that moment, a message from Sukin arrived on his phone. Rongqing's promotional song? Upon reading the text, Principal Fu's eyes widened in astonishment. Just that morning, he had called Sukin. And now, just a few hours later, the promotional song was completed. What remarkable speed! Could it be a mere formality? Principal Fu furrowed his brow. This was a task assigned by Director Guo of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, and even if it were completed later, it could not be done half-heartedly. Otherwise, the townsfolk of Rongqing would surely inundate him with their scorn. Principal Fu clicked on the video, needing to scrutinize its content. To his surprise, from the very beginning, he found himself completely captivated. It wasn't until the video concluded after 4 minutes that he gradually returned to reality. Qingdu. At the video's end, he finally discerned the title of the song, his eyes brimming with admiration. Just moments ago, he had questioned Sukin's ability to produce a song so quickly. Yet now he was utterly convinced that the promotional song for Rongqing should indeed be Qingdu. Filled with excitement, he forwarded the video to Director Guo of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. On the other side, Director Guo was diligently working in his office, feeling somewhat fatigued after a morning of labor. Typically, his workload was not this intense. However, spurred by the explosive growth of the tourism industry in Pan City and Rong City, cities across the nation had suddenly embarked on a competitive tourism campaign. Director Guo had devised several tourism proposals for Rongqing, but they seemed to yield minimal results. What was truly needed was a city promotional song akin to the Lady of Luxuriant Fragrance. Director Guo lamented. In truth, Director Guo did not expect Sukin to create another song that would rival the Lady of Luxuriant Fragrance in promoting the region. After all, an individual's talent is finite. And Sukin was also preoccupied with preparing for the finals. Therefore, as long as Sukin could produce a song that achieved half the impact of the Lady of Luxuriant Fragrance, Director Guo would be thoroughly satisfied. Just as he contemplated this, a message from Principal Fu of Rong University arrived on his phone. Ha! Old Guo, Sukin has already completed the promotional song for Rongqing. You must take a look. You will be guaranteed satisfaction. Below the text was a video link. Completed? So soon? Director Guo was taken aback. He had only contacted Principal Fu the night before, and now, by noon, it was done? What astonishing efficiency! Crafting a top-tier song typically requires considerable time for composition and lyrics. Moreover, this was a commissioned piece. The constraints made it even more challenging. Director Guo harbored profound skepticism towards the video, feeling a twinge of discomfort. It was forgivable for Sukin, a young man, to be somewhat hasty in his songwriting endeavors. However, it was quite troubling that Principal Fu, a person of considerable age, would condescend to trivialize the matter alongside his student. With a mixture of doubt and displeasure, Director Guo clicked on the video. The opening scene unfolded in a quaint bar, where Sukin sat on a stool, guitar in hand, playing and singing. Principal Fu raised an eyebrow, having never witnessed Sukin perform an instrument before. Soon, a gentle guitar prelude filled the air. As the prelude concluded, Sukin's voice emerged, resonating with emotion. Let me shed tears for you, not just the wine from last night. Let me feel reluctant to part, not just your tenderness. Walking with me on the streets of Qingdu, wo, until all the lights are extinguished, we shall not linger. In that fleeting moment, as the melody enveloped him, all distractions vanished from Director Guo's mind, immersing him wholly in the music. Having toiled in Qingdu for most of his life, he was intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree. When he heard the lyrics, in late autumn, the tender green willows, he felt transported to a familiar riverbank, gazing at the delicate willows draping over the water. Upon hearing, in that rainy little city, he envisioned himself amidst the rain-soaked streets of Qingdu, surrounded by pedestrians wielding umbrellas. When the lyrics spoke of reaching the end of Yulin Road, sitting at the entrance of a small tavern, he found himself in that very tavern, sharing drinks and laughter with friends. As the song gradually faded, he heard Sukin's concluding words. The song is called Qingdu, dedicated to you all. Thank you. Qingdu? Director Guo murmured, his face awash with astonishment and admiration. He suddenly felt a sense of self-reproach, having internally chastised Sukin in Principal Fu moments before. To his astonishment, the song was profoundly moving. After just one listen, He was unequivocally convinced that Chengdu was perfectly suited to be the city's promotional anthem. It was simply ideal. Prior to listening, he had been troubled about how to stimulate the development of Chengdu's tourism industry. Yet, after experiencing Chengdu, his worries evaporated. In his eyes, the impact this song would have on Chengdu would rival the effect Lady Shexiang had on the cities of Panshi and Bishan. While Lady Shexiang celebrated its eponymous figure, merely referencing numerous locales, Chengdu authentically encapsulated the essence of the city, serving as a calling card for Chengdu itself. Anyone who hears it would inevitably think of the city. Moreover, Chengdu is a high-quality song, characterized by its folk melody, which tends to spread rapidly, amplifying its influence. Therefore, this song would undoubtedly yield remarkable results for Chengdu. Please extend my sincere gratitude to Su Can. His reward shall be most generous. I shall treat you all to a meal another day. Director Gua, exuding an aura of vitality, sent out 3 messages, each punctuated with an exclamation mark. Subsequently, he intended to utilize this song effectively in the promotion of tourism in Chengdu, allowing everyone to discover the unique charm of this city through the melody of Chengdu. Chapter 26. A Song Ignites a City. Journey North Alone. At 10 o'clock the next morning, the official Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Rongqing released a post across the internet. Rongqing, a city you never want to leave. Thanks to Su Can for composing the city's promotional song Chengdu Su Can. Beneath the post was a video link showcasing Su Can performing Chengdu in a quaint tavern. Rongqing, a moderately renowned tourist destination, boasts over 1 million followers on its official account. Consequently, the post garnered significant attention from numerous netizens. Has Su Can released a new song, titled Chengdu? The online community was utterly astonished by Su Can's rapid output of music. Including this latest piece, he had unveiled 3 songs, Qinghua, Shexiang Foreign, and Chengdu, within a mere fortnight. Even the most industrious of production teams would struggle to match such productivity. Moreover, the quality of the previous 2 songs, Qinghua and Shexiang Foreign, was remarkably high. To the audience, Su Can's musical prowess transcended mere excellence. It was nothing short of extraordinary. With an overwhelming sense of astonishment and curiosity, countless netizens eagerly clicked on the video. After just a fleeting glance, they found themselves utterly captivated. The opening scene revealed Su Can cradling a guitar, seated on the performance stage of the tavern. Soon, the music resonated through the air. Let me shed tears, not just last night's wine. Let me, reluctant to part, not just your tenderness. Strolling through the streets of Chengdu with me, whoa, until all the lights go out and I do not linger. The poignant folk melody instantly ensnared the hearts of all who listened. Enraptured, they experienced the unique cultural allure of Chengdu through the song. Those residing in or having visited Chengdu found vivid images of the city flooding their minds, yearning to relive those moments. Meanwhile, those who had never set foot in Chengdu felt an immense curiosity, eager to personally explore the scenes depicted in the lyrics. In an instant, countless netizens became enamored with Chengdu. Within half an hour, the comment section below the video swelled with over 100,000 remarks. Once the college entrance examination concludes, I will fly to Chengdu with my closest friends, stroll through the streets, and visit the taverns on Yulin Road. Chengdu awaits me. Damn. When my girlfriend ran off with someone she practiced driving with, they went traveling to Chengdu, leaving me aware of its allure, yet still reluctant to go. Chengdu truly is an incredibly inclusive city. 90% of the locals speak Sichuan dialect, yet are entirely welcoming. Have you ever felt as though a song transports you back to a specific moment in time? Yulin Road, the tavern. From 10 o'clock in the morning, patrons streamed into the tavern incessantly. The proprietress was bustling about, barely keeping up with the flow. Eventually, she set up a full house sign outside, which allowed her to breathe a little easier. At that moment, the music playing in the tavern was none other than Chengdu. As the patrons sipped their drinks, they listened to the melody of Chengdu, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the empty stage and a solitary table. The stage was devoid of performers, save for a single chair upon which rested a well-tuned guitar, although the guitar case bore no markings. The guests surmised that it was the very instrument with which Su Can had rendered the enchanting tune. The table that captured the guests' attention was equally unoccupied, yet it bore a sign displaying the name Su Can. They envisioned the scene, Su Can enjoying a drink at that table before ascending the stage to perform, while they themselves savored their drinks and the music from below. The mere thought of such an experience was delightful, though regrettably, they had not been present at the time. The proprietress surveyed her bustling establishment, glancing at the guitar on stage, her heart brimming with gratitude for Su Can. She foresaw that her quaint tavern would gain renown, thanks to the soaring popularity of Chengdu, and she no longer harbored worries for the future of her business. It was as if Su Kan had bestowed upon her a golden opportunity. She found herself at a loss for how to express her thanks to him. Were she younger, she might have considered offering herself in gratitude. However, she resolved that henceforth, Su Kan would dine free of charge at her tavern, and that table would be eternally reserved for him. Little did she know that years later, this special table would become a pilgrimage site for countless souls across the land. The day following the release of the Chengdu video, the city of Chengdu experienced an unprecedented surge in tourism, welcoming thousands of visitors daily. Yulin Road was teeming with crowds, a veritable sea of humanity. As for the small tavern, it now operated with limited capacity, and latecomers were simply unable to enter, a precautionary measure for safety. Observing this phenomenon, Director Guo of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau intensified promotional efforts, unveiling a plethora of enticing tourism incentives. Even the in-flight music on planes bound for Chengdu had been replaced by Chengdu. Before long, the city emerged as the nation's premier travel destination, eclipsing all others in the tourism sector. Online, Chengdu surged to the top of search trends, with abundant travel guides flooding the internet. Simultaneously, since Su Kan's rendition of Lady Shexiang had skyrocketed to fame during the Southwest preliminaries, the online community had come to know him as a senior at Chengdu University. Countless tourists flocking to Chengdu now regarded the university as a must-visit site. To protect its students from disturbances, Chengdu University had explicitly prohibited non-students from entering the campus. Within the university, as Su Kan's fame burgeoned, the students grew accustomed to his presence. Casual greetings replaced the previous fervor of autograph-seeking and photo requests. Su Kan relished this newfound tranquility, embracing the serene life of academia. Additionally, the university library was in the midst of a significant expansion, constructing a new building adjacent to the original library to accommodate its collection of 400,000 volumes. As the most significant contributor to the school's triumph in securing 400,000 books, Su Kan will forever be etched in the hearts of future students. A week later, Su Kan received the remuneration for the city's promotional song from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, amounting to 2 million yuan for a decade's worth of copyright fees. Additionally, the 5-year copyright fees from Madame Lu Xiang totaled 1 million yuan when combined with those from Pan City and Bai City. Furthermore, the fees for authorizing Qinghua for Xia Mo's use, along with the compensation for the video blogger I Love Drinking Shisha Liancha, accumulated to 800,000 yuan. All of these funds have been successfully transferred. In just a month, he has amassed a capital of 4 million yuan, not including subsequent dividend earnings. Such rapid progress is remarkably astounding. Su Kan is filled with boundless confidence regarding his future. Of course, wealth serves merely to enhance and elevate one's quality of life. Su Kan's aspiration has always been to create an era of entertainment that belongs to him, conveying spiritual strength through his works and allowing audiences to collectively appreciate the allure of cultural entertainment. As days pass by, Su Kan must embark on a journey to Yanjing to participate in the finals of the top 100 universities nationwide. Principal Fu, needing to supervise the construction of the building, intended to arrange for 2 student council members to accompany him. However, Su Kan politely declined. After all, he is not a child in need of supervision, and traveling with strangers would be somewhat uncomfortable. Thus, Su Kan set forth on his journey northward all alone. P.S. I particularly enjoy promoting Chengdu, haha. Chapter 27. The album Qinghua is released. Flag-raising ceremony. On the eve of his departure from Rongqing, Su Kan was busy packing his luggage when he received an unexpected phone call. To his surprise, the caller was Xia Mo. Their communication had been limited to the few days during the concert, and they had scarcely been in touch since. Su Kan, however, often came across trending topics about Xia Mo online, indicating that her management company was actively promoting her. When he answered the call, Xia Mo's melodious voice resonated through the line. Su Kan, have you been busy lately? Not too bad, he replied. You've been up to quite a lot recently. First with Lady of Luxury and then Chengdu. Why didn't you think of me for your good songs? Xia Mo's tone carried a hint of complaint. Well, those 2 songs don't quite suit your style. Lady of Luxury demands a high level of vocal ability, which is clearly beyond your reach. Chengdu is a folk song better suited for male voices. He explained. All right, Xia Mo conceded, knowing he spoke the truth. She then transitioned to the main topic. My new album has been recorded, and the title track is your song Qinghua. It will officially release tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Kan became intrigued. He understood that Xia Mo aimed to establish her reputation with this album, which would determine her future success. When does it start? He inquired. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. You must buy a copy. Absolutely, he assured her. By the way, Su Can, Xiao paused, then asked. The new album still lacks a title. Do you have any suggestions? The album's name? How about Qinghua? Xiaomo's face suddenly flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Qinghua? That name seems a bit shy, doesn't it? It's derived from Qing in Qinghua from your name. Don't get any wrong ideas, Su Can clarified. Qinghua. All right, that's the name. Xiao finally realized her misunderstanding and nodded after mulling over the title a few times. After their conversation, they hung up, as Xiao had many tasks awaiting her. Meanwhile, Su Can continued packing and decided to rest early. The following morning, Su Can boarded a flight at 7 o'clock. After a 3-hour journey, he arrived in Yanjing at 10. Upon reaching Yanjing, he hailed a taxi to the hotel he had booked. During the ride, he took out his phone and opened the Penguin Music platform. As soon as he entered the homepage, a full-screen advertisement popped up featuring a photo of Xiao, accompanied by bold letters announcing, Xiaomo's latest album Qinghua is released today, with the title track Qinghua. Stay tuned. Su Can clicked on the advertisement, which led him to the album's purchase page. The digital album was priced at 3 yuan, while the physical album was available for 50 yuan. The production costs of the physical album were higher, making it more valuable as a keepsake, hence the elevated price. The purchase page indicated that 200,000 digital albums had already been sold, along with 50,000 physical albums. Su Can calculated that the total sales from both the digital and physical albums amounted to 1 million yuan. According to the previously agreed profit-sharing arrangement, he would receive 5 million yuan. This was merely the result from half an hour of sales, a period that did not coincide with peak traffic. Sales were expected to surge once students finished their classes and workers concluded their shifts. Su Can purchased both the digital and physical albums, using his roommate's contact information for the delivery of the physical copy. After completing the purchase, he delved into the album, where the first track was Qinghua. Upon listening, he found it quite delightful. The female rendition of Qinghua possessed a unique charm. The comment section beneath the song was already bustling with thousands of remarks. There exists a token known as Qinghua, with Qinghua as a symbol. Let us together experience the warmth and existence of love. Love should inspire warmth and courage, rather than evoke feelings of grievance or compromise. It is no wonder that Su Can had not released the digital version of Qinghua. It had been authorized to Xiaomo. When one has earnestly engaged in a relationship only to part ways, it becomes challenging to open one's heart to others. The desire to invest time and effort wanes. Akin to completing an essay only for the teacher to declare it illegible and demand a complete rewrite. Although the beginning and substance remain in memory, the motivation to rewrite dissipates, for the essay has consumed all one's energy, leaving only the conclusion pending, yet one must start anew. After perusing the comments on Qinghua, Su Can listened to several other tracks. While they did not quite reach the caliber of Qinghua, their quality was commendable. It seemed Xiaomo's comeback was indeed promising. During Su Can's exploration of the new album, the taxi he was in arrived at the hotel. He proceeded to his room to stow his luggage. Whether in a past life or this one, it was Su Can's first visit to Yanjing, and he intended to explore thoroughly. Unlike in Rongqing, where he would occasionally be recognized on the streets, in Yanjing, passers-by seemed oblivious to his presence, or perhaps indifferent. This was likely the essence of Yanjing, a gathering place for countless luminaries of Huaxia. Su Can relished this atmosphere of anonymity, free from the scrutiny of others, allowing him to meander at his leisure. The first landmark Su Can chose to visit was the Great Wall. As the saying goes, he who has never been to the Great Wall is not a true man, and Su Can, considering himself a man of substance, felt compelled to walk along its storied expanse. On his way to the Great Wall, he received the competition rules from the finals organizing committee. A total of 32 students from universities nationwide were participating in the finals, which would unfold over 3 rounds. The first round would see 32 contestants whittled down to 16. The second round would reduce the 16 to 8. The third round would determine the final 3, the champion, runner-up, and second runner-up. The entire competition was expected to span a month. Previous regional preliminaries had been broadcasted by local television stations, whereas now, the finals would be aired in their entirety on the Central Entertainment Channel, promising a significant increase in audience numbers compared to before. As for the timing of the first round of the competition, it is scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening, 3 days hence, at the Central Television Tower. The repertoire for the contest is to be selected by the participating students, but they must submit their chosen songs to the organizing committee in advance. After all, This is a live broadcast on national television. Should one perform a song that does not align with the prevailing themes of the era, it would constitute a serious stage incident, warranting accountability. Having perused these regulations, Sukin had a general understanding. Since the first round of the competition was 3 days away, he felt no urgency to finalize his performance piece just yet. Instead, he decided to enjoy a day of exploration in Yinjing. The hours swiftly passed, and in the evening, Sukin returned to his hotel, feeling quite satisfied. If one were to work in Yinjing, the pace would be brisk and the living experience rather unpleasant. However, as a visitor, it proved to be delightful, with a plethora of attractions and a culinary array representing diverse regions of the country, making for an enriching experience. After a brief wash-up, Sukin set an alarm for 4 o'clock the following morning. He had made a reservation to witness the flag-raising ceremony at Tiananmen Square, which required an early start to arrive around 5 o'clock. A night of silence ensued. The next day, promptly at 5, Sukin arrived at Tiananmen Square, where throngs of people had already gathered. Utilizing his height to his advantage, he gradually maneuvered to a front-row position, joining the crowd in anticipation. After half an hour of waiting, the flag-raising ceremony commenced. The once boisterous crowd fell into a hushed reverence to the resounding strains of the national anthem. The flag-guarding team moved in perfect unison, their steps decisive and powerful, exuding an aura of grandeur. In the morning light, the 5-starred red flag ascended gracefully, its radiant hue meeting the azure sky of dawn. Watching the flag rise, Sukin felt a profound sense of reflection. Here, everyone held red flags, all gazing in the same direction, as if the destinies of all were inextricably tied to that of the motherland. This instilled a deep sense of belonging and identity within him, a resonance etched into the very essence of the Chinese people. As the sun gradually ascended, illuminating the surroundings, Sukin felt a stirring within. He suddenly contemplated what song he should perform for the first round of the competition. P.S. Can you guess the title of the song? Chapter 28, Journey to the Central Television Building. The first round of the finals. After the national flag ceremony concluded, Sukin rented a recording studio in Yinjing, preparing to practice his song. While he would not typically require practice for an ordinary piece, the song he had chosen belonged to a genre he had never attempted before. It bore a solemn significance that demanded earnest attention. Over the next 2 days, Sukin devoted his daytime hours to rehearsing his song and returned to his hotel to rest at night. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Sukin emerged from the recording studio, a satisfied smile gracing his face. After 2 days of diligent practice, he felt he had finally mastered the song to a level of perfect execution. Subsequently, he hailed a cab and made his way to the Central Television Building. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Sukin, mindful of the potential discomfort of a full stomach, decided to forego eating until after his performance, especially since he had enjoyed a hearty lunch and was not hungry. An hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the Central Television Building. After communicating with the committee members, a staff member from the station approached him. "Hello, Sukin," greeted a girl with dimples and a warm smile. "My name is Bing Bing, and I will be responsible for your matters during this competition. Please feel free to communicate anything with me." Bing Bing was overseeing 5 participating students, of which Sukin was one. She held a particular admiration for him, having listened to his song Chengdu numerous times. Despite never having visited the city of Rongcheng, it had swiftly become her top travel destination. Moreover, she believed that among her 5 students, Sukin possessed the greatest potential for success. "Hello," Sukin nodded, following Bing Bing into the building. "By the way, Sukin, what song will you be performing?" "I need to confirm," she inquired as she pulled out her tablet to check the competition repertoire. Suddenly, she noticed that the entry for Sukin's song was blank. "I've been so busy these past few days that I forgot to inform the committee," Sukin replied sheepishly. "The song I will be singing is called Light." Light. Bing Bing typed the title into her tablet and continued. "Who are the lyricist and composer?" "Both are by me," Sukin responded honestly. Bing Bing froze momentarily, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at Sukin. "Is this an original song of yours?" Initially, upon hearing the title, she had thought it rather commonplace, assuming it was merely a song Sukin had casually selected, only to discover it was an original composition. She recalled that Sukin had recently released 3 new songs. With this one, it would amount to 4 within just a month. Looking at Sukin's somewhat youthful visage, Bing Bing felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, contemplating that perhaps one day she would only be able to gaze up at his lofty figure from below. "Huh?" Noticing Bing Bing's dazed expression, Sukin waved his hand in front of her. "Ah." Bing Bing snapped back to reality, her dimples reappearing as she smiled. If it's an original song, please send me the score so I can verify the lyrics. It's a work requirement. Hee all right. Just a moment. Sukin nodded, retrieving his phone to attend to her request. In recent days, he has organized the electronic version of the sheet music and sent it along with the accompaniment. Please assist me in delivering this accompaniment to the sound engineer so it can be played during my performance. No problem. You can count on me. Bingbing agreed and immediately reviewed the lyrics sent by Su Kan, her eyes reflecting a sense of awe. The lyrics were exquisite, akin to poetry. Unfortunately, she couldn't comprehend the sheet music and couldn't grasp the general melody. Once the song brightness is registered and confirmed, Sukin will be able to perform this piece in the program. Thank you. Subsequently, Bingbing led Sukin to the singer's lounge, briefed her for a moment, and then busied herself with other matters. Sukin found a spot to sit. The lounge was spacious, with over 30 competing students nearly all present. Initially, the atmosphere was lively, as students from all corners of the world engaged in various conversations. However, with Su Kan's arrival, the ambience gradually quieted down. It was evident that everyone recognized Su Kan. Although she had only released 3 songs thus far, the accomplishments of these pieces had already surpassed those of many renowned artists. If one were to ask a passerby on the street to name 3 songs by a particular singer, most would struggle to respond. Yet, if they were to inquire about Su Kan's songs, over 90% of them would be able to answer. This disparity in the realm of pure musical talent was palpable. Consequently, the pressure among the other competitors intensified in Su Kan's presence. Nevertheless, several students took the initiative to greet her. Most of the participants in the music competition aspired to debut as singers. For an artist, a single song is crucial. As a songwriter, should they ever have the fortune to receive a piece composed by Su Kan, it would indeed be a stroke of luck. Su Kan graciously reciprocated the friendly overtures from these students. Before long, the lounge buzzed with activity once more, as some were busy with makeup while others adjusted their performances. A makeup artist approached Su Kan, inquiring if she needed any makeup. Su Kan politely declined, as she did not have the habit of wearing makeup and disliked applying powder to her face. The makeup artist left with a look of disappointment, seemingly regretting the missed opportunity for closer interaction. With Su Kan checking the time, Su Kan noted that there was still over an hour until the competition began, so she lowered her head to engage with her phone. Half an hour later, the lounge door suddenly swung open, and a girl hurriedly entered. She was clad in a light blue long dress, topped with an off-white trench coat, her lustrous black hair cascading down her back, exuding an air of elegance and purity. Most of the attention in the lounge was drawn to her, and upon recognizing her, expressions of shock filled the room. The girl scanned the area as if searching for someone. Suddenly, her gaze landed on Su Kan in the corner, her eyes sparkling, a radiant smile lighting up her face as she swiftly approached. Su Kan, it's been such a long time. Xia Mo exclaimed joyfully, gazing at Su Kan. Oh, what brings you here? Su Kan raised his head, and to his astonishment, he beheld Xia Mo. Chapter 29. The competition begins. The spotlight. It is Summer. Summer, my goddess. The newly ascended diva of the Mandarin music scene. What brings her here? Upon witnessing Summer's presence in the lounge, the participants' faces illuminated with palpable excitement. Just 3 days ago, Summer released her new album Youthful Summer. The album has shattered daily sales records for Mandarin albums for 3 consecutive days, with all its tracks receiving widespread acclaim. Consequently, Summer has been crowned the little diva of the Mandarin music industry. Most of the competing students have purchased her new album and are greatly enamored with it. Then, as they observed Summer, beaming with joy, approach Su Kan, expressions of understanding and envy blossomed on their faces. It turns out that Summer had come to see Su Kan. Judging by the lead single Blue Flower from Summer's new album, it was evident that their relationship was far from ordinary. At that moment, upon hearing Summer call his name, Su Kan, who had been engrossed in his phone, looked up to see a radiant smile. Oh, what brings you here? He exclaimed. Summer, noticing Su Kan's nonchalant demeanor, echoed his surprise. Oh. She then explained her purpose for being there. Well, I'm here to be a judge. And now I've caught you. A judge? Su Kan queried. Summer nodded affirmatively. It was a stroke of luck for her to be here as a judge, a privilege she owed to Su Kan. Following the release of her new album, her fame surged, and her management company had invested more resources into her, securing her a position as a judge on a music program at the national television station. You better cheer for me. Don't let me down, Summer declared, adopting an elder sisterly demeanor. Rest assured, Su Kan replied with an easy smile, unperturbed by the tension that gripped his fellow competitors. Summer felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Just a month ago, Su Ken was merely an anonymous audience member at her concert. Yet now, he stood on the national stage of a music competition. What kind of stage would he grace in 6 months or a year? The thought was almost too overwhelming for Summer to fathom. Well, prepare well. I have other matters to attend to, she said. Summer was not particularly anxious about Su Ken's competition. He had released 3 songs, and the competition consisted of 3 rounds. As long as he performed each song in the respective rounds, securing a top 3 position would be well within reach. Moreover, as one of the judges, she would ensure he received favorable scores. With that, Summer turned and departed, leaving the lounge bustling once more. Meanwhile, in anticipation of the national top university singing competition, the online sphere suddenly came alive. Initially, the participants were merely students, and the public showed little interest. However, the emergence of Su Ken among the contestants sparked a frenzy online. Following Su Ken's consecutive performances of 3 songs, countless fans began to rally around him. They fervently discussed online, brothers and sisters, gather around. For those still waking up, hurry up. Su Ken's competition is about to air on national television. I can't wait to hear him sing. My idol has finally graced the grand stage of the Central Television Network. A moment for which I have waited a full 22 years. My goodness, you must have admired Su Ken even before he was born. I dare say you have a penchant for youthful infatuation. Begone. I've heard the first round of the competition allows for free expression. I wonder which song Su Ken will choose. Regardless of the song he performs, my heart swells with joy at the mere sight of him singing, bringing tears to my eyes. Alas, in this world, there are all kinds of fans. Why can't there be pure-hearted listeners like me? As netizens engage in lively discussions, they flock to the Entertainment Live broadcast channel, eagerly awaiting the program's commencement. As time passes, the number of viewers in the live room swells to thousands. Even before the show begins. Soon, the clock strikes 8. The first round of the nationwide competition among the top 100 universities officially commences. Inside the expansive studio, all 10 judges have taken their seats in the guest area, while every one of the 500 audience seats is filled. Even the aisles are occupied by individuals perched on small stools. The moment 8 o'clock arrives, cheerful entrance music fills the studio, and the host strides confidently to the center of the stage. Dear viewers, welcome to the live broadcast of the nationwide singing competition on the Central Entertainment Channel. This event brings together 32 contestants from prestigious universities across the country. On this stage, they will vie for the ultimate championship. Let us eagerly await the outcome. The order of appearance for the contestants will be determined by a draw. Let the drawing commence. As the host concludes, the large screen on stage transitions to the lounge area. Several staff members from the Central Channel approach their respective contestants with a draw box in hand. When Bing Bing arrives before Su Ken, she announces, "It's your turn." Su Ken reaches into the draw box and retrieves a small ball, marked with the number 8, a rather auspicious figure. Shortly thereafter, all contestants have completed their draws. With the host's announcement, the competition begins. The first few contestants to take the stage perform admirably, clearly having prepared with diligence. The scoring system remains a perfect 10. These participants receive scores ranging from 8 to 9, which is commendable. After 7 contestants have sung, the host returns to the center of the stage. Next up is contestant number 8, Su Ken from Rome University. He will be performing the song, Brightness. As the words resonate in the air, a hush falls over the audience, followed by a murmur of curiosity. Judge Xia Mo appears somewhat perplexed. There are numerous songs titled Brightness, and she is uncertain which one Su Ken has chosen. At that moment, the stage lights dim suddenly. Boom! With a thunderous sound, a spotlight bursts forth, illuminating the center of the stage. Under the radiant light, Su Ken stands tall in a striking white suit. The audience is captivated, sensing an unparalleled vitality emanating from him, irresistibly alluring. Just then, the large screen on stage displays a series of subtitles. Song title, Brightness, performed by Su Ken. Lyrics by Su Ken, composed by Su Ken. The sight of 3 consecutive mentions of Su Ken on the subtitles left the audience utterly astonished. They initially believed that Brightness was merely a song from the internet, never expecting it to be an original performance. The live stream erupted in excitement. Wow! To dare to sing an original piece on the prestigious stage of the Central Television is indeed a testament to Su Ken's audacity. How admirable! Witnessing Su Ken clad in a white suit on stage made me feel as if a radiant light had enveloped the venue. Having never seen Su Ken in formal attire before, I must say he looks remarkably handsome. Brightness. I sense that the style of this song will diverge significantly from Madame Shexiang and Qingdu. One wonders if it might falter. To those upstairs, refrain from your ominous predictions. Attention, high energy ahead. Upon realizing that Brightness is yet another original composition by Su Can, opinions among the audience varied. Some were optimistic, while others remained skeptical. Nonetheless, anticipation soared to its zenith. Chapter 30. The Emperor Guards the Nation. The Monarch Sacrifices for the State. On stage, Su Can gazed at the expectant eyes of the audience below, a stirring sensation welling up within him. He picked up the microphone, offered a gentle smile, and began. 3 days ago, I stood before the Tiananmen Gate in the Forbidden City, witnessing the flag-raising ceremony. As the red banner welcomed the dawn amidst the darkness, I was reminded of our great Huaxia, of each and every Huaxia person, and of the last emperor of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Chongzhen. Throughout history, we have tirelessly sought the light. Thus, this song, Light, is dedicated to you, to Emperor Chongzhen, to the capital of Xiang, and to the illustrious 5,000 years of Huaxia. Su Can's voice resonated throughout the vast auditorium. Initially, the audience, curious and attentive, listened in silence. Yet, as his words unfolded, their expressions began to shift. They had first presumed Light to be merely an ordinary song title. However, upon hearing Su Can's narrative, they realized their misconception. The term Light symbolized the illumination pursued by Huaxiao for millennia, a quest that each individual has embarked upon throughout their lives. It dawned on them that this song was crafted for them, for Huaxia itself. Moreover, they were struck by the astounding fact that Su Can had composed this piece in merely 3 days. Such a talent in songwriting was truly remarkable. With this revelation, their hearts raced in anticipation to hear the song. At that moment, music began to fill the stage. The gentle prelude enveloped the atmosphere, instilling a serene calm among the audience. Their emotional tension eased, and all attention was drawn to Su Can. As the prelude concluded, he lifted the microphone and sang tenderly. On the sea, a gust of wind arises. The white clouds surge towards the land. The monsoon carries away the grains of sand. The instant his voice resonated, the audience was transported to an alternate realm, as if traversing time and space. The surface of the sea shimmered, the wind whispered softly. The white clouds unfurled like a scroll, rushing towards the shore. The monsoon howled, dancing alongside the grains of sand. The scene was breathtaking. Expressions of rapture illuminated the faces of the audience. The song continued, the 4 seasons, a warm exchange. How vibrant is life, yet traces of withering remain. Upon hearing these lyrics, an elderly judge in the panel brightened with intrigue. He was a renowned professor from the Huaxia Music Academy, well-versed in classical music and celebrated within the musical realm. Those acquainted with him respectfully referred to him as Oldly. Initially, this student music competition had not warranted his presence. However, due to the rapport between the show's director and Professor Li, he was invited after numerous appeals. Eager to witness the musical prowess of contemporary Huaxia youth, he accepted, recognizing the representational merit of the participating students from across the nation. However, prior to Su Can's performance, the 7 contestants had failed to pique his interest. Their performances were rather average. Only Su Can, upon opening his mouth, left him utterly astonished, particularly by the exquisite lyrics he had just sung. The lyrics, though simple, unveil profound truths about life. The changing seasons and the passage of time flow like a river, carrying away the clamor of the past, leaving only faint traces for contemplation. In the eyes of the elder, only those with rich life experiences can pen such verses and grasp their essence. Yet, the youthful Su Can, capable of crafting such lyrics, indicates that his cognitive abilities surpass those of his peers. With this thought, the elder gazed at Su Can with admiration. At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream poured in like a flurry of snowflakes. This is a masterpiece. Such a gentle voice evokes a sense of grandeur and ethereal healing, truly marvelous. I have never heard Su Can sing in this style. He is indeed a hidden gem. The initial lines are so evocative, I can hardly imagine what follows. I feel as though I am witnessing the vast seas of our homeland, observing the seasonal changes and the transitions of dynasties throughout history. Such simple lyrics encapsulate an abundance of meaning. Truly, Su Can is remarkable. In merely 2 segments of song, the audience experienced profound emotions. Some envisioned vivid imagery within the melody, feeling a deep relaxation, while others found their spirits uplifted by the song's essence. Many were simply enchanted by Su Can's gentle voice, regarding it as an immense pleasure. Simultaneously, the number of viewers in the live stream surged dramatically. Before the show commenced, the audience count hovered around 200,000. As contestants took the stage, the numbers remained stable until now, when they visibly surpassed 500,000 and continued to rise rapidly. In the director's booth, a middle-aged man named Kong Chi observed the live data on the screen, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As the chief director of this music program, he oversaw all aspects of the show and had invited Professor Li from the Huaxia Music Academy to serve as a judge. While he was somewhat familiar with Su Can, he hadn't paid him much heed. To him, Su Can's 3 released songs were indeed of good quality, but attributed his swift rise to the rapid dissemination capabilities of the internet. Having served as a director of entertainment programs for many years, he had encountered numerous musical prodigies and thus regarded Su Can simply as a commendable singer among his contemporaries. However, his impression of Su Can was shifting. From the inspiration behind Su Can's song Brightness and through his performance thus far, he recognized that Su Can was not only a powerful vocalist, but also a youth imbued with a sense of responsibility towards his homeland and his era. Such exemplary youth are precisely what Huaxia needs. Suddenly, he recalled another youth-themed program under his purview. On the stage, Su Can slightly narrowed his eyes. His originally gentle and calming tone began to rise and fall, becoming even more soul-stirring. It was akin to the sudden onslaught of wind and rain during a run, or the flickering light of a match igniting in the darkness. Perhaps one cannot fathom the unknown destiny that lies ahead, like a shooting star soaring through the night, unaware of its purpose. Yet, I am willing to believe in the most diminutive, feeble, soft, and fearless essence of you. With all your might, you strive to respond. No matter how boundless, endless, or inscrutable, there remains a glimmer of hope. Illuminate yourself. Upon hearing these lyrics, the audience was suddenly reminded of Su Can's prior words. This song was dedicated to the last emperor of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Chongzhen. Consequently, their thoughts drifted towards this emperor. The wise are those who shine brightly. Born into the imperial family, it was Chongzhen's fate to lose his mother at the tender age of 5 and ascend to the throne at 17. Despite his royal status, he never enjoyed a life of ease. He was diligent in governance, frugal, and weary from maintaining his realm. He issued 6 edicts of self-reproach, ultimately meeting his end by hanging, his face covered. He lost his kingdom and bore the weight of infamy. Throughout his life, the Ming dynasty faced tumultuous storms. Yet he never surrendered or relinquished hope, even to the end. Just as the lyrics convey, though small, weak, and soft, he remained undaunted in his quest for that thread of survival, that light of the Ming. At this moment, the audience felt their eyes welling with tears. Through Su Can's song, they seemed to sense the unwavering perseverance and yearning within Emperor Chongzhen's heart, as well as his final helplessness and sorrow. Chapter 31. The fusion of traditional opera and popular music. A remarkable innovation. In the judging panel, Xia Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape. Could this truly be the same Su Can from merely a month ago? Undeniably, Qinghua is a splendid song. Yet the vocal prowess exhibited in Guangliang thus far surpasses that of Qinghua by a considerable margin. As a professional singer, she believed it would be exceedingly challenging to master Guangliang. Yet, Su Can not only composed this piece in 3 days, but also performed it with such impeccable artistry. As she gazed at Su Can on stage, Xia Mo was suddenly enveloped in a surreal sensation, as if witnessing a celestial star in concert. Su Can slightly raised his head. Although the audience was shrouded in dim light, he could still discern the glistening tears in their eyes, shimmering like stars in the darkness. As the rhythm shifted, Su Can inhaled deeply, deliberately lowering the microphone. The forthcoming melody promised to be starkly different from the preceding notes. Do not heed the sound of leaves rustling through the forest. Embrace life amidst the misty rain. In the sound pavilion, we shall converse. 600 years of a chestnut. A dream of the vast sea. Upon hearing the first line, the audience erupted in astonishment. They trembled, as if confronted with the inconceivable, their expressions filled with incredulity. Traditional opera? The essence of opera had emerged in Su Can's voice? After a moment of confusion, they quickly realized this was indeed opera. Regardless of the era, opera has long been a waning cultural form, confined to a niche audience. Most spectators retained only childhood memories of opera. Thus, upon hearing the first line, they were struck by a profound unfamiliarity, only to react by the second line. However, they could never have anticipated that Su Can would intertwine traditional opera with popular music. They had never encountered such innovation. The emotional depth of this operatic segment was overwhelming, leaving the audience breathless. Moreover, the initial 2 lines of lyrics were derived from Ding Feng Bo, a poem by the Northern Song Dynasty poet Su Shi. Yet, the subsequent lines seemed unfamiliar. Could they be original compositions by Su Can? The thought sent chills down their spines. A wave of awe swept through the crowd. Gripped by the fear of genius, a master not only capable of singing opera but also of penning lyrics. Was he even human? In the judging panel, Professor Li of the Huaxia Music Academy trembled with astonishment, his eyes brimming with shock. An aficionado of classical music, he possessed profound knowledge of opera, a quintessential representation of Huaxia's classical heritage. His amazement stemmed not merely from the incorporation of opera into the song, but rather from the fact that Su Can's rendition of this operatic segment resonated with unparalleled authenticity, as if performed by a seasoned master steeped in the art for years. How remarkable it was for one so youthful to exhibit such operatic prowess. Previously, Professor Li had admired Su Can. Now, that admiration was laced with profound respect. In the broadcasting studio, the program's chief director, Director Kong, was suddenly invigorated with inspiration. From a musical perspective, the segment of traditional opera incorporated here can be classified as a monologue. Initially, it feels somewhat jarring, but upon further listening, it transforms into an introspective soliloquy, seemingly originating from the depths of the heart of Emperor Chongzhen, rendering it quite enchanting. The entire composition melts seamlessly, imbuing the song with a sense of dialogue and gravitas. Additionally, the deliberately subdued volume resembles a faint echo resonating from the annals of history. Particularly poignant are the final two words, a dream, which, with their intricate twists and turns, evoke profound melancholy. Director Kong deeply perceives that this segment of opera is akin to the Paisida or sistence of the entire song, elevating it to sublime heights. To witness such a composition within a program under his stewardship fills Director Kong with profound excitement and pride. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments once again inundates the screen. Wow, I've got goosebumps. My grandfather, sitting beside me, who used to perform traditional opera, was so captivated by this segment that his eyes widened, mistaking it for a masterful rendition by an esteemed artist. Su Can's portrayal of the opera is remarkably authentic, instantly transporting me back to my childhood, evoking a wave of nostalgia. Truly, our rich heritage of traditional opera, which has endured for millennia, feels rejuvenated through this song. This monologue is absolutely magnificent, brimming with strength. It is the first time I've developed an appreciation for the old-style monologues. Though it may be faint, it must possess light. The essence of theatrical artistry flows within us. No territorial concessions, no reparations, no royal marriages. The monarch dies for the state. The emperor guards the nation. Only we. The Great Ming. The defining the wind segment immediately elevates the ambience. This monologue from the opera, akin to a divine stroke of genius, ignites the passion of all netizens in the live broadcast. They fervently flood the comments, their intense emotions reaching a fever pitch, filled with awe at the singing and reflections on Emperor Chongzhen. Simultaneously, driven by this operatic monologue, the number of viewers in the live room soars past 1 million. On stage, after completing the previous segment of the operatic monologue, Su Can feels a stirring within. Despite having practiced numerous times, performing it live on stage imparts a subtly different mindset. He also senses the allure of traditional opera. This genre faces decline in contemporary times, perhaps under his influence. It can radiate a newfound vitality. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Su Can resumes singing, but, I still wish to believe. The smallest, the weakest, the softest, the most fearless you, with all your might, striving to respond. No matter how boundless, how endless, how inexplicable, there is always a glimmer of hope. Illuminate yourself. The lyrics, identical to before, now convey a different hue to the audience. The arrangement and instrumentation have transformed. The power within the song has intensified, with greater complexity in its layers. Particularly in the high notes, compared to before, Su Can astonishingly employs his natural voice. It is as if he is expending every ounce of his strength, unable to consider anything else, instinctively and resolutely crying out. The audience suddenly wonders if, at the final moment of his life, Emperor Chongzhen would have shouted in such a manner. At that moment, a sudden, piercing whistle echoed across the stage, its clarity strikingly resonant. Instantly, the audience's attention was drawn back to the performance. The subsequent melody left them utterly astonished. Do not heed the sound of leaves rustling through the forest. A cloak of mist and rain, I embrace life as it comes. In the hall of melodious sound, our tales shall converge. 6 centuries in a chestnut, a dream adrift in the vast sea. Though it remains a form of opera, the singing style diverged completely from what preceded it. The earlier recitation adhered to conventional operatic melodies, while this segment embraced the rhythms of popular music. One could assert that it transcended traditional opera, morphing into a rendition of contemporary music performed with an operatic flair. The audience had never encountered such a sound before. The auditory experience was distinct from the earlier recitations, evoking a sense of liberation and transcendence, offering a profound solace. In that moment, they felt a tingling sensation coursing through their scalps, extending to the very tips of their hair. Chapter 32. The Dramatic Song. I Can't Find My Crown. Ah, this is overwhelmingly stunning. Wow, I absolutely adore this segment of dramatic singing. The fusion of traditional opera and contemporary pop music is a match made in heaven. Sukan has pioneered a novel vocal technique. Even Su Sure would be astonished by its brilliance. Alas, I feel as though my crown has vanished. I am watching the live broadcast while my roommate snores beside me. I have physically transcended him. Brothers, did I do the right thing? At this moment, propelled by the enchanting vocal performance, the atmosphere in the live studio reached a new zenith. Although both segments of dramatic singing were quite impressive, the latter was undeniably more vigorous, bringing a wave of comfort to the audience's hearts. The number of viewers online surged past 2 million, doubling the previous count. Upon seeing this figure, the staff in the broadcasting room were left in awe. This was genuine data. Even the central station could not fabricate viewer counts with monetary means. Other contestants attracted only a mere 100,000 viewers, while Sukan commanded an astounding 2 million, 20 times more. Why is there such a vast disparity among university students? Gazing at Sukan through the lens, Director Kong suddenly thought of a term: traffic password. Dramatic singing. On the judging panel, Xiaomo's eyes sparkled with excitement. She suddenly realized that Sukan's innovative amalgamation of dramatic singing and pop music could herald a new trend in the Chinese music scene. If she wished to thrive in the industry, mastering this technique would be essential. Clearly, after the competition concludes, she must seek Sukan to learn this dramatic vocal style in earnest. Gradually, the song approached its final notes. Regardless of the purpose, the most fearless you. Unconcerned with destiny, the most fearless you. Initially, the audience believed the climax of the song had concluded. However, when Sukan sang the first line of the finale, they realized their error. The shock Sukan delivered only intensified with each wave. The final segment comprised 4 short phrases, each followed by a melodic akin to a chant filled with profound Zen quality. The audience had never encountered such a singing method, and they felt an immense sense of pleasure both physically and spiritually. As the last notes faded, the auditorium resonated with lingering echoes. For over 10 seconds, silence enveloped the room before it erupted into fervent applause. Whether judges, audience members, or staff, everyone clapped fervently. Disregarding the redness of their palms, their gazes towards Sukan were imbued with gratitude, admiration, and profound respect. This piece, Brightness, was indeed deserving of such acclaim. Amidst the thunderous applause, the host at the side of the stage wiped away a tear, quickly touched up her makeup, and then hurriedly approached the stage. Sukan. This rendition of Brightness was simply breathtaking. On behalf of all the audience, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you. The host looked at Sukan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It's nothing. It was my duty. Thank you. Sukan humbly responded. As we allocate the forthcoming moments to our esteemed judges, might they have any reflections to share? The host, with a smile, glanced towards the judges seated below, while the camera began to focus on the panel. Upon hearing this, the judges found themselves momentarily perplexed. The performances of the 7 competing students had raised numerous issues, and their critiques had been articulate, captivating the audience's attention. However, following Sukan's rendition of Brightness, they found themselves at a loss for any shortcomings, unsure of how to provide feedback. Just as silence enveloped the judges' table, Professor Lee from the Huaxia Conservatory of Music was the first to raise his hand. Please, Professor Lee, the host said courteously, recognizing the esteemed veteran of the music community. Professor Lee nodded, turning his gaze towards Sukan, a smile gracing his features. Dear student Sukan, I seem to have not encountered those last 3 lines of your recitation in any classical poetry. His demeanor was warm, akin to that of a mentor addressing a protege. He recognized the first 2 lines as derived from Su Shi's Ding Feng Bo. Yet the subsequent 3 lines eluded his memory. He speculated they might have been penned by Sukan, though he could not be certain. For one could not claim to have every ancient verse committed to memory. This uncertainty mirrored the thoughts of all present. A question only the creator of the lyrics and melody could resolve. The lines in question: do not heed the sounds of leaves striking through the forest. Live life freely amidst the misty rain. At Chang'an Pavilion, we finally converse, 600 years in a shiver, a dream of the vast sea. Were not extracted from a singular narrative but rather woven from various elements to form a cohesive expression. At Chang'an Pavilion, we finally converse signifies a rare opportunity for dialogue or reunion at this particular location, symbolizing the convergence of history and culture or the reminiscence of significant moments. 600 years in a shiver. reflects the 600 years since the establishment of the Forbidden City, conveying the weight of history and the passage of time. A Dream of the Vast Sea likens life to a fleeting dream upon the ocean, embodying the transience and ever-changing nature of existence. Sukan articulated his thoughts with clarity and simplicity. The audience, akin to attentive students, nodded in understanding, absorbing profound insights from these lines. They felt nostalgia for the past, reverence for history, and an acknowledgement of life's fleeting and illusory nature. Upon concluding his explanation, Professor Li's eyes shimmered with astonishment. "Sukan, your 3 lines are exceptionally crafted," he exclaimed, genuinely moved. "Even I find it challenging to compose such philosophically rich sentences." This revelation left the audience in stunned silence. Through Sukan's elucidation, they had grasped the extent of his remarkable talent, yet lacked a concrete understanding of its magnitude. Now, with Professor Li's commendation, they comprehended that Sukan's abilities were indeed of a staggering caliber. In the backstage lounge, the other competing students wore expressions of bittersweet resignation. Outshined in song and talent, they recognized their likely role as mere participants in this contest. On stage, the host concluded, "Thank you, Professor Li." Upon hearing the praise from Elder Li, Sukan nodded slightly. "I am a student of Chinese language and literature, with a substantial focus on the study of ancient poetry. The ability to compose these 3 lines is merely a testament to standing on the shoulders of giants. Your commendation is overly generous." The young man's humility and composure were commendable. Elder Li, stroking his beard, felt a deep sense of satisfaction in recognizing such an exceptional junior. At that moment, Elder Li suddenly recalled something and continued to inquire, "Sukan, from whom did you learn your theatrical voice?" It was no wonder Elder Li posed this question. Sukan's vocal prowess in opera was truly remarkable. Elder Li was acquainted with several students who had been trained in opera from a young age. Yet none could match Sukan's skill. In Elder Li's estimation, Sukan must have had an extraordinary manner. However, to Elder Li's surprise, Sukan gently shook his head. "I have loved listening to opera since childhood, and I learned from instructors and online opera videos." Sukan's vocal talent was entirely self-taught, a fact he felt compelled to keep to himself. Fabricating a mentor might lead to a cascade of lies that would be difficult to maintain. Rather than resorting to such fabrications, he preferred to acknowledge his self-directed learning. Should anyone seek to place blame, it would be for his exceptional ability to teach himself. Sukan's revelation left Elder Li profoundly astonished. It was indeed a revelation to discover that someone could self-teach to such an extent in the realm of theatrical voice. This was truly an eye-opener. Elder Li ultimately nodded in a daze, utterly amazed by Sukan's talent. Chapter 33, Perfect Score Advancement. The Splendor of Huaxia Everywhere. At this moment, Elder Li posed one final question. "Sukan, how did you conceive the idea of merging traditional operatic vocal techniques with popular music? The most remarkable feature of this song lies in the incorporation of operatic recitations and lyrics, an unprecedented innovation in the realm of Chinese music." Upon hearing this, Sukan pondered for a moment before responding thoughtfully. Huaxia possesses a wealth of outstanding traditional culture, yet many aspects face the threat of decline, and opera is no exception. In my perspective, for opera to endure, it must evolve in response to the progression of time. My vision is to fuse operatic elements with popular music, creating a distinctive musical genre. Judging by the live performance of Brightness, this fusion seems to resonate well and is favored by the audience. While performing, Sukan was attentive to the audience's reactions. When he sang the operatic recitations and lyrics, the audience erupted in enthusiasm, indicating their appreciation for that segment. In the future, I will continue to compose operatic songs akin to Brightness, and I hope everyone enjoys them. After concluding, Sukan bowed deeply to the audience. Elder Li's eyes inexplicably moistened, filled with emotion. Sukan is indeed revitalizing traditional culture. To witness a young person harbor such aspirations and take tangible actions is truly remarkable, surpassing the majority of individuals known to Elder Li. Even Elder Li felt a sense of inadequacy in comparison. As a young singer, I admire your ambition. Should you encounter any challenges in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will do my utmost to support you. As a mentor, Elder Li solemnly made his commitment. Thank you. Sukan nodded appreciatively. Following Elder Li's evaluation, Xia Imo also began her critique, extolling Sukan's brightness in extravagant terms. Although her language was somewhat exaggerated, the audience felt that brightness warranted such accolades. Soon, all 10 judges completed their evaluations, each filled with praise, with no negative feedback. Next came the scoring phase, with a perfect score of 10 points. The highest and lowest scores would be discarded, and the remaining scores averaged. Judges, please cast your scores. 1 minute countdown. As the host's words faded, the scoring segment officially commenced. However, Within just 5 seconds, the judges began to raise their scoring cards. The camera zoomed in on the cards, allowing the audience to see clearly. In an instant, the atmosphere surged once more. All the scoring cards displayed a perfect score of 10. Congratulations to Su Kan. Brightness has achieved a perfect score of 10, the highest since the competition began. As the host concluded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. At this moment, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room also ignited with excitement. Wow, Su Kan has received another perfect score. He also achieved a perfect score in the preliminary rounds. A total of 2 perfect scores. Brightness absolutely deserves a perfect score. Failing to award it would be utterly unjust. This perfect score must lead to advancement. It feels as though there is no need to continue watching. The pressure of competing alongside Su Kan is simply overwhelming. With 2 more rounds of competition ahead, do you think Su Kan will achieve another perfect score? It is highly probable. Perhaps we are about to witness the birth of a miracle. After Su Kan's performance of Radiance garnered a perfect score, the viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. It felt akin to having a beloved song validated by experts. How could one not feel elated? In the broadcasting hall, amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, Su Kan smiled and nodded before departing the stage. Next, it was the turn of the remaining 24 contestants. However, unexpectedly, as Su Kan exited, the audience began to thin. Just moments ago, there were at least 600 attendees, yet now there were only around 300, an astonishing reduction by half. In truth, most of the audience consisted of staff members from the central station. They had come to watch the program during their breaks, and after hearing Radiance, they suddenly felt that listening to other songs would be rather uninteresting. Given this, they decided it would be better to leave and attend to their own matters. This sentiment was not limited to the live audience. The real-time online viewer count also saw a significant drop, plummeting from 2 million to 150,000, and it continued to decline rapidly. At this rate, by the end of the broadcast, there might only be a mere 100,000 viewers left. Seeing this shift in numbers, Director Kong in the control room frowned. The program had not even reached its halfway point, yet the audience had diminished so drastically, which would adversely affect the overall ratings. However, he understood that this was a direct consequence of Su Kan's departure. Kong resolved that in the future, Su Kan should not perform so early in the show. It would be best to have him as the finale. 2 hours later, the first round of the National Top 100 Universities singing competition officially concluded. With the host's announcement, Su Kan secured first place in the first round with a perfect score, successfully advancing. The second place score was 8.9, leaving Su Kan far ahead. When the results were announced, Su Kan briefly flashed a smile before exchanging words with the staff and leaving. It was already 11 o'clock at night, and Su Kan did not wish to stay up late. Xia Imo hurried to the lounge after the competition concluded, seeking Su Kan, but she was a step too late. That evening, the program staff worked diligently to edit Su Kan's performance of Radiance into a separate video, which was subsequently shared online. At midnight, within less than an hour, the video's like count exceeded 1 million, and the views skyrocketed even further. Amidst this fervent popularity, trending topics on social media were updated instantly. Su Kan Radiance, the first aria song in Chinese music. Radiance talented Su Kan creates a perfect score song in 3 days. Radiance, the wind's stabilizing wave. This song Radiance sparked an unprecedented frenzy. The breathtaking live performance video moved countless netizens to tears and ignited a fervor within their hearts. On this night, due to the song Brightness, the land of Huaxia was illuminated everywhere with light. Chapter 34, Completion of the Interim Task. A choral song? Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the first round of the National Top 100 College Singing Competition. Ding. The rewards for the interim task have been credited. Would you like to open it? Inside the hotel, Su Kan groggily awakened to the sound of the system's prompt echoing in his mind. It must be said that the system is remarkably user-friendly. The notification of the completed task from last night arrived only now, coinciding perfectly with Su Kan's waking hours. It could certainly serve as a reliable alarm clock in the future. Open the task rewards. Su Kan silently commanded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 song components. Perhaps due to the fact that the finals are divided into 3 rounds, the system only rewarded him with 2 song components this time. Nevertheless, that would suffice for Su Kan's needs. After freshening up, he ventured out for breakfast, indulging in a plate of fried sauce noodles and a serving of Yinjing fermented mung bean juice. The taste of the fermented juice was somewhat unimaginable. Yet Su Kan managed to finish it all. As long as the food isn't toxic, he could consume anything, as he prided himself on being easy to feed. Upon leaving the breakfast shop, Su Kan glanced at the time. The second round of the finals is scheduled for May 7th, and today is May 2nd, leaving him with 5 days to explore Yinjing further. He took out his phone, intending to search for local attractions. Just then, his phone rang, and the caller ID displayed Xiao. Hello, Su Qian. What are you up to? Not much, just planning to find a place to wander. Wander? I'm quite familiar with Yinjing. Just give me the address, and I'll come find you. All right. Su Qian reluctantly hung up and shared his current location with Xiao. He had initially intended to explore alone, but now having someone to accompany him felt rather pleasant, relieving him of any concerns. Su Qian found a convenience store to order a cup of coffee, sipping it while waiting for Xiao. While checking out, the cashier inadvertently glanced at Su Qian, suddenly freezing in place. She took out her phone, opened a short video app, and clicked on the first video in her favorites, an on-site recording of Su Qian performing Light. Su Qian, the cashier exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. Hello. Su Qian greeted her with a smile, somewhat astonished that she recognized him. During his 3 days in Yinjing prior, no one had acknowledged him. Yet, after merely one night following his performance of Light, someone had recognized him. It seems that the song's online popularity is quite astonishing. After receiving the coffee from the cashier, Su Qian settled into an empty seat. Although the cashier had recognized him, she refrained from bothering him, which Su Qian appreciated. After about half an hour, Su Qian received a call from Xiao and promptly made his way to the roadside. A small car was parked there, and the window rolled down. Xiao, wearing sunglasses and a mask, waved at Su Qian and cheerfully called out, Su Qian, hurry up and get in. Is it really necessary to be so covered up? Su Qian inquired curiously as he took his seat in the passenger side. You do not comprehend. I am now a celebrity. The sales of my album Qinghua have surpassed 10 million. Just wait patiently for your dividends. That is quite impressive, congratulations. Su Qian also feels joy for Xiao. Although he does not interact frequently with her, their few exchanges have revealed that she is indeed a commendable person. Su Qian, your song Guangliang has become a sensation across the internet. I watched several videos related to it this morning. Xiao reflects with deep admiration. Since her debut, she has released nearly 100 songs, yet none have achieved the explosive success of Guangliang. Perhaps this is the allure of operatic singing. Su Qian, could you teach me the art of operatic singing? I wish to learn this vocal technique. Xiao increasingly senses the necessity of mastering the style. I apologize. I am self-taught. I can sing without issue, but teaching others is beyond my capability, Su Qian replied, shaking his head. I recommend you find a professional vocal coach to study diligently for a while. In Su Qian's view, operatic singing is a unique element of Huaxia music, and mastering this technique holds great potential for future development. Very well, I will inquire about finding a teacher in the coming days, Xiao noted. Suddenly, she recalled something and continued, Su Qian, are you interested in choral music? Choral music? Su Qian raised an eyebrow. The recent songs he has performed have all been solo, and he has yet to sing a choral piece. Moreover, choral singing necessitates a reliable partner, and having just entered the entertainment industry, he does not know many people. I have some interest. Xiao chuckled, as if a sly plan had succeeded. In the final round of the program's competition, after you all perform, there will be a closing song segment. I want to sing a final piece. Would you join me? Having witnessed Su Qian's performance of his first song Qinghua and his recent song Guangliang, she feels that his singing skills have undergone a remarkable transformation, far surpassing her own. If they were to perform together, she might learn a great deal. Sure, no problem. Su Qian nodded in agreement. Wow, that is fantastic. Xiao removed her mask, revealing a radiant smile. Rest assured, I will take you around Yinjing for a delightful time over the next few days. I will cover all expenses, for I have plenty of money. Su Qian, oh. Meanwhile, as the two enjoy their time together, the song Guangliang continues to spread rapidly throughout Huaxia, profoundly impacting many lives. Chapter 35, Doubling the Admission Rate. The Radiance of Tiananmen Square. At 8 o'clock in the evening, within the confines of a classroom at a certain county experimental high school, students from Class 2 of the senior year were diligently engaged in completing their examination papers. It was the 2nd of May, and in merely a month, the Gaokao, the National College Entrance Examination, would commence. The students were enveloped in a state of both tension and anxiety. At the front of the room, the homeroom teacher gazed intently at the students below, his brow furrowed in concern. Although termed a high school, it was fundamentally a rural institution, with the majority of its students hailing from the countryside. The Gaokao represented their sole avenue of escape. However, Due to the uneven distribution of educational resources, these rural students faced immense competitive pressure in comparison to their urban counterparts. This realization further intensified the teacher's anxiety. At this juncture, he could only place his hopes in these children, wishing they would exert every effort in the final month to secure a promising future through their hard work. Yet, the students' perseverance was limited. After all, they were still mere children. The teacher noticed that many of them were already stifling yawns, and some had even succumbed to sleep, their heads bobbing like garlic being pounded. What could be done in such a situation? Resolute, the teacher decided that he must devise a way to motivate these students. Just then, his phone rang, reverberating throughout the classroom. He inwardly cursed his misfortune. Having just changed his ringtone that day, he had forgotten to silence it before entering. Instinctively, he reached for his phone to mute it. However, as his finger hovered over the mute button, he hesitated. The ringtone was not some trendy pop song. It was the currently viral hit Radiance. Being youthful at heart, the teacher had found himself moved to tears upon first hearing the song, and his affection for it had only deepened with repeated listens, ultimately leading him to designate it as his ringtone. In his view, this song possessed immense motivational power. Since it had fortuitously begun to play, why not share it with the students? He turned the volume up to its maximum. Initially, the students did not react to the sound, but as the ringtone suddenly blared, it captured their attention. They looked up, puzzled about their teacher's intentions. At that moment, the voice of Su Kan resonated through the classroom. On the sea, a gust of wind rises. White clouds surge towards the land. The monsoon carries away the sand. Do not heed the sound of rain through the forest. With a raincoat, let life unfold as it may. In the Harmony Pavilion, we will finally converse. 600 years of a chestnut, a dream of the vast sea. Regardless of purpose, you, the most fearless. Unconcerned with fate, you, the most fearless. These students, residing on campus without internet access, had never encountered radiance. Upon hearing the first line, their expressions softened, and their gazes became gentler. Su Kan's voice was exceptionally soothing, possessing a balm-like quality for the soul. Having endured prolonged periods of intense study, the students felt profoundly fatigued. As they listened to the gentle melody, they experienced a sense of immense enjoyment, and their weariness seemed to vanish. Upon hearing the words, "It is the sudden storm that assails during one's run. It is the light of a match igniting in the darkness," the students were jolted. They reflected upon their own lives, those late nights and early mornings spent immersed in a sea of questions. Were they not also racing through storms? Were they not the matches striving to burn brightly in the dark? These lyrics spoke of their very essence. As the melody progressed, they were suddenly greeted by Su Shi's ding feng bo. Do not heed the sound of rain striking through the forest. Let the mist and rain accompany me through life. In the pavilion of joyous music, we shall recount our tales, 6 centuries of a fleeting moment, a dream upon the vast ocean. Upon hearing these lines, a surge of fervor ignited within the hearts of the students. Just as the lyrics convey, one must maintain an open heart in the face of life's tempests and strive to rise above adversity, seeking a life of ease. Indeed, as they prepared for the college entrance exam, they too should embody this spirit, unyielding, searching for their own luminescence. As the song approached its conclusion, the refrain of "Fearless You" echoed twice, as if the singer were addressing them directly. You are fearless. Fearless. Fearless you. I am fearless. The students murmured these words, their eyes sparkling with renewed intensity. When the song finally faded, they abruptly lowered their gazes to their exam papers, seizing their pens and channeling all their focus into writing. They were determined to discover their own light. Witnessing this scene, the homeroom teacher felt a mix of astonishment and pride. He had not anticipated the profound impact that Su Kan's song would have. In truth, those who find themselves in dire straits are often the ones who can truly grasp the power of this song. It can transform the powerless into the fearless. From now on, he resolved to play this song every night. At that moment, he glanced at his phone, curious about who had called. As the phone had rung for the duration of the song, upon seeing that the missed call was from his wife, a wave of panic swept over him. Oh no. He hurriedly made his way to the corridor outside the classroom, quickly returning the call and offering a lengthy explanation, promising to submit his assignments daily that week, which ultimately earned him his wife's forgiveness. After hanging up, he entered the classroom, wincing at the thought of the toll this week would take on his back. The evening study session was scheduled to end at 9:30. Typically, by this hour, most students would return to their dormitories to wash up and rest. However, today, when the clock struck 9:30, not a single student moved. They were wholly engrossed in their exam papers, seemingly oblivious to the ringing bell. Time slipped by quietly, and soon it was 11 o'clock. When the supervising teacher passed by class 3, 2, and glanced inside, he was utterly astonished. Every student was bent over their papers. As if under a spell, the supervising teacher immediately reported this scene, then entered the classroom to urge the students to return to their dorms for rest. Only then did they begin to gather their papers and leave the classroom. The door was shut once the last student had exited. The next morning arrived. The principal summoned the somewhat pale homeroom teacher to inquire why the students of class 3, 2, had persevered in their studies late into the night. With every single student present, the very thought of such a dedicated learning scene filled the principal with a sense of astonishment. It was simply unfathomable. The homeroom teacher, cradling a thermos filled with goji berries, took a couple of sips before recounting the incident of playing the song Light in class. Upon hearing this, the principal was left utterly astounded. In the final month leading up to the college entrance examinations, the school's broadcast station would air Light twice every night at 9 o'clock. The principal immediately assigned this task to the broadcasting station. From that moment on, all third-year students at the school could listen to Light twice each evening until the day before the exams. Remarkably, due to this song, the school's undergraduate admission rates surged from 20 to 40, a full doubling. Years later, these graduates would still remember how Su Can's Light supported them through the most challenging times of their final year. On the morning of May 3rd, at the Forbidden City in Tiananmen Square, an unusually large crowd gathered to witness the flag-raising ceremony, the number of attendees tripling or even quadrupling compared to previous years. The management committee of the Forbidden City took note of this phenomenon and promptly deployed additional security personnel to maintain order and prevent any untoward incidents. They also arranged for staff members to conduct random interviews with several spectators to discern the reason behind the sudden influx of visitors, especially since it was not a particularly special occasion. Soon, the staff returned with the results of their inquiries. It turned out that these individuals had come to watch the flag raising after listening to Su Can's Light. Upon learning this, the management committee felt both astonished and enlightened. They were all familiar with Light, recognizing it as a song imbued with positive energy that resonated with the spirit of the times. Given that the audience was drawn to this song, they decided to play it after the flag had been raised, thereby satisfying the spectators' preferences, promoting the positive energy encapsulated in the song, and simultaneously publicizing the Forbidden City, truly a multifaceted advantage. Consequently, when the flag raising concluded, the music at Tiananmen Square suddenly filled the air. The spectators, initially preparing to depart, found themselves frozen in place upon hearing the prelude of Light. In that moment, they seemed to glimpse the true essence of brightness. Chapter 36, The All-Encompassing Omnipotent Song, The Invitation from Director Kong. After a day's ferment, the song that has ascended to the top of the music charts across various platforms is none other than Brightness. Following closely in second, third, and fourth places are Su Can's Blue and White Porcelain, Lady of Luxury, and Qingdu, respectively. Su Can has released only 4 songs, yet he has effortlessly dominated the top 4 positions on all music platforms. If only one song had reached the charts, it might have been a mere coincidence. However, the consecutive success of 4 songs can only indicate that Su Can is a musical prodigy. Everyone has begun to regard Su Can as a rising star in the Mandarin music scene. The cumulative playback data from all major music platforms has surpassed 200 million. It is noteworthy that this is in 2007, a year when the total number of internet users in China was approximately 250 million. This implies that nearly all internet users have listened to Su Can's Brightness. The fervor is astonishing. In fact, during this period, listening to Brightness has become a trend. Many netizens have shared Brightness across social media platforms, even adopting its lyrics as personal signatures. The most minuscule, the most fragile, the most gentle, the most fearless you. With all your might, strive to respond. No matter how boundless, how endless, how unsolvable, there is always a glimmer of hope, brightness within yourself, regardless of purpose. Indifferent to fate, the most fearless you. For the current Mandarin music scene, Brightness is a rare gem that has not been seen in many years. Not only is the song melodious, but it also comforts the listener's soul, bestows spiritual strength, and ignites patriotic fervor. Furthermore, the song encompasses a variety of elements, blending modern pop music with classical opera and ancient poetry. It even features a depiction of Emperor Chongzhen, imbued with historical significance. One could say that Brightness is all-encompassing, a versatile masterpiece, Beneath the content related to brightness, numerous comments from netizens resemble heartfelt essays, expressing their emotions after listening to the song. Clearly a fate engulfed by the torrents of history, yet there is always a glimmer of hope. It sings of a fleeting moment in a vast ocean. Yet it celebrates the most fearless you. The darkness bestowed upon me with black eyes, yet I use them to seek the light. This sense of release and compassion bestowed by time is almost divine in Su Qian's rendition. Having listened to Su Qian's brightness numerous times, the phrase brightness within yourself increasingly evokes a sense of resigned solace. The edifice teeters, and despite my utmost efforts, I can only ignite my own light. Brightness within yourself. Brightness within me. The world cannot be illuminated by me, and the mountains and rivers cannot be saved by my hand. It is merely a fleeting glimpse in a vast ocean. I strive to exist, small and insignificant. For the first time, a song, meticulously polished. Yet, no one is disappointed. The lyrics, melody, and vocals are a perfect match. The design of the Peking opera recitation adds significant value, akin to a finishing touch, enhancing the song's depth. Each section evokes a unique sensation, with ethereal beauty and the weight of traversed history, brimming with highlights. Thank you, Teacher Su Qian. As if enchanted melodies had graced the ears, it is indeed a first to encounter operatic tones within the realm of popular music. The fusion of musical elements unveils infinite possibilities, and the expression of art can truly be vibrant and diverse. We are grateful to Su Qian for presenting us with breakthroughs, delightful surprises, and a feast for the senses that resonates deeply within our souls. I found myself moved to tears, often feeling so small and overwhelmed, burdened by anxiety and hesitation. This song is genuinely healing. Regardless of purpose or destiny, perhaps this is the answer to confronting our insignificance. Su Qian is indeed a little angel. May you continue to sing joyfully. Today, my supervisor praised me, saying I operate the sewing machine exceptionally well and possess a talent perfectly suited for this job. Little does she know, I have no such talent. The rhythm of my foot on the pedal mirrors the heartbeat of my thoughts of Su Qian. This is a song that evokes profound emotion. Director Kong, gazing at the online commentary regarding brightness, felt a deep connection. Upon examining the lyrics of this song, it becomes evident that it is written for every small yet fearless ordinary person. The more ordinary one is, the more they can relate to this song and find resonance within it. In reality, the vast majority of people are indeed ordinary. Thus, Su Qian's song is destined to become a nationwide sensation, enduring through time as a classic in the hearts of many. Reflecting on this, Director Kong solidified a prior notion. He is set to launch a special program themed around youth titled May 4th Youth Special tomorrow evening. At the program's conclusion, there will be a segment dedicated to the theme song's performance. Kong has long sought an exceptional young singer to perform this theme song, one who exemplifies not only vocal prowess but also admirable character and integrity. After all, a singer representing the May 4th theme must serve as a role model. While many talented young singers exist in Huaxia, finding one with assured moral integrity has proven challenging, especially in an era rife with celebrities facing scandals. Thus, Kong had resigned himself to enlisting an older acquaintance in his 40s to sing the theme song. However, he now believes he has found a more suitable candidate. Su Qian. Firstly, based on brightness, there is no doubt regarding Su Qian's character, as artistic works reflect their creator's inner world. Secondly, the fact that Su Qian composed brightness in just 3 days and can deliver it flawlessly showcases a level of talent that surpasses most in the entertainment industry. It would be entirely appropriate for Su Qian to perform the program's theme song, and Kong has already selected the piece, merely requiring Su Qian's voice. This would save considerable time. With these thoughts in mind, Kong took out his phone and called Su Qian. As the program's chief director, he had contact information for all participating students. The call connected swiftly. "Hello," came Su Qian's voice from the other end, as he strolled alone through the winding alleys of Yanjing, capturing moments with his camera. "Hello, Su Qian. I am the chief director of the program, Kong Chi." He introduced himself. "Oh, Director Kong, how do you do? Is there something you need?" Su Qian nodded, recognizing the familiar voice from the other end of the line. "It is like this. I have a special program, May 4th Youth Special, set to air tomorrow night, and I would like to invite you to sing the theme song. I wonder if you have the time?" Singing the theme song. Su Qian paused for a moment. He indeed had the time. "Have you chosen the song on your end?" he inquired, not outright refusing. As the largest state media outlet in the country, maintaining a good relationship with Central Television was essential for Su Qian's aspirations in the Chinese entertainment industry. The program was set to air tomorrow night, and it was evident that Director Kong had suddenly thought of him, hoping he could save the situation. Sukin felt that this favor was worth granting. All right. Please wait a moment while I send you the song. Director Kang's face lit up with joy. He had not anticipated Sukan's swift agreement, which only heightened his appreciation for him. After hanging up, Director Kang added Sukin's contact information and sent him the score. This theme song had been composed by a renowned master in the Chinese music scene, taking a month to complete, and he was immensely satisfied with it. Meanwhile, Sukin examined the score sent by Director Kang, his brow furrowing slightly. Having grown accustomed to fine grains, it was indeed difficult to digest the coarse fare. Chapter 37. The ripple effect brought by Sukin. After thoroughly examining the sheet music sent by Director Kang several times, Sukin ultimately found it unpalatable. Compared to the pieces such as Brightness, Blue and White, and Madame Shexiang, the quality of this song was simply too inferior. Never mind. I shall take matters into my own hands. Sukin possessed a certain compulsion if he were to sing. It must be a song that he was satisfied with and cherished, or he would refrain altogether. He began to mentally sift through the repertoire for songs that would be fitting as the theme for the May 4th Youth Special Program. The theme undoubtedly revolved around the essence of youth, imbued with a spirit of aspiration and vigor. Before long, a spark ignited in Sukin's eyes as he recalled a particularly suitable song. He then proactively dialed Director Kang's number. Hello, is this Director Kang? Sukin, have you had a chance to look at the sheet music? It's rather good. Isn't it? Director Kang's voice radiated confidence from the other end. Sukin rubbed his forehead. Actually, I have a song that is even more appropriate. A more suitable song? Director Kang detected the implication in Sukin's words. Was he suggesting a change in the song? Is it one that you composed? Yes. It is a piece I wrote a few days ago, particularly fitting for the May 4th Youth theme. Sukin felt that if he were to disclose the song was a recent composition, it would undoubtedly astonish Director Kang. Hence, he chose to remain modest. Let us do this. Please send me the song for review. Although Director Kang harbored skepticism regarding the superiority of Sukin's composition compared to works by established masters he had engaged, he resolved to give Sukin the benefit of the doubt. All right, please wait a moment. I will send it to you in approximately half an hour. After hanging up, Sukin exchanged a song component for the desired melody. He then retrieved a lightweight notebook from his backpack and transcribed the melody that had formed in his mind. Half an hour later, Sukin sent the electronic version of the sheet music to Director Kang. In the central television building, within the office, Director Kang. The popularity of the May 4th Youth Special Program exceeds our expectations, exclaimed the assistant, brimming with excitement beside him. Indeed, Director Kang observed the monitoring data displayed on the screen, feeling a swell of emotion within. The program's popularity owed much of its success to Sukin. Just 2 days prior, following the broadcast of the top 100 national university singing competition, the program's viewership surged unprecedentedly. Viewers generally believe that since the Central Television Entertainment Channel could air such captivating content, other programs might also be commendable. As a result, the ratings for all programs on the channel had significantly improved in recent days. Moreover, Sukin's rendition of Brightness, a song that greatly inspired youth, had drawn considerable attention to the youth-themed May 4th Youth Special Program. This was the chain reaction initiated by Sukin. Director Kang contemplated how to further amplify this ripple effect. Once Sukin confirmed the song he would sing, he would announce his participation as the performer of the program's theme song. At present, Sukin had become synonymous with online popularity. When the program finally aired, an influx of viewership was inevitable. In truth, as Director Kang had contemplated extending an invitation to Sukin moments ago, he experienced a flutter of anxiety within. After all, May 7th marks the commencement of the second round of the National Top 100 University Singing Competition, which is merely 4 days away. Sukin had ample reasons to decline. However, to Director Kang's surprise, Sukin readily agreed. From Sukin's perspective, time was not an issue, as long as he had sufficient musical elements. He could produce as many songs as needed. Moreover, Sukin had a far-reaching vision. This was an opportunity to perform on a central television program, a chance many singers would covet. Sukin was in dire need of a stage. One that could facilitate a smoother journey in his musical career was more than enough. We must exercise caution, Director Kang suddenly stated with a serious expression. With the program set to air tomorrow night, Sukin had only 2 days to prepare a song, and he had indicated a desire to change to a different piece. This introduced numerous unstable factors. It's all right. Sukin's vocal prowess is exceptional, and every song he performs is captivating. As long as he sings the theme song, there should be no significant issues, the director's assistant reassured. Let us hope so. Despite the assistant's encouragement, Director Kong still felt immense pressure, understanding that as the program's chief director, he bore the responsibility for all outcomes. At that moment, a buzzing sound interrupted, a notification on Director Kang's phone. He quickly retrieved his device, discovering a document sent by Su Kan Youth of Huaxia. Director Kong furrowed his brow, exchanging a glance with his assistant. Is that the name of the song? It sounds somewhat familiar. It seemed he had heard that name somewhere before. It does ring a bell, the assistant replied. Suddenly, Director Kong had a revelation, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was the title of an essay by Mr. Liang Qichao. Why would Su Kan choose this name for his song? Yes, it's indeed Mr. Liang Qichao's article. Upon hearing this, the assistant also recalled the piece. Driven by intense curiosity and confusion, Director Kong opened the score sent by Su Kan, with the assistant leaning in to take a closer look. Before them lay a complete musical score. Both being entertainment professionals with a fair amount of musical knowledge, they could comprehend the lyrics even if they were not well versed in musical notation. As their eyes scanned the lines, their expressions shifted from surprise to sheer astonishment, ultimately rendering them speechless. Suddenly, Director Kang's hand, which held the phone, began to tremble violently, as if he were experiencing a seizure. Bang! He slammed his hand on the table, jolting the assistant back to reality. Once again, their eyes met, revealing immense excitement. Goodness, this song written by Su Kan is extraordinary. It surpasses what I could have expected from a master composer by 1,000-fold. Today, I have witnessed Su Kan's talent firsthand. Each line of these lyrics is powerful and resonant. Even at my age, I feel my blood boiling with enthusiasm. This is undoubtedly a divine piece. I can hardly wait to see Su Kan perform this song. Director Kong and his assistant were animatedly gesticulating in the office, occasionally erupting into exuberant shouts. As passers-by outside the office cast curious glances, one wonders what these two individuals are up to. Chapter 38. The show is on. A historic heatwave. Upon reviewing the score for Youth of Huaxia sent over by Su Kan, Director Kong immediately decided this song must be the theme for the program. The grand composition he had commissioned from a renowned songwriter paled in comparison to Su Kan's work. He promptly called Su Kan, wholeheartedly agreeing to adopt this song as the theme and expressing his profound gratitude and admiration. At that moment, Su Kan made a request. He asked Director Kong to find 18 youths to participate in the performance of the song. Director Kong swiftly inquired about any specific requirements for these youths. Su Kan's response was simple. Only Huaxia youths would suffice. From Su Kan's answer, Director Kong sensed an undeniable vigor, which ignited a surge of passion within him. Regardless of gender, ethnicity, or background, as long as they were Huaxia youths, they were welcome to join in the performance. This song was sung for the youth of Huaxia, or rather, any Huaxia youth could sing this song. It possessed a grand spirit. Ending the call, Director Kong immediately set to work. Since any Huaxia youth was eligible, his first thought was of his son, Kong Xiaoshui. His son was notoriously mischievous, fond of play, and performed poorly academically, causing Director Kong much distress. Now, with such a splendid educational opportunity, he felt compelled to bring his son to the venue for some inspiration. As for the other youths, they were all the children of the program's staff, who had kids of a similar age. Once this was settled, Director Kong arranged for the publicity team to announce Su Kan's performance of the theme song. That afternoon at 2 o'clock, the official media of the Central Entertainment Channel released a statement across the internet. We extend our gratitude to Su Kan for singing the theme song of the May 4th Youth Special Program. Let us gather at 8 o'clock tonight to collectively enjoy the song brought to us by Su Kan. Upon release, the program's popularity soared. On various video platforms, the ranking of the May 4th Youth Special Program surged to the top. The comments section was flooded with enthusiastic remarks. Wow! Su Kan, who sings Guangliang, has teamed up with the May 4th Youth Special Program. This is something to look forward to. To be candid, given the depth of Guangliang, Su Kan is indeed a role model for youth. Because of Su Kan, my appreciation for the Central Entertainment Channel has increased tremendously. I eagerly anticipate the song he will bring. Which song will Su Kan perform? I believe it will most likely be Guangliang. 1, 2, 10,010. The discussions among netizens regarding Su Kan's performance predominantly centered around Guangliang. As for whether Su Kan would sing any other songs, it was scarcely considered. On one hand, the theme of Guangliang resonated profoundly with that of the May 4th Youth Special Program, seeking one's own light amid the storms, illuminating oneself, and brightening the world. This is incredibly inspiring for the youth. On another note, Su Kan recently composed Brightness. Regardless of an individual's remarkable talent, it remains constrained within a limited time frame. Consequently, over 90% of netizens believe Sukin is capable of performing brightness. Regrettably, their expectations may lead to disappointment. However, the surprises brought forth by youthful China will undoubtedly far exceed this minor letdown. As a day swiftly passed, the clock struck 6 in the evening. Sukin arrived at the entrance of the central television building 2 hours ahead of schedule. Before the official performance, numerous preparations awaited him, including rehearsals, confirming the performance time, and familiarizing himself with the stage. Upon reaching the entrance, Sukin promptly sent a message to Director Kong. Within moments, someone appeared to welcome him. Although Sukin's current status is not particularly elevated, his fame is considerable, and most of the staff at the central television recognize his handsome visage. As he walked through the building, many greeted him with smiles, including several striking young women. Under the guidance of the staff, Sukin soon found himself in the lounge of the May 4th Youth Special Program. Compared to the lounge of the previous National Top 100 University Singing Competition, this space was notably more spacious, as it was not crowded with competing students. However, Sukin observed several distinguished guests in the lounge, surrounded by busy makeup artists, likely preparing for their onstage appearances. After a brief survey, Sukin entered the adjacent rehearsal room, where he found the 18 youths he had requested Director Kong to gather. He would rehearse with these young talents for 2 hours until the program commenced. Although Sukin could assure his own performance, he could not guarantee the same for the youths. Thus, additional rehearsal would provide a greater sense of security. As time ticked away, it quickly approached 8 o'clock in the evening, the official start of the May 4th Youth Special Program. In the control room, Director Kong glanced at the screen and inquired about the number of online viewers. This was a live broadcast, not only airing on television, but also streaming across major video platforms. "Hold on, Director." The technician in front of the screen promptly retrieved and compiled the data. However, when the results emerged, the technician was left dumbfounded. "What is going on? It's just data." Not hearing a response, Director Kong grew impatient and approached the technician. Peering at the screen, what greeted his eyes was an extensive string of numbers. Director Kong began to count. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. As he continued, his eyes widened in astonishment, ultimately causing him to exclaim an expletive, "Wow! 2 million online viewers. 2 million online viewers. What does this signify?" For educational programs of this nature, the highest recorded online viewership for a premiere at Central Television has been 1 million. Moreover, Central Television is renowned for its excellence in educational programming, while other local stations' educational broadcasts have viewership numbers significantly below 1 million. However, at this moment, the premiere of the May 4th Youth Special Program astonishingly garnered an audience of 2 million, which astonishingly doubles the previous record. This figure is truly formidable. Director Kong suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. He glanced at the technician beside him and remarked, "My eyes seem a bit blurred. Could you please count how many viewers there are?" The technician, upon hearing Director Kang's words, hurriedly began to tally. "No, it's not 2 million. Upon receiving this response, Director Kong let out a relieved smile. Indeed, it was merely his eyes playing tricks on him. How could there possibly be 2 million viewers? It was more likely a miscalculation. It should be around 200,000. Nevertheless, despite this thought, Director Kong still felt a gnawing emptiness within. Just then, the technician made another announcement. "It is 2,500,000. In mere seconds, the number had surged by an additional 500,000. This revelation caused Director Kang's eyes to widen in shock. He had not miscounted. The data had escalated directly from 2 million to 2,500,000. Is this the traffic brought by Sukin? Director Kang swallowed hard, and alongside his astonishment, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged within him. This is an audience of 2,500,000, and it is still rapidly increasing. Once the program officially airs, the numbers will undoubtedly soar even higher, potentially surpassing 10 million. The greater the online audience, the higher the expectations for the program, as viewers possess varying aesthetic sensibilities. If Sukin makes even the slightest mistake during his performance, the audience will undoubtedly magnify and criticize it. Can Sukin truly perform flawlessly? Furthermore, this performance includes over 10 young talents collaborating. Director Kong suddenly felt a deep sense of regret. Had he known, he would not have allowed his mischievous son to participate, but would have sought out some professional young musicians instead. Sighing deeply, Director Kong lamented at this point. All he could do was pray for everything to proceed smoothly. Chapter 39, Champion of the Paralympics. The youth of Huaxia should be like this. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting studio, dear audience, good evening. Welcome to the special program May 4th Youth, accompanied by delightful entrance music. A charming host with a sweet smile gracefully strides to the center of the stage. It is none other than Bibing, a familiar face to Su Can, who had previously managed his affairs during the National Top 100 College Singing Competition. At this moment, Bibing beams at the live camera in the audience below. Youth represents the fresh blood of transformative progress in our era. In ancient Huaxia, countless passionate young individuals forged the resplendent land of our nation with their very beings. In modern Huaxia, innumerable ambitious youths shoulder the weight of national rejuvenation with fervent energy. This is the essence of our Huaxia youth. Next, allow me to introduce our first esteemed guest of the evening. In the annals of the Olympic Games, there exists an extraordinary individual who, despite lacking arms, bit onto a towel and achieved a remarkable feat by securing the gold medal for Huaxia in the men's 100-meter backstroke S6 final with a time of 1 minute and 10.84 seconds, setting a new world record. Let us welcome World Olympic champion, Zheng Tao. With that, Bibing turns slightly, gazing towards the stage curtains. Instantly, all attention is drawn to the unfolding scene. In the lounge, Su Can curiously watches the stage through the large screen. The curtain slowly draws back, revealing a young man clad in athletic attire stepping forth. He strides confidently towards the stage, his empty sleeves notably capturing the audience's attention. Approaching Bibing, he introduces himself. Hello everyone, my name is Zheng Tao. I am 22 years old, and I am an ordinary swimmer. Zheng Tao's radiant smile exudes vitality and vigor. Though he describes himself as ordinary, the audience perceives his extraordinary nature, recognizing his uniqueness. In the realm of swimming, the role of hands is paramount. Yet Zheng Tao, who has lost both arms, has not only conquered the challenges of swimming but has also emerged as a champion at the Paralympics. How did he achieve this? The audience is filled with curiosity, their eyes fixed upon Zheng Tao. Hello, Zheng Tao. Bing greets him with a smile. Could you share your story with everyone? Of course. Zheng Tao nods. After a brief pause, he gazes ahead. I was born into an ordinary family in Zijin City, Yunnan province. My childhood was filled with joy despite our financial struggles, until that fateful day. It was during summer vacation. I was playing outside with friends when I accidentally came into contact with electricity. The excruciating pain struck me, and I collapsed to the ground. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a hospital, my mother sitting by my bedside, tears streaming down her face. I attempted to reach out to wipe away her tears, only to realize that my arms had vanished. As he recounts this, gasps of astonishment resonate from the audience. They can hardly fathom the immense suffering a child must endure in the face of such an ordeal. The horror can only be described as a descent from paradise to hell. With the support of the Disabled Persons Federation, I gradually found my footing and learned to perceive the world through my feet. Subsequently, an unexpected opportunity introduced me to the world of sports, much to my family's strong objections, as they feared the hardships I might endure. Yet, my passion for swimming prevailed, and I persevered, determined to prove my capabilities. In the water, I gradually mastered the art of swimming, honing my skills, which eventually led me to participate in various competitions. Zheng Tao recounted his journey of learning to swim and competing with a casual demeanor, yet the audience listened with heavy hearts, able to envision the trials he had faced along the way. After Zheng Tao concluded his narrative, the large screen behind him began to display scenes from his competitions. The armless Zheng Tao stands poised on the starting block before the pool, ready for the race. With a towel clenched in his mouth, he propels himself forward against the waves. Zheng Tao touches the finish line with his head. Zheng Tao swims on his back, cheeks puffed as he breathes. The final images showcased him receiving numerous medals. In the men's S6 100-meter backstroke at the Paralympics, he shattered both the world and Paralympic records with a time of 1 minute 13.56 seconds. In the mixed 450-meter freestyle relay, he broke the world record, securing a gold medal. In the men's 50-meter butterfly S5 final at the Paralympics, he triumphed with a time of 30.62 seconds. In the men's 50-meter backstroke S5 event at the National Paralympic Games, he also claimed the gold. The finale displayed a tally of Zheng Tao's medals, 8 gold, 2 silver, and 3 bronze. As the images froze, thunderous applause erupted in the venue. Tears sparkled in the eyes of the audience, deeply moved by Zheng Tao's story, and they felt immense pride for such a youth in Huaxia. At this moment, the live stream's chat flooded with comments like snowflakes. The Paralympics symbolize the indomitable spirit and soul of humanity. He is a flying fish, despite lacking arms. Nothing can hinder his soaring. Although Zheng Tao has no hands, he possesses invisible wings. As someone who rarely watches sports, I found myself on the verge of tears. Overwhelmed by my own physicality, feeling utterly inadequate, crying. This truly is a treasure of a program. It suddenly reminded me of the song Light. Zhang Tao is indeed seeking his brilliance amidst the storms, and now he illuminates not only himself but also us. After witnessing Zhang Tao's story, I eagerly anticipated Su Can's subsequent performance. Zhang Tao's tale caused the online viewership in the live stream to surge past 3 million. An increasing number of netizens flocked to the broadcast. In the lounge, Su Can appeared somewhat dazed. The program had exceeded his expectations. The story of the first youth was profoundly moving, and Zhang Tao is merely one among countless youths in Huaxia. Su Can believe there are still innumerable individuals like Zhang Tao. He intends to compose a piece titled The Youth of Huaxia Speaks to extol the virtues of the youth of Huaxia in celebration of their spirit. Chapter 40. The Compassion of Healers. The Qualities and Responsibilities of Chinese Youth. Next, allow me to introduce our second esteemed young guest. He is a physician, 26 years of age. During a catastrophic flood, he saved dozens of lives. Let us welcome Yui Fei. As the host, Bing Bing's voice resonated through the venue. A thunderous applause erupted. The audience's eyes brimmed with astonishment and curiosity. What manner of person could rescue over 10 lives? Behind each life lies an entire family, a monumental act of virtue indeed. Simultaneously, from the side of the stage, emerged a bespectacled, slender young man. His gait was slow, and his steps appeared unsteady, as if he struggled with his legs. Bing Bing approached him with a smile. "Hello, Yui Fei." "Hello, host," Yui Fei replied. "Everyone is eager to learn about your experiences during the flood. Could you share them with us?" "Certainly," Yui Fei nodded, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before addressing the audience. That day marked my first day at the hospital. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I concluded my pre-job training and boarded the subway to return home. Due to the torrential rain and flooding outside, many opted for the subway, which was particularly crowded. As the train operated as usual, it suddenly came to a halt with a loud thud as we passed through a tunnel, plunging the carriage into darkness. Water began to seep into the compartment, gradually submerging our feet. At this juncture, the audience exhibited palpable concern, their hands instinctively clenching. The pitch-black, confined carriage, coupled with the encroaching water, felt akin to a scene from a disaster film, an intense psychological strain. The audience could envision the sheer panic that must have engulfed the passengers at that moment. Fortunately, rescue personnel arrived swiftly, and I was among the first passengers to be evacuated. Upon reaching the ground level, the water had risen to my knees, frigid and rushing, with some individuals exhibiting symptoms of hypothermia. Suddenly, I heard calls from below. "Is there a doctor? Is there a doctor?" I quickly donned my white coat from my backpack and rushed back to the lower level, where I witnessed many people trapped in the water. I extended my hands into the depths, pulling out 6 or 7 children and several adults. On the platform, individuals were continuously being retrieved. Initially, there were a few patients with minor injuries requiring simple first aid and bandaging. However, as the situation escalated, the severity of the injuries became increasingly dire. The latter rescues had been submerged for an extended period, experiencing prolonged oxygen deprivation, leading many to a state of shock that necessitated cardiopulmonary resuscitation. At this point, Bing Bing inquired, "Do you recall how long you performed CPR continuously?" "Approximately 6 hours," Yui Fei replied. A collective gasp echoed through the audience at his response. After all, cardiopulmonary resuscitation demands the rescuer to perform it while kneeling. The people of Huaxia do not possess the custom of kneeling for extended periods. An ordinary person can barely endure a few minutes of kneeling before the pain becomes unbearable. Yet, Yui Fei knelt for a staggering 6 hours. On a platform inundated with water, the physiological toll of such an endeavor is immense. The agony of 6 hours of cardiopulmonary resuscitation is a torment that only Yui Fei truly comprehends. On stage, he continued his narrative. "The burden of performing continuous CPR is formidable. My strength alone is insufficient to save so many individuals simultaneously. In a moment of desperation, I called out, 'Is there anyone willing to help?' Numerous young people rushed forward. I taught them as I pressed, employing the simplest language to convey the instructions. In roughly 20 seconds, I trained 6 or 7 individuals who played a critical role in the rescue, enabling them to aid many others. From the strength of 1, we transformed into the strength of 7, enhancing the efficiency of our efforts 7-fold. At this juncture, the audience felt a surge of fervor within their hearts. It became evident that the rescue effort involved not just Yui Fei, but countless other young individuals like him, all embodying the spirit of responsible Huaxia youth. This illustrates that in the face of calamity, the people of Huaxia spontaneously unite, forging an indomitable collective strength. It is precisely this unity that has allowed Huaxia to surmount myriad challenges, enduring through the ages. At this moment, Bingbing turned to Yu Yifei and inquired, "Why did you choose to return and save others? Weren't you afraid?" From Yu Yifei's narrative, Bingbing sensed the peril of the situation. Descending to rescue others could very well cost him his life. Such courage is rare among the general populace. Yu Yifei simply replied, "There was no time for hesitation or fear. When someone asked if there was a doctor, I knew I had to return." Upon hearing this, the audience was visibly moved. The essence of a healer's compassion was vividly embodied in Yu Yifei. Bingbing pressed further, "I heard that while you were rescuing others, you called your family. Could you share the content of that call?" "Certainly," Yu Yifei recalled slowly. "While trapped in the subway, I feared for my life and called my father. I told him I was in the subway, but I didn't know why it was flooding so rapidly. I might not make it out. So I urged my parents to take care of themselves and not to quarrel. The signal was poor, and at that moment, the call was disconnected. After that, I devoted myself entirely to the rescue, losing all contact with my father. Once the rescue was completed, I swam towards my father's workplace. Along the way, I borrowed a phone to inform him I was safe. Just over a kilometer from his workplace, I heard him calling my name, a light in his hand. I swam towards him, exclaiming, 'I survived.' Later, I learned that my father had seen photos online of me rescuing people in the subway. My mother, aware that I was on that train, feared the worst and had been reduced to tears, unable to stand. At this point, Bingbing suddenly glanced at two audience members in the crowd, and the camera followed suit. In the scene, a man and a woman, both in their 50s, clasp hands tightly, their eyes tinged with red. "Today, we have also invited your father and mother." Bingbing gazes warmly at the two elderly figures in the audience. It is then that the audience realizes these two seniors are the parents of Yu Yifei. "Here, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the two elders for raising such an outstanding doctor, Yu. Thank you." Bingbing bows slightly towards the elderly couple. Her words of thanks instantly uplift the atmosphere, prompting the audience to join in a resounding chorus of gratitude. The two elders rise from their seats, nodding appreciatively to those around them, their faces aglow with smiles, before they sit down once more. "Your father must be exceedingly proud of you." Bingbing directs her gaze towards Yu Yifei beside her. Indeed, Yu Yifei looks towards his father in the audience, his eyes also glistening with emotion. "I have merely done what a young citizen of Huaxia should do." At this moment, Bingbing addresses the camera and the audience. Due to his remarkable performance in the recent flood rescue efforts, Yu Yifei has been directly employed by the local people's hospital without the probationary period. As a newly appointed young doctor, Yu Yifei not only embodies the responsibilities of a healer, but also exemplifies the spirit of selfless dedication in the face of adversity. "We are grateful for countless young individuals like Zheng Tao and Yu Yifei. With their presence, Huaxia will undoubtedly thrive." As her words resonate, thunderous applause fills the venue. The audience suddenly feels an overwhelming sense of confidence in the future of Huaxia. The youth represent the future of a nation. Through Zheng Tao and Yu Yifei, they witness the qualities and responsibilities that should reside in the youth of Huaxia. The youth of Huaxia are destined to become the backbone of our motherland. Chapter 41, Lyrics by Liang Qichao, A Youthful Voice of China. In the control room, Director Kong gazed at a screen directly facing the audience area. After hearing the inspiring stories of Zheng Tao and Yu Yifei, the audience's eyes glistened with tears, many reaching for tissues to wipe their cheeks. These two young men were carefully selected by Director Kong from countless touching stories of youth in China, a task that took considerable effort. Judging by the audience's reaction, they were profoundly moved. The live atmosphere was quite remarkable. As for the online viewership, Director Kong turned to a staff member beside him, inquiring about the number of online viewers. "Just a moment." The staff member promptly checked the data. Moments later, their excited voice echoed in the studio, "Director, it's reached 6 million. 6 million. Upon hearing this figure, Director Kong was momentarily stunned. The number of viewers was astonishing, doubling the initial broadcast figures. His expression shifted from intense surprise to deep concern. From this data, it was evident that the program had achieved substantial success, and the audience's emotions had been stirred. The pivotal moment now lay in Su Can's performance of the theme song. The song needed to resonate with the audience's feelings, allowing their emotions to be fully expressed, aligning perfectly with the theme of the program. This was undoubtedly a considerable challenge. The success of the show hinged on Su Can's performance. On stage, the announcement was made. Next, we invite Su Can to perform the theme song for the May 4th Youth Special Program. Bing Bing, with two sweet dimples appearing, concluded her statement and exited the stage. Suddenly, the stage lights dimmed, enveloping the audience in darkness. Their gazes were intensely fixed on the stage. After hearing the stories of Zheng Tao and Yui Fei, their anticipation for Su Can's performance soared. After a brief wait of more than 10 seconds, with a resounding bang, the spotlight illuminated the stage once more. A group of over 10 young individuals stood in perfect formation, with a man in a black Zhongshan suit positioned at the front. Under the spotlight, his fair, smooth face revealed sharply defined features. It was Su Can. Hello everyone, I am Su Can, and I am delighted to sing the theme song of this program. Su Can bowed slightly, a smile gracing his face. Initially, he regarded this as merely a task, a favor to fulfill. However, now he wished to perform the song beautifully, striving for perfection in his rendition. As Su Can's words fell, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. The live online viewer count surged from 6 million to 7 million, an increase of 1 million in an instant. The staggering reach of Su Can was thus validated at this moment. Amidst the thunderous applause, Su Can turned to Zheng Tao and Yu Yifei in the guest seats. Nodding slightly, this song was dedicated to them, to the youth of China, to the essence of China itself. At Su Can's signal, the prelude of the song began to resonate. Meanwhile, the large screen above the stage displayed information about the song title, Youth of Huaxia, performed by Su Can, lyrics by Liang Qichao, Su Can composed by Su Can. The details of the song immediately captured the audience's attention. Most attendees were unfamiliar with the title, as it was derived from an article written over a century ago. However, upon seeing the name Liang Qichao in the lyricist section, they were taken aback. Liang Qichao? They recognized him as a great figure from a century past. A modern thinker, politician, educator, historian, and literary figure of Huaxia. But why was his name listed as the lyricist? Could it be that the lyrics were related to Liang Qichao? In contrast to the audience's confusion, the viewers in the live stream quickly searched for the origin of the song title. Astonishingly, they discovered that the title was identical to one of Liang Qichao's articles, Youth of Huaxia. It dawned on them that the lyrics of Su Can's song were adapted from this very article. How intriguing. A song based on a historical piece. This was a first for them. They had anticipated Su Can would perform Brightness, but instead, they were treated to an unfamiliar yet exciting song adapted from Mr. Liang Qichao's work. On stage, as the gentle prelude began to play, the audience perked up, eager to absorb the melodic introduction. Suddenly, the voices of more than 10 youths resonated through the air. If the youth are wise, the nation is wise. If the youth are affluent, the nation is affluent. If the youth are strong, the nation is strong. If the youth are free, the nation is free. At that moment, the audience was utterly captivated. They had assumed the group of youths were merely there to strike poses, not realizing they would also partake in the singing. As they listened to the youthful voices, a powerful spirit surged within them, igniting a fervor in their hearts. Then, the melody shifted, the enchanting sound of flutes mingling with the rhythm of drums. The youths' voices rose once more. If the youth are wise, the nation is wise. If the youth are affluent, the nation is affluent. If the youth are strong, the nation is strong. If the youth are free, the nation is free. Although the lyrics emphasized the term youth, the audience understood it encompassed the essence of Huaxia's young people. It did not refer to a specific age group or solely to primary, middle, or university students. It simply represented the youth of Huaxia. Hearing such lyrics, the audience was reminded of Zheng Tao and Yu Yifei. These two embodied the very youth celebrated in the song. Zheng Tao, who bravely overcomes challenges, exemplifies the freedom of the spirit. Yu Yifei, who selflessly acts for others in times of peril, embodies spiritual wealth. With such youth in Huaxia, how could the future not be formidable? Furthermore, the audience felt profoundly inspired by the lyrics, for they too were the youth of Huaxia, bearing the weight of the nation's future. P.S. Zheng Tao and Yu Yifei are both trailblazers. The song The Solitary Brave resonates fittingly with their spirit. Please encourage more updates. Thank you. Chapter 42. The Youthful Bravado of the Young, standing tall like mountains and rivers. In the director's booth, Director Kang's eyes widened in astonishment. This was his first time hearing the song live. He had initially thought that this group of youths merely served as a backdrop to Su Can's singing, but to his surprise, they began to sing right from the start. And their performance was strikingly brilliant. It was as though the youths were heralding an important beginning, emphasizing the theme of the song centered around the youth. Director Kong was utterly amazed by Su Qian's arrangement of the vocal performance. Suddenly, he spotted his son, Kong Xiaoshui, among the 18 youths. Due to his long-standing obsession with electronic devices, Kong Xiaoshui's eyes had often appeared vacant, giving him a perpetually drowsy demeanor. Yet now, his eyes sparkled with vitality, radiating brilliance. Was this truly his son? His eyes were wider than even his father's. In the live broadcast room, just 2 segments of the youth singing ignited a fervor among the netizens. Wow, I found it. These lyrics are directly from Mr. Liang Qichao's article Youthful Huaxia, right in the last part. No wonder, despite being merely the voices of youth. The momentum is so powerful, it's derived from a great man's work. Su Qian's adaptation is phenomenal. I bow to you. This is how youth should be, vibrant and full of life. My grandfather did not succumb to the ravages of war. My father did not yield to poverty, and I will not falter in this most splendid era. We are all exceptional youths of Huaxia. Anticipation swelled for Su Qian's next performance. Would he sing according to the text or infuse it with his own adaptations? The barrage of comments in the live stream flooded in, filled with shock, fervor, and expectation, a tapestry of complex emotions. Simultaneously, the number of viewers in the live stream surged dramatically, clearly indicating that passers-by had been captivated by the song and chose to stay for the unfolding performance. On stage, after listening to the youth's harmonious voices, Su Qian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Indeed, the song of youth possessed an extraordinary infectiousness. Had he recited the first segment himself, the impact would have been significantly diminished. It seemed that his arrangement had been wise. Now, it was his turn to sing. As the melody shifted, under the eager gaze of the audience, Su Qian picked up the microphone and began to sing. The red sun rises. Its path radiates great light. The river flows forth, rushing with boundless vigor. The hidden dragon soars from the abyss, its scales and claws alight. The young tiger roars in the valley, sending a tremor through all beasts. The moment his voice resonated, silence enveloped the entire venue. Su Qian's voice was both clear and powerful, akin to a mountain stream or a surging river, penetrating the hearts of all the audience members. Vivid images suddenly filled their minds. As the crimson sun rises, it resembles a colossal vessel surging forth from the ocean's depths, casting a brilliant light that illuminates the horizon. The river roars, rushing forth from its hidden recesses, cascading with grandeur. It churns in the abyss, its scales and claws glistening with golden radiance. A young tiger roars amidst the valleys, its thunderous voice sending shivers through the beasts, causing them to flee in terror. The audience, immersed in the imagery conveyed by the song, trembles with excitement. Although the lyrics speak of the red sun, the river, and the young tiger, the audience perceives that these words are unmistakably symbolic of the great nation of China. Our China, like the rising sun, radiates brilliance that illuminates the path ahead, offering a smooth journey. Our China, like the surging rivers, rushes forth with immense momentum towards a vast future. Our China, like the in the depths, leaps forth, dazzling with golden light and instilling awe in all beings. Our China, like the young tiger, though still in its infancy, has already matured, its roar capable of sending all creatures into a frantic escape. Tears well up in the eyes of the audience. This is indeed our magnificent China. In a 5-star hotel suite in Yinjing, Xia Imo, clad in a bathrobe after a shower, watches the live broadcast on television with her manager, Hong Jie. Mo. This Su Qian is becoming increasingly remarkable, Hong Jie exclaims, her face reflecting astonishment after hearing Su Qian's voice. Having just arrived in Yinjing to participate in the National College Singing Competition, Su Qian has quickly emerged as the performer of the theme song for a special program on Central Television. It would be understandable if Su Qian had already won the singing competition and garnered attention from Central Television, leading to an invitation to perform the theme song. However, the competition has only just completed its first round. Could it be that Central Television has already recognized Su Qian's talent and is beginning to value him? Realizing this, Hong Jie feels as though she is being outmaneuvered. It was she and Xia Imo who discovered Su Qian at the concert. Yet it seems they are now dressing him for others. Nevertheless, if Central Television is the one reaping the rewards, Hong Jie concedes, albeit reluctantly. Indeed, Xia Imo nods, somewhat dazed. From her perspective as a professional musician, the quality of youth of China is on par with brightness, yet another masterpiece. Such musical talent is enough to evoke her admiration. Simultaneously, a sense of loss washes over her. Su Qian's growth is astonishingly rapid. Perhaps one day in the future, the distance between her and Su Qian will be insurmountable. In the broadcast studio, on stage, Su Qian, as the performer, is most attuned to the emotions embedded in the lyrics. He reflects on Mr. Liang Qichao. A century ago, when Liang penned this article, China was a lamb at the mercy of foreign powers, perpetually at risk of annihilation. Thus, Liang employed the imagery of the rising sun, the flowing river, the in the abyss, and the young tiger to symbolize China, expressing hope for its future. 100 years later, Liang's hopes have materialized. China has risen from its past weakness to its present strength. If Liang Qichao were to witness this transformation from beyond, he would surely feel immense gratification. While singing, Sukan senses that he is engaging in a dialogue with Liang Qichao, narrating the current prosperity of China to him. The emotions within him brewed to a climax. Taking a deep breath, his gentle tone gradually ascended. The surging feelings within him poured forth through his song. The youth possesses a wild spirit, like mountains and rivers. I stand tall, dare to measure the sun and moon again. Today, I am the young man. I dare to challenge the heavens and earth. Who can hinder me as I carve my own path? The world may mock me, yet I stand strong. I shall not betray my youth. Upon hearing this part of the song, the audience felt their souls struck with profound intensity, rendered motionless in their seats. A shiver ran down their spines. An exhilarating, electrifying sensation coursed through them. This piece was simply igniting. Each lyric offered a baptism for their spirits. When they heard the youth possesses a wild spirit, a fervor ignited within them, as if they feared nothing. Upon hearing like mountains and rivers, I stand tall, they felt the courage to shoulder all burdens, as if they could truly uphold the great expanse of Huaxia. Upon hearing today, I am the young man, they embodied the audacity to lead the way, declaring that the matters of Huaxia rested upon their shoulders. It was utterly exhilarating. The audience was invigorated as if infused with new energy. Their fists clenched tightly, gazing fervently at Sukan on stage. In the audience, Zheng Tao's eyes brimmed with tears, devoid of arms. He allowed the hot tears to cascade down. Sukan's song resonated deeply within him, stirring memories of his own struggles. During his swimming lessons, the challenges he faced surpassed ordinary imagination. Just consuming the water he swallowed each day was enough to fill him. He had even experienced near drowning on multiple occasions. Had it not been for the watchful eye of his coach, he would have met his demise long ago. It was his inner fervor that enabled him to persevere. He wished to prove that even without arms, he could swim, care for his family, and bring honor to his nation. It was this very fervor that propelled him to achieve greatness. Now, he stands as the pillar of his family, having won numerous Olympic gold medals for his country. He has not let himself down. He is a young man of Huaxia. Chapter 43, We are the Youth of Huaxia. Meanwhile, the live streaming room erupted with excitement as 8 million online viewers went completely wild. The youthful spirit soared, embodying the strength of mountains and rivers. Wow. Every lyric in this segment rhymes perfectly. Such brilliance. Oh, the beauty of my youthful Huaxia, eternal as the heavens, the grandeur of my Huaxia youth, boundless as the nation. My sister called for me to peel an apple, and I roared in response, I'll go, I'll go. Such is the fervor I gave my younger brother, who was engrossed in a mobile game, a thorough thrashing. He is of a similar age to Su Kan, yet how do we differ so greatly? The innate dominance my sister has over him is palpable. My father was listening to the music alongside me, now urging me to fetch some heart-saving medicine. My ears were overwhelmed, as if pregnant with the essence of Sukan's voice. His timbre is undeniably distinctive, resonating with a refreshing youthful energy, perfectly suited for uplifting. Sunlit songs brimming with positivity. His emotional delivery is rich, and his technique is impeccable. The audience in the live stream hailed from all corners of Huaxia, a diverse mix of genders and ages. Despite the song's focus on youth, the listeners found themselves ignited with passion. Or perhaps, the youth depicted in the song transcends mere age, representing a spirit. Anyone willing to strive forward and take on the responsibility of building a youthful Huaxia can be deemed a youth. At this moment, every viewer in the live stream was a youth. On stage, the pure voices of the young singers resonated once more. If the youth are wise, the nation is wise. If the youth are affluent, the nation is affluent. If the youth are strong, the nation is strong. If the youth are free, the nation is free. Upon hearing the youthful voices, the viewers' intense emotions suddenly eased, and a sense of lightness enveloped them. Those with a musical background noticed the seamless interweaving of melodies. After Sukan's powerful performance, emotions had reached a peak, taut as a string. Should the emotional crescendo continue to rise, it might lead to discomfort among listeners, adversely affecting their enjoyment. However, Sukan ingeniously arranged for the youth to reprise the opening lines of the song. What sheer brilliance! It was utterly stunning. Then, A sudden thought struck them. Since emotions had been soothed, was this a prelude for the forthcoming performance? Indeed. Sukin's voice followed suit. Though ages may pass, the essence remains. The heavens drape in azure, the earth treads in yellow. Even amidst the vastness of time and space, the future resembles the sea. And the days ahead are long. The familiar melody, coupled with a different set of lyrics, left the audience savoring every moment as vivid imagery surged forth once again. As the legendary sword Ganjiang is unsheathed, its brilliance is revealed, akin to the dawn's first light. The vast heavens envelop it, while the earth bears its weight, showcasing boundless power and majesty. In the endless river of history, across the boundless expanse of geography, all converges at this moment. The path to the future is as wide as the sea, and splendid times await our embarkation. The imagery evoked by the song stirs an inexhaustible confidence within the hearts of the audience. With our youthful talents present, the future of Huaxia is infinitely bright. In an old residence in Yinjing, Professor Li of the Huaxia Music Academy sits on the sofa, completely engrossed in Su Can's performance. His eyes reflect shock and admiration. To compose a song like Huaxia Youth's declaration and to perform it so flawlessly is truly remarkable. In Professor Li's mind, Su Can has undoubtedly earned the title of Huaxia's youth. Suddenly, Professor Li thinks of his own students. They, too, are singers, yet they are music majors. While Su Can is merely a student of Chinese language and literature, a non-specialist. Why then is there such a disparity? His students ought to learn from Su Can. An idea strikes him. Why not invite Su Can to the school to give a lesson to those students? It would allow them to witness firsthand the essence of true talent. Moreover, through the 2 rounds of competition, Professor Li is convinced of Su Can's exceptional vocal skills, perhaps even superior to many teachers at their institution. Su Can is indeed qualified to instruct those students. The more he contemplates, the more feasible this plan appears. On stage, Su Can's voice resonates once more. The youth has his own fervor, with a spine as steadfast as mountains and rivers, daring to measure the sun and moon again. Today, the youth stands alone. May I ask heaven and earth to test my brilliance? Who can hinder me as I cut through thorns and brambles? The world may mock me, yet I remain resolute, not to waste my youth. This segment of song possesses even greater momentum than the previous one. The audience's previously tranquil emotions surge forth. They feel as though their very beings are ignited. Suddenly, a few audience members rise to their feet, followed by an increasing number standing in unison. They express their appreciation for Su Can's voice through their actions. At this moment, not only has the atmosphere in the venue ignited, but the ambience in the live stream mirrors it. Help! I am covered in goosebumps, and I feel like crying. My mother asks why I am kneeling to watch the live stream. I wish to explain, but words fail me, for I am in tears. It truly stirs my blood. A testament to the resilience of our beloved China. The sages of our ancestors have planted the seeds of Huaxia's prominence among the nations within our very genes. After hearing this song, I will return to my studies, burning the midnight oil and pushing through. May our motherland prosper. May the nation enjoy peace and stability. And may the winds and rains be favorable. The youth has his own fervor, with a spine as steadfast as mountains and rivers. The youth has his own fervor, with a spine as steadfast as mountains and rivers. The barrage of comments in the live streaming room was incredibly dense. Viewers, with trembling hands, fervently typed away at their keyboards, expressing their genuine emotions and heartfelt sentiments. Initially, the comments varied widely, a colorful array of thoughts, but soon they began to unify. The screen was filled with the spirit of youth, proclaiming their freedom and vigor, embodying the strength of the mountains and rivers. At that moment, everyone felt like a young hero capable of upholding the grandeur of their homeland. Simultaneously, the number of live viewers surged dramatically, surpassing 10 million. This figure was tenfold the historical record for educational programs. Witnessing such astonishing data, the staff in the broadcast room rubbed their eyes repeatedly, unable to believe their sight. Director Kong swallowed hard, his expression dazed, before erupting into fits of laughter. The program had succeeded. It had become the most successful show he had ever hosted. All thanks to Su Can. Soon, the song reached its conclusion. The youth possesses wild ambition. Their hearts radiate like the blazing sun. Against all odds, I shall forge ahead. Today, it is solely the youth. The sky is high and the sea vast, stretching endlessly. The spirit of Chinese youth soars high. With determination and hard work, I shall become a pillar. To not waste my youth. With determination and hard work, I shall become a pillar. To not waste my youth. As the final notes faded, all the spectators stared blankly at Su Can, their minds still reverberating with that last proclamation, to not waste my youth. Indeed, to not waste their youth. to not waste their homeland. Chapter 44, Departing Youth. Returning still as a youngster. Do not waste your youth. Do not waste your youth. After a prolonged silence in the studio, the air was suddenly filled with the thunderous roars of the audience. Among them were Zheng Tao, Yui Fei, Xiaomo, and Professor Li. Their eyes shimmered with glistening tears, an amalgamation of emotion, ambition, and fervor. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, Youth of China Speaks gracefully approached its most splendid conclusion. Simultaneously, the May 4th Youth Special Program reached its finest denouement. Initially, after absorbing the inspiring tales of Olympic champion Zheng Tao and Dr. Yui Fei, the audience was profoundly moved, their emotions building within. Subsequently, Sukin's rendition of Youth of China Speaks captured the audience's sentiments, amplifying and ultimately elevating their fervor. Had Sukin's Youth of China Speaks lacked the foundation of the two young men's stories, it would have felt devoid of substance. Conversely, if the narratives of the two youths had lacked the embellishment of Sukin's song, they would have seemed bereft of soul. Both elements complemented each other, creating a harmonious synergy. Thus, a historic viewing phenomenon for educational programs was born. Henceforth, all educational shows will aspire to emulate this year's May 4th Youth Special Program. The song Youth of China Speaks will undoubtedly resonate on countless devices belonging to the people of China, regardless of whether they are young, middle-aged, or elderly. Upon hearing the melody, they shall feel young once more. In the directing room, even through the walls, Director Kong could hear the audience's fervent cries of "Do not waste your youth. Do not waste your youth." Director Kong silently echoed the phrase, overwhelmed with emotion. He glanced once more at the data monitoring screen beside him. The real-time online audience had surged to 1 million, an impressive increase since before. Director Kong recalled the earlier figures. The program's initial broadcast attracted 2 million viewers. After the tales of the two youths were shared, the online count reached 4 million. Now, following Sukin's performance, the online audience had soared to 12 million. In other words, Sukin had single-handedly drawn in 8 million online viewers. Astonishing. No other term could encapsulate Sukin's impact. Even the various types of live broadcasts from the central television station had not achieved such high online numbers. As the chief director of this program, Kang's name would surely resonate throughout the Chinese directing community. Contemplating this, a satisfied smile graced Director Kang's face. Yet, he understood that all this success stemmed from Sukin. Meanwhile, although Sukin's Youth of China Speaks had concluded, the lively atmosphere in the live broadcast room intensified. It blazed and flourished amidst Sukin's soaring vocals. The youth of China, resolute in their strength, shall not squander their youth. Expressing admiration for Sukin and Liang Qichao, the lyrics were simply exquisite. The entirety of the performance resonated with the rhyme of Ong, and the high notes soared with a grandeur that could not be overlooked. It was undeniably a collision across time and space, igniting sparks that stirred the soul. A century ago, the youth of Huaxia were brimming with fervor, and today's Huaxia youth are unstoppable. A sudden sense of mission compels me to cease my words and dive into my studies. How profound must have been the emotions that inspired Mr. Liang Qichao to pen such resonant works in that societal context. It is beyond my imagination. Now, as I listen to Sukin's new rendition, I am overwhelmed with sentiment. How beautiful is my youthful Huaxia, eternal as the heavens. How magnificent are the youth of Huaxia, boundless as the nation. A heartfelt tribute to Sukin, the finest young gentleman in the world. Through Sukin's piece, the youth of Huaxia. I wish all Huaxia youth a future as vast as the sea, with endless prospects ahead. After experiencing the youth of Huaxia, audiences are increasingly moved by the song's resonance. Some express gratitude to Sukin, others pay homage to Liang Qichao, and many extend blessings to the youth of Huaxia. The live broadcast room is brimming with positive energy. Within the studio, Director Kong and the team have arrived at the performance venue. As the program nears its conclusion, their duties in real-time coordination and data monitoring are no longer necessary. Host Bingbing strides onto the stage. Sukin bows slightly to the audience below in gratitude, eliciting thunderous applause once again. Bingbing gazes at Sukin, her eyes filled with awe and respect. After more than a decade in the industry, she has never hosted such an exhilarating program. This record-breaking show is destined to be etched into the annals of domestic television history, and as its host, she will be remembered with great prominence. She feels a deep sense of gratitude towards Sukin for this opportunity. As the applause subsides, Bingbing smiles at Sukin, remarking, "Sukin, this rendition of the youth of Huaxia is exquisite, and the audience's response has been fervent." Sukin nods, his gaze sweeping over the audience as he speaks. May the youth of Huaxia cast aside their doubts and ascend, unperturbed by the words of the disheartened. Let those capable act, and those with a voice speak. May you all venture forth, and return still as youth. In that moment, a profound silence envelopes the venue. The audience reflects deeply on Su Can's words, their eyes suddenly welling with tears once more. The first statement conveys Su Can's aspirations for the youth, encouraging them to strive upward, to speak boldly, and to establish clear life goals. The latter serves as a blessing for all, suggesting that even after traversing life's tumultuous journey, one can still retain a youthful spirit, courageously pursuing dreams and cherishing life. At this moment, tears of emotion fill the audience's eyes, and they engrave Su Can's words into their hearts. Perhaps one day in the future, when faced with immense challenges and trials, when exhaustion weighs heavily upon them, they will remember Su Can's sentiment, preserving their and resolutely forging ahead. With Su Can's poignant words, the May 4th Youth Special Program draws to a resplendent close. The program has concluded, yet the ripples it created have only just begun. That very night, the live performance video of Youth of China surfaced across various online platforms. The metrics of views, clicks, and plays surged with astonishing rapidity. The comment section experienced an exponential increase, with remarks pouring in at a visibly rapid pace. I champion the youth of China. Every listen ignites my passion. It drives me to stay up all night tackling assignments. A quick listen before work, and I could earn my boss a fortune. After hearing this song, I feel as though I've rejuvenated by decades. Who dares to challenge the heavens? With unwavering spirit, I, Zhao Ritian, fear no one. 500 comments, 1,000 comments, 5,000 comments, 10,000 comments. It is noteworthy that on these music platforms, a song is deemed immensely popular once it surpasses 10,000 comments. Remarkably, Su Can's song achieved this milestone in less than 2 hours, with the count continuing to escalate. This exemplifies the song's irresistible charm. Moreover, 5 out of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo are related to Su Can's Youth of China. Su Can, may you journey through life and return as a youth. The youth possess their own fervor, standing tall like mountains and rivers. Over 10 million online viewers for the May 4th Youth Special. Su Can composed, Liang Qichao penned the lyrics for Youth of China. The fervor surrounding this phenomenon is unprecedented. Even though netizens are enamored by this song, they are astonished by its meteoric rise. They have never witnessed a song garner such enthusiasm immediately upon release. This is largely attributable to the exceptional quality of the song in various aspects. Firstly, regarding the lyrics, they are primarily derived from Liang Qichao's Youth of China, an outstanding piece that significantly enhances the song. Additionally, a small portion of the lyrics was penned by Su Can, seamlessly integrating with Liang's work, showcasing Su Can's remarkable talent. He is widely recognized online as a musical prodigy. Secondly, in terms of arrangement, the composition strikes a harmonious balance, blending the ethereal melodies of traditional Chinese music with the resonant sounds of the guzheng, the soothing tones of the bamboo flute, and elements of Western music, endowing the song with depth and emotional resonance, both beautiful and grand, reflecting the essence of Chinese civilization. Lastly, the vocal performance is noteworthy. The youthful voices are both innocent and powerful. Su Can's singing is soaring and resounding, with a stark contrast between the verses and the chorus, building emotional layers that elevate the listener's spirits. In conclusion, the explosive popularity of this song is inevitable. As time progresses, its fame will only amplify, spreading ever wider. Chapter 45, a song that influences countless youths. The chorus wave. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Director Kong was driving home with his son, Kong Xiaoshui. Unlike his usual chattiness, the young boy sat quietly in the back seat, gazing out of the window, softly murmuring to himself, grasping the steering wheel. Director Kong calmed his mind and listened intently. The words his son repeated were, "If the youth is wise, the nation is wise. If the youth is prosperous, the nation is prosperous. If the youth is strong, the nation is strong." These were the lyrics from Youth of Huaxia. Director Kang's eyes lit up. He sensed a transformation in his son, and it was a positive one. Before long, they arrived home. Upon entering, Kong Xiaoshui swiftly retreated to his room and approached his desk. He switched on the lamp and took out a brand new set of papers, diving into his work. Outside the door, Director Kong and his wife watched in astonishment. This was indeed a rare occurrence. What has gotten into Xiaoshui? Did you give him some medicine? His wife asked, perplexed. No, Director Kong replied with a smile. I simply sang Youth of Huaxia along with Su Can Youth of Huaxia. Upon hearing this, his wife was momentarily taken aback. Although she had not been present at the event, she had watched the entire live broadcast at home. never anticipating that this song would have such a miraculous effect. It had compelled their usually playful son to engage in his studies late at night. A wave of gratitude surged within her towards Su Kan, the performer of Youth of Huaxia, and she resolutely declared, from now on, I will play Youth of Huaxia for him every day. Director Kong nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with emotion. This song would undoubtedly influence countless children like Xiaoshui. Su Kan had truly accomplished a great deed. At Hongqi Middle School, today marked the school's annual Cultural Performance Day. Each class was to present a program for the competition, with the winning class earning the title of Outstanding Class. The performances were scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Early in the morning, students arrived at school brimming with excitement. In Class 2 of the 7th grade, the homeroom teacher suddenly appeared, calling the students participating in the performance to the office. We are changing the song for this afternoon. The teacher's tone was resolute as he addressed the few students before him. What song are we changing to? The students clamored, their faces etched with confusion. With the performance imminent, would they have enough time to adapt? Moreover, the song they had chosen was highly likely to secure first place. We are switching to Youth of Huaxia, the teacher replied. Youth of Huaxia. Upon hearing the title, the students were momentarily stunned before their eyes sparkled with excitement. They had heard this song. It was the theme song from the special May 4th Youth Program song by Su Kan the previous night. After a night of anticipation, they had encountered this song through various channels and had grown fond of it. Really? I adore Youth of Huaxia. The students' expressions, once filled with confusion and resistance, transformed into delight. Indeed, the homeroom teacher nodded affirmatively. Last night, upon hearing this song, he contemplated changing it. This morning, while browsing online and noticing the fervent popularity of Young Huaxia Speaks, his decision solidified. He felt a strong conviction that if the students performed this song, they would likely secure first place. Time was of the essence. They needed to rehearse immediately. The homeroom teacher, glancing at the clock, led the students to an empty classroom with a solid musical foundation. Guiding the students in their rendition of the song posed no challenge for him. Swiftly, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, marking the commencement of the annual cultural performance. The venue was the elevated stage on the playground, where teachers and students gathered below. The preceding classes showcased popular songs, street dances, and skits. Finally, it was the turn of Class 2 from the 7th grade. 6 students took to the stage, forming a line, while their homeroom teacher stood at the side, gesturing to help them find the rhythm. As the music began, the previously raucous playground fell silent. Countless teachers and students turned their attention to the 6 performers, their faces reflecting anticipation and astonishment. They recognized the music as the accompaniment to Young Huaxia Speaks, the most trending song online. However, they were taken aback to see a class choose the song for their performance. The quality of the student singing remained uncertain. Soon, their voices resonated. When the youth are wise, the nation is wise. When the youth are prosperous, the nation is prosperous. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. When the youth are free, the nation is free. The youth possess their own wildness. Hearts like the blazing sun radiate light. Against all odds, I shall forge ahead. Today, I am but a young man. With skies high and seas vast, I journey far. The youth of Huaxia are spirited and proud, striving diligently to be the backbone, not to waste youth. Striving diligently to be the backbone, not to waste youth. Though there were minor imperfections during the performance, under the guidance of their teacher, the song was ultimately delivered in its entirety. As the final notes faded, the 6 students' faces flushed with excitement and joy. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Indeed, as the homeroom teacher had predicted, their rendition of Young Huaxia Speaks earned first place, and Class 2 of the 7th grade was honored with the title of Outstanding Class. After the cultural performance concluded, the teacher responsible for recording uploaded the video of the students singing Young Huaxia Speaks online. The video quickly went viral, igniting a wave across Huaxia. Countless schools and classes began to sing Young Huaxia Speaks, adopting it as their class anthem. That year, the song most etched in the students' memories was indeed Young Huaxia Speaks. Chapter 46, New Song Selection Rules. Related to Chinese Classics. Central Television Building. With merely 2 days remaining until the second round of the Top 100 University Singing Competition, Director Kong has convened the program staff to discuss the intricacies of the forthcoming contest. Prior to the first round, he had held a similar meeting, but at that time, the attendees numbered only 5 or 6. This time, however, nearly 30 participants were present, including some leaders from Central Television. The reason for such a turnout is well understood by all in attendance. It is solely due to the emergence of Su Kan among the contestants. His presence has transformed this student-centric singing competition into a nationwide sensation. Currently, the top 100 university singing competition reigns supreme in the popularity rankings across major video platforms. Consequently, Central Television has placed heightened importance on this program. At this moment, around the conference table, Director Kong, as the chief director of the program, surveyed the room. The second round of the competition is scheduled for the evening of the 7th at 8 p.m., and preparations must be made in advance. The primary focus of this meeting is to deliberate on how to introduce greater difficulty into the competition. Upon hearing Kang's words, the attendees were momentarily taken aback. What does increasing the difficulty entail? Observing the perplexity on their faces, Kong wore a knowing smile. Who do you think will emerge as the champion of the second round? Is there any doubt? It will undoubtedly be Su Kan. It must be Su Kan. Su Kan. The crowd instinctively called out his name without a second thought. Thus far, Su Kan's vocal prowess has far surpassed that of his fellow contestants. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he is all but assured to be the ultimate champion. Furthermore, given Su Kan's current popularity, should he fail to secure the title, there is a high likelihood of backlash from the online community against the production team. Excellent. Kong acknowledged the group's response with appreciation. Since you all recognize that Su Kan will claim first place, it follows that the audience will also anticipate his victory, which would inadvertently diminish their excitement for the show. Realizing this, the attendees suddenly comprehended the intent behind increasing the difficulty. It is effectively aimed at challenging Su Kan, while simultaneously heightening the audience's anticipation for the program. With this understanding, the looks exchanged among the attendees reflected their admiration for Kong. Truly, he is worthy of his reputation as the director of the May 4th Youth Special Program. Sensing their respect, Kong could not conceal his smile. Now, let us proceed to discuss this direction further. Upon his cue, the group engaged in animated discussions. Before long, they arrived at a preliminary consensus. Given that this is a singing competition, the most suitable means of increasing difficulty would be to impose specific requirements on the song selections. In the first round, contestants were free to choose any song, allowing for creative expression. However, the rules for the second round can be revised to impose certain stipulations regarding the song choices. Kong concurred with this direction, yet the question remained, what specific song selection rules should be established? Firstly, the selection criteria for the songs must be broad and not overly challenging. After all, there are a total of 16 student contestants in this round, and consideration must be given to the vocal capabilities of the other participants. Furthermore, it is preferable that the selection criteria highlight Su Kan's strengths rather than intentionally pose difficulties for him. At this moment, Director Kong suddenly recalled the songs Radiance and Youth of China, both recently performed by Su Kan. These two pieces share a common characteristic: they possess profound historical depth. Radiance encompasses the story of the Forbidden City and Emperor Chongzhen, while Youth of China is adapted from Liang Qichao's work of the same name. Additionally, Su Kan is majoring in Chinese language and literature, revealing his rich historical and cultural background. With this in mind, Director Kong conceived an idea and promptly stated, for the second round of the competition, let us base the song selection on the historical classics of China. Contestants should relate their songs to these historical texts. Upon hearing this, the attendees were initially taken aback, but soon their eyes sparkled with excitement. This selection criterion is quite expansive, allowing contestants to either directly create songs based on specific historical texts or merely draw inspiration from them, making it well-suited for a competition with varying levels of participant skill. Satisfied with the consensus, Director Kong felt reassured and resolved to inform each contestant of the new selection criteria after the meeting concluded. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he turned to Bing Bing at the conference table, saying, Bing Bing, when you communicate with Su Kan, subtly suggest that he refrain from performing Youth of China. There is a critical flaw in this selection criterion. If Su Kan sings Youth of China, the competition would be rendered futile, and we could simply declare him the champion. Bing Bing nodded in understanding, grasping Director Kang's intent. The meeting adjourned. Meanwhile, on the day following his participation in the May 4th Youth Special Program, Su Kan's phone rang incessantly. Early in the morning, President Fu of Rongqing University called to inquire about his well-being, almost leading Su Kan to wonder if the call was mistakenly made to his son. Su Kan's participation in the competition in Yinjing comes with a stipend of 500 yuan per day, which suffices for his personal expenses. However, President Fu has now directly increased this amount to 2,000 yuan, advising Su Kan to not only eat well but also enjoy himself, and should he exceed the budget, he would apply for more funds. Sukin considered mentioning that he was not financially constrained, but ultimately decided to adhere to the school's regulations. In addition to President Fu, his roommate, Xiaopeng, also made several calls, overflowing with flattery that began to wear on Su Can's nerves. Since Su Can's performances of Radiance and Youth of China in Yinjing, his popularity at the university has surged once more. Students at Rome University now often initiate conversations online with, "Do you know Su Can? I attend the same school as him." Everyone at Rome University has begun to regard Su Can as their prideful emblem. After handling the persistent calls from acquaintances, Su Can received a message from Bing Bing regarding the song selection criteria for the second round. Historical classics of China? He raised an eyebrow in intrigue. He expressed considerable interest in the selection rules. Moreover, Bing Bing inquired whether Su Can would perform the Youth of Huaxia. Su Can promptly replied in the negative. However, as he pondered briefly, several songs related to the historical classics of Huaxia emerged in his mind. He need not revisit the Youth of Huaxia, which he had sung just a few days prior. After reflecting on those songs one by one, Su Can settled on a particular piece. This song not only bore the name of Huaxia's historical classics but also embodied the essence of Huaxia's musical style. Su Can held a deep affection for this song. Once he had made his selection, he exchanged it for the song components and commenced his practice. When Su Can received the selection rules, the other 15 contestants were also informed. For them, this revelation came somewhat unexpectedly, especially with only 2 days remaining. They had long since chosen their competition pieces and practiced diligently, only to find their efforts seemingly rendered futile. Yet, it soon dawned on the students that they were not alone in this predicament. Even Su Can was required to change his song. This effectively placed them all on equal footing. Since Su Can had performed Brightness and the Youth of Huaxia, the contestants had long abandoned hopes of winning the championship, focusing instead on how far they could progress in the competition. However, a spark of hope was reignited within them. What if the song they chose surpassed Su Can's? Given Su Can's current fame, defeating him would undoubtedly garner significant attention. Humans are never short of fantasies. With this dream in mind, many contestants began to prepare meticulously. P.S.00, with a title inspired by historical classics and embodying the Huaxia style. Dear readers, can you guess which song it might be? Chapter 47. The second round of the finals commences. In the afternoon of that very day, the official account of the entertainment channel announced the details pertaining to the second round of the competition. The contest is scheduled for May 7th at 8 p.m. to be broadcast live on television and various streaming platforms. Among these stipulations, netizens discerned a pivotal point. This time, the participating songs must adhere to a specific theme. No longer may contestants select songs at will. They are required to choose pieces that relate to the historical classics of Huaxia. Upon recognizing this stipulation, a fervent discussion erupted among netizens. Related to Huaxia's historical classics? Surely, the renowned Youth of Huaxia by Mr. Liang Qichao qualifies as a historical classic. However, it seems improbable, as Su Can has just performed this very song. It is highly likely he will opt for a different piece, and given Su Can's distinctive style, it may well be an original composition. Yes, indeed, Su Can has never sung another's work. If that is the case, could we perhaps anticipate an original song connected to Huaxia's historical classics? The suddenness of this delightful prospect is overwhelming. I had assumed the second round would merely feature Su Can casually singing a song and securing first place without any excitement, but now it feels exceptionally engaging. Ever since I heard Youth of Huaxia, my interest in Huaxia's historical classics has blossomed. I sincerely hope to hear many beautiful songs in this round. The discussion surrounding the National Top 100 University Singing Competition swiftly ascended to the top of trending topics on social media. Millions of netizens engaged in simultaneous discourse. The fervor generated by the new selection rules far surpassed the expectations of the production team. One reason for this surge is the popularity of Youth of Huaxia. Since its release, netizens have developed a profound interest in historical classics, leading to the formation of various related interest groups online. The new selection rules, intimately tied to historical classics, have struck a chord with the audience. Moreover, Su Can, as one of the contestants, is a significant draw for viewers. The song Youth of Huaxia has garnered countless fans among the Youth of Huaxia. As time progressed, an increasing number of netizens turned their attention to this competition. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was the evening of May 7th. In the broadcasting studio, the 10 judges had taken their seats. The audience area was filled to capacity, noticeably more crowded than the previous event. With 5 minutes remaining until 8 p.m., the staff members activated the live broadcast. In an instant, A staggering 6 million netizens flooded into the live stream, causing the platform to experience significant lag. Newcomers, eager to send comments, found themselves unable to click the input box. The frustration among netizens was palpable. Having entered the stream with great anticipation, they were unable even to comment. How could they enjoy the broadcast under such circumstances? Simultaneously, the staff reported the lag issue to Director Kong in the control room. In shock, Director Kong promptly arranged for additional servers and requisitioned several from other ongoing programs. Blame it on the dismal ratings of these programs that fail to match his popularity. After a brief half-minute freeze, the live stream finally returned to normalcy. In an instant, a flurry of comments cascaded like snowflakes. Goodness, I was nearly frantic, almost convinced I wouldn't be able to watch the show. Thank heavens it's the national broadcaster. Otherwise, I would have unleashed a 3-word exclamation. Thankfully, the program hasn't commenced yet. Soon, I shall behold my idol. My screen recording is at the ready. Over the past few days, I have perused numerous classic texts of our civilization, pondering whether I might guess the song Sukin will perform, amidst the discussions among netizens. The clock struck 8. In the broadcasting hall, the host made the first appearance. Good evening, dear audience. Welcome to the second round of the National Top 100 University Singing Competition Finals. The enthusiasm of the audience was evidently more fervent than the last time. The esteemed judges are familiar faces, and I shall refrain from extensive introductions. Let us focus on this round of competition, which bears a significant distinction from the first. The songs performed must be related to the classics of our historical literature. Over 5,000 years of rich heritage have produced countless masterpieces. It is indeed intriguing to see which text the contestants will choose as their inspiration. Additionally, the order of performance will be determined by the first letter of the contestants' surnames. Upon hearing this, the audience's minds immediately conjured the name Su Can, Su, S. A collective gasp echoed in the hearts of the spectators. According to this arrangement, Sukin would not perform last. The cunning program team has completely outsmarted them. This is precisely the grand design of Director Kong. Had it been a lottery draw, if Sukin had drawn an earlier position, by the time he finished singing, the audience might have departed. Conversely, if he were to be placed at the end, it would be overly conspicuous, given that this is a competition. Hence, Director Kong devised such a fair and impartial rule, which is indeed commendable. At this moment, although the audience felt quite displeased, there was little they could do. With the host's announcement, the competition officially commenced. Initially, the audience showed interest in the performances of the other contestants, but after several rounds, disappointment began to set in. These contestants merely sourced their songs from the internet. The so-called relevance to historical literature was reduced to a mere line of lyrics derived from a classic text. Were it not for the audience's attentive listening, one might not discern any connection to historical literature at all. Consequently, the live stream's real-time viewer count slightly dwindled, descending from 6 million at the start to 5 million. Observing this trend, Director Kong remained unfazed. He knew that once Sukin took the stage, the numbers would surely surge. Indeed, as the competition reached its midpoint, the real-time online viewers began to rise gradually. Clearly, an increasing number of netizens were entering the live stream, eagerly awaiting Sukin. As the final 2 contestants prepared to perform, the host approached the stage. Dear friends in the audience, the next performer is none other than Sukin. The song he brings to us is, at this point, the host deliberately paused. Whether in the venue or the live broadcast room, all the spectators fell silent, so quiet that one could hear their breaths. After 5 seconds, the title of the song performed by Sukin was revealed, Lantingi Su. Chapter 48. Can this be adapted into a song? Solidifying the title of Talented Scholar. Lantingi Su. Upon hearing this title, all the audience members were momentarily stunned, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. They had contemplated numerous historical classics, such as Records of the Grand Historian, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and Dream of the Red Chamber, yet none had anticipated this particular piece, Lantingi Su. In the judges' panel, Professor Li from the Huaxia Music Academy wore an expression of bewilderment. Indeed, Lantingi Su is one of the most renowned works in Chinese historical literature. Penned by the Eastern Jin calligrapher Wang Shiji, esteemed as the foremost example of running script. It is also a staple of middle school curricula, a mandatory classical text to memorize. The fame of Lantingi Su arises from its elevated status in the history of calligraphy. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty even chose to bury its authentic manuscript with him. Examining the content of the text, It primarily chronicles the grandeur of a gathering of literati and conveys the author's reflections on the transience of life and death. Composing a song based on such a text poses a significant challenge. Professor Li could not fathom why Su Can had chosen this particular piece. At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream suddenly surged. Lantingyi Su, such a familiar name. Does anyone recall the entire text? In the 9th year of Yonghe, in the year of the Guo Chou, at the onset of late spring, we convened at Lanting and Shanin of Kuaiji to conduct the purification ceremony. Oh, I remember now. It's this classical text. I've memorized it. Those forgotten memories have come rushing back. Su Can's endeavor to write a song inspired by this classical prose left many perplexed. Perhaps he intended to adapt the text directly into lyrics, akin to young Huaxia speaks. Yet, that would render it rather uninteresting. In an instant, the audience was engulfed in confusion regarding the title of the song. With so many superior alternatives available, why did Su Can opt for the notoriously challenging Lantingyi Su? On the stage, the lights abruptly dimmed. The previously murmuring auditorium fell into a hush. Although they struggled to comprehend Su Can's choice of Lantingyi Su, they were prepared to extend their utmost respect as the performance was about to commence. Bang! The lights flared back to life, illuminating the stage. However, as the audience surveyed the scene, they were once again taken aback. Su Can appeared clad in a traditional Republic of China attire, holding a folding fan. Behind him stood screens adorned with exquisite inkwash landscapes. The entire stage exuded an antique charm, with Su Can being the most captivating figure present. Very well done. In the director's booth, Director Kong observed the stage with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. Upon receiving the musical score for Lantingyi Su, he had scrutinized it several times and was thoroughly pleased with the composition. Consequently, he designed this particular stage presentation for Su Can. At that time, some staff members raised concerns, noting that while other contestants performed on an empty stage, Su Can had an elaborate setup, questioning whether this was favoritism. Director Kong did not dispute but instead affirmed, this rendition of Lantingyi Su merits special treatment from the production team for Su Can. The grand screen displayed the details of the song. Song, Landing Su, performed by Su Can, lyrics by Su Can, composed by Su Can. Simultaneously, the prelude of the song began to resonate. At the very moment the sound reached their ears, the audience's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the sound of the eru, an instrument passed down from our ancestors. It is well known that the majority of contemporary Chinese music is produced using Western instruments. Thus, hearing the prelude played on the eru was a novel experience for the audience. Not only did it refresh their senses, but it also instilled a profound sense of national cultural pride within them. As they settled into a tranquil state, they immediately became immersed in the exquisite prelude of the eru. In the next moment, Su Can brought the microphone to his lips. That gentle, ethereal voice emerged. The brush dances as the writing flows like clouds and water. Under the moonlight, the door opens, delicate as your footsteps. In a flurry, 1,000-year-old inscription is easily replicated, yet your beauty remains elusive. The authentic piece has vanished, yet who can receive the sincerity? The audience's expressions transformed in a series of shifts, from astonishment to shock, ultimately culminating in immense enjoyment. The timbre was absolutely divine. It felt as though a warm, gentle breeze flowed through their ears, enveloping their entire being. It was utterly relaxing. Moreover, the lyrics were exquisitely beautiful, painting a poignant picture. The young man writes, his calligraphy flowing effortlessly like clouds and water, the lady enters under the moonlight. In this simple imagery, the audience sensed a tale of love. That love resembled the flowing script of Lantingyi Su, delicate, graceful, and free-spirited, yet infused with an underlying intricacy. However, this love was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Just as the authentic Lantingyi Su has vanished, so too have you departed from my life. A wave of wistfulness suddenly washed over the audience's hearts. The shepherd's flute plays, accompanied by a few plates of yellow wine and snacks. The afterglow of the setting sun, akin to your shyness, almost tipsy. Though the replica is easily inscribed, the scent of ink lingers, leaving a lasting taste with you. A stroke of vermilion ink, who exactly does it encircle? Again, the imagery is strikingly vivid, depicting pastoral life. The shepherd's flute plays, yellow wine and snacks abound. The setting sun's glow akin to a lady's bashful intoxication. The scene was breathtaking. The audience's eyes became misty. A girl in the audience clutched her fluttering heart. The song felt like a declaration of love. If any young man were to sing the song to her, she would undoubtedly accept. Of course, if that young man were Su Can, it would be even more delightful. At the judges' table, the panel of judges wore expressions of astonishment, coupled with a strong sense of surprise. At this point, they understood that Su Can's Lantingyi Su bore little relation to Wang Shiji's Lantingyi Su. The content was entirely unrelated. It merely borrowed the calligraphy of Wang Shiji's landing Su to express the love within the song. It must be said, this borrowing was exceptionally clever. After all, the most prominent feature of Wang Shiji's Lanting Su is its calligraphy. The most crucial point is that the original manuscript of Lantingyi Su has become a rare treasure, aptly mirroring the unattainable nature of love. This correspondence is exquisitely perfect. Meanwhile, as Su Can's melodious voice resonated, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged like a tidal wave. How ironic. Just moments ago, I claimed that Lantingyi Su could inspire no worthier composition. It seems my own knowledge was woefully inadequate. Indeed, the discerning eye of a genius differs vastly from that of the ordinary. Astonishingly, the lyrics penned by Su can rival the beauty of the prose within Lantingyi Su. Both are simply exquisite. Not only are the lyrics enchanting, but the singing is equally delightful. I'm utterly captivated. Dressed in traditional attire, Su Can embodies the elegance of a gentleman, unparalleled in this world. Before Su Can's performance, nearly all viewers dismissed the song's potential. From their perspective, adapting Wang Shiji's Lantingyi Su into a song seemed implausible from any angle. Yet now, after merely 2 verses, they have come to the profound realization of their grave misjudgment. This song is undeniably a masterpiece. Su Can has firmly established his title as a literary genius once more. Chapter 49, Irrelevant Matters, I Await Your Return. On the stage, Su Can's performance continues. The subsequent melody leaves the audience utterly mesmerized. Irrelevant Matters, I Await Your Return. With quill poised, the waves crash endlessly upon the shore. How to decipher love? Every stroke feels awry. And I alone lack your lifelong understanding. At the instant the melody fills the air, astonishment gleams in the eyes of the spectators. The lyrics are exquisitely beautiful. Irrelevant Matters, poised quill, how to decipher love. Each line resonates deeply within the audience's hearts. The emotions conveyed in the song wash over their souls. There is a courageous pursuit of love, a yearning for the beloved's response, a hesitation towards affection. This intricate portrayal of emotions profoundly moves the audience. They reflect upon their own experiences, for they too have traversed similar emotional landscapes. Each individual has faced the tribulations of love, endured pain, escaping none. In the director's room, upon hearing these lyrics, Director Kong suddenly retrieves his phone, eager to search. When he previously glimpsed the sheet music for this song, certain lyrics struck a chord of familiarity, as if he had encountered them before. Now, as Su Can sings, that sense of recognition intensifies. He types the lyrics into the search bar, and in an instant, the results appear. Gasp! Director Kong inhales sharply. Indeed, the lyrics of this song are derived from ancient poetry, which explains the familiarity and beauty. For instance, the phrase irrelevant matters originates from Ouyang shows you look in. In life, one is bound to have infatuations. This sorrow is unrelated to wind or moon. Director Kong gazes blankly at the screen, looking at Su Can as if he were a prodigy. In merely 2 days, he has crafted a song inspired by Lantingyi Su, with lyrics sourced from classical poetry. Is this something an ordinary person could achieve? This young man is truly exceptional. On stage, Su Can's voice resonates once more. Although the lyrics remain the same, the impact on the audience is unparalleled. Irrelevant Matters, I Await Your Return. With quill poised, the waves crash endlessly upon the shore. How to decipher love? Every stroke feels awry. And I alone lack your lifelong understanding. Irrelevant Matters, I Await Your Return. With quill poised, the waves crash endlessly upon the shore. How to decipher love? Every stroke feels awry. Alone, I lack your lifelong understanding. The theatrical tone. At the first note of the song, every audience member's eyes widen in shock and delight. This segment is sung with a theatrical flair. The last time Su Can employed this style was in the song Brightness, albeit only briefly, yet it left an indelible impression on listeners. Moreover, a wave of theatrical music has recently swept through the Chinese music scene. However, the theatrical renditions of others pale in comparison to Su Can's. Thus, the audience has long awaited another theatrical performance from him. To their astonishment, it has arrived sooner than expected. This joy is utterly unexpected. The audience found themselves deeply immersed in the melodious strains of the operatic singing. On the judging panel, Professor Li from the Huaxia Music Academy stroked his beard, a smile of appreciation gracing his face. This operatic style differed from that in the Brightness, embodying the unique vocal technique of the young Dan in Peking opera. Coupled with the ink wash painted screens on stage and Su Can's traditional attire, the entire performance exuded a sense of a play within a play, further enhancing the song's classical beauty. Through this piece, Professor Li was thoroughly impressed by Su Can's extraordinary musical talent. A notion that had lingered in his mind solidified. He would extend an invitation to Su Can for a public lecture at the Huaxia Music Academy. For both students and faculty, Su Can undeniably represented an exemplary figure worth emulating. At this moment, propelled by the operatic melody, the atmosphere in the live broadcast studio surged with excitement once more. Su Can exclaimed, "Let me give you something lively." The sensation of goosebumps swept through the audience. "I am definitely staying for this show tonight." Su Can's operatic singing resonated with a profound depth, captivating listeners utterly. He could easily be deemed the spokesperson for operatic expression. "I absolutely adore the line unrelated to the mundane. I await your return, for one must bravely express their affections. Once I finish this song, I shall pen a love letter." The lyrics were stunningly beautiful, reminiscent of ancient poetry. This was, without a doubt, the most enchanting Huaxia-style song I had ever heard. In the contemporary Mandarin music scene, Huaxia-style songs remain a somewhat niche genre, primarily due to the intricate nature of their composition. Firstly, the musical style necessitates a blend of ancient Huaxia allusions, traditional cultural elements, and modern music. Secondly, the lyrics must draw upon classical poetry, employing rich, antiquated allusions and imagery. Lastly, the arrangement should incorporate a plethora of traditional Huaxia instruments such as the guzheng, xiao, pipa, and dizi. In summary, without a profound understanding of Huaxia cultural heritage, crafting high-quality Huaxia-style songs proves exceedingly challenging. Consequently, audiences seldom encounter these songs, and when they do, the quality is often mediocre. However, Su Can's Lanting Su epitomizes the Huaxia-style song. The audience had never before experienced such a melodious rendition of Huaxia music. At that moment, they suddenly realized that Huaxia-style songs could indeed be exceptionally beautiful, and that ancient Huaxia culture could transform into exquisite melodies. Because of Su Can, they witnessed the unparalleled beauty of Huaxia-style music. On stage, as the operatic singing concluded, Su Can transitioned to his normal vocal timbre. With a snap of the fingers, the city fades in an instant. On the bluestone street, a glance back reveals your graceful beauty. Have you harbored resentment? You shake your head with a soft sigh. Who made you furrow your brow? And in the deep boudoir, only the scent of rouge remains. Accompanied by the song, an inexplicable melancholy enveloped the audience. The lively atmosphere, once ignited by the operatic tones, fell into a profound silence. In the melody, the spectators envisioned a woman, a young lady, who, with a smile, was both graceful and beautiful. Yet, as the years slipped by, even the fairest visage succumbs to the passage of time. The woman shook her head with a faint sigh, her brow furrowed in contemplation. It was unclear whether her lament was due to her lord's weariness towards her or a nostalgic reflection on the infatuated youth she once cherished. At that moment, the audience was suddenly reminded of a poignant phrase: "Cherish what you have while you still possess it. Perhaps there exists someone worthy of your utmost regard. Thus, it is imperative to treasure them, lest you find yourself regretting their absence in the future. Time may render your beloved less handsome, less beautiful. Their figures may grow stout, and their faces may become lined with the marks of age. Yet, what of it? They remain both your lover and your kin." Chapter 50. The Three Grievances. The world's most beautiful love song. At the judges' panel, Xia Mo gazed at Su Can with the same infatuation as the adoring fans in the audience, utterly entranced. The emotions conveyed in the song were exquisitely delicate. The more sensitive a woman is, the more profoundly she can appreciate the nuances within the melody, inevitably becoming lost in its embrace. Xia Mo was no exception. As the first round of the competition concluded, her anticipation for a duet with Su Can intensified. She invited him to join her in performing the closing song of the program, to which Su Can readily agreed. The mere thought of sharing the stage with him for a performance filled Xia Mo with exhilaration. Yet, she suddenly realized that her emotions were somewhat askew. Despite being a seasoned singer with nearly a decade of experience, she felt as if she were a starstruck fan, while Su Can was merely an undergraduate. Nevertheless, she foresaw that one day, Su Can would undoubtedly ascend to the status of an unattainable superstar. On stage, as the melody shifted, Su Can began to sing once more. "As the wild geese fly south, I glance back at you with tears in my eyes, gathering a handful of moonlight. How shall I sleep with these memories in hand? How could it be that my heart's secrets are stitched like flowers in a shoe, each needle a grievance? If the flowers resent the butterflies, who shall you blame?" It was breathtaking. The lyrics were simply exquisite. Whether among the judges, the audience present, or those watching the live stream, none had ever encountered such beautiful verses. Each line resonated like a classical poem, coupled with Su Can's unique vocal timbre. Every note became a profound delight. Not only were the words enchanting, but the very essence of the song was also profoundly moving. The audience seemed to once again behold the image of an aging woman, on the verge of abandonment, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. A lover questioned her. You confine yourself within the depths of your chamber. If the flowers resent the butterflies, who will you blame? A deep sense of helplessness surged within the hearts of the audience. The woman's unrequited love had been misplaced. Or perhaps she should never have chosen him in the first place. At that moment, some spectators who had faced similar fates found themselves in tears. Now, they too were aging and often faced disdain from their husbands. Yet reality was harsh, leaving them with no choice but to endure. However, after shedding tears, they felt a certain relief within. Such is the power of Su Can's voice, amplifying and liberating the emotions harbored within the listeners. As the song approached its final crescendo, the emotions shifted. The preceding verses carried a sense of melancholy and subtlety, while the concluding line struck like a thunderclap, resonating within the hearts of the audience. Especially the last three lines. With unyielding conviction and fearless of worldly judgments, I await the spring thunder to guide you in your affections. The audience felt a tremor resonate through their beings. Within the melody, they beheld a gentleman, steadfast in heart, untroubled by the clamor of society, patiently awaiting the beloved's decision. He yearned for a thunderous awakening to illuminate the truth of who is truly worthy of lifelong devotion. As the audience pondered the beloved's impending choice, the song abruptly ceased. A profound silence enveloped the venue. The final three lines of the song echoed in their minds, igniting boundless speculation within their hearts. Moments later, the tranquility was shattered. Su Can, the idol, the champion. The audience erupted into frenzied cheers, despite it being merely the second round of the finals. They had already begun to hail Su Can as the eventual victor. No one found this surprising, not even the other 15 competitors. By virtue of his rendition of Lan Tingyi Su, Su Can had undeniably earned the title of champion. In that instant, as the last notes faded, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged dramatically. After waiting for over an hour, their patience was rewarded. This rendition of Lan Tingyi Su was truly deserving. Even if they had to wait an entire day and night, it would be worth it. Jade shattered in Kunshan, the phoenix cries, the hibiscus weeps, while the fragrant orchid smiles. It's all true. I await the tears to remind you of your love. The embroidered shoes bear silent grievances. If the flower blames the butterfly, who would you blame? The three grievances were simply exquisite. The delicate sentiments of a woman for a man, penned with such artistry, conveying feelings that must remain unspoken, hidden deep within the heart. How I adore the line, unrelated to the winds and moons, I pen this prelude awaiting your return, a longing unsaid, self-restraint. The depths of affection, all encapsulated within the lyrics, evoking tears. Wang Shiji's Lan Tingyi Su is the foremost example of cursive script, while Su Can's Lan Tingyi Su stands as the preeminent love song. I dare assert that no matter how many ancient-style songs emerge in the future, this Lan Tingyi Su will undoubtedly secure a place within the top 3. This is the quintessence of Huaxia style. Previously, during the performance, the audience had not delved deeply into the lyrics. They moved swiftly from one line to the next, unable to savor the profound meaning. Yet, as the song concluded, they reflected on the lyrics, discovering that each line held profound significance, offering endless contemplation. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream surged dramatically, reaching 15 million. Upon witnessing this figure, the entire production team was radiant with joy and a sense of achievement. Director Kong was equally astonished. Previously, the highest real-time viewership for the May 4th Youth Special had been just over 12 million. Now, this program had surpassed that by 3 million. He suddenly envisioned a day when Su Can's fanbase would span the vast expanse of Huaxia, and wondered if viewership might even exceed 100 million. Chapter 51. A perfect score once again. Inviting Su Can to class. Inside the auditorium, feeling the fervor of the audience, Su Can gave a slight bow, expressing his gratitude. The audience erupted in another wave of enthusiastic applause. Su Can, the host, gracefully approached the stage, eyes glimmering with joy. This is the most melodious song of Huaxia I have ever heard, the most exquisite love ballad. Thank you, Su Can nodded with a smile. The host then turned his gaze towards the panel of 10 judges. Next, let us invite the esteemed judges to evaluate and score Su Can's rendition of Landing Su. The camera shifted to the 10 judges, and the atmosphere suddenly turned solemn. These educators hesitated, wanting to praise but unsure of how to articulate their admiration. The composition and lyrics of this song were of unparalleled excellence, surpassing their understanding of artistry. They felt unworthy to critique, fearing that any misjudgment would be akin to flaunting their ignorance before a master. Unbeknownst to them, They had already come to regard Su Can as their peer. Ultimately, it was Professor Li from the Huaxia Music Academy who stepped forward. First, let me state my score for Lanting Su, a perfect 10. This song possesses numerous remarkable qualities, particularly in its lyrical composition. In truth, no matter what lyrics we craft through arduous contemplation and word accumulation, they can hardly compare to the simplicity and efficacy derived from classic poetry. Classic poetry has endured the test of time, surviving the relentless and harsh passage of history. Only that which is truly classic can endure. For instance, the second line, pushing the door under the moon, draws inspiration from Jia does a bird rests by the pond's tree. A monk knocks at the door beneath the moon. Similarly, the refrain unrelated to wind and moon is derived from Ouyang Xiu's in life. One is bound to be infatuated. This sorrow is not connected to wind or moon. It is crucial to note that when referencing these verses, it is not merely about borrowing lines. Rather, it is about adopting their imagery to enrich the emotional depth of the lyrics. In your leisure, I encourage you to listen to Lanting Su more often. It will enhance our appreciation of Huaxia's ancient poetry. After speaking, Professor Li slowly took his seat, his expression lingering with unfulfilled thoughts. The song contained an abundance of meaning. Had time permitted, he could have elaborated on Lanting Su for half an hour. The audience, upon hearing Professor Li's remarks, widened their eyes in astonishment. They finally understood why the lyrics of this song were so beautiful. They drew upon a wealth of ancient poetry. Their admiration for Su Can reached an immeasurable peak. What depth of understanding regarding Huaxia culture must one possess to wield ancient poetry with such mastery? Thank you, Professor Li, for your insightful commentary on Lanting Su. The host turned to the remaining judges, who showed no inclination to comment further, and continued, "Now, let us invite the 10 judges to cast their scores." A 60-second countdown appeared on the big screen. However, within 10 seconds, the judges swiftly raised their scorecards. The camera captured the moment. Each one displayed a perfect score of 10. The auditorium erupted once more with thunderous applause. At that moment, while the host was prepared to invite the final contestant to the stage for their performance, the voice of a staff member echoed through the earpiece. The host then turned to the audience once again. "Ladies and gentlemen, the last contestant has opted to forfeit." Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered across the faces of the audience. But it quickly transformed into understanding, even a hint of sympathy for the contestant. It seemed that the contestant's resolve had been shattered by the profound beauty of Lanting Su. Now, I shall announce the results of the second round of the National Top 100 University Singing Competition. Su Can achieved first place with a perfect score of 10. Classmate XX claimed second place with a score of 8. 9. The host proceeded to announce the scores of the top 8 contestants. Su Can led by a significant margin. His score a veritable cliff edge above the rest. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, the second round of the finals concluded splendidly. Returning to the dressing room, Su Can changed out of his performance attire, which he needed to return to the staff. Once he had changed, he stepped out and noticed an elderly gentleman waiting for him outside. "Professor Li." Su Can greeted him with a smile. He recalled how Professor Li had consistently praised his performances throughout the 2 rounds of competition, making him the most flattering judge. Of course, Xia Mo also offered compliments, but her critiques lacked the depth of Professor Li's insights. "Hello, Su Can," Professor Li said warmly, his smile radiating kindness. This was their first private meeting. "Is there something you need?" Su Can inquired politely. "Let us sit over here instead of standing," Professor Li suggested, gesturing towards a nearby sofa. They walked over and took a seat. "Here is the matter. I would like to invite you to give a public music lecture at the Huaxia Music Academy." "A public lecture?" Su Can was taken aback. He was not a teacher. Did he possess the qualifications to instruct students? Moreover, the Huaxia Music Academy was the pinnacle of musical education in the country, filled with prodigious talents. What could a non-specialist like him possibly offer to such gifted individuals? "Su Can, do not underestimate yourself." Professor Li seemed to perceive Su Can's thoughts. "Having witnessed your performances in these 2 competitions, I can assure you that your songwriting abilities and vocal skills surpass the majority of singers in the Chinese music scene. You would more than suffice to teach those students. Furthermore, I believe you serve as an excellent role model, and I wish for those students to learn from you." Upon hearing this, Su Can suddenly realized a fact he had long overlooked. Although merely a month and a half had passed since his arrival in this world, he had accomplished numerous feats and garnered the recognition of many, particularly this esteemed elder, Professor Li. A senior professor at the Huaxia Music Academy with a legacy of countless students, was a source of genuine joy for Su Can. Moreover, he could sense Professor Li's earnest desire for the advancement of Chinese music. "All right," Su Can nodded in agreement. Within the shell of a 22-year-old resides the soul of a 35-year-old. Conducting a music class for those students is merely a trivial task. Thank you immensely, Su Kan. A joyful smile graced Professor Li's face. Professor Li, are there any specific requirements for this music lesson? After a moment of contemplation, Professor Li slowly responded, in recent years, the Chinese music scene has increasingly favored foreign music, and this trend is mirrored within our school. Students tend to gravitate towards Western music, with many also showing a preference for Japanese and Korean tunes, while few delve into the essence of traditional Chinese music. Therefore, I hope you can lead a class centered on traditional Chinese music, allowing the students to experience that our music holds its own against international compositions. As Professor Li spoke, Su Kan sensed a subtle frustration within him, an indignation towards the students' lack of appreciation for traditional Chinese music in favor of foreign influences. Understood, Su Kan affirmed with a nod. From Professor Li's words, he became acutely aware of a pressing issue. Even at the prestigious Chinese Conservatory of Music, there exists a reverence for foreign music. What of other music schools across the nation? It is likely they share the same sentiment. As these music students graduate and become the pillars of the Chinese music scene, will there still be a place for traditional Chinese music? At that moment, Su Kan recognized that this music lesson bore a significant mission. It is imperative to rectify this prevailing trend. Chapter 52. Filming the Lantingyi Su MV. Compensating for past regrets. On the evening of the conclusion of the second round of the finals, videos from the program swiftly circulated online. These recordings, captured by viewers, were of limited pixel quality and accompanied by considerable ambient noise. Despite these imperfections, the videos garnered an astonishing number of likes and spread virally. Seizing the momentum, the production team promptly edited and released individual clips of each contestant's performances. In total, there were 15 videos meticulously refined to minimize noise and enhance visual quality, which were subsequently uploaded online. Within half an hour, the view count for the other contestants' performances hovered around 10,000. While Su Kan's rendition of Lantingyi Su skyrocketed to approximately 500,000 views, an astounding 50-fold difference. This stark contrast underscored Su Kan's magnetic appeal. Simultaneously, the trending topics on Weibo were being refreshed at an extraordinary rate. Su Kan Lantingyi Su, the greatest love song Lantingyi Su, the most beautiful Huaxia melody Lantingyi Su, beyond love and desire. I await your return, the most beautiful lyrics of Lantingyi Su. The fervor surrounding these hashtags soared rapidly, propelling them into the top 10 trending topics. Beneath these trends, countless netizens left comments. In the early hours, comments poured in at a staggering rate, almost every second yielding hundreds of new remarks. I can listen to this on repeat without growing weary. The arrow in the accompaniment is exquisite. It sends chills down my spine every time. As someone who is quite discerning about music, I usually tire of a song after a few listens, yet this piece captivates my heart. This Lantingyi Su masterfully intertwines ancient melodies with theatrical nuances, predominantly conveying a sense of melancholy, a subtle sadness that often births remarkable creations. Lantingyi Su is destined to be a timeless masterpiece. Listening to the song evokes a sensation of traversing through millennia, as if stepping into that era. Amid the cobblestone streets and the poignant tales of love. Oh, what does love mean? How perplexing it is for the men and women of that time, where innocent affections succumb to societal disparities. The enigma of love eludes expression, and yet, I lack your understanding throughout my life. With embroidered shoes bearing grievances, the flowers lament the butterflies, yet who do you blame? Such lines, born from profound longing, possess an eloquence devoid of archaic words, yet transport one back to that moment, where unexpressed yearning is left to fester within, painfully suppressed, yet unvoiced. One must feign indifference, resorting to the toil of everyday life to navigate an unattainable love. Perhaps only the people of Huaxia can comprehend such romance. I cherish the line. I await the spring thunder to remind you whom to love. Who understands? All the lamentations coalesce into a final expression of resignation and willing anticipation. My shimmering eyes await only you to fill the void, with my heartbeat halting at the sight of you, stirred by the arrival of spring thunder. Night serves as a potent catalyst for emotions. Countless netizens, upon hearing Lantingyi Su, found their hearts overwhelmed, a whirlwind of sentiment swirling within. They expressed their innermost thoughts through comments online, engaging in heartfelt exchanges with fellow listeners. Despite the melancholy, there is a profound warmth. As time passes, the song's popularity surges. It becomes a topic of discussion across all major social platforms, leaving the production team utterly astonished. That evening, Director Kong made a decisive choice to further ignite the song's fervor. The following morning, Sukan groggily opened his eyes, greeted by the system's voice resonating in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on advancing to the first round of the National Top 100 University Singing Competition. Ding! Phase task rewards have been credited. Would you like to open? Sukan silently contemplated opening the task rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 song components. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired rapping skills. Surprised, Sukan's eyes widened. Not only did he receive 2 song components, but he also grasped a new singing technique, rapping. Although he had previously performed a simple rap during his rendition of the Lady of Luxury, it posed little challenge. Complex rapping, however, would be somewhat difficult for him, as it diverges from conventional singing, requiring meticulous attention to accompaniment, rhythm, and enunciation, skills honed through extensive practice. Yet now, with the system providing him this singing technique, the understanding came effortlessly. He attempted to recite a particularly challenging tongue twister from memory. The pole is long, the bench is wide. The bench is not as long as the pole, nor is the pole as wide as the bench. The pole must be tied to the bench. Yet the bench refuses to let the pole be tied. Sukan spoke without a hitch, his breath steady and heart calm. Moreover, with the addition of these 2 electronic components, he now possessed a total of 4, more than sufficient. After organizing his task rewards, Sukan rose to wash up and have breakfast. Shortly after finishing his meal, he received a call from Director Kang. Sukan, you need to clear your schedule for the next few days. What is it, Director Kang? The station is preparing to film a music video for Lantingyi Su, and you are to be the male lead. Kang's voice brimmed with excitement. Following the astonishing popularity of Lantingyi Su the previous night, he had conceived the idea of producing a music video. Early that morning, he discussed it with the station's leadership, who wholeheartedly supported the endeavor and granted him full access to the station's resources to ensure a high-quality production. They believed that such a beautiful song deserved a music video that matched its splendor. Upon hearing that Director Kang wanted to film a music video for Lantingyi Su, a spark of interest ignited in Sukan's eyes. He recalled the music video from his past life, directed by the esteemed Fang Wuxian, which had left countless viewers suggesting he stick to writing lyrics rather than crossing over into directing. For ardent fans of Lantingyi Su, that music video remained a source of regret. However, Sukan suddenly felt that this lingering doubt might now be resolved. Moreover, with the aesthetic sensibilities and filming techniques of the central television station, the music video produced is bound to be exceptional. Sukan calculated the time. The finals of the National Top 100 University Singing Competition would take place in 2 weeks, while classes at Huaxia Music Academy were scheduled for 1 week later. He could indeed spare a few days to film this music video. All right, Sukan concurred. Then come to the central television building this morning. Upon hearing Sukan's agreement, Director Kang on the other end of the line could hardly contain his excitement. Very well, Sukan replied before hanging up. It appeared that today would be another fulfilling day. After a brief tidying up, Sukan made his way to the central television building, where a music video production team had swiftly been assembled, led by Director Kang. Sukan first engaged in a discussion with the team regarding the narrative of the music video. Ultimately, everyone unanimously agreed to portray the story encapsulated in the lyrics, bringing it to life. Sukan would take on the role of the male protagonist, while a distinguished female host from the station would portray the female lead. Next came the selection of filming locations. Beijing boasts several film production bases. After half a day's deliberation, Sukan and Director Kang finalized a few sites. That evening, the official shooting of the music video commenced. The first scene depicted in the lyrics involved a scene reminiscent of landing, where a lady under the moon pushes open a door, coinciding perfectly with the presence of the moon that night. Thus, the filming of the music video progressed smoothly, and Sukan relished the experience of embodying the male lead. Chapter 53. I await the spring thunder to remind you whom to love. The most powerful confession song of the year. After 3 days, the shooting of the music video for Lantingyi Su was completed. The official account of the Central Television promptly released this music video across the internet as the most authoritative media outlet in Huaxia. The Central Television's official account boasts nearly 100 million followers. Consequently, upon its release, the music video immediately captured the attention of countless netizens. As they clicked on this trending post, the moment they laid eyes on the music video, they were utterly entranced. The opening scene featured Sukan riding under the moonlight. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon Sukan, causing the hearts of numerous fans to race with excitement. Simultaneously, the melody began to play, Lantingyi's writing. flowing like clouds and water. Under the moon, the door opens, your delicate footsteps echo. In haste, a millennium of inscriptions is easy to replicate. Yet your beauty remains elusive. True works are rare, but who can offer genuine affection? Su Can's enchanting voice resonated throughout the music video. The visuals transitioned seamlessly, revealing a myriad of breathtaking landscapes. Each segment of lyrics was accompanied by meticulously selected scenes curated by Su Can and director Kong, perfectly harmonizing beauty and scenery, in character and in song. The audience was utterly captivated. Upon viewing the entire music video, they were left in a state of profound astonishment, unable to articulate their thoughts for some time. The comment section below the video filled rapidly before their eyes. Wow, I just realized Su Can has acting talent. Those eyes, that demeanor, those movements, simply extraordinary. Oh, how I wish to become the heroine in this music video. Truly a masterpiece crafted by Central Television, this music video is phenomenal. Suddenly, Lanting Su feels even more perfect, beyond reproach. The music video has filled a crucial gap. Thank goodness it was produced by Central Television. Had it been entrusted to anyone else, it would likely have been a disaster. The song is beautiful, the visuals are stunning, what an absolute delight, so comforting. Netizens found themselves replaying the music video repeatedly, relishing every moment. Within a mere half hour, the view count soared past 10 million. Meanwhile, a young man, having watched the music video, felt a strong impulse surge within him. He longed to share this music video with someone special, wishing to express his affection through it. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively chose to share it, accompanied by a message: "I await the spring thunder to remind you whom to love." This was a blatant confession of his feelings. With the song's popularity, the meaning of the last line of lyrics was already known to the netizens. After sending the message, the young man was uncertain of the response he would receive. Nevertheless, he felt a noticeable lightness in his heart. Regardless of the outcome, having made his confession was a significant step forward. He lay quietly on his bed, awaiting the verdict from his beloved. At that moment, his phone suddenly chimed with a new message alert. He sprang up in surprise, eagerly opening the new message. The reply from his beloved was simply one word: "You." Upon seeing these words, the young man was overwhelmed with joy. His confession had been successful. Subsequently, he decided to share his experience online. Originally intending merely to display his affection, he inadvertently ignited a wave of confessions across the internet. Countless young men shared the MV of Lanting Su with their secret crushes, accompanied by the final line of its lyrics. Some succeeded, while others faced disappointment. Those who triumphed fervently tagged Su Can online, expressing their gratitude, while the unsuccessful ones languished in silence, nursing their wounds in solitude. Before long, a trending topic emerged: Best Confession Song of the Year Lanting Su, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of trending searches. After completing the MV shoot, Su Can took a day to rest. To his surprise, numerous individuals reached out to him through various channels, seeking to invite him to participate in television dramas and films. These individuals were drawn to Su Can's splendid performance in the MV, coupled with his inherent popularity. Engaging Su Can for film projects promised to yield remarkable results. However, Su Can declined all offers. He wished to focus solely on his musical journey, as his career was still in its nascent stages and he could not afford distractions. After a well-deserved day of rest, Su Can began preparing for his upcoming classes at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. Professor Li had specified that the curriculum should be related to Huaxia folk music, hoping to instill an appreciation for it among students rather than a relentless pursuit of foreign music. Contemplating this, Su Can gradually conceived an idea to awaken these students who idolized foreign culture. What better way to rouse them than through song? He quickly settled on a particularly fitting song, exchanging one electronic component for it, and commencing his practice. Meanwhile, at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, Professor Li, having obtained Su Can's consent, began his preparations. He hoped to gather all students for this music open class, thus scheduling the venue in the school gymnasium, which could accommodate 10,000 attendees, well beyond the number of students enrolled. Additionally, Director Kong planned to live-stream the class, allowing students from other music schools to join in. His aspiration was for all music students across Huaxia to embrace Huaxia folk music, not just those from his own institution. As these arrangements unfolded, students across various classes quickly learned that Su Can would be teaching them a music lesson. The news sparked a wave of excitement among them. Most of the students were ardent fans of Su Can, and their teachers often showcased his songs as case studies during lessons. However, they had never imagined that Su Can himself would come to teach them, especially since they were contemporaries. Those admitted to the Huaxia Conservatory were all exceptionally talented musicians from various parts of Huaxia, instilling in them a sense of pride and, consequently, a degree of defiance. Su Qian's singing is quite commendable, yet it may not suffice for a music class. Nevertheless, some students are ardent admirers of Su Qian, and attending what could be considered a fan meetup is indeed delightful. Meanwhile, as the auditorium has thousands of extra seats available, students are permitted to bring friends and family along. Each student has 5 slots to fill. When they announce these 5 slots to those around them, they are instantly claimed. They cannot help but acknowledge that Su Qian's charm is truly irresistible. Chapter 54. A Song to Awaken the Youth. Compendium of Materia Medica. Amidst the fervent discussions of students at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, news of Su Qian's forthcoming lecture at the institution quietly permeated the internet, sparking a wave of enthusiastic discourse. Wow, Su Qian is actually going to lecture at Huaxia Conservatory. Is it for real? Students from Yanjing were abuzz with speculation, leaning towards the notion that it must be true. Word has it that Su Qian will primarily focus on Huaxia-style music and even broadcast the session live. Live stream? I absolutely must be part of this excitement. Given Su Qian's recent musical performances, he certainly possesses the credentials to enlighten a gathering of students. Although I am not a music major, I am eager to hear Su Qian expound on Huaxia-style music. I have developed a profound fondness for this genre lately. I must show my support. Though the specifics of Su Qian's lecture remained elusive in online chatter, the collective interest among netizens was palpable, fueled by their admiration for Su Qian and their curiosity about Huaxia-style music. They awaited the day with bated breath. 3 fleeting days passed, and the designated Saturday arrived, the day of Su Qian's lecture for the students of Huaxia Conservatory. The lecture was set to commence at 10 in the morning. By 9, the expansive auditorium was already teeming with attendees. The total student body comprised approximately 2,000 individuals, yet nearly all 10,000 seats were filled to capacity. The faculty observed this scene with bewilderment, puzzled by the influx of attendees. Before the lecture officially began, the audience engaged in animated discussions. "I had no idea our school had so many students," exclaimed one. "Look over there, an entire group of science students from Qinghua University. Did they really come to attend a music class? I suspect they mistook this for a fan meeting." Huh. Each student had 5 tickets. I bet they utilized all of them. You wouldn't believe it. I merely posted a message on social media stating that Su Qian would be lecturing here, and I was inundated with hundreds of private messages from beautiful girls. Haha, I didn't even mention to my friends that I had 5 tickets. And where did your tickets go? Oh, you got a new phone. Could it be? Wow, you truly have a knack for making money. Shoo. Meanwhile, at the front of the stage, Professor Li supervised the technicians as they adjusted the live streaming equipment. He had coordinated with several other institutions to ensure a broader reach for Huaxia-style music. As the preparations neared completion, the clock inched closer to 10. Gazing at the sea of eager faces before him, Professor Li felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite Su Qian's exceptional musical talent, he was, after all, merely a 22-year-old youth. Could he truly manage such a grand occasion? With this thought weighing on his mind, Professor Li made his way to the lounge, intending to offer Su Qian some psychological encouragement. In the lounge, Su Qian scrutinized the PowerPoint presentation displayed on the computer screen. It contained a wealth of knowledge regarding Huaxia-style music, comprising insights he had gleaned from his past life as well as information provided by the system. All of this is the content he plans to discuss in class later. Although he has reviewed it multiple times, he still intends to examine it further, to avoid any omissions during the lecture. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside the door. Su Qian looked up and saw Professor Li. "Su Qian, there are nearly 10,000 spectators outside. Do you feel confident?" "It's all right," Su Qian replied with a calm smile. He had encountered large crowds before and had been performing frequently, almost every week, which had developed his composure over time. "That's good to hear." Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Professor Li felt relieved. "By the way, how do you plan to commence your lecture?" "I have prepared a song to introduce the essence of Huaxia music," Su Qian responded. "Oh, is it Lanting Su?" Professor Li's eyes brightened. Lanting Su is currently the hottest song online. If you start with this song, it will surely pique the students' interest and positively influence the subsequent lecture. There's another song, a hip-hop track. Su Qian slightly shook his head. "A hip-hop song?" Professor Li's smile abruptly faltered. This class primarily focuses on Huaxia music. Why would Su Qian choose a hip-hop song? In Professor Li's recollection, Su Qian had never performed a hip-hop song before. "Su Qian, I still believe Lanting Su would be more suitable," Professor Li suggested delicately, hoping to sway Su Qian's decision. At that moment, A staff member entered. Professor Lee, Sukan, it's 10 o'clock. The audience is waiting. Sukan nodded, closed his laptop, and rose to his feet. He approached Professor Lee, his eyes radiating confidence. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Just as Professor Lee was about to respond, Sukan walked steadily toward the stage. Watching Sukan's retreating figure, Professor Lee sighed. Well, at this point, I shall let Sukan proceed as he wishes. Meanwhile, the staff activated the live broadcast. Instantly, nearly 100,000 netizens flooded into the stream, as Sukan had yet to make his entrance. The camera focused on the audience. Wow, there are so many people here. It feels like a concert. Did we enter the wrong live stream? Wait, the name of this stream is correct. We haven't entered the wrong stream. These spectators must be students from Yanjing, all here to attend Su Kan's music class. Su Kan's appeal is astonishing. It's just a lecture. Soon after, Su Kan arrived at the gymnasium. A stage had been erected in the center, surrounded by sound equipment. With live streaming gear positioned in front of the stage, Su Kan's appearance further ignited the already exuberant atmosphere of the gymnasium. Su Kan, welcome to our school. Su Kan waved to the audience and ascended the stage. He approached the technician responsible for sound checking, producing a USB drive. Hello. Please assist me in playing the accompaniment on this USB shortly. Certainly. The staff nodded, a hint of curiosity flickering across their faces. Could it be that Su Kan was about to sing? He stepped to the center of the stage, where a microphone stood before him. Gently, he tapped the microphone, and an echoing thud resonated throughout the gymnasium. Gradually, silence enveloped the space, as everyone realized that Su Kan was about to speak. Hello everyone. Before we commence the lecture, I would like to sing a song. I hope you will listen attentively. The title of the song is Compendium of Materia Medica. Chapter 55, Hip-Hop Huaxia Style Songs. Can herbal names become lyrics? Compendium of Materia Medica. If there is a song that could awaken these students, steering them away from foreign music to embrace Huaxia melodies, it would undoubtedly be Compendium of Materia Medica. As Su Kan's words echoed in the air, an unexpected silence enveloped the venue. The students, wide-eyed, exchanged glances, questioning whether they had misheard. Compendium of Materia Medica? Isn't that the medical treatise by Li Shexiang? When did it transform into a song? Confusion reigned in the live broadcast room as well. Wait, Compendium of Materia Medica? I see now. This is Su Kan's new song, adapted from the Compendium of Materia Medica, much like young Huaxia speaks in Lantingyi Su. What a delightful surprise. I merely intended to catch a glimpse of Su Kan's handsome visage. Yet I am graced with a new song. What could a medical text be transformed into? The anticipation is palpable. There is nothing Su Kan cannot conceive of. The live room erupted in fervor. Virtually every netizen had encountered the Compendium of Materia Medica, as it is a cornerstone of our ancestral traditional medicine. However, the notion of adapting traditional medicine into a song was unprecedented for the audience, a spectacle unseen. On one side of the stage, Professor Lee's eyes widened, waves of shock crashing through his mind. Just moments ago, Su Kan had mentioned preparing to perform a hip-hop song. Now, he claimed the song's title was Compendium of Materia Medica, a hip-hop song named Compendium of Materia Medica. Countless questions swirled in Professor Lee's mind. He suddenly felt outdated, struggling to comprehend Su Kan's words. At this moment, the sound system throughout the gymnasium crackled with an electric hum. The audience wore expressions of bewilderment. Was there a short circuit? What was happening? How could the sound equipment of such a prestigious Huaxia music institution malfunction? Professor Lee, having noticed the unusual noise, was about to summon someone for inspection. Yet, in the next instant, the electric hum transformed into a rhythmic pulse. A collective jolt resonated through everyone present. They realized that this electric sound was the prelude to the song. Indeed, the electric rhythm grew increasingly pronounced, accompanied by other instrumental sounds. For reasons unknown, the audience suddenly found this rhythm invigorating and joyous, feeling an irresistible urge to sway along. Professor Lee gazed intently at Su Kan on stage, a serious expression crossing his face. Just from this rhythm alone, he sensed that Su Kan's hip-hop song might be something extraordinary. Another segment of accompaniment began, and Su Kan grasped the microphone before him, singing in a relaxed and lively tone. If Hua Tuo were to return, the worship of foreign things would be healed. Foreigners come to learn Chinese characters, igniting my national consciousness. In merely 2 lines of melody, the entire audience was left astonished. Professor Lee, having been privy to the fact that this was a hip-hop song, remained composed. However, the audience was utterly unprepared. Unconsciously, they assumed this was a song reflecting the essence of Chinese culture, especially considering the title, Compendium of Materia Medica. Moreover, Su Can had never performed a legitimate rap song before. Hence, the moment Su Can began to sing, the audience felt as though a thunderclap had erupted beside them. They were stunned. Goosebumps cascaded over their skin. As their attention shifted to the lyrics, they were left utterly speechless. The meaning of the lyrics was crystal clear. Adoration for foreign cultures is a sickness that demands remedy. No English, Korean, or Japanese can rival the richness of our Mandarin. We must encourage foreigners to learn our language. The entire world should converse in the Chinese tongue. Gasp. At that moment, the audience collectively inhaled sharply. The lyrics were excessively bold, unapologetically direct. In the audience, the majority were students. Some among them were particularly enamored with foreign cultures, often yearning for a life abroad. A few music majors even delighted in studying foreign music and adapting international songs. Upon hearing Su Can's verses, their faces flushed crimson. They felt as though Su Can was articulating their very sentiments. Simultaneously, within the live stream, the barrage of comments suddenly ceased, only to be replaced by an avalanche of messages a second later. Wow, isn't Su Can's lyricism audacious? Audacious? He voiced what I've been yearning to express. My daughter watches Korean dramas daily and mimics their fashion. I've long wanted to address that. Indeed, adoration for foreign cultures is a malady that necessitates treatment. A century ago, China was rife with sycophants of foreign cultures, and it appears little has changed, merely adopting a more cultural form of invasion. To criticize these sycophants through the medium of hip-hop is a fantastical notion. Su Can is remarkable. In truth, foreign cultures have flourished within China over the years, particularly the Korean wave from the neighboring country. Many young Chinese venture to South Korea, enduring 2.5 years as idle trainees, only to return home transformed into sensational stars, amassing a legion of fans. This has evolved into a pathological cultural trend. Yet, this remains a prevailing trend, with few in the entertainment industry daring to voice dissent. Su Can is the first to express such sentiments directly through song. On stage, Su Can's melody continued to resonate. Strychnine, cassia seed, cocklebur, and lotus seed, yellow medicine, bitter bean, and melia. I crave respect. In my own way, I shall rewrite history. Nothing else matters. Just recite a few words with me. The audience found themselves ensnared in a stupor, their minds nearly turning to mush. Could lyrics be crafted in such a manner? Can the names of traditional Chinese medicines be woven into song? The remarkable part is, not only did he weave them, but it also sounded so pleasant, so invigorating. Despite the internal tumult, the audience could not help but sway along. Before the screen, not only ordinary netizens were watching, but also numerous professional musicians were tuned in. As they listened to the music, their minds wandered to the intricacies of songwriting. Within, tumultuous waves of emotion surged. Could it be that a mere collection of medicinal herbs could be transformed into such melodious lyrics? They had never encountered anyone who composed songs in this manner. Could this truly signify a disparity? Yet, these 2 lines of lyrics were merely the inception. Su Can sang the subsequent lines with remarkable speed. Yam, Angelica. Goji, go. Yam, Angelica, Goji, go. The rhythm of the song was irresistibly captivating. The young audience members instinctively joined in. Su Can sang a line, and they echoed back. Yam, Angelica, Goji, go. The atmosphere in the venue became electrifying. Professor Lee stood in astonishment, witnessing this scene. Was this a music class? Why did it feel akin to a nightclub? He glanced at his fellow colleagues, seeking confirmation of the extraordinary situation. To his surprise, these normally stern educators swayed just like the students in the audience. In that moment, Professor Lee felt as though his worldview had been upended. What on earth was happening? Unbeknownst to him, his legs had been tapping along to the rhythm all along. Chapter 56. Rap is the best aesthetic medicine for men. I shall not study abroad. At this moment, witnessing the audience sway to the rhythm of the song, the atmosphere in the live stream room erupted with exuberance. Are you here to dance? The rap infused with the essence of our culture ignites my spirit. I must learn this song compendium of materia medica. Rap is indeed the finest aesthetic treatment for men. I am utterly enamored with the opening line. If Hua Tuo were alive, even the most foreign ailments would be cured. I would gladly refer to Comrade Chuan Jiangwo as a reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Su Can's rap flows with such speed that, had it not been for the barrage of comments, I would have struggled to keep pace. I yearn to dance alongside the audience present. The exhilaration is simply intoxicating. I had always perceived rap music as somewhat crude, yet I never anticipated that our cultural heritage could be transformed into such melodious rap. It is splendid to propagate our culture through the international style of rap. Is this not the legendary strategy of learning from the West to counter the West? Su Can, please accept my admiration. The comments in the live stream flooded in, dense and dark like a swarm. Netizens continuously expressed their astonishment. Since the commencement of this broadcast, their hearts have been overwhelmed by wave after wave of shock. An unexpected new song, an unforeseen hip-hop rendition infused with our cultural essence. Lyrics that defied expectations. This piece compendium of materia medica has bestowed upon the audience countless surprises. They felt as though their eyes had been opened wide. On stage, observing the audience sway in unison, Su Can felt a surge of inspiration. The song was approaching the chorus, and its rhythm intensified compared to the preceding verses. He recalled a dance move from the music video of Compendium of Materia Medica from his past life. Singing and dancing are integral components of rap. As Su Can mastered the art of rap, he also cultivated foundational dance skills. Merely recalling that dance step, he instinctively knew how to move. With a raised eyebrow at the vibrant scene before him, Su Can thought, let this excitement escalate even further. As the rhythm shifted, he began to sing, watch me grasp a handful of herbs, consuming a dose of pride. My expression is carefree, dancing with abandon. Movements are fluid and effortless. Something you cannot replicate. Neon signs flicker, I adjust my state. In this splendid city, I await awakening. My expression is carefree, dancing with abandon. With calligraphy, I inscribe dynasties, my inner strength radiates. With bold strokes, I deliver a punchline. The conclusion lies flat. Let us see who prevails. As Su Can sang, his body began to move and sync. Each beat corresponded to a distinct action. Together, they formed a captivating spectacle. Upon witnessing this scene, the lively venue fell abruptly silent. The next moment, an even more fervent cheer erupted. The audience stood in sheer exhilaration, leaning forward to closely observe Su Can's movements. Eager to learn, some gifted dancers among them began to mimic his motions. The entire space transformed into a jubilant ocean of celebration. To the side of the stage, as Professor Lee gazed at Su Can dancing to street music on stage, his eyes were filled with astonishment and surprise. In his mind, Su Can had always embodied the refined image of a young singer. He never anticipated that Su Can possessed such a dynamic side. However, it soon dawned on Professor Lee that he had long recognized Su Can's exceptional talent, which consistently brought unexpected delights. He suddenly felt as if there were no musical skill that Su Can could not master. Whether singing, composing, or dancing, he executed each with unparalleled proficiency. He was undoubtedly a versatile artist. In the live streaming room, the atmosphere erupted with excitement due to Su Can's performance. Oh my! He is truly a treasure of a singer. Su Can is amazing. His series of street dance moves are even more professional than those of experts. I am becoming increasingly fond of Su Can, who knew he could dance street style. He is so handsome. This is the essence of a singing and dancing artist. Laughter ensued as viewers found themselves dancing along in front of their screens. The audience in the live stream was equally mesmerized. The fervent singing and electrifying dance moves ignited a passionate response within them. Their spirits soared to new heights. On stage, Su Can's voice resonated on. What elixir to refine, what pill to mold. Dear antler slices must not be too thin. The master's technique should not be carelessly copied. Turtle jelly, Yunnan Biao, and cordyceps. My music is my medicine, perfectly balanced. Listen to me. Traditional medicine is bitter, but plagiarism should be even more so. Each lyric, while seemingly about traditional Chinese medicine, conveyed a deeper meaning to the audience. Our Huaxia culture is profound and capable of birthing exceptional songs. We must not solely focus on copying foreign melodies, otherwise we shall endure a bitterness greater than that of traditional medicine. Upon hearing these lines, music students in the audience felt a wave of shame wash over them. They had been preoccupied with how to adapt foreign songs, seeking shortcuts, and had never considered creating music that belongs to Huaxia culture. In that moment, they were profoundly awakened by Su Can. Yet, the following notes were even more deafening. Quickly open the Compendium of Materia Medica, peruse more valuable texts. Toad venom has traversed the rivers and lakes. We must not fail the hard work of our ancestors. This is the light, this is the light. Let us sing together. Allow me to prescribe an antidote to cure your internal affliction of foreign admiration. Rooted in millennia, Han prescriptions possess a power unknown to others. Every line echoed in the hearts of the audience. Do not forget the culture passed down by our ancestors. Within our culture lies a greatness unknown to others. If you are enamored with foreign things, let me prescribe a remedy for you. Accompanied by powerful dance movements, Su Can's voice was utterly commanding. Everyone felt the force of Su Can's determination. He aimed to heal the internal wounds of those who idolize foreign influences. In a villa in the metropolis, A father and daughter sat together on the sofa, engrossed in a live broadcast on television. The screen resonated with the voice of Su Can, singing, "Let me prescribe a remedy, specifically for your internal affliction of foreign admiration." Upon hearing these words, the girl's hesitant gaze transformed into unwavering resolve. She was a senior in high school, with her family having already arranged for her to study abroad, exempting her from the domestic college entrance examination. She had eagerly anticipated this opportunity and looked forward to life overseas. However, after listening to Su Can's song, she suddenly recognized the superficiality of her previous thoughts. Despite her ignorance of the rich tapestry of Huaxia culture, she had been infatuated with foreign customs. The brilliance of Huaxia culture had been obscured from her view. Why had she not cherished and embraced the cultural heritage passed down through millennia by her ancestors? Awakened by Su Can's melody, she experienced a surge of national consciousness. "Father, I have decided against studying abroad. I want to stay and take the college entrance exam. I wish to major in history," the girl declared with conviction. "Ah, very well." Her father was momentarily taken aback, but then a radiant smile illuminated his face. In truth, he had never wished for his daughter to study overseas. However, with the current trend among the youth to seek opportunities abroad, he had felt compelled to acquiesce to her desires. Hearing her change of heart, he exhaled in relief, feeling a profound sense of comfort. He glanced at the screen, where Su Can continued to sing, realizing that his daughter's shift in perspective was inspired by this very song. Indeed, as the lyrics suggested, it was a melody capable of healing the young from their infatuation with foreign allure. Chapter 57. The essence of Huaxiang shines brightest. On the stage, the pulsating chorus reverberated powerfully. My demeanor was relaxed as I danced with abandon. My movements flowed effortlessly, a rhythm that could not be imitated. The neon signs glimmered as I adjusted my state of mind, poised in a magnificent city, waiting to awaken. The atmosphere in the venue remained electrifying. After several rounds of watching Su Can's dance steps, the audience had begun to emulate his style with remarkable flair. Amidst the crowd, a hefty gentleman weighing 250 pounds energetically flailed his limbs in sync with Su Can's choreography, struggling to keep pace with the rap. He could only follow along with an amused chuckle. However, his street dance movements grew increasingly agile. After several rounds of dancing, beads of sweat formed on his brow, and he felt significantly lighter, an exhilarating sensation he had never experienced before. Realizing this transformation, the gentleman suddenly became aware, his eyes wide with astonishment. Typically averse to physical exertion, he would often pause after a few steps. Yet here he was, joyfully engaging in high-intensity street dance. A spark ignited in his gaze as he felt a glimmer of hope for weight loss, the pivotal influence being this very song. On the side of the stage, Professor Li grew increasingly pleased with Su Can's performance. Initially, he had assumed the song was intended for music students, encouraging them to embrace their own culture rather than idolizing the foreign. However, as the song unfolded, he realized he had misinterpreted its essence. This melody was not solely for music scholars. It resonated with countless individuals across Huaxia. Anyone harboring an inclination toward foreign admiration needed to hear this song. It was a piece of grand ambition, capable of awakening the spirit of countless Huaxia people. Within the live streaming room, millions of viewers were utterly captivated by this hip-hop homage to Huaxia, their comments flooding in. "Wow, this is incredible. It's time to deliver a powerful punch to those who idolize the foreign." KO. Many lamented the overwhelming presence of foreign admiration, even if unspoken. Indeed, among the affluent, who among them did not study abroad or emigrate? Additionally, those who pursued technology often ended up contributing to foreign research institutions, a frustrating reality. It was disheartening to witness such a perception, as they believed the grass was greener on the other side. Listen to me lament over traditional medicine. Plagiarism should be met with greater suffering, a sentiment echoed in the chat, as the most blatant offenders of plagiarism came from the larger corporations. How infuriating. Previously, some had claimed that the Chinese language was ill-suited for rap. I found that laughable. With over 5,000 years of rich history, Huaxia boasts one of the most diverse languages in the world. How could it not be suitable for rap? I wish those naysayers would truly listen to the piece Ben Xiao Gongmo. The comments exploded in fervor. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch, with the number of viewers in the live streaming room exceeding 20 million. The technician responsible for the broadcast was in a frenzy, sweat pouring down his face. He merely came over to manage the network, never anticipating such a monumental task ahead. If the online audience continues to swell, the livestream room is bound to collapse. On stage, the song approached its final crescendo. Squat, little zombie, squat, little zombie, squat. Again squat, little zombie, squat, lighting up the alley. Again squat, little zombie, squat, diving into the carrot pit. Again squat, little zombie, squat, reciting incantations. La 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 la. Sukan's dance steps transformed once more, bouncing like a zombie. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience immediately grasped the meaning. The zombies in the lyrics referred to those who idolize foreign cultures or engage in plagiarism. If such individuals persist in this manner, they shall become mere puppets, devoid of independent thought, following wherever they are led. Contemplating this, the audience suddenly felt a chilling dread. It is imperative to maintain a clear mind, to regain confidence in our national culture. Ultimately, amidst the chorus of la 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 la, Sukan's singing came to a complete end. Yet, the atmosphere remained electrifying. Cheers erupted everywhere. Sukan, the idol, so enchanting, once more a billion times. The lively scene persisted for several minutes without pause. There was no host to gain control of the situation. As the focal point of the event, Sukan grasped the microphone, cleared his throat a couple of times, and gestured for calm. Within a mere 5 seconds, the cacophony of cheers ceased abruptly. Observing this, Professor Lee and other faculty members were quietly astonished. During their classes, they often had to bang on tables incessantly to quiet students. Yet, with just a single gesture, Sukan silenced 10,000 spectators. His commanding presence was truly remarkable. All eyes were fixed intently on Sukan holding the microphone. He addressed the audience earnestly. The culture of Huaxia spans 5,000 years, rich and profound. It is no small feat for it to be passed down to our generation. I hope everyone cherishes Huaxia culture and does not blindly idolize foreign influences, forgetting our roots. Here, I must emphasize, white culture is the most exceptional. Sukan's voice resonated powerfully, echoing in the ears of all present. They fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, as times evolve, they consume vast amounts of new knowledge daily, yet neglect to learn about and appreciate Huaxia culture. If this continues, Huaxia culture is destined to fade into oblivion. After a prolonged silence, the audience erupted once more. They applauded fervently. Sukan, thank you. I now understand the path forward. Sukan was absolutely right. We must cherish the heritage passed down from our ancestors. These are invaluable treasures. The majority of the audience consisted of music students. After listening to the piece Compendium of Materia Medica, their perspectives underwent a profound transformation. They will no longer be infatuated with foreign music, nor will they contemplate imitating it. Instead, they will delve into the essence of Chinese culture to craft their melodies. Indeed, the rich heritage of Chinese culture has the potential to give rise to magnificent songs. The piece titled Compendium of Materia Medica serves as a prime example. Chapter 58, Ignite the Internet. A revolutionary Huaxia-style rap song. Having concluded his performance of Compendium of Materia Medica, Sukan embarked on a discourse on how to infuse Huaxia culture into the creation of Huaxia-style music. The students of music in the audience listened intently. Even those not majoring in music perked up their ears, finding the discourse intriguing, albeit somewhat perplexing. The teachers, too, took their seats nearby, some jotting down notes. Everyone was immersed in the learning experience. Professor Lee observed Sukan's eloquence on stage with great satisfaction. Not only was his singing exceptional, but his teaching demeanor was also remarkably composed. He epitomized the ideal student. The thought of having such a pupil filled Professor Lee with immense pride. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. He recalled that Sukan was a senior at Rongqing University, soon to graduate. Why not invite him to pursue his graduate studies at the Huaxia Music Academy? Soon, the 2-hour public music lecture came to an end. The audience felt enriched, sensing that time had flown by. The music students gained substantial insights. Sukan intended to take his leave, but Professor Lee insisted he stay for lunch. The professor chose a quaint eatery near the school, renowned for its authentic Yinjing cuisine. After placing their orders, the dishes arrived in a quarter of an hour. Sukan, what are your plans after graduation? Professor Lee inquired, taking a sip of wine. Well, I don't have any specific plans. I primarily wish to continue down the path of music, Sukan replied earnestly, relishing the delightful dishes before him. Would you consider pursuing graduate studies at our school? I could be your mentor. Graduate studies? Sukan set down his chopsticks, a look of surprise crossing his face. You possess remarkable musical talent, and I hope you will continue to learn and enhance your skills. I will do my utmost to guide you. Professor Li said sincerely. However, a troubled expression appeared on Su Can's face. I don't wish to invest too much time in coursework. For him, enhancing his abilities primarily stemmed from the rewards offered by the system, rendering traditional coursework less significant. I see. Professor Li frowned slightly. How about enrolling in a part-time graduate program where you only need to submit one paper each semester? I will handle the rest. That sounds feasible, Su Can nodded. Submitting just one paper per semester would indeed consume little time, and advancing his education would be beneficial. Haha, then let's toast to that. With Su Can's agreement. Professor Li's demeanor lightened, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Previously, students clamored to be his pupils. Now, he found himself earnestly seeking Su Can as a student. But it was worth it. Meanwhile, as the two enjoyed their meal, Su Can's rendition of Compendium of Materia Medica had already sparked a sensation online. This unprecedented Huaxia-style rap song sent shockwaves through the audience, and in no time, related trending news emerged like mushrooms after rain. Su Can once again makes a breakthrough by integrating rap into traditional Chinese music. A song that encompasses national style, Chinese medicinal elements, and rap. The revolutionary rap song Benchao Gongmo. If Hua Tuo were alive, even the most westernized would be cured. The live performance video has gone viral online, drawing increasing attention from the public. At the Chinese Medicine Administration, several elderly gentlemen sit together, captivated by the video of Benchao Gongmo. Their wrinkled faces are filled with excitement and enthusiasm. The names of traditional medicinal herbs, semen strychnine, semen cassia, fructus xanthii, and lotus seeds, have unexpectedly transformed into lyrics. This young man, Su Can, is remarkable. He is helping to propagate the culture of traditional Chinese medicine. What a brilliant child. Indeed. It seems that after years of our efforts in promoting traditional medicine, this one song has proven to be far more impactful. The gray-haired director Wang reflects with a tinge of nostalgia. In contemporary times, traditional Chinese medicine, like many aspects of ancient culture, faces signs of decline. Most young medical practitioners opt for Western medicine, with few choosing the path of traditional healing. Over the past few years, these elders have vigorously promoted traditional medicine, yet to little avail. However, after Su Can's performance of Benchao Gongmo, the traffic on the official website of traditional Chinese medicine surged dramatically, from a mere tens of thousands of daily visits to a staggering million. This outshines the promotional efforts of these elders over the years. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, Director Wang's resolve only strengthens. Since Su Can's Benchao Gongmu has proven to be such a powerful promotional tool, they must seize this momentum to amplify the cultural significance of traditional medicine. With this thought, a sudden idea strikes him. Everyone, I propose 2 initiatives for your consideration. First, let us acquire the copyright for Benchao Gongmu from Su Can to use it as the anthem for traditional Chinese medicine. Second, let us transform the medicinal herbs mentioned in the lyrics into a pill, aptly named Benchao Gongmu. As soon as the proposals are articulated, the room brightens with enthusiasm. Excellent. Let us proceed with this. We must ensure that Su Can receives a generous licensing fee. We cannot dishearten the youth. Director Wang exclaims. I already envision a marketing slogan. Listen to Benchao Gongmu. Take Benchao Gongmu. Furthermore, let us focus the pill's primary effects on weight loss, as this market holds vast potential. The crowd enthusiastically exchanges ideas, clearly in full agreement with the proposals. A group of elderly gentlemen immediately springs into action, ready to bring their plans to fruition. Meanwhile, at a local gym, a fitness instructor named Lu Dapio, wearing headphones, engages in his daily regimen. The song playing through his headphones is none other than Su Can's Benchao Gongmu. As he immerses himself in the infectious rhythm, Lu's training session is particularly invigorating. He feels an abundance of strength, synchronizing his movements perfectly with the beat of the song. Before long, he completes his routine. Upon checking his watch, he realizes he has finished half an hour earlier than usual. Indeed, this is a song that instills a profound sense of power. Lu Dabiao glanced around at the trainees, who appeared as if they had not had a sufficient meal, their lackluster movements betraying their lethargy. Shaking his head, Lu Dabiao, as a coach, felt a sense of responsibility to these students. It was imperative that their fitness endeavors bore fruit. He recalled the Compendium of Materia Medica, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. If these trainees were to engage in exercise while immersed in the rhythms of the Compendium of Materia Medica, the results would undoubtedly be remarkable, as he had personally validated this notion. How could he maximize the effectiveness of this approach? Reflecting on his earlier exercise synchronized with the melody, Lu Dabio conceived the idea of a fitness routine. Why not create a set of exercises inspired by the Compendium of Materia Medica? He decided to name this fitness regimen after the text itself. Let these trainees listen to the compendium of materia medica while practicing the compendium of materia medica exercises. With resolve surpassing mere contemplation, Ludabio commenced crafting the routine. Chapter 59. Listen to the compendium of materia medica. Consume the compendium of materia medica. Practice the compendium of materia medica. Within the confines of a dance practice room, a gathering of rap artists congregated, their attention captivated by Su Can's performance of compendium of materia medica. As they absorbed the explosive melody and fervent vocals, their expressions reflected sheer astonishment. Goodness, this song has completely reshaped my perception of rap. Compared to this compendium of materia medica, what I previously performed was utterly trivial. I am convinced that this track will undoubtedly usher in a new wave in the rap industry. This Su Can is phenomenal, with a mere casual rap. He has turned the entire genre on its head. We must learn from Su Can and transform our previous rap styles, declared a young man with blonde hair, adorned with a hat and earrings. Historically, their songwriting had involved merely imitating foreign rap songs, making slight alterations to the tunes and substituting the lyrics with Chinese words. In an effort to cater to international rap styles, they had even made the lyrics more explicit. However, with the emergence of compendium of materia medica, if they continued to compose rap in such a manner, audiences would inevitably draw comparisons to Su Can's work. Such a scenario could spell disaster for them. From now on, we shall create rap songs infused with the essence of Chinese culture. Do you all understand? The blonde youth surveyed his companions. No more idolizing foreign trends. I have been awakened by Su Can's song. Understood, his companions promptly affirmed. This pivotal decision would ultimately lead to the evolution of this group into the most renowned rap ensemble in China, even gaining recognition abroad. The day following his performance of compendium of materia medica, Su Can received a call from the Chinese Herbal Medicine Administration. Upon learning that they wished to use his song as a promotional piece for Chinese herbal culture, Su Can readily agreed, as he also aspired to contribute to the preservation of this cultural heritage. He did not sell the complete rights to the song, but merely consented to its use by the administration. Nonetheless, they offered him a remuneration of 1 million. Being a cadre of elder gentlemen, supplemented by the government's consistent funding, their financial resources were quite ample. Upon receiving Su Can's authorization, the administration announced across the internet, with compendium of materia medica, we promote the richness of Chinese herbal culture. From this day forth, this song shall serve as the anthem of our heritage. Special thanks to Su Can. This announcement garnered widespread attention online, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. The culture of traditional Chinese medicine is profound. Indeed, it has fallen into decline due to various factors, the scarcity of skilled practitioners and quality herbal materials. If this persists, it will inevitably vanish. The genuine article is the 8 Treasure Remania pill. How many ancient formulas have been pilfered by foreign nations since the Qing dynasty? It is a lamentable reality. The crux of the matter is that we do not trust our own medicine, opting instead to promote it in foreign lands. Many wild medicinal herbs are primarily exported to island nations or utilized by the affluent, which explains the diminishing efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, we encounter today. The herbs we typically use are cultivated and often mixed with various additives. My mother has suffered from varicose veins for many years. The hospital quoted a surgical cost of approximately 40 to 50,000 yuan. However, after consuming TCM for merely 10,000 yuan, she found relief without the need for surgery. The efficacy of TCM is undoubtedly validated by our ancestors. The crux lies in rectifying the chaotic state of the TCM industry. On one hand, it is essential to promote TCM culture, while on the other, we must address industry issues comprehensively. I have resolved to pursue a specialization in TCM to contribute to its cultural heritage. I have already begun self-studying traditional medicine to ensure my own health. The urgency to rescue TCM cannot be overstated. Under the joint promotion of the Compendium of Materia Medica and the Chinese TCM administration, an increasing number of netizens are recognizing the importance of TCM culture. Many are even offering strategies for the resurgence of TCM. Concurrently, amidst the surge of online attention, the elders of the TCM administration have been working diligently, and within just 3 days, they successfully developed a new medicinal pill. The primary ingredients of this pill are derived from the verses of the Compendium of Materia Medica, albeit with varying dosages. The main function of the pill is to regulate the spleen and stomach, enhance metabolic capabilities, and consequently aid in weight loss. Priced affordably at 30 yuan per box for a month's supply, the launch of this pill, named after the Compendium of Materia Medica, was met with an overwhelming demand. Many scalpers quickly began hoarding and reselling the product for profit. However, the elders of the TCM administration are not to be underestimated. Major TCM factories across China are producing the pills around the clock, effectively countering the inflated prices set by the scalpers. They are determined to revive the cultural heritage of Chinese medicine through the compendium of Materia Medica pills. Simultaneously, on various short video platforms, a content creator known as Lu Dabiao released a video featuring a fitness routine named after the compendium of Materia Medica. The background music for the routine is Su Can's rendition of the compendium of Materia Medica, initially with only about 40 to 50 followers. The video garnered mere hundreds of views. However, as a few followers began sharing it, the view count skyrocketed at an astonishing rate. In just 2 hours, Lu Dabiao's followers surged from 40 to over 100,000. The video amassed over 1 million views and 150,000 shares. The comments section flooded with hundreds of new comments every second. It is quite remarkable. Doing this fitness routine to Su Can's compendium of Materia Medica made me unaware of the effort, and only upon completion did I realize I was drenched in sweat. The power of music is extraordinary. I had never completed an entire fitness routine before, yet today I managed to persevere. What a miracle. It is decided. This will be my fitness routine from now on, and I will do it 7 times daily. My eyes have gazed upon it, yet my body remains motionless. I yearn for weight loss. Thank you. Why have I viewed this video 10 times without any sensation? Am I meant to dance along? Today marks my first day of check-in. Remember me, for I shall return daily. The date is May 25th, 2007. I have just purchased a box of herbal pills from Binchaogongmo. After completing my fitness routine, I shall take another pill, feeling utterly rejuvenated. Perhaps it is the joy of exercise. In this era of trends, we listen to Binchaogongmo, consume Binchaogongmo, and practice the Binchaogongmo fitness routine. With the meteoric rise of fitness videos, a wave of health consciousness sweeps across the internet. People listen to Su Can's rendition of Binchaogongmo, consume the herbal pills developed by the Huaxia Traditional Medicine Administration, and engage in the fitness routine choreographed by Lu Dabiao. This is undoubtedly the most blissful experience. Chapter 60, the final song title. The theme of Huaxia, Central Television Building. With only 1 week remaining until the grand finale of the National Top 100 University Singing Competition, Director Kong convened the program staff once again for a discussion. The popularity of our program has reached unprecedented heights. Whether we can conclude this journey successfully hinges on the impending finale. The more critical the moment, the greater the caution required. Now, we shall focus on the selection of the final song. Director Kong surveyed the room, his expression brimming with excitement. Initially, it was believed that the program's popularity would plateau. But unexpectedly, Su Can's performance of Binchaogongmo at the Huaxia Music Academy ignited a sensation across the internet. As a result, the fervor surrounding our competition's finale surged once more. The attention of the entire network is now fixated on the program that Su Can participates in. The leadership has repeatedly urged Director Kong to ensure the final round is executed flawlessly. Consequently, the pressure on him has exponentially increased. Following Director Kang's remarks, a spirited discussion ensued. The theme of the previous round was centered around Huaxia classics, and now, for the finale, we cannot choose a topic of lesser magnitude. Indeed, the scope must be grand. Suggestions flowed: Huaxia opera, Huaxia poetry, Huaxia etiquette. Everyone unanimously agreed that the song title for the finale should possess greater depth than the previous round. Thus, a series of terms associated with Huaxia were proposed. Upon hearing these suggestions, Director Kong subtly shook his head. Rather than encumbering Huaxia with numerous suffixes, it would be far more impactful to use Huaxia as the title itself. I propose that the final competition be themed Huaxia, Director Kong declared. At this pronouncement, the crowd paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. I second that. The theme of Huaxia is broad enough to allow the contestants to showcase their talents. Su Can excels at composing uplifting songs, making this theme particularly suitable for him. Soon, consensus was reached that the song title for the finale would indeed be Huaxia. The relevant staff immediately communicated the song title to the contestants. Shortly after the meeting concluded, Su Can received a message from Bingbing detailing the competition rules. Huaxia is the theme. Su Can murmured to himself. What does Huaxia signify? It embodies a sense of patriotism. The chosen song must primarily reflect a sentiment of national pride. The piece he performed in the first round, Guangliang, aligns perfectly with this theme. Naturally, beyond Guangliang, Su Can had many other suitable songs in mind. Having reviewed these options, he settled on a particular piece, Shanha 2. After performing Binqiao Gongmu, Sukin found himself quite intrigued by rap songs, and Shanha 2 predominantly features this style. Furthermore, the song's lyrics are grand and magnificent, with arrangements that resonate with the essence of Huaxia, celebrating the majestic landscapes of the nation. The entire composition exudes a profound sense of patriotism, closely aligning with the song's title. After a moment of contemplation, Sukin confirmed his choice. System, exchange for Shanha 2, he silently intoned. Ding. Song component has been transformed. As the system notification faded, Sukin's mind was flooded with the complete lyrics and score of map of mountains and rivers. Just as he was about to practice, his phone rang, the caller ID displaying Xiaomo's name. Hello, Xiaomo? Sukin, do you remember the duet for the finals? Indeed, Sukin recalled the event. After the first round of the finals, Xiaomo had invited him to perform the closing song together, to which he had agreed. Haha, I'm glad you remember. I've prepared the duet. I'll send it to you shortly. Sure, please send it over. After concluding the call, Sukin awaited her message. A few minutes later, a song file from Xiaomo arrived on his phone. Sukin examined it carefully, his brow furrowing in confusion. What is this? Can it even be sung? The few duet songs he had in memory were far superior to this one. Forget it, I'll prepare something myself. He messaged Xiaomo, declaring that this song was unsuitable and that he would take charge of the duet. Soon, a smiley face accompanied by an apologetic emoji appeared in the chat. Clearly, Xiaomo understood Sukin's disdain for the song. However, she was at a loss. Writing a duet is inherently more challenging than composing a solo piece. Given Sukin's high standards, as evidenced by the songs he had previously released, Xiaomo had braced herself for his disappointment with the song. Yet, she had not anticipated that Sukin would directly provide a duet. It was important to note that only a week remained until the final round of the competition, meaning Sukin had to prepare 2 songs within that time frame. Xiaomo doubted her own ability to do so, but for Sukin, it seemed as though there was nothing he could not accomplish. Xiaomo began to feel a sense of anticipation. For other singers, preparing 2 new songs in a week would be nearly impossible. Yet, with the system at his disposal, Sukin found it effortless. After a brief moment of reflection on which duet to select, he decisively chose Fate is a Bridge. If asked to name his most memorable duet songs, this one would certainly rank among the top 5. After spending 1 unit of song components, Sukin redeemed the song and proceeded to replicate the score on his computer, sending it over to Xiaomo Chapter 61, the true masterpiece. The finals commence. Meanwhile, after sending a message to Sukin, Xiaomo ventured out for lunch with her manager, Hongjia, inside the private dining room. As the two were nearly finished with their meal, Xiaomo's phone chimed with a message from Sukin. Upon opening it, she discovered a document titled Fate is a Bridge. Initially perplexed, she suddenly recalled a message Sukin had sent an hour prior, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. Could this be the duet composed by Sukin? It had only been an hour. Xiaomo was well aware of Sukin's talent for songwriting, yet she had assumed that it would take at least 2 or 3 days. Could a song written in just 1 hour truly rival the duet she had selected? At that moment, Hong Jia leaned closer, inquiring whether the song Sukin was preparing for the duet was indeed this one. Yes, Xiaomo nodded, albeit with a hint of disbelief. How could that be possible? Hong Jia exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. How could one possibly compose a song in just 1 hour? Mo, hurry and open it. Reluctantly, Xiaomo extended her trembling fingers to open the document. The two of them leaned in closely, their eyes fixated on the content. Before them lay neatly arranged lyrics accompanied by corresponding musical notes. Xiaomo's professional skills shone through as she hummed the melody and began to sing the lyrics. Moon of the Qin, barriers of the Han. A long march with no return. But if the Dragon City's general flies, no who horse shall cross the Yin Mountains. Smoke of war stretches across 1,000 miles. In the chaos, a lonely soul remains unvisited. The silent heavens, ink cold as winter, the brush and knife repay in blood through history. As she sang, Xiaomo's expression gradually shifted until she stood frozen in place. Hong Jia, beside her, was equally transfixed, her body slumping into the chair, trembling slightly. This state of awe persisted for a full 5 minutes before Xiaomo seemed to snap back to reality, shaking her head vigorously. Hong Jia, this song. Xiaomo suddenly found herself at a loss for words to adequately describe the melody. Hearing her name, Hong Jia came to her senses, their eyes meeting, each reflecting excitement and astonishment. Mo, you must sing this song beautifully. It's extraordinary. A divine piece. Sukin has written yet another masterpiece. Indeed, if sung well, this song will undoubtedly become your true signature work. I will give it my all, Xia Mo declared, her gaze brimming with determination. Since her debut, she had yet to have a true representative piece. The most popular song she had released was Blue and White Porcelain, which had been authorized to her by Su Can. However, when listeners thought of Blue and White Porcelain, they first recalled Su Can's rendition, followed by her own. Thus it could not be deemed her signature work. Yet this duet, Fate is a Bridge, if performed well, could certainly become her defining piece. Nevertheless, recalling the sheet music she had just seen, Xiaomo's expression suddenly clouded with concern. Red sister, this song seems quite challenging, Xiaomo said, her face etched with concern. No matter how difficult it is, we must practice. This week, all my time will be devoted to this piece. Red sister's determination ignited as she mentioned that the song was penned by Su Can. If you encounter anything unclear, do not hesitate to ask him. He will surely have the answers. All right. Xiaomo pressed her lips together, her gaze resolute. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Su Can. His previous song, Qinghua, had remarkably eased her return to the limelight. Now, with this duet, she anticipated a surge in her popularity post-performance. Xiaomo firmly etched Su Can's kindness in her heart. She opened her Weibo account and crafted a post. Top 100 University Singing Competition, looking forward to performing the closing song with Su Can. This is a new song he has written, and I am truly honored to sing it with him. Thank you, Su Can. Now, Xiaomo had garnered a modest degree of fame in the entertainment industry, boasting nearly 10 million fans. Coupled with the trending topic of the Top 100 University Singing Competition, her post instantly attracted a flurry of attention from netizens. What? There will be a closing song performance in the finals. And it will be a duet by Su Can and Xiaomo. Fans were ecstatic and eagerly anticipating the event. A duet written by Su Can? If my memory serves me right, he has not composed a duet before. This would be Su Can's inaugural duet. It was a must-watch. Cough, cough. It seems you have overlooked the fact that Su Can is also a contestant, and he has his own competition song to perform. Ah yes. We will get to hear Su Can perform 2 songs during the show. Oh my. My excitement for the program is escalating. Upon learning that Su Can had composed a duet and would sing alongside Xiaomo, the online community erupted in fervor. Until now, Su Can had only performed solo. Netizens had yet to experience his vocal prowess in a duet, prompting a surge of interest. Furthermore, Xiaomo's post hinted at the high quality of the duet, further amplifying the audience's anticipation. As a result of this buzz, the program's popularity soared. Throughout the week, Su Can dedicated himself to rehearsing the competition song Shanha 2, spending 3 days perfecting it. The remaining 4 days were spent practicing Yuanfan Yi Dao Qiao with Xiaomo. In terms of vocal technique, Yuanfan Yi Dao Qiao surpassed Shanha Tuesday. While Su Can had no issues performing it solo, it presented considerable difficulty for Xiaomo ultimately, under Su Can's rigorous guidance. Xiaomo's performance reached the level of proficiency he deemed acceptable. Simultaneously, discussions among netizens regarding the finals became increasingly fervent. Countless users cleared their schedules, making arrangements with friends to watch the program together. Amidst the mounting anticipation, the finale of the Top 100 University Singing Competition was set to make a grand entrance. Director Kong specifically adjusted the broadcast time to Saturday night at 8 o'clock, a primetime slot when most viewers would be available. The program's studio had also been relocated to a larger venue. The previous venue could accommodate a mere 500 attendees, but this time, it boasts a capacity of 1,500. As the clock strikes 7:50, the audience stands fully seated. Spectators wield luminous sticks, while many proudly display glowing placards adorned with various supportive phrases. Without exception, these phrases prominently feature the name Su Can. Within the director's room, under the adept guidance of the chief director, Director Kong, the live broadcast commences. In an instant, the streaming platform is inundated with 10 million online viewers. This figure marks the peak viewership during the first round of the finals. And this is merely the beginning. Witnessing such staggering numbers, the staff is left in awe. Fortunately, with the backing of the station's leadership, the live streaming servers have been maximized to accommodate such a vast influx of concurrent users. In the backstage lounge, 8 contestants await. Among them, Su Can remains relatively composed, while the other 7 contestants are overwhelmed with anxiety. Their nervousness does not stem from competing against Su Can. Rather, they have come to acknowledge his undeniable prowess as the absolute champion. In the face of Su Can's formidable abilities, they find little to fear. However, The soaring popularity of the program has reached unprecedented heights. Influenced by Su Can, their family members, relatives, friends, and elders are all gathered before their screens. And millions of online viewers are watching as well. The mere thought of such an extensive audience causes their legs to tremble. As time ticks away, 8 o'clock arrives, and the program officially begins. On stage, the host greets the audience. Good evening, dear friends. Welcome to the finals of the National Top 100 Universities Singing Competition. The host beams at the camera. In the preceding 2 rounds, the contestants delivered captivating performances, with songs like Brightness San Lan Tingy Su garnering immense affection from viewers. Now, in this final round, what melodies will they present? Let us await the spectacle. P.S. Your encouragement for updates is greatly appreciated. Chapter 62, The Map of Huaxia, the world's most majestic landscape. The order of the contestants' performances is determined by the alphabetical arrangement of their surnames. Su Can is positioned last. Following the host's opening remarks, the competition commences in earnest. The 7 contestants take turns to sing, each displaying varying levels of prowess. Some rise above the immense pressure, delivering outstanding performances, while others falter under the weight, struggling to maintain their composure mid-song. After the 7th contestant concludes, the atmosphere in the venue subtly shifts, seemingly charged with anticipation. The previously listless audience suddenly brightens, their eyes gleaming with excitement. After a long wait, it is finally time for the main act to take the stage. At that moment, the host strides briskly onto the stage, her expression tinged with exhilaration. Dear audience, the next contestant is Su Can from Wrong University. He will perform for us the song titled Map of Mountains and Rivers. With that, the host gracefully descends the stage, her gaze imbued with fervent expectation. The title of the song evokes a sense of grandeur and magnificence, leaving one curious about the performance it will yield. Upon hearing the name, the audience begins to murmur amongst themselves. Map of Mountains and Rivers? The title is quite imposing. Indeed, merely hearing the name stirs emotions within them. As the audience engages in hushed discussions, the large screen on stage displays the song's details. Song, Map of Mountains and Rivers, performed by Su Can, lyrics by Su Can, composition by Su Can. At Su Can's cue, the prelude begins to resonate. Initially, a rhythmic and powerful drumbeat fills the air, pulsating in a manner that seems to strike at the hearts of the audience, igniting their spirits. Some musically trained attendees recognize the drumbeat as that of the Huaxia drum, surmising that this must be a piece of Huaxia-style music. However, the drumming does not last long before Su Can lifts the microphone, instantly capturing the audience's full attention, just as they anticipate the onset of his singing. An unexpectedly spine-tingling chant emerges. Su Can begins, his continuous chant echoing in the ears of every listener, reminiscent of an ancient call. The chant is resoundingly high-pitched, bright, expansive, and robust. Goosebumps ripple through the crowd. The judges are taken aback. Professor Li from the Huaxia Conservatory of Music narrows his eyes. This is throat singing, a remarkable vocal art form created by the indigenous peoples of the Altai Mountains. It is one of the oldest artistic expressions, recognized by UNESCO as a masterpiece of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Typically, only seasoned folk singers possess such a technique. Could Su Can truly perform it? And so masterfully at that. Just as the audience is entranced by the chant, a deep, resonant male voice suddenly emerges, rich and distinctive. Behold these mountains. Myriad ravines and cliffs, flowing into one valley after another. Let this river, stars rushing forth, converge into one bay after another. Compose this map, as phoenixes soar and dance, with peaks that reach the heavens. With ink splashed and the brush saturated, I embellish my splendid rivers and mountains. The audience's eyes widen in astonishment. This is rap. A week prior, Su Can's rendition of Compendium of Materia Medica had already swept across the vast expanse of China, captivating countless netizens. To their surprise, Su Can has composed yet another rap, infused with the essence of Chinese culture. A wave of exhilaration washes over them. Moreover, this rap bears a striking contrast to the previous Compendium of Materia Medica, boasting an even more formidable and vigorous presence. As the melodies resonate, grand vistas unfurl before their eyes, mountains stretching endlessly, valleys and cliffs intertwining, rivers flowing in an unbroken cascade, resembling a mighty dragon coiling through the land, exuding a magnificent aura. Great rivers weave and flow, stars racing across the sky, surging unceasingly, akin to the lifeblood nourishing this land. Amidst the mountains and waters, a magnificent tapestry slowly unfolds, depicting soaring birds and phoenixes in flight, layers upon layers of towering peaks. The ink on this tapestry is rich and full, not only saturating the entire scene but also animating this beautiful land, making it vibrant and alive. The audience realizes that this tapestry represents the map of China's landscape. The rap continues to resound. Regardless of the 8,000 miles traversed through clouds and moonlight, a true man stands tall. We have scaled the 3 mountains and 5 sacred peaks. Yet we still gaze forward. We have roamed the 5 lakes and 4 seas, never uttering a word of hardship or difficulty. Whether cloaked in stars or adorned with the moon, this magnificent land always accompanies me. If the previous verses depicted the scenery, these lines portray the spirit of humanity. An intense sense of immersion envelopes the audience, embarking them on a grand journey. Ahead lies an endless expanse of 8,000 miles, shrouded in mist. Bathed in moonlight, as if the entire world is paving the way for them. The journey is long and arduous, yet they harbor no fear, forging ahead. Each step grounded in unwavering conviction and determination. They have traversed the 3 mountains and 5 sacred peaks. Even upon reaching the summit, they remain unsatisfied with their current achievements, ever searching for loftier aspirations. Their footprints span the 5 lakes and 4 seas, leaving resolute imprints upon the raging seas and desolate deserts alike. They never lament the hardships of the journey, nor do they shy away from forthcoming challenges. They advance silently, embodying the true essence of manhood through their actions. They traverse under the stars, with the magnificent landscape as their closest companion, witnessing their growth and transformation. Under Sukan's melodic voice, their odyssey continues. To the highest point, Shigatz, standing tall on the Himalayas. To the easternmost edge, where snow falls heavily, drifting down by the mole. To the westernmost region, reminiscing the smoke of battle as the wind swirls in Kashgar. To the southernmost horizon, where azure seas meet the sky, dragons rise from the waves. They have arrived at the pinnacle of China, Shigatz, towering over the Himalayas. They have reached the easternmost point, where snow falls abundantly in mole. They have journeyed to the westernmost corner, Kashgar, where the whispers of history linger in the air. They arrived at the southernmost edge of Huaxia, by the shores of the South China Sea, stirring up colossal waves. At this very moment, the scene fell into a profound silence. The audience was enraptured by the melody, oblivious to the subtle transformation occurring within them. They became invigorated, vibrant, and filled with an uplifting spirit. Through the song, they underwent a baptism of sorts. Meanwhile, as Sukan's 3rd verse resonated, a deluge of comments flooded the live stream. Sukan's voice shone brightly, illuminating an expanse of 9,600,000 square kilometers. In the quietest moments of the performance, the song truly reached its zenith. Continue, do not stop. I adore the line 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. The imagery is simply magnificent. I would dare to call Sukan the emperor of rap. Though I am not particularly fond of rap, Sukan's rendition is utterly delightful. This song is overwhelmingly grand. It could easily grace a stage as prestigious as the Spring Festival Gala, an apex of excellence in every aspect. While the trivial tunes beneath seem insignificant, at times, life may seem devoid of meaning, yet listening to this song instills a sense of purpose, making one feel that merely witnessing the flourishing development of Huaxia's splendid landscapes over the decades is worthwhile. Even if just to bear witness, I shall live until my last breath. Let us together compose the grand tapestry of Huaxia's mountains and rivers, the geographical locations and topographical features of nations across the globe. If Huaxia claims the 2nd spot, none dare to assert the 1st. After all, this land has been meticulously chosen by our ancestors over 5 millennia of history. Thus, each individual harbors a profound sense of pride for the rivers and mountains of Huaxia. In this moment, under the influence of Sukan's song, their pride erupted in full force. Chapter 63, I paint my dragon nation with unwavering spirit. The enchanting melody. On stage, as the melody transformed, Sukan's voice resonated once more. With brush in hand, I depict my mountains and rivers. With a sword's edge, I portray these majestic heights. The surging river flows like dragon and snake. I paint my dragon nation with unwavering spirit. At the moment the song commenced, the audience was left utterly astonished. It was not rap. It had transitioned to a conventional singing style. The astonishing realization struck them that this traditional approach was even more stirring and impactful than the previous rap. The pitch soared higher with each note, especially the final words. Dragon Nation sent a wave of reverberation through countless spectators, as if that voice pierced their very ears. In the judges' panel, upon hearing Sukan's performance, Xiaomo was filled with awe. She suddenly perceived that this piece might be beautifully rendered in a female voice. However, the requirements for such a rendition were exceedingly high. She believed she could not master this segment. No, She felt it was outright unattainable. Contemplating the forthcoming choral piece, Xia Mo's anxiety escalated. All the songs were penned by Su Can. This piece, Mountain and River Map, was so breathtaking that the subsequent fate is a bridge must not fall short. Su Can's vocal prowess was undoubtedly remarkable. Yet, if she faltered and hindered Su Can's performance, her own reputation could be irrevocably tarnished. With this thought, Xia Mo endeavored to recalibrate her state, striving to deliver her utmost performance. On stage, Su Can's voice continued to soar. The melody shifted back to rap. Let me fill my heart with the Qin and Han, dreaming back to the Tang dynasty, painting peonies. With silver hooks and iron strokes. I outlined the magnificent rivers and mountains. In just these few lines, a magnificent scene transcending time was vividly depicted. The audience found themselves immersed within this tableau. Their hearts overflowed with the grandeur and magnificence of the Qin and Han eras, dreaming back to the glorious Tang dynasty. As they envisioned the era's most exquisite symbol, the peony, on rice paper. The strokes, akin to silver hooks and iron paintings, though weathered by time, remained as vivid as ever, outlining the contours of the splendid landscapes of Huaxia. In that moment, the audience felt as if they were part of the scene, collectively witnessing the splendor and glory of the Chinese nation. Their inner excitement was palpable. In the broadcast control room, upon hearing Su Can's voice, Director Kong finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Compared to the fervor of the previous 2 rounds, the intensity of the final round reached unprecedented heights. The pressure on him had also substantially increased. Yet now, with Su Can's Mountain and River Map, he could finally present this program with a sense of fulfillment. At that moment, Director Kang's gaze shifted to the live streaming data monitoring platform. The real-time online audience had reached 20 million. Upon seeing this figure, Kang's breath quickened. He recalled that in the last round, the peak online audience was just over 12 million. Now, before even completing a single song, the numbers had doubled. It seemed this broadcast would likely set a new record for viewership. On stage, the melodious voice of Su Can resonates once more. Amei Mountain, Kunlun Mountain. Heroes engage in swordplay on Huashan. Chabai Mountain, Taihang Mountain, Mount Tai gazes upon the vast sea. The Songhua River, Lansong River, Zhujiang River, Poyang Lake, Dongding Lake, Taihu Lake. The Yarlung Songpa flows from the highest peaks, rivers converging into the sea, generation after generation. From the head of the Yangtze River to its tail, brothers share the waters of the Yangtze. From the Yellow River south to its north, the children of Huaxia are truly beautiful. I long to return to the grasslands. Strumming my beneath the moonlight. Hidden within the vast desert of Dunhuang, I dance with my golden plumes. Roosting in the mysterious forest of Dali, Yunnan. Behold, the phoenix shall surely soar forth a legend. It is as though this segment of song was crafted to carry forward the previous lines, truly capturing the magnificent landscapes of Huaxia. Amei Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, Huashan, Chabai Mountain, Taihang Mountain, Mount Tai, Songhua River, Lansong River, Zhujiang River, Poyang Lake, Dongding Lake, Taihu Lake, Yarlung Songpa, Yangtze River, Yellow River, Grasslands, the vast desert of Dunhuang, Dali and Yunnan. All these geographical names intertwine to form the splendid scenery of Huaxia, whether among the over 1,000 attendees present or the 20 million viewers online. Each can find familiar names within the lyrics. For this, their eyes brim with tears. Once again, a spine-tingling chant fills the air. With a stroke of my brush, I paint my rivers and mountains. The edge of my sword soars high, capturing this majestic grandeur. The surging rivers flow like dragons and snakes. My unwavering brush paints my dragon nation. Accompanied by the rising melody, the audience's emotions soar. When Dragon Nation is unveiled, the audience is electrified. While the previous lyrics celebrated Huaxia's splendid landscapes, this segment undoubtedly infuses the soul into the essence of Huaxia's lands. Within the live stream, the barrage of comments erupts. Oh my heavens, goosebumps galore. Wow. It feels as though my unwavering brush paints my Dragon Nation cannot be contained. It feels as though one's ears have undergone a baptism, leaving one utterly exhilarated. Su Can is destined for greatness. To be frank, very few in the current entertainment realm can reach the heights of my unwavering brush paints my Dragon Nation. My heavens, my mind is nearly blown. It is decided, this summer, I shall travel to the vast grasslands, listening to Su Can's map of rivers and mountains, gazing at the blue skies, white clouds, and the roaming cattle and sheep. It shall be an exhilarating experience. Huaxia is breathtaking. I must have saved the universe in my past life to be reborn in Huaxia. May our youthful spirits defend the flourishing Huaxia. The barrage of comments floods in, nearly obscuring Su Can, who is performing on screen. Viewers immediately switch to intelligent mode to ensure Sukan sees the comments, as this song is meant to be enjoyed by the Huaxia family together. P.S. My unwavering brush paints my Zhanghua eagerly requesting an update. Thank you. Chapter 64. A Symphony of Birds and Dragons. The Rivers and Mountains claims victory. On stage, Sukan observed the audience's reaction with keen interest. The presence of 1,500 spectators was marked by an utter silence, their intense gaze fixed upon the performance. This response indicated the song's triumph, a development that Sukan had anticipated. The Rivers and Mountains, akin to his previous rendition The Lady of Luxury, belonged to the legendary duo Phoenix Legend in his past life. Their melodies possessed an enchanting quality that grew more captivating with each listen. Inevitably, everyone would come to adore their songs, whether sooner or later. Regaining his composure, Sukan immersed himself once more into the state of performance. The Tang Emperor. The song Ancestors, in the mountain man Qiming, unfurling a grand scroll. Chu Yuan, Li Bai, Du Fu, Su Shi, and Lu Yu, reciting 100 poems. Behold the great rivers and streams, ever flowing through the years. Behold the majestic mountains, embodying the spirit of heaven and earth. The previous verses painted the breathtaking landscapes of China, while this segment illuminated the illustrious figures of its rich history. With Sukan's voice resonating, each historical character emerged vividly before the audience. Tang Yin, Bo Ju, Gong Wang, the mountain man, Qiming, all converged to unveil a magnificent scroll. Chu Yuan, Li Bai, Du Fu, Su Shi, Lu Yu, each holding scrolls, reciting timeless masterpieces. It is precisely due to these historical figures that the river of Chinese history flows eternally, and the majestic mountains retain their powerful essence. The imagery conveyed through the song was overwhelmingly grand, so much so that countless spectators trembled with emotion. Sukan's voice continued to soar. Unfurl a scroll of rivers and mountains, led by the Tang Emperor and song Ancestors. Unfurl a scroll of rivers and mountains, a mere grain in the vast sea of 1,000 years. Unfurl a scroll of rivers and mountains, siblings dancing joyously. Unfurl a scroll of rivers and mountains, a symphony of birds and dragons dancing. The audience's minds buzzed with exhilaration. As Sukan's melody enveloped them, a grand panorama unfolded. At the center, the Tang Emperor and song Ancestors stood side by side, clad in resplendent robes, exuding grandeur as they guided the audience through the annals of time. Traversing a millennium of history, the scene gradually expanded, revealing majestic mountains, undulating landscapes, and rivers surging with life. As if time itself flowed like a grain in the vast ocean, the perspective shifted to siblings adorned in vibrant attire, dancing joyfully, radiating youthful vitality and a fervent love for life, infusing warmth and joy into the rivers and mountains. Ultimately, the tableau crystallized upon the awe-inspiring spectacle of birds paying homage to the phoenix and dragons dancing in the sky. A resplendent phoenix soared high, its wings radiant, drawing forth countless birds to worship, while a mighty dragon ascended, its form agile, scales shimmering in brilliance. This was a historical canvas brimming with poetic imagination. At this moment, whether among the judges, staff, or the millions of spectators, all were enraptured. They felt the grandeur of China's legacy. Soon, the song approached its poignant conclusion. These mountains, with myriad valleys and peaks, stretch on endlessly. These rivers, swift as stars, weave into countless bays. The painting depicts a scene of phoenixes dancing amidst towering mountains that seem insurmountable. The ink splashes vividly, saturating the canvas and enriching our splendid landscapes. This mountain, this river, this image, ink splashed across it. The final two lines of the song transform into a conventional singing style, evoking an exhilarating sensation among the audience. This mountain, this river, this image, ink splashed. Each exclamation resonates within the hearts of the audience, leaving an indelible aftertaste. As the last note reverberates, the atmosphere reaches an unprecedented climax. Thunderous applause and a storm of cheers erupt, seemingly threatening to lift the roof off the auditorium. Mountain River Map. Sukan, how enchanting it is. My idol. I adore you. The audience fervently calls out to Sukan on stage. At this moment, only fervent shouts can express their overwhelming astonishment at Mountain River Map. The live broadcast room simmers with excitement. Sukan's voice has the power to rescue every lost soul. The brilliance of this song lies in its ability to soar to new heights just when it seems to fade, providing no respite. The lyrics are profoundly meaningful. With only a few repeated lines, Sukan's prowess in songwriting is unmatched. This song is undoubtedly worthy of the Spring Festival Gala. A multitude pleads fervently for its inclusion in the gala. The Mountain River Map meets the phoenix, the azure dragon awakens the universe, dazzlingly dances with the white tiger. Exuding a majestic aura, how splendid it is. This is not merely a university singing competition. It is evidently the grand stage of a major spring festival gala. This song truly captivates me. Its lyrics and melody are grand and magnificent, allowing one to feel the splendor and vigor of our motherland's landscapes. With a history spanning 5,000 years, our magnificent mountains and rivers can still plunge into the depths of the ocean and soar into the sky. This mountain, this river, this image, these are our glorious territories. The netizens passionately flood the screen with comments, their exhilaration beyond words. Meanwhile, the live stream's viewer count surges to 25 million, an increase of 5 million from before. Within the auditorium, as the applause and cheers from over 1,500 attendees fill the air, Sukan bows slightly in gratitude. Witnessing this scene, the audience's eyes suddenly well up with emotion. This round of competition marks the final stage of the National Top 100 University Singing Competition. Thus, as the last contestant, Sukan concludes his performance. The program, in a sense, reaches its conclusion. After a month-long journey, the show comes to an end, leaving the audience with a sense of reluctance. However, they rally their spirits, for the moment of Sukan's triumph is imminent. Without the need for judges' scores, the audience knows that Sukan is undoubtedly the ultimate champion. They are eager to witness this moment with him. At this juncture, the host strides onto the stage, and the venue gradually quiets down. Sukan, your rendition of Mountain River Map is truly breathtaking. The host beams at Sukan. Thank you. Sukan responds with a smile and a nod. The host directed his gaze towards the judging panel, inviting the esteemed professors to score Sukan's composition. Map of Rivers and Mountains. As his words resonated in the air, Professors Li and Xia Mo, along with the other judges, swiftly inscribed their scores on the tally boards. Almost simultaneously, all 10 judges raised their scorecards. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. A consecutive string of perfect scores. The audience could largely anticipate this outcome. Sukan had previously performed Brightness and Lan Tingyi Su, both of which received flawless marks. Although Map of Rivers and Mountains was heard only once, the audience was convinced that its quality was on par with the prior two pieces. Thus, a perfect score seemed highly probable. Indeed, just as they had surmised. When the large screen illuminated with 10 perfect scores, the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause once more. Ladies and gentlemen, Sukan's rendition of Map of Rivers and Mountains has achieved a final score of a perfect 10. The host proclaimed with fervor. Among the 8 contestants, Sukan emerged with the highest score. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Sukan for becoming the champion of the National Top 100 University Singing Competition. As these words echoed, the atmosphere surged with excitement once again. Audience members brandished their smartphones, snapping photos of Sukan on stage. Viewers in the live broadcast eagerly captured screenshots. Everyone sought to immortalize this moment in their own unique manner. Chapter 65, A Bridge of Destiny. The pen and knife of spring and autumn repay with blood. After the host's announcement, Sukan stood on stage alongside the other 2 contestants who ranked second and third. Professor Li, the most senior judge, took charge of the award presentation. He approached the stage, followed by a young hostess. Sukan, congratulations, Professor Li said, his gaze filled with admiration. May your journey in music be ever expansive. He took the championship trophy from the hostess's tray and handed it to Sukan. Thank you. Sukan replied, nodding in gratitude. Subsequently, Professor Li presented the trophies for second and third place to the 2 contestants behind him. They were taken aback. Their excitement stemming not merely from winning the trophies, but from the honor of sharing the stage with Sukan. Though they were peers, Sukan's performance on the show was unparalleled. Perhaps standing alongside him to receive their awards was the most glorious moment of their lives. Upon the conclusion of the awards, Sukan and the other 2 contestants raised their trophies in unison. The audience immortalized this moment, and photographs quickly circulated online, igniting a frenzy. Relevant trending topics emerged on social media, such as Sukan Shani 2 wins National Top 100 University Singing Competition. Sukan Shani 2 Godly Moment. One song Shani 2 paints the splendor of Huaxia. The popularity of these topics surged at an astonishing rate, drawing an increasing number of netizens into the live stream. Although the competition had ended, the upcoming choral segment was equally anticipated. Within the broadcasting hall, Sukan and the other 2 contestants exited the stage. The host stood at the center, addressing the audience. Dear friends, we are about to bid you farewell. To be honest, I am reluctant to part, not only for you, but also for the contestants, especially Sukan. Upon hearing the host's words, the audience couldn't help but chuckle, sharing the host's sentiment of reluctance towards Sukan. Before the program officially concluded, our champion, Su Can, would once again grace us with a song titled A Bridge of Destiny. As the words fell, the stage lights abruptly dimmed. The audience widened their eyes, gazing at the stage. After a pause of over 10 seconds, the lights brightened once more, revealing two figures illuminated by the spotlight, Su Can and Xia Mo. At that moment, the large screen on stage displayed the song information. Song, A Bridge of Destiny, performed by Su Can, Xia Mo, lyrics by Wang Chongling, Su Can composed by Su Can. As the music began, the sweet sound of the guzheng flowed like a gentle stream, and Su Can grasped the microphone to sing. In the time of the Qin, the moon shone over the Han's borders. The long march spans thousands of miles. Yet the travelers have not returned. If only the flying general could rise from Dragon City to prevent the barbarian horses from crossing the Insher mountain. As the melody resonated, a profound silence enveloped the audience. Eyes widened in disbelief. They were astonished to discover that the lyrics were derived from an ancient poem, Wang Chongling's Poem of the Frontier. Once again, Su Can had transformed a classic of Chinese literature into song. In that moment, the audience recalled Su Can's previous renditions of Youth of China and Lan Tingyi Su, both of which were of exceptional quality and similarly adapted from revered classics. This new composition undoubtedly belonged to the realm of divine melodies. Suppressing their astonishment, the audience surrendered themselves to the enchanting performance. Although they were familiar with the ancient verses, Su Can's interpretation unveiled an entirely new splendor. Under the spell of the music, they felt as though they had been transported thousands of years back to the frontier. Above them shone the bright moon of the Qin dynasty. Beneath their feet lay the borders of the Han era, and under the night sky, the moonlight flowed like water, casting a timeless gravitas upon the ancient city walls. Ahead lay the vast wilderness, where countless valiant warriors of the Huaxia embarked on their perilous journey, never to return. If only the valiant general of Longxing were still present. The barbarian horses would never dare to breach this threshold. At this moment, a sense of desolation filled the hearts of the audience. The frontier had long been a battlefield of life and death, where innumerable sons of Huaxia rested eternally. It stood as a symbol of heroism, embodying the indomitable spirit of the Chinese people. After Su Can concluded his performance, Xia Mo seized the microphone. As the melody shifted, she began to sing. The smoke of war rises across the desolate burial grounds. In this chaotic era, the lone souls find no visitors. The silent heavens, cold as ink. The pen and blade repay their debts in blood through the ages. Upon hearing Xia Mo's voice, the audience was momentarily stunned. As a rising star in the Chinese music scene, many were familiar with her voice, yet now they sensed a remarkable transformation in her technique. Professor Li, seated among the judges, fixed his gaze on Su Can, instinctively recognizing that Xia Mo's elevated skill must be attributed to his guidance. With her previous abilities, she could not possibly have sung those lines so masterfully. Professor Li nodded in astonishment, realizing that Su Can's talent in teaching singing was equally extraordinary. After a brief moment of surprise, the audience turned their full attention to Xia Mo's rendition. As they focused on the lyrics, they were once again taken aback. In their memories, no such lines corresponded to any ancient poem. Could it be that these words were penned by Su Can to complement the preceding poem of the frontier? Given Su Can's prior display of talent, the audience instinctively affirmed this notion. Indeed, these must be Su Can's verses. They were immediately captivated by the imagery contained within those 4 lines. The flames of war raging across 1,000 miles, the scars of battle starkly etched upon the land. In the desolate burial grounds, countless graves lay scattered and unattended, exuding a sense of forlornness and despair. The pale sky seemed to mourn the tragedies of this tumultuous age in silence. A profound sense of tragic grandeur swept through the hearts of the audience. The subsequent line, "The pen and blade repay their debts in blood through the ages," elevated this atmosphere of solemnity to its zenith. In the midst of chaos, individuals wield their pens as swords, chronicling this saga of blood and tears, repaying the anguish and suffering wrought by war with their own lifeblood. This stands as a silent rebellion against the ravages of conflict. At this very moment, the audience finds themselves profoundly grateful to inhabit an era of peace. Chapter 66, The Heartfelt Tales of the Great Wall. The title alone evokes profound imagery. Astonishingly, it commences with 2 exquisite poems, one by Wang Chongling entitled Out of the Frontier, and the other penned by Su Can himself, seamlessly intertwining, rendering it utterly invincible. Su Can once again demonstrates his formidable talent to the world. Who orchestrated their duet? It is simply mesmerizing. All life's ambitions turn to naught. Half a lifetime adrift in dreams. After death, there is no fear of valiant generals, for loyal souls still guard Liaodong. Yuan Chongwan's final words. Suddenly, I noticed that Xia Mo's vocal technique has significantly improved. She sings far more beautifully than before. This is a duet, and had Xia Mo retained her previous vocal skills, she would have hindered Su Can. This fervent tone must be taught by Su Can. It resonates profoundly. In the live stream, comments flooded in like a torrential downpour. A segment of Su Can's melody, followed by Xia Mo's, ignited the emotions of the online audience completely. On stage, after Xia Mo concluded her part, Su Can continued with, "In speaking of love and hate, one must not be careless. The war drums beat and beat. With trust, I vow to endure." Xia Mo's voice followed seamlessly. This fate, like a bridge. The banners flutter and flutter. If you wish to depart, draw your sword immediately. Love erased in a stroke. Their voices merged. In speaking of love and hate, one must not be careless. The mortal realm burns and burns. By life and death. Let us prove who is truly significant. This fate, like a bridge. Let us behold the story. As we traverse the world, we shall don our battle attire. Dreams return to the ballad of the Great Wall. Their intertwined voices provided the audience with an unparalleled auditory experience, while the melody painted a poignant tale of love and hate in the minds of the listeners. In an ancient border town, a man lived blissfully with his wife. Yet, tranquility was fleeting as foreign invaders threatened the Great Wall with unprecedented peril. To protect his home and beloved, the man must confront the adversary. He pledges unwavering trust to his wife, vowing to safeguard her and their land, regardless of life or death. Understanding his sense of duty, the wife supports his decision, though reluctant. As the battle draws near, the man and his comrades valiantly engage the enemy, blood staining the earth, banners waving on the battlefield. A fierce conviction burns within him. Once the war concludes, he envisions standing atop the Great Wall with his wife, listening to the ballads. Fueled by this belief, he presses forward. Amidst the chaos of war, their love blazes like a flame, validated by life and death, proving their significance to one another. Upon hearing this, the audience's eyes glistened with tears. The Great Wall has stood for millennia, witnessing more than just this singular love story. Countless gray-haired farewells to those with raven locks. Many gazes longing for a husband until white-haired. There lie innumerable tales worthy of song and sorrow. On stage, Su Can's voice resounded. Qin, Qin. The two calls of Qin abruptly drew the audience's attention away from the tale. The audience's previously bewildered expressions suddenly transformed into clarity, as they became once more entranced by Su Can's melodious voice. The Qin and Han dynasties stand as a testament. The long march remains incomplete. Yet, let the flying general of Long City emerge. Do not allow the Hu cavalry to traverse the Yin Mountains. Following Su Can's enchanting performance, Xia Mo's voice resonated once again. Flesh and blood force the city, pierced by myriad arrows. Armor stained with blood reflects the moonlight. From afar, the Hu flute laments, wrenching the heart. Wolf howls rise abruptly, shaking the border. A vivid imagery enveloped the audience, transporting them to the battleground of the Great Wall, where they witnessed a scene of tragic heroism. Beneath the city walls, countless valiant warriors formed an unbreakable line of defense with their very flesh and blood. As a volley of arrows was released, it descended like a dark cloud, raining down upon the soldiers, penetrating their bodies. Moonlight bathed the resolute faces of the warriors, glistening upon their bloodied armor, as if bidding farewell to their noble spirits. In the distance, the Hu flute sounded, its mournful and desolate melody piercing the night sky, evoking a sense of sorrow and longing, narrating the soldiers' yearning for home and their endless suffering. Suddenly, wolf howls erupted, reverberating along the borders, rousing the weary soldiers from their rest. They gripped their weapons tightly, prepared to confront any impending foe. In that moment, the audience felt a whirlwind of emotions, sadness, tension, and profound admiration. Although they had witnessed similar scenes in films, none resonated as deeply as the song had. In the judges' panel, Professor Li from the Huaxia Music Academy was filled with admiration. This piece, Fate is a Bridge, was of the highest caliber, be it in lyrics, accompaniment, or vocal technique. Had Su Can chosen this song for the finals, he would undoubtedly achieve a perfect score. Within just a week, he had presented 2 songs of such exceptional quality. It seemed that only Su Can could accomplish this in today's Chinese music scene. Professor Li sensed an opportunity, having fortuitously become a judge for this program and discovered such a musical prodigy as Su Can. He resolved to invite Su Can to be his graduate student, recognizing that this was the auspicious moment, as Su Can was just beginning his career. If he delayed, such an opportunity might slip away. He vowed to do everything in his power to assist Su Can. At that moment, He recalled a recent request from Tengda Company, a colossal conglomerate with diverse interests, including film and dining. They were preparing to launch a new electric vehicle, a field they had never ventured into before, and sought Professor Li's expertise in creating a musical MV for promotional purposes. He agreed, promising to enlist an exceptional student for the task. Since Su Kan was one of his students, it seemed only fitting to assign this project to him. In the broadcasting studio, Director Kong watched in astonishment as the live viewer count surged. He had thought that landscape map marked the pinnacle of the program's viewership, only to be surprised by the arrival of Fate is a Bridge. This program is destined to be recorded in the annals of television music history. Suddenly, a sense of regret enveloped Director Kong. Su Kan is about to graduate. This implies that the forthcoming National Top 100 University Singing Competition will no longer feature Su Kan's participation. This program marks not only the first arrival of such a glorious moment, but also its final farewell. Chapter 67. Comprehending the Siren's Song. Unlocking the System Mall. On stage, the melodious voice of Xiao Mo resonated. To speak of love and hate, one must not be hasty. The drumbeats echo. With trust, I pledge my vow. I shall endure. Following her, Su Kan's voice intertwined. This fate resembles a bridge. The banners flutter. If you wish to depart, draw your blade at once. Love shall be erased in a stroke. As the song approached its conclusion, their voices harmonized beautifully. To speak of love and hate, one must not be hasty. The mundane world burns. With life and death, we prove who is truly important. This fate resembles a bridge. Let us observe the tale. As we traverse the world, you and I shall lay down our armor, dreaming of the ballad of the Great Wall. The song gently faded, its echoes lingering in the air. The audience, entranced, remained oblivious, still resonating with the melody in their minds. It was only when the host ascended the stage that they awoke in delight. Heartfelt gratitude to Su Kan and Xiao Mo for their rendition of Fate is a Bridge. The host turned to Su Kan and Xiao Mo beside him, as well as to the audience below, declaring that this performance marked a splendid conclusion to the National Top 100 University Singing Competition. Because of Fate is a Bridge, we, present here, shall remain tightly bonded like a bridge. Farewell, dear friends. With that, the host, along with Su Kan and Xiao Mo, bowed slightly in gratitude. Thus, the program officially concluded, met with the loudest applause in the history of the event. In the live broadcast room, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Fate is a Bridge signifies the connection between Su Kan and me. As a music major, I can assert from a professional standpoint that the difficulty of this song is extraordinary, both for male and female voices. In conclusion, I can only say, it is truly phenomenal. I must challenge this song at karaoke. I feel a pang of sadness as the program comes to an end. Although it concluded perfectly, I cannot help but feel reluctant. Does anyone know Su Kan's schedule? I humbly beseech you. Su Kan, I will await your participation in the next program, no matter how long it takes. Though the program has concluded, the ripples stirred by mountain and river map and Fate is a Bridge have only just begun. That night, capitalizing on the momentum, the production team edited and uploaded videos of Su Kan performing Mountain and River Map and Fate is a Bridge online. Within half an hour, the likes and shares of both videos surpassed 1 million. Compared to Fate is a Bridge, major official media outlets favored Mountain and River Map. After all, this song is imbued with profound sentiments of the Chinese nation. Official media outlets promptly shared Mountain and River Map. Youth League of China. In our vast land of China, every stroke and dot forms a backbone. On this sacred soil, every thought shapes the future. Across our grand nation, every word and ink represents the blazing sun. People's Daily. Mountain and River Map invites everyone to appreciate the beauty of China's landscapes. Ministry of Defense Publicity Department. In the future, our national defense promotional events can invite Su Kan, the Chinese Navy, as the dragon surges forth into the sea. The first image that comes to mind is that of our aircraft carrier battle group cutting through the waves. Peking University. This mountain, this river, this image, this China. The spirit of Peking University ignites. Meanwhile, some, who lean towards musical enjoyment, prefer the song Fate is a Bridge. After all, this song embodies a greater degree of vocal technique. Numerous netizens have commented on Fate is a Bridge. Respect those who honor China and repay them with gratitude. Those who offend China shall face retribution, no matter how distant. The perfect pairing of Su Kan and Xiao Mo vividly illustrates the scene of enemies knocking at the gates along the Great Wall, as valiant soldiers courageously confront them. The melody determines whether a song will become popular, while the lyrics dictate its longevity. This song excels in both aspects. The smoke of war stretches across desolate burial grounds. In chaotic times, lonely souls go unvisited. The silent heavens bear a chilly brush, as ink and blade repay blood with the passage of time. All are instances of repetition. Feeling slightly lacking in confidence, unfamiliar with the lyrics, unable to reach the high notes, misjudging breathing points, and with a few typos. I find that I cannot fully open my throat, resulting in a voice that lacks ethereality. These are the entirety of my singing flaws. Don the skin of the enemy and bury them deep. Who wrote this song? Is it even permissible to sing it? Sukan has penned a song that could potentially lead to his demise. I wonder if he will still be able to sing it at the age of 60 or 70. Overall, these two songs are immensely popular among countless netizens and have rapidly spread online. The next morning, in the hotel, as Sukan opened his eyes, he heard the system notification ringing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission of winning the National Top 100 University Singing Competition. Ding! Mission rewards have been credited. Would you like to open them? Fully alert, anticipation gleamed in Sukan's eyes. After more than a month, this mission was finally completed. But what rewards would he receive? Open. Sukan silently urged. Ding! Congratulations, the host has grasped the siren singing technique. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained 5 song components. Ding! Congratulations. The host has acquired 1 movie component. Ding! Congratulations, the host has unlocked the popularity value mall module. The 4 notifications filled Sukan's face with delight. First, the siren's singing technique, an exquisite metaphor for high notes, evoking a hauntingly beautiful sound. Sukan attempted to sing a few lines. Indeed, he produced a high note he had previously struggled with, resonating with ethereal clarity. He was quite pleased, as this indicated a significant expansion of his high vocal range. Next came the second reward, 5 song components. After releasing several songs, his stock of components was dwindling, making this replenishment quite timely. As for the third reward, the movie component, Sukan's eyes sparkled. This was something he had never obtained before. After careful consideration, he quickly understood, akin to the song components. This movie component could be exchanged for any film from his past life. This presented a dilemma for Sukan. The components of a song can effortlessly produce a melody when selected, yet the realm of cinema is distinct, requiring the harmonious collaboration of numerous individuals to bring a film to fruition. Even with the original video files at hand, one cannot simply release them, as the actors within are individuals from a bygone era. This realization weighed heavily on Sukan's mind. Given his current capabilities, he was far from being able to create a film. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Was there a film that could be directly released? This would circumvent the entire filming process. Soon enough, he contemplated a specific genre, animated films. These could be projected immediately. All that was required was to declare them as computer-generated. For the time being, he resolved to exchange for an animated film. With this decision made, he turned his gaze to the fourth reward, the system store. With a mere thought, a transparent shopping interface materialized before him, showcasing a variety of items. He meticulously examined the offerings, which included song components, film components, and an array of musical instruments. This assortment significantly catered to Sukan's current needs. However, the exchange values for these items were quite substantial, with the lowest requiring a minimum of 500 popularity points. Upon checking his account, he discovered that his accumulation of popularity points had been entirely depleted, presumably consumed upon accessing the store. Yet, Sukan remained undeterred. He was rapidly amassing popularity points. All he needed to do was release more songs. Just then, his phone rang, displaying a call from Professor Lee. Could it be that an opportunity to release a song had finally arrived? P.S. The data appears insufficient. It seems that serious singing narratives attract few readers. A request for encouragement to update. Thank you. Chapter 68. The Automotive Promotional MV. New materials for geography class. Hello. Teacher Lee. Sukan answered the call. Ever since he had agreed to study music as a graduate student under Professor Lee, he had taken to addressing him as such. Good morning, Sukan. I have an opportunity related to music that I wonder if you would be interested in. Please, go ahead, teacher. Sukan's eyes brightened. He had just been contemplating releasing songs to garner popularity, and here was an opportunity knocking at his door. Haha, you're full of vigor, aren't you? Professor Lee chuckled, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Most people, upon winning a major singing competition, would likely think of taking a break. Yet here you are, brimming with energy and unperturbed by work. Perhaps it is this very spirit that enables you to continuously produce high-quality songs. Professor Lee then proceeded to discuss the matter at hand. The Qingda company has been researching new energy vehicles in recent years and has finally achieved tangible results. They are about to launch their first electric vehicle and have approached me for assistance in creating a music MV for its promotion. The compensation offered by Qingda is exceedingly generous, and if the work is executed well, it could also serve to expand your network. Therefore, I would like to entrust this project to you. Upon hearing Professor Li's words, Sukan raised an eyebrow. He was well aware that Qingda company ranked among the top 3 commercial empires in the country, a veritable capital behemoth. Countless individuals in the entertainment industry aspired to connect with this company, yet few had the means. It was likely only seasoned music industry veterans like Professor Li who could attract such requests from Qingda. I will take care of this, Sukan replied, fully realizing the rarity of this opportunity. He also knew that Qingda held considerable influence in the film industry, with cinema chains across major cities in the nation. He recalled the film component he had acquired. If he successfully produced the automotive promotional MV for Qingda, it might just allow him to utilize that component. I look forward to your work, Professor Li said, his satisfaction evident. The two subsequently ended the call. Sukan began to pack his belongings, preparing to return home. The matter of the music MV did not necessitate his presence in Yanjing. It could wait until he returned to Rongqing. Meanwhile, as Sukan busied himself, the songs Shan He Tu and Yuanfan Yi Dao Qiao had swiftly spread across various regions of China after a night of fermentation. In Jiangcheng, at Hongqi Middle School, the first class of the afternoon was geography. As the bell rang, students sluggishly returned to the classroom, resting their heads on their desks. The midday hour typically invited drowsiness, and coupled with the monotonous geography lesson, their spirits were further diminished. After a brief pause, the geography teacher entered the classroom with his textbook. Upon seeing the students' lethargic demeanor, he let out a deep sigh, having anticipated this outcome. He had taught the first class of the afternoon before, and the students had always appeared this way. He approached the podium and opened his textbook. This lesson primarily introduces the renowned mountains of Huaxia, including Amei Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, Huashan Mountain, and Shabai Mountain. As he gazed at the names of these mountains, he involuntarily murmured them softly, accompanied by a peculiar rhythm. What is happening? Realizing the abnormality of his actions, he paused for a moment. He then recited the names of the mountains once more, interjecting a few words. Amei Mountain, Kunlun Mountain. Heroes duel at Huashan, Changbai Mountain, Taiying Mountain, Taishan gazing at the vast sea. Upon completing the phrase, his eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my, oh my, oh my. It dawned on him that these were the lyrics from Su Can's Shan He Tu. Although the song had been released just last night, he had already listened to it hundreds of times. Seeing the familiar lyrics, he couldn't help but sing along. The geography teacher took a deep breath. Realizing the song possessed a terrifying allure, capable of instilling a strong sense of familiarity with the geographical terms in the listeners. He cast his gaze upon the students below, a thought emerging in his mind. Classmates, before we officially commence the lesson, allow me to play a song for you, he declared in a resonant voice. The students all looked up at the teacher, their expressions filled with confusion. What is going on with this pre-class song? The geography teacher retrieved his phone and opened the music charts, where Shan He Tu topped the list. He clicked to play. Instantly, a powerful rhythm of drums reverberated throughout the classroom. Then, the singing began. Look at this mountain, myriad ravines and cliffs, connecting one river after another. Let this river, stars racing and flowing, form bay after bay. Amei Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, heroes duel at Huashan. Changbai Mountain, Taiying Mountain, Taishan gazing at the vast sea. The moment the song commenced, the students were jolted. Some had heard Shan He Tu before, their faces alight with joy. Others, hearing it for the first time, became deeply captivated and entranced. By the time the song concluded, all traces of sleepiness had vanished from their faces. After listening to Shan He Tu, they felt an overwhelming pride in the magnificent mountains and rivers of Huaxia, simultaneously developing a keen interest in them. Just at that moment, it was geography class. Consequently, the entire group of students widened their eyes, gazing at the podium, their expressions brimming with curiosity. Witnessing this scene, the geography teacher smiled with delight, his expression tinged with excitement. Indeed, Su Can Shan He Tu worked wonders. In the cultural promotion department of Huaxia, within the conference room, a group of important leaders was engaged in an urgent meeting. Seated at the forefront, the head of the promotion department first played a song on the computer. The singing soon echoed forth. Look at this mountain, myriad ravines and cliffs, connecting one river after another. Let this river, stars racing and flowing, form bay after bay. Compose this picture, phoenixes returning and dancing, towering peaks beyond reach. With ink splashed, the brush laden and vigorous, embellishing my splendid rivers and mountains. This mountain, this river, this picture, splashed with ink. This mountain, this river, this picture, splashed with ink. As the melodious strains of the song filled the air, the audience became enraptured, their faces adorned with expressions of pure enjoyment. Almost everyone present was familiar with and fond of this particular piece. Once the song concluded, the minister surveyed the crowd and spoke. Historically, our cultural outreach has been somewhat lacking, both domestically and internationally. Now, I have discovered a splendid opportunity in the form of Su Qian's rendition of Shanhe 2. Noticing the puzzled expressions around him, the minister continued, let us use Shanhe 2 as the backdrop for a promotional video, with footage derived from the majestic landscapes of Huaxia. Once the video is completed, we shall launch it simultaneously both at home and abroad. Through this song, we will showcase the beauty of Huaxia's landscapes to the entire world. His words ignited a fervor among all present. They responded enthusiastically, indeed. I am in agreement. This proposal is exceptional. Frankly, Huaxia's landscapes are truly worthy of promotion. They are tangible and breathtaking. Minister, I wish to contribute to the production of the promotional video. Count me in. Witnessing the overwhelming support from his colleagues, the minister's spirit soared. Very well, it is settled, he declared, before proceeding to outline a series of tasks for the creation of the promotional video. Chapter 69. Return to Rongda. 2 songs nationally commissioned. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Qian arrived safely at Rong City by plane. Dragging his suitcase, he donned a cap and sunglasses as he hailed a taxi to Rongda. Without a personal residence, he had been residing in the dormitory. Now in June, graduation was just a month away, and he planned to purchase an apartment for himself once he graduated. Over this period, his financial standing had significantly improved. A week prior, the skit Xiaojiang and Xiaoli, a collaboration with the video blogger I Love Drinking Shisha Herbal Tea, had been released. Riding on the popularity of Qinghua, coupled with the quality of the narrative, the skit quickly garnered immense attention. With each episode released, millions clamored for more. Given that the skit's revenue was based on a profit-sharing model, Su Qian earned over $1,000,000, with more earnings anticipated to flow in. Alongside his previous sporadic income, his savings had reached an impressive 8 million yuan, more than sufficient for acquiring a home. Upon arriving at the school gate, Su Qian entered quietly, having not informed anyone of his travel plans. Prior to his trip to Yinjing, few had taken notice of him. However, after winning a national singing competition among the top 100 universities, he became a trending topic on various social media platforms, with constant attention directed his way. Su Qian preferred to avoid excessive disturbances. Yet, despite his precautions, once he entered the dormitory building, he was immediately recognized by an approaching classmate. Su Qian, the fellow student exclaimed, instantly identifying him by his appearance, causing an uproar throughout the dormitory. The sound reverberated through the hall. Su Qian felt the floor vibrate beneath him as it seemed the entire dormitory was rushing toward him. Hey, Su Qian awkwardly greeted, promptly dashing toward his room. Fortunately, his dormitory was only a short distance away. With a swift stride, he reached his door. Using the dexterity honed over 22 years of singlehood to unlock it and slip inside, shutting the door behind him. Inside the dormitory, his roommate, Xiaopeng, was engrossed in a game of Dota, wearing headphones. Noticing the tremor of the closing door, he turned to see a young man in a cap and sunglasses standing there, dragging a suitcase. Instantly recognizing the Su Qian he had spent 4 years with, Xiaopeng leaped up and lunged toward him. Su Qian swiftly raised his knee to block Xiaopeng, then executed a side kick, sending him toward the door. I have a task for you. Block the crowd outside. No sooner had Su Qian spoken than urgent knocking echoed from the other side of the door. Got it. Xiaopeng understood the situation immediately and positioned his substantial frame against the door. Please stop knocking. Su Qian just got back. He needs to rest. You can pursue your starstruck dreams tomorrow. Xiaopeng earnestly communicated with the classmates outside. Seeing this unfold, Su Qian felt a sense of satisfaction as he set down his luggage, tidied up a bit, and then reclined on his bed. He sighed contentedly, realizing that a golden nest or a silver nest could not compare to one's own humble abode. Although this doghouse could only accommodate him for another month, Su Qian was determined to relish the final moments of his university life to the fullest. After approximately half an hour, the students outside began to disperse gradually. The chubby boy, parched, took a hearty swig of water, surrounded by classmates with whom he had shared 4 years. He could only offer polite explanations. Once he had composed himself, The chubby boy approached Su Can's bedside, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Can, you've become quite the celebrity. I see you on television every day. Don't exaggerate. I've merely sung a few songs. Su Can waved his hand dismissively, maintaining a pragmatic perspective. The entertainment industry was a vast ocean, and he had only just dipped his toes into it. Those songs you sang, Radiance, Len Tingi Su, Bin Chao Gongmu, Shanhe Tu, which one has topped the charts? The chubby boy recounted enthusiastically. During Su Can's days in Yanjing, the chubby boy, as Su Can's roommate, had also garnered attention within the school. Over the course of nearly 4 years, Su Can had remained inconspicuous, but his sudden rise to fame had piqued the curiosity of countless students and faculty, who could only glean information through the chubby boy. Now, he too had become something of a star on campus. The only regret the chubby boy harbored was that Su Can's ascendance had come too late. Had it occurred 2 years earlier, he could have basked in the glory for a while longer. While the chubby boy was animatedly speaking, Su Can's phone rang abruptly, displaying a landline number from Yanjing. Such numbers typically belong to companies or departments. Su Can raised a finger to hush the chubby boy, signaling him to remain quiet, and then answered the call. Hello? Is this Su Can? Yes, this is he. How may I assist you? Upon receiving Su Can's affirmative response, the voice on the other end expressed palpable excitement. I am from the Cultural Promotion Department of Huaxia. We wish to purchase the copyright for Shanhe Tu for cultural promotion purposes. You are welcome to use the song. Su Can acknowledged, nodding. Please send me a draft of the collaboration document for my review. The song can be licensed for your use, but the copyright will remain with me. Su Can had always maintained this stance regarding all released songs. He would grant only the right to use, ensuring that the ultimate copyright belonged to him. This principle was fundamental to his livelihood. That is agreeable. Please hold on. I will send a document your way shortly. What is your email address? Su Can provided a commonly used email, and the call ended. At that moment, the chubby boy looked at Su Can with curiosity. Who just called you? Oh, it was the Cultural Promotion Department of Huaxia. They wished to use Shanhe Tu for cultural promotion. The Cultural Promotion Department. Upon hearing the name of this prestigious department, the chubby boy was rendered speechless. To his knowledge, this department was dedicated to cultural promotion both domestically and internationally, and it was a significant entity within the system. Su Can, you're incredible, the chubby boy exclaimed in awe. Before he could finish his thought, Su Can's phone rang again. He answered the call. Hello, I am Su Can. May I inquire about the reason for your call? The caller ID displayed a landline number once again, prompting Su Can to introduce himself directly. Greetings, Su Can. I am from the Beijing Great Wall Management Bureau. We wish to acquire the rights to the song A Bridge of Fate for use as a promotional piece for the Great Wall. Certainly, the song can be authorized for your use. Although the copyright remains with me. Please send over a collaboration document shortly. Su Can replied with remarkable enthusiasm. Both departments are dedicated to cultural promotion, and as a member of Huaxia, Su Can naturally wished to contribute his efforts. After providing his email address, he ended the call. Noticing the intense curiosity in the eyes of the chubby companion beside him, Su Can preempted any questions by stating, it was the Beijing Great Wall Management Bureau. They wish to use a Bridge of Fate to promote the Great Wall. A hissing sound escaped from his fringed cheeks, leaving him momentarily speechless. The Huaxia Cultural Promotion Department, the Beijing Great Wall Management Bureau. Both entities belong to the governmental framework and, to a certain extent, represent the nation. This implies that the 2 songs Su Can has released are now effectively commandeered by the state. P.S. I humbly request your support to fuel my passion. Your encouragement for updates would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 70. Su Can X Huaxia Cultural Promotion Department. A dreamlike collaboration. Shortly after concluding a phone call, Su Can received emails from 2 departments. He noted with particular attention that both emails originated from the official addresses of these departments, indicating they were formal communications. Upon scrutinizing the contents of the emails, he discovered that they primarily concerned the authorization of his song's usage rights in exchange for appropriate remuneration. The Huaxia Cultural Promotion Department offered a sum of 1 million yuan for a 5-year usage period, while the Yanjing Great Wall Management Bureau proposed 800,000 yuan for the same duration. Su Can found these offers quite satisfactory and promptly signed the electronic agreements, returning both emails. Once this matter was settled, it was time for dinner. What are we having for dinner? Inquired the portly friend seated before the computer. Well, we usually eat at the school cafeteria, but I feel like changing things up this time. Let us go for a buffet, the expensive kind. Really? Exclaimed his friend, the chair creaking as he turned to Su Can, tears of joy welling at the corners of his mouth. How about an all-night seafood buffet? Is that possible? Absolutely. Su Can replied with a smile, his spirits lifting in tandem. In contemporary society, there exists a common phenomenon. As the pressures of life intensify, many individuals gradually become desensitized, losing their capacity to experience joy. Therefore, deriving unadulterated happiness from food can be a truly blissful experience. Su Can and his friend began to tidy up. Under the cover of night, they hurried along a small path, soon arriving outside the school. Afterward, they hailed 2 taxis, heading towards the all-night seafood buffet that his friend had longed for. Not long after the two left their dormitory, Principal Fu of the school arrived, knocking repeatedly on the door, yet receiving no response from within. Suspecting that Su Can had gone out, he turned to leave, planning to seek him out the next day. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon acquiring the usage rights to Su Can's song, both departments sprang into action. The Huaxia Cultural Promotion Department established a dedicated video promotion team to gather photographs of renowned mountains and rivers across Huaxia for video production. The Yanjing Great Wall Management Bureau, on the other hand, promptly featured Fate on a Bridge on their official website. When visitors reserved their climb of the Great Wall online, the first sound they encountered was the melody of Fate on a Bridge. This news rapidly spread across the internet, igniting a frenzy among netizens. Wow! Su Can's Fate on a Bridge has been adopted by the Great Wall. Does this mean we can listen to Su Can's songs while climbing the Great Wall in the future? Su Can's prowess is remarkable. A song performed in a casual singing competition has seamlessly transitioned to an official platform. There seems to be nothing beyond Su Can's capabilities. Countless netizens, upon hearing Fate on a Bridge on the Great Wall's official website, were left utterly astonished. It is noteworthy that this was not the first of Su Can's songs to be officially utilized. The Lady of Luxury has been adopted by the urban tourism promotion of the Pan City and the Bai City. Chengdu has been embraced by the Rongqing as its city tourism anthem. Compendium of Materia Medica has been utilized by the traditional Chinese medicine administration as a promotional piece for the cultural heritage of Chinese medicine. Now, the song Fate is a Bridge has been officially appropriated by the Great Wall. At this rate, Su Can's melodies are on the verge of becoming synonymous with official representation. As excitement swells among netizens, trending topics are instantaneously refreshed on social media platforms. Great Wall official uses Fate is a Bridge. Another song by Su Can adopted Great Wall Fate is a Bridge. However, just as these trending topics began to gain traction, another piece of news emerged. The Ministry of Culture of China released a video online, This Mountain, This River, This China, opening the landscape of China with mountain river map. Captivated by the phrase mountain river map within the video's text, netizens clicked to view it with fervent curiosity. Instantly, they were greeted by a breathtaking scene of a sea of clouds at sunrise. In the center of the frame, the words mountain river map appeared, formed from black ink. At that moment, Su Can's voice resonated. Behold this mountain, myriad ravines and peaks connected one river after another. The Qinghua Mountain, let this river, stars rush forth, forming bay after bay. The Yellow River, to the highest point, Shigatse, standing at the pinnacle of the Himalayas. Mount Everest, to the easternmost point, snow falls, drifting on the banks of Mo. The Greater Shingon Range to the westernmost point, recalling the smoke of war. The wind swirls in Kashgar. Herbal Liang to the southernmost point, azure seas and skies, dragons leap from the waves. Weizhou Island, Mount Segunyang. The Tashkurgan River, Aiken Spring. Viewers of the video were left spellbound. Each line of song corresponded to a stunning visual. When the lyrics reached the highest point, Shigatse, the image of the summit of the Himalayas appeared. As the song sang, to the easternmost point, snow falls. The scene shifted to the heavy snow cascading over Mo. When the lyrics spoke of the westernmost point, recalling the smoke of war, the viewers witnessed the sandy expanse of Kashgar. Note, originally intended to include images, but alas, the author's level is insufficient, will be added later. Note, added as of January 15, 2025. Hearing Su Can's melodious voice and witnessing the magnificent landscapes of China, netizens were filled with excitement and awe. As the video concluded, they were jolted back to reality. In an instant, thousands of comments began to flood beneath the video. The mountains are splendid, the rivers are beautiful, the song is exceptional. A powerful collaboration, a grand production. I've never experienced such a stunning and comprehensive representation of landscapes. A dreamlike synergy. The Ministry of Culture of China x Su Can. Truly magnificent. I feel that in my lifetime. I could never fully explore all the scenery presented in the video. Sobbing my motherland is beautiful. I do not need little Switzerland, little Bali, or little Kamakura. My nation is a realm of beauty, vast and inclusive. Only our great China can compose such grand and magnificent songs. Suddenly, I find myself yearning for distant horizons once more. I envision a future where I possess a modest sum of money and ample time to embark on a journey across the splendid landscapes of China. The soaring property prices shall not ensnare me. In my twilight years, I shall return home to embrace the serenity of retirement, enduring grave illnesses until the end, and languishing through minor ailments. Within a mere 2 hours, the video's view count surpassed 10 million, with shares also exceeding 10 million. Such astonishing metrics had never been witnessed before, shattering all historical records. Major platforms promptly featured this video on their homepages, leading to a continuous surge in viewership. Simultaneously, the Ministry of Culture in China launched this video overseas on platforms like YouTube. Countless overseas Chinese netizens enthusiastically liked, commented, and shared this video. Fueled by this momentum, the official YouTube page showcased it on their homepage, capturing the attention of international viewers who were irresistibly drawn to its content. The majestic landscapes of China possess an unparalleled allure that transcends national boundaries. As these overseas viewers admired the breathtaking scenes of China's terrain, they also took note of the melodious voices accompanying the visuals. Historically, China's rap scene has remained confined within a limited audience, seldom reaching foreign shores. Thus, this marked the first occasion for many international viewers to experience Chinese rap music. The novel style and captivating vocals left them utterly spellbound. They soon discovered that the song's creator was a talented individual named Su Can, marking his inaugural entrance into the global consciousness. As time progressed, this video rapidly gained traction on international platforms, enchanting countless overseas viewers with the beauty of China's landscapes. Ultimately, driven by this video, the number of foreign tourists visiting China this year tripled compared to previous years. Chapter 71, A New Perspective. Inscribing the library, Su Can Pavilion. Early in the morning, Su Can was summoned to the vice principal's office. Upon entering, he found Principal Fu engaged in work at his desk. Noticing Su Can's arrival, he gestured for him to take a seat on the sofa nearby. A pot of freshly brewed tea sat on the coffee table. Su Can poured 2 cups, taking one for himself. Before long, Principal Fu finished his tasks and joined him on the sofa, sipping from the other cup. Su Can, Principal Fu began, extending his palm upwards. Today, I have warded off 5 waves of media eager to interview you. He was somewhat aware of Su Can's character, understanding that he was not fond of such press engagements. Thank you, Su Can replied with a smile and a nod. After a sip of tea, Principal Fu hesitated momentarily before continuing. You are now in your final month of senior year, and I hope you seize this time wisely to ensure a successful graduation. His tone was filled with nostalgia. As the principal, he had witnessed many renowned students, some brash enough to abandon their diplomas and leave without a second thought. Although he knew Su Can was not of such a disposition, he felt it prudent to offer a word of caution. Yes, I plan to stay in Rongqing this month, Su Can replied, indicating that he had no obligations requiring him to leave. All right, for your last month of classes, you need not attend. I will arrange everything for you, allowing you to dedicate your energy entirely to music. Principal Fu nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, Su Can, where do you intend to go after graduation? At the moment, I have no fixed plans, perhaps Yinjing. Principal Fu nodded in agreement. Indeed. Given Su Can's current musical prowess, Yinjing would be a more fitting environment for his development, as staying in Rongqing might stifle his potential. Before Su Can could finish his thought, he added, I plan to enroll in the part-time music graduate program at Huaxia Music Academy, just to register. I won't need to attend classes. Hearing this, Principal Fu's expression froze, his eyes reflecting confusion. Su Can's undergraduate major was Chinese language and literature, and now he intended to switch to a music graduate program? Moreover, the relevant entrance exams had long concluded. Principal Fu harbored a flicker of doubt, questioning whether he had misheard. Yet, observing Su Can's earnest demeanor, he realized that Su Can had undoubtedly met someone influential in Yinjing. This individual must have facilitated his entry into Huaxia Music Academy. The thought of someone from another institution rendering such significant assistance to Su Can caused Principal Fu to scoff internally. As Su Can's principal, it was his duty to support him. Su Can, during this final month, if you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to accommodate you within my capabilities. Su Can pondered for a moment before recalling a task. In a few days, I will need to shoot a music MV and may require some students skilled in filming to assist on a paid basis. He intended to create a promotional music video for Ting Company. If it were merely a singing endeavor, Su Can could manage it alone. However, Filming a music video necessitates the collaboration of numerous individuals. It is indeed more reliable to seek assistance from classmates in such endeavors. No problem, leave it to me. Just let me know when you need it. Principal Fu promised, patting his chest, his curiosity piqued regarding the content of this music video. It's for Qinghua Company. They are preparing to launch a new energy vehicle and wish to create a music video for promotional purposes. Qinghua Company? Upon hearing this name, Principal Fu was momentarily stunned. This company is a colossal titan in the domestic commercial landscape. As far as Principal Fu was aware, this company had not ventured into the new energy vehicle sector, indicating that this was a completely new undertaking. Consequently, the company must place immense importance on automotive promotion. To entrust such a significant task to Su Kan? Suddenly, Principal Fu felt that after merely a month in Yinjing, he could hardly comprehend Su Kan anymore. No, it was Su Kan who had undergone a remarkable transformation, growing to a stature that commanded the attention of countless individuals. He recalled a saying, "A scholar's progress in 3 days warrants a fresh perspective." This was perfectly fitting for Su Kan. Su Kan, give it your all. No matter when, even years after graduation, should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to the school. It will forever be your steadfast support. Thank you, Principal Fu. Su Kan felt a warmth emanating from Principal Fu's sincerity. Ha ha ha, still calling me Vice Principal? Soon, I shall be officially promoted. You will have to address me as Principal. Principal Fu beamed with a radiant smile. Su Kan mused internally, Principal Fu? How does that even sound right? After Su Kan emerged as the national champion of the top 100 university singing competition, the entire faculty and student body felt an immense sense of pride, especially since the school had historically struggled to advance even in regional competitions. As Su Kan was the sole student selected by Principal Fu to represent the university, the accolades were attributed to him. Just days prior, the former principal had officially announced his retirement at the end of the semester, with Principal Fu set to take over the role. Following the announcement, it became a foregone conclusion. In light of these developments, Principal Fu was in high spirits and began to jest with Su Kan. He suddenly realized that perhaps sending Su Kan to participate in the national singing competition was the wisest decision he had ever made. Thanks to Su Kan, the school had received a donation of 400,000 high-quality books. Due to the previous library's limited capacity, the school had constructed a small venue adjacent to the original library. After 2 months of construction, it was now complete. Reflecting on this, Principal Fu turned to Su Kan and said with a smile, Su Kan, because of your performance of Lady of the Fragrance, the school received 400,000 books. How about you inscribe something for us? I will have it framed and displayed in the center of the venue. This. Su Kan was suddenly taken aback. Typically, such inscriptions are reserved for calligraphers, and he was merely a student. Do not decline. These 400,000 books are a result of your efforts, making you the greatest contributor. All right. Su Kan nodded with a smile, feeling a sense of anticipation after his agreement. Principal Fu rose from his seat and retrieved a sheet of white paper from the cabinet behind the desk. He turned to Su Kan and inquired, "Which pen would you prefer?" "A brush pen," Su Kan replied. In his previous life, he had been a professional lyricist and possessed a certain understanding of calligraphy. Soon, the white paper and ink brush were placed upon the coffee table. Su Kan picked up the brush, dipped it in the ink, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he elegantly inscribed several grand characters on the white paper. One day, the paths you have walked, the books you have read, and the people you have loved will all become the very essence of your spirit, Su Kan. At the moment he finished writing, Principal Fu carefully picked up the paper as if it were a treasured artifact. Because of this inscription, all future students of Rongdao would refer to the newly constructed small venue as the Su Kan Pavilion. Chapter 72, The Automotive Promotional Song. Heading north. With the earnest smile of Principal Fu, Su Kan departed from the office and returned to his dormitory. He found himself alone in the dorm, as Xiao Pang was still attending class. Since Principal Fu had mentioned that attendance was not mandatory, Su Kan decided against going to class. After all, the recent lectures were rather superficial, primarily focused on employment issues for college students, a concern that did not weigh on Su Kan's mind. He approached his desk, opened his computer, and began to contemplate the creation of a music video for Qinghua Company. The first step was to select a fitting song, followed by the filming of the music video aligned with that song. As he rifled through his memories, a particular song sprang to mind, Heading North. In his previous life, this song served as a soundtrack for the film Initial D. Given the film's earlier release, many might not have seen it. Yet the majority were familiar with this particular track. The ambience of the song was delightful, making it especially suitable for listening while driving. After some reflection, Su Kan confirmed his choice. System, exchange for heading north. He communicated with the system. Ding. One song component has been transformed into heading north, accompanied by the system's notification. The complete musical score for heading north materialized clearly in Sukan's mind. He printed the score using his computer and then ventured out. After searching for nearby recording studios on his phone, he promptly rented one nearby. Spending the afternoon, Sukan recorded a version of Heading North that he found quite satisfactory. He had the contact information for the head of the promotional department at Qinghua Company on his phone, and he subsequently sent the digital version of the song to this person. Once he received confirmation from the head, he would proceed to film the music video. In Yanjing, at the headquarters of Qinghua Company, Director Li of the promotional department was engrossed in various advertisement materials for the new electric vehicles. Suddenly, a notification pinged on his phone, signaling a new message. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Sukan days earlier. Under the guidance of Professor Li from Huaxia Music Academy, he had learned that Sukan had taken on the task of creating the automotive promotional music video, and he had added Sukan's contact information. Director Li was a devoted fan of Sukan. His music application featured a playlist that he listened to daily, filled entirely with Sukan's songs. If the promotional song for the automotive campaign matched the quality of those in his playlist, it would be nothing short of magnificent. Filled with anticipation, he mused that Sukan's message was likely to inquire about the requirements for the automotive promotional song, and he was determined to provide thorough guidance to assist Sukan in completing the automotive anthem. He clicked on the message from Sukan. What greeted him was an audio file alongside a brief text. Director Li, this is the promotional song I composed. Please have a look, and if it meets your approval, I will proceed with filming the music video. Upon reading this, Director Li's pupils dilated in astonishment. Was this it? Had it been completed already? This was a promotional song related to automobiles, and Sukan hadn't consulted him beforehand about any automotive specifics. Should the promotional song be unrelated to automobiles, it would indeed be a misalignment of themes. Regardless of the song's quality, it would still yield a failing grade. Nevertheless, let us first listen. With a strong sense of skepticism, Minister Li clicked on the audio file. Instantly, a thunderous roar of an engine filled the air. His expression of doubt transformed into awe. What a splendid beginning. The theme was tightly interwoven with automobiles, instantly evoking thoughts of driving in the listener's mind. Following the engine's growl, the music commenced, subtly infused with the lingering sound of the engine, creating an impression as if the singer were a driver immersed in the act of driving. Soon after, Sukan's voice emerged. The world in the rearview mirror, a farewell that grows ever distant. You turn north, your profile remains beautiful. I chase you with my gaze, only to hear your tears. Wandering outside the car window are the opportunities one missed. The position you stand in, separated from me by tears. The streets continue to recede, your collapse fragmented outside the window. The very first line of the song transported Minister Li to another realm. He envisioned himself driving, gazing into the rearview mirror, where he saw the tear-streaked face of a woman. As the car accelerated, that sorrowful visage became increasingly blurred, yet he could almost perceive the tears cascading down her cheeks. Suddenly, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart, and his eyes began to well with tears. Meanwhile, outside the office door, a figure lingered. 1 minute prior, Wang Tsong, the heir of Qinghua Corporation, was approaching, intent on assigning a task to Minister Li. Upon arriving at the door, he was immediately captivated by the roar of the engine and the ensuing melody. A lifelong enthusiast of sports cars, he found himself entranced by the song. Fearing that entering would disrupt the performance, he remained outside, quietly listening. The lyrics evoked memories of his recent breakup, recalling a moment when he sat in his car, while his girlfriend stood by the roadside. Just like the song, the vehicle gradually distanced itself, and he watched her tearful face in the rearview mirror. However, he pressed the accelerator harder, emboldened by the audacity she had shown, as if her tears were merely over his financial losses. Since that day, he had resolutely decided never to date a social media influencer again. As he listened to the song, a wave of melancholy washed over him. When the melody concluded, he took a deep breath, knocked twice on the door, and without waiting for a response, pushed it open. Immediately, a clatter arose from Minister Li's desk. As the minister hurriedly reached for a tissue to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Minister Li forced a smile as he inquired. Wang Tsong momentarily forgot the matter he intended to discuss with Minister Li. But he dismissed it and directly asked, who sang that song just now? Send it to me. So you were listening outside? Indeed, it's quite an impressive song. The singer's tone carries a sense of familiarity, yet I am certain I have never heard it before. Of course. Ministerly chuckled. This is the automotive promotional song written by Sukin for our company. I am sending you the track now, but please do not share it. An automotive promotional song? Sukan. Wang Song suddenly realized why the tone seemed somewhat familiar. It was indeed sung by Sukan. He nodded. All right, I will not disclose the promotional track. He was quite concerned about his own business affairs. Ministerly took out his phone and forwarded the audio file that Sukan had sent him to Wang Kong. Towards the north, Wang Song gazed at the audio file on his phone, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This audio file was likely an exclusive first edition. Although he had only heard it once outside, he had already developed a profound fondness for the song. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked back at Ministerly. I remember there is a promotional MV, right? Why is there only the song and no MV? Sukin has completed the song first. Once I confirm it, he will proceed with the MV production, Ministerly explained. Well, no further confirmation is needed. This song is excellent and should be used for the automotive promotion. Wang Song had a certain understanding of music, and he believed this song had a high potential to become a hit, bringing substantial traffic to their vehicles. It truly is a remarkable song, Ministerly concurred, admitting that the song had moved him to tears. How could it not be good? Are you coordinating with Sukan? Wang Song continued to inquire. Yes. From now on, I will handle the coordination with Sukan, and I will be involved in the MV shooting. By the way, please send me the details of a new car that needs to be promoted. I have a use for it. Understood, Ministerly nodded in agreement. Tengda company belonged to Wang Song, and he could manage it as he pleased. Where is Sukan now? In Rongqing. Upon hearing the name of the city, Wang Song suddenly recalled the song Chengdu sung by Sukan. After listening to Chengdu, he had developed a keen interest in the city, though he had never found the time to visit. Now, an opportunity had arisen. Chapter 73, The Arrival of the New Car. Destination, Mount Coming. In the dormitory of Rome University, Sukan received a friend request notification on his phone from an unfamiliar contact. The message read, Hello, Sukan. I am Wang Song from Tenda Company. I will be responsible for coordinating the promotion of the automotive MV with you. After reading the note, Sukan accepted the request. Moments later, a message arrived. Hello, your song Journey to the North is delightful. Our company has agreed to use it as the promotional theme for the car. Soon, we will send a new vehicle to Rongqing to assist you in filming the MV. Sukan was somewhat taken aback by this lengthy message. It was surprising that such a large company did not ask him to come for the shoot, but instead opted to send a new car directly, demonstrating their sincerity. This also indicated their genuine satisfaction with the song. Good, Sukan replied succinctly, and then set his phone aside. Initially, he had planned to rent a car, as the visuals of the vehicle were indispensable for an automotive promotional MV. Now that Tenda Company was sending a new car, it was fortuitous. Sukan began to contemplate the storyline for the MV. The song Journey to the North carries a romantic theme with a predominantly melancholic tone, which he did not wish to alter. However, he intended to incorporate some exhilarating driving scenes. Customers primarily aspire to relish the driving experience, and thrilling driving visuals could evoke a longing for driving in prospective buyers. Sukan was genuinely considering the interests of Tenda Company. As he envisioned the driving scenes, an image suddenly flashed through his mind, and a subtle smile crept across his lips. He accessed the system mall, which offered not only music-related items, but also a variety of other products. Soon, he found exactly what he sought, godlike driving skills. The redemption cost was a staggering 10 million popularity points. Sukan checked his system account's popularity points. Over the past few days, Landscape Map and Fate on a Bridge had collectively garnered 12 million popularity points. I shall redeem the godlike driving skills, he resolved, feeling a twinge of reluctance as one must sometimes sacrifice to gain. Moreover, as a man, he had a profound affinity for this skill. In an instant, 10 million popularity points transformed into godlike driving skills. Sukan felt a surge of energy coursing through him, swirling around before dissipating. He gently closed his eyes, and a steering wheel appeared before him. With hands outstretched, he imagined grasping the wheel. Instantly, he felt an intuitive certainty that mastering various complex driving techniques would be effortless once he truly held the wheel. A satisfied smile graced Sukan's face. Soon, it would be his turn to showcase his exhilarating driving skills. 2 days swiftly passed. On that morning, Sukan received a voice call from Wang Song. It was their first communication over the phone. Sukan, you are at Rome University, right? Indeed, he replied. Then come outside. I have brought the new car for you to see. Ah, okay, Su Kan said before hanging up, surprised to learn that it was the person in charge from Tenda, rather than a staff member delivering the vehicle. At this moment, Xiao Pang was in the dormitory. Come on, Pang, let's go outside and check out the car. Su Kan said, giving Xiao Pang a light pat on the shoulder. Oh, did you buy a new car? Xiao Pang exclaimed, turning around abruptly, busy with his graduation thesis. No, it's a new car for shooting a music video. Oh, I see. Xiao Pang was aware that Su Kan had been occupied lately with filming a promotional music video for Tengda Company. Subsequently, the two ventured outside, where a brand new electric vehicle was parked by the roadside at the school gate, attracting the attention of passers-by. This was a model they had never encountered before. As Su Kan and Xiao Pang approached the electric vehicle, an instinct told them that this was indeed Tengda Company's new model. Sure enough, as they drew near, the car door swung open, and a young man wearing sunglasses emerged, a sausage dangling from his mouth. After finishing the last bite of his sausage, the young man waved at Su Kan. Su Kan was taken aback. He had assumed Wang Song was a middle-aged man, but he was surprised to see he was so young. Su Kan, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Song, the young master of Tengda Company, Wang Song said, extending his hand towards Su Kan. Hello. Su Kan was somewhat startled by Wang Song's straightforward introduction, but he appreciated dealing with someone so candid. After shaking hands with Su Kan, Wang Song extended his hand to Xiao Pang. Ah, hello, I'm Su Kan's roommate, Wang Yueban, but you can call me Xiao Pang, he said, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. To think that the person before him was the young master of Tengda Company, worth at least hundreds of billions. He had never imagined he would have the opportunity to shake hands with someone of such stature. Haha, nice to meet you, Xiao Pang. Wang Song replied with a polite smile. In truth, he had never introduced himself this way before, usually just stating his name. This time, he was particularly courteous because he genuinely wanted to befriend Su Kan. Come on, let me show you our company's new model, Wang Song said, glancing at the new car by the roadside. All right, Su Kan nodded, then suddenly added, I'll take the driver's seat. Sure, Wang Song agreed. Xiao Pang looked at Su Kan in surprise. They had both learned to drive together, but since completing their lessons, they had hardly touched a car. Where had Su Kan learned to drive? Subsequently, Su Kan took the driver's seat, Wang Song occupied the passenger seat, and Xiao Pang settled into the back. Su Kan tapped on the navigation system, searching for a location, Wumeng Mountain. The terrain of this mountain resembled that of a certain mountain from his previous life. Chapter 74, Filming a Car Promotional MV. Navigating the drainage ditch. The new model from Tengda Company is a pristine white. Su Kan finds it remarkably easy to handle. After an hour's drive, the trio arrives at the outskirts of Rongqing at Wumeng Mountain. It is now 7 in the evening, and darkness has descended. The distant rumble of engines can be faintly heard from the mountain. Upon hearing this sound, Wang Song casts a puzzled glance at Su Kan. Someone is racing on the mountain roads. With a smile that betrays his excitement, Su Kan replies, let us go check it out. He presses the accelerator, and the car swiftly ascends the winding mountain path. Xiao Pang grips the armrest beside him. A sense of foreboding creeping in. Could it be that Su Kan intends to race on the mountain roads as well? Soon, halfway up the mountain, they encounter a black vehicle hurtling downwards. The driver flashes their headlights twice in greeting. Su Kan reciprocates with a similar flash. However, not long after Su Kan resumes his journey, the black vehicle follows closely behind. As they drive side by side, the window of the black car rolls down, revealing a young man with blonde hair. Hey, brother, how about a race? The blonde youth taunts. Wang Song, seated in the passenger seat, raises an eyebrow. Su Kan, let me take the wheel. I want to race him. I have a driving technique I'd like to test out, and if it succeeds, it will be perfect for the car promotional MV. Su Kan responds, all right. Wang Song looks at Su Kan in surprise. Could it be that Su Kan possesses exceptional driving skills? The two vehicles race to the summit, eventually lining up side by side at the starting point. Su Kan rolls down his window and addresses the young man in the black vehicle. My friend here will count down. After 3, we take off. Sound good? Good. The blonde youth replies enthusiastically. Yet, in the dim light of night, Su Kan feels a nagging sense of familiarity about the driver. At that moment, Wang Song begins the countdown. 1, 2, 3. In an instant, Su Kan executes a series of maneuvers, shifting gears, releasing the handbrake, and pressing the accelerator flawlessly. The white vehicle shoots forward with a burst of speed. The dashboard needle swings violently to the right. 30 miles per hour, 50 miles per hour, 80 miles per hour, 100 miles per hour. In mere seconds, Sukan elevates the vehicle's speed to a staggering 100 miles per hour. Wang Song and Xiaopeng are momentarily stunned, gripping the armrest tightly. They exchange wide-eyed glances, their minds flooded with questions. What on earth is happening? This is a mountain road at night. An accident could be fatal. At this moment, Wang Song regrets not taking the wheel himself. Xiaopeng frantically shouts at Su Kan, "Slow down. Slow down. This is a mountain road." With his right hand momentarily off the steering wheel, Su Kan gestures an OK sign to the two. In a matter of moments, he has pulled the white vehicle several dozen meters ahead of the black one. Yet the black vehicle is undeterred, its engine roaring as the distance between them quickly diminishes. Wang Song realizes with a start that kid must have modified his car. Two vehicles race side by side, the black one gradually pulling ahead. The roar of their engines reverberated through the serene autumn landscape of the chiming mountains. Several ascending vehicles had decisively halted at the roadside, apprehensive of a potential collision with those descending. A few individuals chose to park their cars along the winding road, realizing that a race was underway. And the curves provided the most exhilarating spectacle. Soon, the white car driven by Su Kan and the black car piloted by a young man with blonde hair approached a significant bend. At that moment, both vehicles reached a speed of 120 miles per hour. The young man pressed the brake, reducing his speed. For navigating the mountain's curve recklessly could result in a plunge off the cliff. He dared not wager his life. However, as he slowed down, he assumed the white vehicle alongside would do the same. Yet, when he glanced over to check, his expression froze in disbelief. The white car continued to accelerate towards the curve at a staggering 100 miles per hour. What was happening? Was there a malfunction in the brakes? Or had the driver lost his sanity? At this rate, the car would surely careen off the bend. As the white vehicle drew perilously close to the curve, the heart of the young man raced in tandem, as if anticipating a horrifying scene in the next instant. Meanwhile, in Su Kan's car, Wang Song and Xiaopeng were ashen-faced. "Su Kan, step on the gas," Wang Song urged from the passenger seat. Watching the looming mountain wall approach with a mere 10 centimeters of distance, fearing his face would soon scrape against it. The tension had rendered Xiaopeng in the backseat speechless, his stomach churning violently. At that moment, a group of spectators had gathered at the bend, ready to witness the unfolding drama. As the vehicles barreled towards them without any sign of slowing down, they hurriedly scattered in various directions. Just when everyone thought the car would careen off the curve, the white vehicle tilted slightly toward the mountain wall, accompanied by a barely audible click. Then, a shocking sight unfolded. The white vehicle glided along the mountain wall at 100 miles per hour, flawlessly navigating the bend, like a ghost. The black vehicle screeched to a halt at the curve, and the young man with blonde hair quickly exited, his gaze fixated on the receding white car, filled with astonishment. What just happened? How did that white vehicle manage to navigate the bend? How could anyone maintain a speed exceeding 100 miles per hour through such a turn? A crowd of onlookers swiftly converged. "Brother, who is that driver? Do you know him?" one inquired. The young man shook his head, but then suddenly had a revelation. Sprinting towards the mountain wall at the curve, the bewildered crowd followed suit. Kneeling on the ground, the young man traced the tire marks left behind, noting how they veered and disappeared into the drainage ditch. "Ha ha ha, I understand now," he exclaimed, bursting into laughter. That white car had utilized the drainage ditch to navigate the bend. What sheer genius! But amidst his laughter, he abruptly froze once more. If that white vehicle dared to take the curve at such a speed using that method, would he have the audacity to do the same? With a sigh, the young man with golden hair appeared despondent. Despite his knowledge of cornering techniques, he lacked the requisite skill. The individual he had encountered far surpassed him in both driving prowess and audacity. Who could this person be? Why did their countenance and voice seem so familiar? At that moment, bystanders, upon hearing the young man's words, began to comprehend the situation, their faces etched with astonishment. Goodness, such skill accompanied by such boldness. It ignited a yearning within me to navigate corners in such a manner. Do not be foolish, that individual was traveling at over 100 miles per hour. While I doubt you could manage even 20. Fool, how dare you underestimate me? I can handle 40. By the way, that car seems to be an unfamiliar model. Do any of you know the manufacturer? I wish to purchase one. It is a new model that has yet to be released, but it should be available soon. Someone had captured a photo of Su Kan navigating the turn earlier, and this image quickly spread like wildfire within the racing community of Rongqing. Henceforth, this white vehicle was dubbed the White Phantom by local car enthusiasts, and its driver became known as the god of Choming Mountain. The descent was unimpeded, and Su Kan drove with great delight until he suddenly noticed an unusual silence within the vehicle. Turning his head, he discovered that Wang Tsong and Xiaopeng were unconscious, frothing at the mouth in their seats. Sukin chuckled softly and continued driving. Today's endeavor had gone remarkably well. Tomorrow, he would commence the official filming of the promotional music video for the car. Chapter 75. Additional Reward. The car promotional MV is live. The time has come to the following day. After several days of arrangements, Principal Fu has helped Sukin gather more than 10 students proficient in filming. Today, Sukin, accompanied by these individuals, along with Xiaopeng and Wang Tsong, set off for Wumeng Mountain. The group of students occupied the back seats of a black MPV and a white sedan, both of which were rented by Wang Kong. Since he personally came to Rongqing to participate in the MV shooting, he took it upon himself to cover all expenses. Sukin and the others were seated in the white vehicle from yesterday. Wang Tsong occupied the driver's seat, while Sukin, with a notebook in hand, sat in the back, contemplating the scenes for the MV. Sukin, you must demonstrate your cornering skills again. I cannot believe it at all, Wang Tsong chattered incessantly. Last night, he had watched in horror as the right side of the vehicle was perilously close to crashing into the mountainside, just a few centimeters away. Overwhelmed with anxiety, he had fainted. When he regained consciousness, the vehicle was already cruising through the brightly lit streets of Rongqing. Fortunately, he was not the only one who had fainted. Xiaopeng had as well, which somewhat alleviated his embarrassment. However, both Wang Tsong and Xiaopeng were skeptical about Sukin's claims regarding the drainage ditch cornering technique. Today's visit was not solely for the purpose of filming the music MV, but primarily to witness the incredulous scene. After more than an hour, the group arrived at Wumeng Mountain. Being a weekday and during daylight hours, there were few vehicles present, making it ideal for filming. The MV's narrative was divided into two parts. The first part depicted the poignant farewell between a couple, with the male protagonist sitting in the car, gradually departing, while the female protagonist stood by the roadside, silently weeping. Sukin played the role of the male lead, with a lovely female classmate portraying the female lead. The entire sequence required no dialogue, relying solely on the expression of emotions. They spent the better part of the day successfully completing this segment. Next came the second part of the storyline. After parting ways with his girlfriend, Sukin encountered Wang Tsong, who was driving another car on the road, and the two engaged in a spirited race. Ultimately, Sukin, utilizing the drainage ditch cornering technique, managed to outpace Wang Kong. In order to facilitate filming, Sukin reduced his speed to 40 km/h, once again showcasing his remarkable cornering prowess. All present were left in awe, and Wang Tsong was thoroughly convinced. Upon completion of the shoot, Wang Tsong generously treated everyone to a celebratory feast from his own pocket. The subsequent task was to edit the footage and synchronize it with the song Journey North. Sukin dedicated 2 days to this endeavor, successfully finishing it before arranging to meet with Wang Tsong, who was still in Rongqing. At the CAF, Sukin handed Wang Tsong a USB drive. Here is the car promotional MV. Feel free to suggest any changes. Over the past few days, their relationship had grown more familiar. All right, Wang Tsong replied, taking the USB drive and plugging it into his laptop, watching intently. 5 minutes later, having viewed the MV, Wang Tsong's eyes sparkled with excitement and enthusiasm. This is truly remarkable. It is the best car promotional MV I have ever seen. No changes needed. This is it. Upon my return to Yanjing, the first installment of your remuneration will be deposited into your account, while the second will be provided once the promotional effects are evident. By the way, that car shall be yours as an additional reward, and there will be someone to assist with the transfer procedures later. Wang Tsong placed the car keys before Sukin. During this visit to Rongqing, he thoroughly recognized Sukin's talents. The song Heading North was already exceptional, and coupled with Sukin's remarkable skill in the music video, this project is sure to become a tremendous success. For him, the car was of little significance, but cultivating a friendship with Sukin through this gesture was indeed worthwhile. Sukin graciously accepted the keys, finding the vehicle quite to his liking. After finishing their coffee, the two bid farewell and returned to their respective homes. Upon arriving back in Yanjing, Wang Tsong promptly instructed the finance department to transfer the first payment of 500,000 yuan to Sukin. This was merely a modest sum. The substantial payment would follow, growing in accordance with the promotional impact. Subsequently, Wang Tsong directed the marketing department to commence advertising for the new automobile. That very afternoon, a surprising advertisement appeared across major social media platforms. The cover featured a striking profile photograph of Sukin driving, exuding charm. Curious netizens eagerly clicked on the ad, which introduced the Tendai's latest electric vehicle, along with crucial information. a music promotional music video created by Su Can for the new car, set to premiere at 8 o'clock that evening, coinciding with the commencement of pre-orders. Upon seeing this announcement, the online community erupted in excitement. Su Can is releasing a new song, and it's a music video related to automobiles. Joyful celebrations ensued as the news spread. Su Can's new song would be unveiled tonight at 8. Ever since the conclusion of the National Top 100 University Singing Competition, I had not encountered any new updates about Su Can online, leaving me feeling despondent, as if a part of my soul was lost. Now, that sense of loss has been restored. I can finally listen to a new song from Su Can. Oh, how I long for 8 o'clock to arrive. A trending hashtag swiftly emerged on Weibo. Su Can's new song to premiere tonight at 8. The popularity of this trending topic skyrocketed, reaching the top of the charts in under an hour. Concurrently, similar trending topics appeared across various platforms. Almost every internet user was now aware of Su Can's forthcoming release. They eagerly awaited the arrival of 8 o'clock. In a bar in Rongqing, a young man with yellow hair was scrolling through short videos when he stumbled upon the advertisement released by Tendai. His eyes widened in shock as he recognized the profile of Su Can behind the wheel. This visage had frequently appeared in his dreams, and now he saw it in an advertisement. The realization struck him that the driver was indeed Su Can. The young man leaped to his feet, brimming with excitement, and called out to those around him, "Brothers and sisters, I raced with Su Can." Initially, the crowd fell silent, only to erupt into laughter moments later. They thought he had lost his mind. After all, Su Can was a singer. How could he possibly be involved in racing? Observing the incredulous gazes of those around him, the young man with golden hair grew anxious. "I truly raced against Su Can. He is none other than the legendary god of racing from the Rongqing circuit, renowned for his prowess in navigating the drainage ditch turn." Most attendees were not well versed in the realm of racing, and upon hearing about the drainage ditch turn, they erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, some individuals familiar with the racing scene were aware of the god of racing phenomenon, as there were numerous eyewitnesses and photos circulating from that day. Yet, skepticism lingered regarding the young man's claims. After all, Su Can was remarkably youthful, while the driver adept at maneuvering the drainage ditch was likely a seasoned veteran with years of experience. Nevertheless, when it came to Su Can, they had all resolved to tune in promptly at 8 o'clock this evening to listen to his latest song release. Chapter 76, Northward Journey, Leaving the Season of You. It hurts so much. Amidst the anticipation of countless netizens, the clock struck 8 in the evening. The official account of Qingda Company released a promotional MV for their automobile across the internet. Beneath the video, a real-time viewer count was displayed. In an instant, this number surged from 0, 0, 100, 000, 1, 000, 000, 10, 000, 000. Within mere seconds, the number of viewers skyrocketed past 10 million. Millions of netizens were watching this MV simultaneously. As the video commenced, the first scene unveiled Su Can gripping the steering wheel. On the left side of the screen, 2 rows of vertical text appeared: Northward Journey, Su Can. The viewers immediately recognized that the song was titled Northward Journey. Simultaneously, the roar of the engine and the stirring music filled the air. The audience's adrenaline began to surge. Soon, the scene transitioned. Under the brilliant sunlight, Su Can conversed with a girl, both smiling, her smile radiant, while Su Can appeared slightly bashful. The scene shifted back to the interior of the car, focusing on Su Can's face, where tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. A sudden pang of sorrow gripped the audience. They understood. That previous moment was a recollection of Su Can. The tears he shed within the car were likely due to their separation, accompanied by the music. Heartwarming memories unfolded in the video. At this moment, Su Can's voice resonated. The world in the rearview mirror. An increasingly distant farewell. You turned your back. Your profile remains beautiful. I chase with my gaze. And hear your tears. As Su Can's melody continued, new scenes emerged. On a moonlit, hazy road, Su Can drove, his gaze fixed on the rearview mirror. Reflected within it was a figure gradually receding into the distance. Witnessing this, the audience felt a profound sadness. The rearview mirror not only widened the physical distance between them, but also symbolized the emotional chasm and separation that lay between them. At that moment, the figure in the rearview mirror suddenly turned, her back resolute. Su Can caught a glimpse of her profile in the mirror, still clear and beautiful, as if whispering that even in separation, the cherished memories would forever linger in the heart. His gaze did not waver despite her turning away. It was filled with longing and reluctance. With the final lyric, "and hear your tears," the sound of dripping echoed abruptly in the video. In that instant, the audience felt as though they were together with Su Can, listening to the sound of tears falling. The sorrow of parting amplified infinitely. All viewers sensed that silent yet profound sadness and reluctance, and tears streamed down their faces. Su Can's voice rose once more, lingering outside the car window. "It is the opportunity one missed. The position where you stand, separated from me by tears. The streetscape recedes. Your collapse fragmented outside the window." As the melody unfolds, the scene transitions once more to Su Can inside the vehicle. It feels as though time has regressed to mere moments before, when Su Can lingered outside the car, having once possessed the opportunity to seize that individual. Ultimately, however, he chose to enter the car, forfeiting his singular chance. The scene shifts back to the interior of the vehicle. The streetlights and trees flanking the road recede like frames of a film, as if time is slipping away silently and irreversibly. At this juncture, the camera provides a close-up of the girl's delicate silhouette. Her lips are slightly pursed, and the tears that once flowed from her eyes seem to have dried, leaving only a faint trace of crimson. In that moment, the hearts of the audience shatter into countless pieces. The pain is unbearable. The song resumes. "I journey northward, departing from the season that held you. You said you were so weary, unable to love anyone else. The wind blows along the mountain path. The memories of the past are all my wrongs, counting my regrets. How many times have I hurt you?" Amidst Su Can's poignant singing, the video revisits the moment when the two lock eyes. The girl's lips part slightly, as though she is uttering something, yet no sound escapes. Just as the audience becomes curious about her words, the lyrics, "You said you were so weary, unable to love anyone else," resonate. This line strikes the audience like a heavy blow, and they suddenly comprehend that the girl has been voicing her exhaustion, her inability to love again. A wave of profound sympathy washes over them. Some emotionally charged female viewers cannot help but label Su Can a scoundrel. In the next moment, the scene returns to the interior of the car. Su Can, who is behind the wheel, has tears streaming down his face, as if he is reckoning with his own shame and misdeeds. He appears utterly heartbroken. Consequently, those who had previously condemned Su Can now find themselves empathizing with him. Perhaps, love ultimately remains a matter between two individuals, making it impossible to discern who is right or wrong. In a surge of overwhelming sorrow, Su Can presses down harder on the accelerator, the engine roaring defiantly. The camera then pulls back to capture a wide shot of the vehicle, a white car speeding along the mountain road. Its silhouette stretches longer on the northern path, as if bidding farewell to the moments shared with the girl. The wind rustles through the leaves along the mountain trail, carrying away the past while ushering in an uncertain future. It is at this moment that the audience takes note of the car's exterior. Suddenly, they remember, this is a promotional MV for the automobile. In the interludes of the song, the barrage of comments floods the video's comment section. "Ah, it hurts too much. I journey northward, leaving the world of LYX behind. CMY, are you listening? DQW, I like you. YSL, wish you happiness. LYX, I will no longer hold affection for you. Cine, you are the one I despise the most. Yin yin yin, may you encounter the right person. What is there to talk about? ISNT being alone satisfying enough? Gentlemen, if you desire romance, come watch the Journey Northward MV, and you shall want for nothing more." Upon first listening, one may remain oblivious to the essence of the melody, yet, with a second hearing, one becomes entwined within its narrative. You harbor numerous thoughts, which I shall refrain from unveiling. The most vital pursuit for any individual is to discover a realm that truly belongs to them. Recently, I experienced a breakup, and I find myself yearning to embark on a journey along the winding mountain roads in that very vehicle showcased in the video. Only halfway through, I recalled that this was an automobile advertisement. Its production quality is exceptional, and I shall forever cherish this visual masterpiece. At this moment, the comment section has transformed into a confessional space. Viewers fervently share their innermost feelings, encompassing declarations of love and farewells. Meanwhile, the live audience has exceeded 20 million. Perhaps, within this digital expanse, their confessions and farewells may indeed reach the eyes of someone on the other side of the screen. Chapter 77, Long-Term Advertising. Transform heartbreak into strength, crush it in Rongqing, within the confines of a bustling bar. A large group of youthful patrons gazes intently at the grand screen at the back of the stage, where a promotional MV for Qinghua Company's automobiles is being showcased. At this tender age, they are filled with a fervent yearning for love. As they watch the poignant breakup scenes depicted in the MV, tears well up in their eyes. Couples, once enamored, now clutch each other's hands tightly, fearing that they too might someday experience such a separation. Those who once had partners but now find themselves single are overtaken by memories of past loves, their cheeks stained with tears. Meanwhile, the eternally single are caught in a whirlwind of desire for love, yet dread the agony of heartbreak, leaving them in a state of inner turmoil. In a corner of the tavern, a young man with golden hair watches the screen with palpable excitement. He has become utterly convinced that the racer he competed against was none other than Su Can. Yet, his friends surrounding him refuse to believe his claim and have deliberately distanced themselves. The young man feels an overwhelming sense of injustice. He knows his assertion is true. Yet no one will take him at his word. How can he prove his statement? Suddenly, an idea strikes him. If only Su Can could demonstrate his skill in navigating the drainage ditch turn in the video. In recent days, numerous individuals in Rongqing's racing scene have attempted to master this maneuver, yet none have succeeded, even when reducing their speed to a crawl. This implies that only the legendary racer from Qinghua Mountain possesses the ability to execute such a turn. If Su Can performs this extraordinary feat in the video, it would validate his claims. Su Can, I implore you, just take that turn once and enlighten us all, the young man prays silently, his hands clasped together. Meanwhile, in Yinjing, at the headquarters of Qingda Company, a cadre of executives sits in a conference room, simultaneously viewing the newly released automobile promotional MV. At the head of the table sits Chairman Wang, with the young heir, Wang Song, beside him. Halfway through the video, Chairman Wang suddenly slaps Wang Song gently on the head, exclaiming, "My son, this video by Su Can is absolutely brilliant." Wang Song rubs his head, offering a resigned smile. A father must sometimes endure the whims of his son. He nods in agreement. It is indeed well crafted, and the latter half is particularly captivating. Chairman Wang nods in anticipation. Just then, a manager from the audience interjects with a differing opinion. Chairman, while Su Can's MV is impressive on its own, from the perspective of a car promotional video, it falls woefully short. It fails to capture a complete view of our vehicle's exterior, neglects to showcase the interior, and does not address the car's performance at all. After viewing, audiences are left with a nebulous impression of our automobile. Upon hearing this, several others in attendance nod in silent agreement, echoing similar sentiments. However, as soon as the words leave his lips, Chairman Wang lets out a cold huff. What do you know, you antiquated relics? The promotional videos for various domestic automobiles are all the same, filled with performance specifications. Do you honestly believe the audience will remember those details after watching? If Su Can were to produce videos in such a manner, the audience would solely recall the song Journey North, becoming indifferent to the video itself. However, by adopting his unique approach, Su Can leaves a profound impression on viewers, ensuring the video continues to circulate widely. What vehicle is Su Can driving in the video? That is a car from our company. This effectively serves as a long-term advertisement. Upon hearing this, those present nodded thoughtfully. In simple terms, it is a reversal of conventional methods. Other automotive companies follow a similar filming style, leading the audience to become desensitized, focusing only on Su Can's music. Yet, the current situation is different. The video is visually captivating, compelling viewers to rewatch it and deepening their impression of the car Su Can drives. This is indeed the most effective promotion. Wang Song glanced at his father in astonishment. He had not anticipated such insight from his father, but the reasoning was sound. Even he, while watching the video, felt an urge to take their family car and drive along the mountain roads. At this moment, under the gaze of over 20 million online viewers, the video progressed to its latter half. Su Can's voice resonated once more, the world in the rearview mirror. An increasingly distant farewell. You turn your back. Your profile remains beautiful. I pursue with my gaze, only to hear your tears. Accompanied by the melody, the scene transitioned again. Su Can drove the white car, speeding along the mountain road. The streetlights and trees flitted past in a blur. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in Su Can's rearview mirror. A black car had begun to tail him. The scene shifted to the interior of the black car, revealing a young man clad in a yellow headscarf, who appeared carefree and exuberant. He was excitedly watching the white car ahead while pressing the accelerator with fervor. With the roar of the engine, the distance between the two vehicles rapidly diminished. In Beijing, at the headquarters of Qingda Company, when the yellow-scarved youth appeared on screen, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Wang Kong, clearing his throat. Wang Song scratched his head. The MV requires a character like this, so I'm making my entrance indeed. Chuckled the chief. Wang, you've certainly played yourself quite well. Upon hearing his father's playful jab, Wang Song laughed lightly. Everyone, continue watching. The moment of witnessing a miracle is about to unfold. This statement left the crowd somewhat perplexed. Had the breakup storyline already unfolded sufficiently? What more could there be? Enroaching at a tavern, the young man with yellow hair felt his pupils contract sharply as he watched the youth in the yellow headscarf pursue the white car. This scene was eerily familiar. He had once driven his own black sports car, chasing after Su Qian's white vehicle, leading to a thrilling race. A premonition surged within him. The moment of the drainage ditch turn was about to be reenacted. Yet, as he observed the yellow-scarfed youth in the video, his frustration boiled over. That role should have been his. Why had he been usurped by this pretender? As Wang Song drove his black car alongside the white vehicle, the next verse of the song resonated. Wandering outside the car window, it is the opportunity one have missed, the position you stand in. Separated from me by tears, the street scene recedes behind. Your breakdown lies in fragments outside the window. As the melody played, the visuals continued to shift. The black car pulled up next to the white one, the window rolled down, and with a sudden honk of the horn, Wang Song provocatively glanced at Su Qian inside the white car. At that moment, Su Qian's heart, once enveloped in silence, ignited with a flare of rage upon hearing the jarring sound of the horn. This was fury. He honked twice in response, signaling a challenge. In this instant, both drivers pressed the accelerator, and the two cars surged forward. Witnessing this, millions of viewers in front of their screens erupted with excitement. Incredible! This is a race. Go for it. Su Qian, take him down. Channel the pain of heartbreak into the destruction of that black car. But Su Qian must tread carefully. For this is a mountain road, unsuitable for racing. That kid in the yellow headband is utterly detestable. Why doesn't he wear a green one? Damn it. Is it possible he is already wearing a green hat? The audience's emotions exploded, completely unaware that this was merely a music video. Instead, they were deeply engrossed in the narrative, fervently wishing for Su Qian to deliver a harsh lesson to that black car. This was largely due to the oppressive breakup storyline in the first half of the video. They urgently needed an emotional release. P.S. Please urge for updates. Thank you. Chapter 78. The coffin lid of Newton is lifted. Is this a fantasy? In the music video, as Wang Song drives his black car alongside Su Qian's white vehicle, they accelerate simultaneously, and the melody shifts accordingly. I travel northward, leaving the season with you. You say you're so tired, unable to love anyone else. The wind blows on the mountain road. All the past scenes are my fault, counting the shame. How many times have I hurt you? At the moment the first line of the song, I travel northward, is sung, the race between the two officially commences. All the viewers before the screen hold their breath, eyes wide open in anticipation. The two figures on screen begin to accelerate, and the camera focuses on their dashboards, 120 kilometers per hour. Upon witnessing this speed, the audience feels a surge of tension. This is a treacherous mountain road. A moment's carelessness could send them plummeting off the cliff. Some deeply engrossed viewers even break into a sweat. In the scene, both vehicles race along a straight stretch with increasing velocity. However, Wang Song's black car, resembling a racing vehicle, boasts more horsepower. Gradually, the black car begins to overtake the white one, creating a widening gap between them. At this moment, some viewers express their discontent. Cheating. This is blatant cheating. Su Qian's white car clearly leans towards a family vehicle, while the black car driven by that yellow bandana-wearing lad has evidently been modified for racing. How infuriating. It seems Su Qian is destined to lose. Per Su Qian. Just after a breakup, now facing defeat in a race. What a dreadful situation. Who can tell me the address of that yellow bandana-wearing scoundrel? Tomorrow, I shall drive my trusty tractor to confront him. My heart aches for Su Qian. At this very moment, in the conference room of Tengda Company headquarters, Wang Song's face darkens as he notices the barrage of insults directed at him in the video comments. Yet, General Manager Wang appears rather amused. As his son grows older, he becomes increasingly difficult to manage, and only he can occasionally rein him in with a few sharp words. Now, witnessing the multitude of netizens berating him, he feels an unexpected thrill of satisfaction. In the music video, as the distance between the black and white cars widens, a sharp turn suddenly emerges at the end of the road. With a steep cliff looming on one side, the scene shifts to the interior of the black car, where Wang Song lightly presses the brake, gradually decelerating. Observing this, the crowd is not surprised. After all, who would take a turn at such speed without slowing down, especially at 120 kilometers per hour? Even they would reduce speed when navigating a sharp bend on regular roads. Then the scene shifts to the white car. At this moment, Su Qian keeps his foot firmly on the accelerator, showing no signs of slowing down. The audience frowns in confusion. What is happening? Why isn't Su Qian applying the brakes? As the viewers ponder this perplexity, the camera shifts to an aerial view, revealing the black car's speed diminishing while the white car hurtles toward the curve, unyielding. The audience's hearts race with anxiety, their concern for Su can intensifying. Beside lies a precipice. Should one plunge into it, the outcome would be catastrophic, a wrecked vehicle and lost lives. Yet, Su navigates this treacherous bend at a speed of 100 miles per hour, driving a family car, an absolute certainty that he would veer off the edge. Not even divine intervention could save him. Some timid spectators prepared to close their eyes, dreading the horrifying sight of Su plummeting into the abyss. Others suddenly pondered. Could it be that the climax of the music video entails Su tragic demise? How dreadfully poignant that would be. Under the scrutiny of countless anxious gazes, the black car and the white car approached the curve. However, the black car proceeded at an excruciatingly slow pace while the white car raced forward with alarming speed. Wang Song in the black car glanced at the white car to his right, utterly bewildered. Clearly, he too recognized the white car's excessive velocity. Just as the audience braced for the white car to careen off the bend, the camera zoomed in on it. To everyone's astonishment, the left side of the white car suddenly tilted downward, accompanied by a faint clunking sound. Then, a moment unfolded that left all spectators in sheer disbelief. It was as if an unseen force compelled the white car to execute a circular motion. The vehicle hugged the mountainside as it rounded the bend. In the black car, Wang Song watched in horror as the white car distanced itself from him. The atmosphere erupted. What have I just witnessed? What in the world? Am I truly watching a contemporary drama? Or is this some fantastical tale? Pray tell, what is real? Newton's principles are surely being defied. Who will restrain this madness? I comprehend now. This is the power of heartbreak. It possesses the ability to unleash extraordinary strength. A peculiar urge to experience heartbreak arises. The millions of viewers before their screens were left in sheer awe. The scene unfolding in the video utterly transcends the laws of physics. Such an occurrence could never realistically happen. It must be an exaggerated artistic expression within the music video. In a tavern in Rongqing, upon witnessing the white car glide through the bend like a specter, the young man with blonde hair trembled with excitement. It has appeared, truly manifested, the technique of navigating a bend like a drainage channel. Yet, upon seeing the barrage of comments attempting to explain the scene through mystical means, the blonde youth seethed with frustration. How foolish humanity is. He furiously typed on his phone's keyboard, "This is the drainage channel technique. Drainage channel technique," and sent it out. However, amidst the hundreds of thousands of comments, his message was but a mere pebble cast into the ocean, causing not a ripple. No one even noticed. Undeterred, the young man persisted in his fervor. Suddenly, a wave of identical comments materialized. Drainage channel technique. Drainage channel technique. Drainage channel technique. We are from the Rongqing car community. What Su demonstrated is indeed the drainage channel technique. Su is the automotive deity of Qioming Mountain. I have witnessed the drainage channel technique with my own eyes, rather than merely through photographs. As he beheld the flood of similar comments, tears streamed down the young man's face. At last, he is no longer fighting alone. His comrades have arrived. He gazes at the patrons in the bar, who are staring blankly at the large screen, and lets out a furious roar. I told you I raced against Su, yet you refuse to believe me. How can you not believe me? The sudden outburst draws the attention of the patrons, who turn to look at the exuberant young man with golden hair. Remembering his earlier declarations, their expressions are filled with confusion. Could it truly be possible to navigate a drainage ditch while turning? Yet, despite their contemplation, it seems utterly implausible. They are not alone in their skepticism. Countless netizens before the screen share similar doubts. As the barrage of comments from the car enthusiasts of Rongqing increases, many online viewers take notice and respond immediately. Navigating a drainage ditch? What does that mean? I cannot comprehend it. I can somewhat grasp the idea. The wheels enter the drainage ditch, and through its force, the car is pulled around the bend. What? Are these people joking? After years of driving, I have never heard of such a thing. They must be a group of lunatics, and we need not pay them any mind. At this moment, the comments are filled with negation. Upon seeing these remarks, the car enthusiasts from Rongqing are utterly infuriated. They are simply stating facts, yet this group refuses to believe them. Chapter 79. The remarkable turn of the drainage ditch. The special significance of the white car. Yanjing, headquarters of Qinghua Company. As the white car navigated the bend at a speed exceeding 100 miles per hour, every eye in the vicinity turned towards Wang Song, their gazes filled with curiosity. What on earth was happening? Wang Song smiled, teasingly urging everyone to remain patient. for the truth would soon be revealed. He felt a sense of relief that he had not shown them the video beforehand. Otherwise, he would have missed the delightful expressions they wore now. In the footage, captured from an aerial perspective, the white car hugged the mountainside while swiftly distancing itself from the black car. At that moment, the camera zoomed in on the white car, specifically the right tire. It was evident that the tire was lodged in the drainage ditch, utilizing it to counteract centrifugal force. The truth was laid bare. This was indeed the maneuver of navigating a bend via the drainage ditch. However, as the scene unfolded, countless viewers were still skeptical. After all, it was merely a close-up of the tire. Perhaps it was just staged. Anticipating this doubt from the audience, the camera pulled back once more to reveal the full form of the white car, its tire firmly ensconced in the drainage ditch as it made the turn. The video could not be digitally manipulated. The facts were undeniable. The emotions of millions of viewers erupted. Goodness, it truly is the drainage ditch. What on earth am I witnessing? For Su Kan, nothing was impossible. He was my deity. Who would have imagined that Su Kan was not only a musical prodigy but also a master of automobiles? Incredible! I never thought such a turn could be accomplished. There is a mountain near my home, and tonight I shall drive there to test this out. If I succeed, I will return to share my experience. I apologize. I was wrong to doubt my previous companions. My greatest curiosity now is when I can acquire this white car. Ting.company, do respond promptly. A deluge of comments flooded the screen as viewers fervently expressed their exhilaration. They could hardly believe that the maneuver of navigating a bend through the drainage ditch was indeed real. At that moment, their minds were akin to boiling water. Emotions bursting forth, their faces flushed. Some viewers were itching to try the drainage ditch maneuver themselves, fueled by the video's evidence of its feasibility. Others were eagerly yearning to purchase a white car identical to Su Kan's. When the video first unveiled the extraordinary skill of navigating a bend via the drainage ditch to the world, the white car was imbued with a special significance. It could even be said that this model would henceforth become synonymous with the drainage ditch maneuver. Enroaching, within a tavern. As the screen displayed the full view of the white car executing the drainage ditch turn, the truth became unmistakable. All patrons turned their attention to the young man with yellow hair, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. The drainage ditch maneuver was indeed a reality. In other words, the words spoken by the young man with yellow hair were indeed true. He had genuinely raced against Su Kan. Yet, they had incessantly mocked him, believing he was merely seeking fame or had lost his sanity. At this moment, however, they found themselves thoroughly embarrassed. Nevertheless, feeling the gazes of the crowd upon him, the young man merely smiled and raised his glass, a smile to dissolve all grievances. The guests followed suit, lifting their glasses in unison to toast. Some enthusiastic patrons took the initiative to sit beside the young man, inquiring about the circumstances of that fateful encounter. Questions arose regarding Su Kan's communicative prowess. Whether Su Kan truly navigated the corners at a speed of 100 km/h, and who ultimately triumphed in their race. The young man answered each inquiry with a smile, an indescribable sense of elation swelling within him, accompanied by a profound sense of pride on his face. At that moment, the bar owner approached him, praising, "Young man, you are remarkable. Your drinks today are entirely complimentary. Drink to your heart's content." However, the young man took a sip of the carbonated beverage in his cup and gently shook his head. "I don't drink. I shall be racing on the slopes of Qinghua Mountain tonight." In fact, over the past few days, he had practiced maneuvering through drainage channels countless times, leading to multiple visits to the auto repair shop. Each failed attempt had brought him to the brink of despair. He even began to question whether Su Kan had gambled with his life during that race, succeeding in a feat that could not be replicated. Yet today, witnessing Su Kan's display of expertise in navigating the drainage channels through video, he realized this skill was stable and had a high success rate. His failures stemmed solely from not grasping the key techniques. Consequently, boundless confidence was rekindled within him. He was ready to challenge Qinghua Mountain once more tonight. Upon hearing the young man's declaration, the people around him brightened instantly, eagerly expressing their desire to join him. This evening on Qinghua Mountain promised to be extraordinary. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of Tengda Company in Yanjing, within the conference room, a collective gasp echoed as they witnessed Su Kan's demonstration of the drainage channel maneuver. The expressions on their faces varied dramatically. Some appeared dazed, others were filled with terror, while some seemed utterly stupefied. Wang Tsung discreetly took out his phone, capturing this moment within the conference room. At that instant, the company's CEO, seated at the head of the table, seemed to come to a sudden realization, his face flushing crimson. "We Our automobiles have succeeded. Ford Qinghua Company. The automotive industry represented an entirely new venture, akin to a second entrepreneurial endeavor. A failure would mean a staggering loss of hundreds of billions, akin to pouring water into the sand. Thus, the pressure weighing on the CEO's heart had been immense, causing his hair to gray significantly over the years. Yet now, witnessing this scene in the video, he suddenly recognized that their automotive enterprise had a substantial chance of success. After all, marketing is a crucial component of product promotion, and Su Can's video had taken their promotional efforts to unprecedented heights. Upon this contemplation, General Wang turned to Wang Tsong and remarked, "My son, you may convey to Su Can that he can make any request he desires. As long as it is within the capabilities of our Qinghua Company, we shall undoubtedly fulfill it." Wang Tsong nodded in affirmation. At this very moment, the melody in the music video reached its final crescendo. I journey northward, departing from the season of your presence. The steering wheel spins, encircling my regrets. I accelerate, yet cannot shake off the sorrow that closely follows. Counting my transgressions, I reflect on how many times I have hurt you. I cease my struggles, allowing my errors to remain unadulterated. As the song played on, the scene transitioned once more. Su Can piloted his white car, effortlessly navigating through a drainage ditch, maintaining a speed exceeding 100 miles per hour. In contrast, Wang Tsong, driving the black car, slowed down to make the turn, failing to regain speed. Startled by Su Can's maneuver, his composure had not yet returned. Consequently, Su Can distanced himself with an air of superiority, vanishing entirely from the black car's line of sight. The scene shifted once more to the white car, which raced down an endless mountain road, gliding smoothly as if nothing had transpired moments before. All was restored to tranquility as the song drew to a close. Yet, it seemed that everything was only just beginning. P.S. I kindly request a prompt update. Thank you. Today, there were no writing difficulties. Haha. Chapter 80. Who Hurt Whom? The discounts brought by Su Can. As the music video reached its final second, a line of subtitles appeared at the bottom of the screen. The car launch event will be live-streamed tonight at 9 o'clock. All are welcome. Subsequently, the screen plunged into darkness. Yet, like falling snowflakes, the barrage of comments illuminated the screen once more. Why can't I see the road ahead despite the wipers clearing the rain? I particularly cherish the last line. Stop being a mess. Let love be pure. I have found peace. Wishing you happiness. Never to meet again. Suddenly, a different thought crossed my mind. While it seemed the boy had hurt the girl, what if it were the girl who had hurt the boy instead? I recalled an incident involving a friend of mine. One day, he drove his Volkswagen to discuss matters with his girlfriend. While parked outside her building, he noticed a girl getting out of an Audi with a man. The man embraced the girl and kissed her forehead. The lighting was dim, but my friend vaguely recognized that the girl's dress resembled that of his girlfriend. He approached and called out his girlfriend's name from behind the girl. When she turned around, it was indeed his girlfriend. My friend drove away, his mind blank, contemplating whether to chase the Audi, but he ultimately did not follow. Wow, the storyline of the music video seems to resonate remarkably with what happened to your friend. One commented, "What is the truth? Perhaps only Su Can knows," as he sang the song and directed the video. Brother, the way you narrate this incident feels intensely relatable. I seriously suspect that your friend is actually you. Another chimed in, I desperately seek the location where Su Can filmed this music video. I wish to pay homage there. It appears to be the Wumeng Mountain on the outskirts of Rongqing, relatively close to me. I plan to visit after watching the car launch event, replied another. Take me with you. I want to see Wumeng Mountain, the very place where Su Can shot the music video. The launch event at 9 o'clock was perfectly scheduled, providing us ample time to watch the music video 10 times over. As the netizens fervently discussed, they rewound the video to the beginning for another viewing. Although they had watched the video in its entirety, their excitement only intensified. This music video was simply breathtaking, leaving an enduring aftertaste even after completion. Firstly, regarding the music. Su Can's All the Way North, composed and sung by him, featured a captivating melody and vividly expressive lyrics, resonating profoundly with the audience. Secondly, the narrative depicted the poignant breakup between the boy and the girl, perfectly conveying the boy's deep love and the loneliness and sorrow that followed their separation, moving countless viewers to tears. The latter half of the narrative showcased the boys' racing scenes, particularly the shots of navigating the drainage ditch, which drove many viewers into a frenzy. Overall, this promotional video for the car was a resounding success, even within mere minutes of its release. It overshadowed the promotional videos of various automobile manufacturers. Furthermore, this video could also be regarded as the music video for All the Way North. From the perspective of a music video, its high quality undoubtedly surpassed all previous music videos. Beautiful melodies, powerful narratives, and exhilarating automotive performances leave an indelible mark on the hearts of all spectators. Consequently, after the audience has viewed it once, they instinctively click to watch it again, over and over. Meanwhile, the internet buzzes with trending topics. Sukan Journey North Tingda new car promotional video premieres online. I Journey North. Leaving a world without you. Qingmingshan car god Sukan navigates the drainage ditch. The trending topics proliferate. Within just half an hour, 5 of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo are related to this video. Fueled by the trends, an increasing number of netizens flock to view the video, quickly becoming captivated. As night falls at 9 o'clock, the live broadcast of Tingda's automobile launch formally commences. Countless viewers who have watched the music video surge into the live stream. And within mere seconds, the online audience surpasses 10 million. The sight of this figure sends waves of excitement among Tingda's executives, including President Wang in Hong Kong. It is crucial to note that this is an automobile launch, not merely an entertainment show. Other automotive manufacturers typically attract only hundreds of thousands of online viewers for their new car unveilings, with the highest reaching a mere million. Yet, Tingda's launch draws an audience tenfold that of its competitors. The executives fully understand the exaggerated nature of this phenomenon. It is solely due to the promotional music video created by Sukan. Millions of viewers are drawn in by Sukan's presence. Soon, the launch event officially begins. A Tingda executive takes the stage to present and explain the various performance parameters of the new vehicle. Some knowledgeable enthusiasts in the audience nod in agreement, acknowledging that this is indeed an exceptional car. However, the quality of a vehicle is significantly influenced by its price. A car valued at 150,000, sold for 100,000 is a top-tier vehicle. Conversely, a car valued at 80,000, sold for 100,000 is merely subpar. The pricing revelation is saved for the final segment. Following the vehicle presentation, it is time for the media to pose their questions. Yet, most inquiries are not directed toward the new car, but rather towards Sukan. Some ask how Tingda managed to enlist Sukan for the promotional music video. Others inquire about the nature of the relationship between the boy and girl in the music video and the reasons for their breakup. Some seek to know whether the white car driven by Sukan has been modified or if it is a factory model. A myriad of questions related to the music video overshadow the few serious inquiries concerning the new vehicle. It appears the attendees have forgotten that this is an automobile launch. Observing this situation, Tingda's representatives cannot help but marvel at how the fervor generated by Sukan eclipses the influence of the entire company. Nevertheless, they harbor no objections. Rather, they are elated. The excitement brought by Sukan is intricately tied to their new vehicle. Any viewer who has watched the music video will undoubtedly have a lasting impression of the white car featured within it. After a quarter of an hour of questions, the time arrives for the final pricing announcement. The executive originally intended to announce the prices according to the price list in hand when a staff member briskly approached the stage, presenting a new price list. Below, Mr. Wang observed the proceedings intently. This new price list had been freshly formulated by him. On stage, the executive scrutinized the new price list, his eyes narrowing slightly as he noted that each configuration's price had been reduced by 10,000 yuan. Most crucially, an extraordinary promotional event was also underway. As the executive remained momentarily silent, a ripple of restlessness swept through the audience. Clearing his throat, he quickly addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to unveil the final prices. There are 4 configurations: the base model at 130,000 yuan, the second tier at 150,000 yuan, the mid-tier at 170,000 yuan, and the high-end model at 180,000 yuan. Upon hearing these figures, countless spectators were captivated. For a purely electric sedan, such pricing was undeniably enticing. However, the executive had yet to conclude his announcement. Furthermore, there is a special promotional offer. Anyone who can demonstrate the drainage ditch cornering technique and record a complete video will receive an additional discount of 20,000 yuan. As this statement echoed, millions of online viewers widened their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the news. Could it be that mastering the drainage ditch cornering technique would secure an extra 20,000 yuan discount? This meant that the base model could be acquired for just 110,000 yuan. Such a price was within reach for the vast majority of young people in Huaxia. Moreover, comparable models from other manufacturers hovered around the 150,000 yuan mark. The online audience erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 81. Prohibition on Chongming Mountain. This song is truly heart-wrenching. Following the announcement of the price, the press conference concluded. Meanwhile, the promotional music video filmed by Sukan had already surpassed 30 million views. Suddenly, the view count skyrocketed, increasing by 1 million in mere moments. 30 million, 50 million, 70 million, 100 million. Within half an hour, the view count exceeded 100 million. Countless netizens clutched their phones, their eyes nearly glued to the screens. They meticulously analyzed the video, eager to glean Sukan's extraordinary technique for maneuvering through turns. At 2 o'clock in the morning, on the outskirts of Rongqing, cars whizzed by, all heading in the same direction, toward Wumeng Mountain. Among them was the black vehicle driven by a young man with yellow hair. Goodness, so many cars? He had been coming here nearly every night for a run along the mountain roads at this hour. Yet he had never witnessed such a congregation of vehicles. Nevertheless, the young man had a fair understanding of the situation. Firstly, after watching Sukan's music video, numerous netizens were eager to experience this site where the remarkable turning technique was demonstrated, akin to a pilgrimage to a sacred place. Secondly, due to the Qinghua company's automobile launch event, those who could master the turning technique would receive a discount of 20,000 yuan. Driven by these two factors, countless netizens began to yearn for Wumeng Mountain. As the city closest to Wumeng Mountain, Rongqing naturally saw a surge of people heading to the outskirts. The young man, intrigued by Digda's new car, well-equipped and attractively priced, considered purchasing it. However, after much deliberation, he ultimately decided against it. His black vehicle had raced alongside Sukan, although defeated. It was a moment of glory he cherished. He had come to regard this car as a comrade. After driving for approximately half an hour, he was nearing Wumeng Mountain when he suddenly noticed a traffic police officer blocking the road ahead. As he approached, the officer tapped on his window and instructed him to turn back. Access to Wumeng Mountain was prohibited tonight. With a sense of resignation, the young man nodded in agreement. Indeed, with so many vehicles attempting to ascend, the situation could be perilous. In the event of an accident, rescue vehicles would struggle to reach the scene. Realizing that he might not be able to visit Wumeng Mountain this month, he sighed and turned his vehicle around in the open area ahead, joining the procession back toward Rongqing. Although the opportunity to demonstrate the turning technique came with a 20,000 yuan discount, most prospective car buyers were self-aware. Mastery of this driving skill required rigorous training. Otherwise, it was nearly unattainable and could easily damage the vehicle. Perhaps only professional race car drivers could readily grasp this technique. For those without a car, practicing the skill was even more impractical. Consequently, many opted to purchase vehicles outright. Within half an hour following the conclusion of the automobile launch event, the initial orders for Tigda's new cars surpassed 500,000, with white vehicles accounting for a staggering 70% of the total. The traditional automotive color palette predominantly features white and black, primarily due to manufacturers' desire for convenience. However, in a bid to capture the market traditionally held by conventional vehicles, electric vehicle manufacturers have significantly expanded their color offerings. The latest model from Qinghua Company boasts an impressive array of 9 colors. Typically, the purchase of white vehicles is not particularly common. Yet, astonishingly, among 500,000 consumers, 350,000 have opted for white cars. This statistic is quite alarming. It appears that these purchasers were profoundly influenced by the music video created by Sukan, which showcased the allure of white vehicles. As time progresses, the popularity of this music video is expected to soar, consequently increasing the number of consumers choosing white cars. In response, Chairman Wang of Qinghua Company decisively instructed that future production should see white cars comprise 60% of their output. At this moment, Chairman Wang felt immense gratitude towards Sukan, for it was through him that their automotive industry flourished. Simultaneously, a unique automotive door sticker suddenly appeared for sale on various e-commerce platforms. The sticker bore a simple yet poignant phrase, "I journey northward, leaving behind the season of you." This line, drawn from Sukan's song Journey Northward, exuded a powerful essence of youthful heartbreak. Countless online shoppers were instantly captivated by this sticker. It quickly sold out. Consequently, all e-commerce vendors began working overtime to produce more of the sticker. The sticker industry experienced an astonishing surge in vitality, thanks to the impact of Sukan's music video. After 3 days of momentum, Sukan's song Journey Northward had already resonated throughout the vast expanse of China. In a high school in the magical city of Shanghai, today marked the school's cultural performance festival. Next on stage was student Li Hao, who was set to perform Journey Northward. As the host concluded their introduction, a boy walked onto the stage, his face radiating confidence. Standing under the spotlight, His peripheral vision caught sight of a sweet and charming girl in the audience, his secret crush. Just yesterday, he had surreptitiously glanced at her phone and discovered that she had listened to Journey Northward over 100 times. Thus, he decisively changed his performance piece to Journey Northward. He had also devised a plan. Upon completing the song, he would seize the opportunity to confess his feelings to her. At that moment, his heart brimmed with sweet fantasies of a successful confession. As the accompaniment began to play, the boy adjusted his demeanor and commenced singing, "The World in the Rearview Mirror." Goodbyes growing ever more distant. You turn away. Your profile remains beautiful. I pursue you with my gaze, only to hear your tears. As he sang, during a brief interlude, he glanced down and felt a jolt. There, in the corner, he saw the girl sharing a secret kiss with his best friend, who also harbored a fondness for Journey Northward. In that instant, clarity washed over him. Yet, he could not contain his tears as they flowed freely. The audience, witnessing this poignant scene, was deeply moved. His performance had been so heartfelt. As the final notes of the song lingered in the air, the boy's eyes were tinged with a hint of crimson. Amidst the resounding applause from the audience, he descended the stage with swift steps. The cultural performance gala drew to a close, and the boy emerged victorious with his rendition of Journey to the North. However, as he accepted his award, an expression of somber silence enveloped his features. Perhaps, for many years to come, every time he hears Journey to the North, he will be reminded of this poignant moment. For him, this song carries an unbearable weight of sorrow. Chapter 82. The Pressure Brought by Su Can. 10 million reward. After completing the promotional music video for Qinghua Motors, Su Can found himself momentarily at leisure. He had previously recorded the electronic version of Journey North and, following the release of the music video, uploaded it to various music platforms the next day. The song swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the charts, claiming the top position on the Hot Songs list. The second and third spots were occupied by Su Can's earlier releases, Map of Mountains and Rivers and Fate's Bridge. The chart consisted of only 30 songs, and all of Su Can's released works were included. For those artists fixated on the Hot Songs list, Su Can loomed overhead like a dense, oppressive cloud, nearly suffocating them. However, under the weight of Su Can's success, many Mandarin singers had recently produced a number of high-quality songs, several of which were inspired by his works. Though these were imitations, the current landscape was a significant improvement compared to the stagnant state of the Mandarin music industry in the past. One morning, Su Can awoke to receive a call from Wang Kan. It had been a week since the release of the Qinghua Motors promotional video. "Hello, Su Can. I've been completely swamped this week due to the MV you shot, but I truly appreciate your efforts," Wang Song expressed, his voice brimming with gratitude. As a young heir, he usually enjoyed a leisurely schedule, which allowed him to travel to Rongqing to collaborate with Su Can on the MV. However, this week, the overwhelming demand for the new car models had compelled even him to work tirelessly. Now that he finally had a moment to breathe, he reached out to Su Can. "No need for thanks. Ensuring the quality of the new cars is the greatest gratitude you could offer me," Su Can replied earnestly. This was Su Can's first foray into advertising a product, and he felt a significant psychological burden. Many online users had been prompted to purchase Qinghua's new vehicles due to his MV, and he felt responsible if the quality did not meet expectations. "Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to guarantee the quality of the new cars, and we will also provide reliable after-sales service," Wang Song assured him, patting his chest in commitment. "That is good to hear. What brings you to contact me today?" Su Can inquired. "Haha, it's a matter of great importance. Remember the first payment I made to you? Today, I'm here to provide the second payment." "Oh," Su Can nodded, his eyes reflecting intrigue. Previously, Qinghua had transferred 500,000 yuan as the first payment. He had anticipated it would take at least another month for the second payment to arrive, which was linked to the promotional success of the MV. As Wang Song paused for a few seconds, seemingly to build suspense, he finally revealed, "The second payment is 10 million yuan. 10 million yuan? Su Can was taken aback by this figure, as it represented the largest sum he had ever received. "Su Can, the MV you created is worth 10 million. Feel free to accept it without hesitation," Wang Song asserted sincerely. In fact, given Qinghua's performance over the past week, a remuneration of 5 million would have been quite reasonable. However, both Mr. Wang and Wang Song firmly believe that, in the long run, the value of this music video far exceeds 5 million. Furthermore, considering Su Can's personal worth, he is currently in a phase of ascendance. Achieving such accomplishments at a young age hints at an extraordinarily promising future. Thus, both individuals aspire to cultivate a favorable relationship with Su Can, and after some deliberation, they decided to double the remuneration. "All right, I shall accept, Su Kan nodded. He recognized the enduring value of the song Journey North, which, even after many years, will continue to resonate. Its promotional impact for Qingda Automobile will yield long-lasting and profound effects. Su Kan, in addition to the second payment, there is an extra reward. You may present a request to Qingda Company. As long as it is within our capacity, we shall endeavor to fulfill it. And I also hope for more opportunities for collaboration in the future. A request? Upon hearing this, Su Kan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After completing the task of winning the national singing competition among the top 100 universities, he had received a film element and had long sought an opportunity to utilize it. This prompted him to accept the project for Qingda Company's automotive promotional music video. By leveraging Qingda Company's extensive network of cinemas nationwide, he could easily premiere an animated film. If that is the case, I indeed have a matter for which I seek your assistance. I possess an animated film that I wish to screen through your cinemas. An animated film? Which company produced it? Wang Song inquired with curiosity. In this era, animated films are a burgeoning novelty, with few domestic production companies specializing in them. It is not a company. It is a project created by myself and a group of like-minded friends. Su Kan initially intended to claim sole authorship but recognized that an animated film typically requires a team years of effort, thus he opted to fabricate a collective. A makeshift crew? Wang Song squinted, incredulous. This is an animated film, after all. Considering the multitude of professional film companies in the country that struggle to produce a blockbuster animated feature, could Su Kan and a few friends truly manage it? Moreover, Su Kan has been dedicated to his music career. Where would he find the time to create an animated film? Despite his skepticism regarding the viability of Su Kan's animated project, Wang Song endeavored to accommodate him. Su Kan, how about this? Please send me the animated film first. We will form a team to evaluate it, and once we have the assessment results, we will inform you. If the quality of the animated film meets our standards, I will do my utmost to assist you with its release. However, if the quality falls short, I must regretfully decline. As screening an animated film requires accountability to both the company and the audience. All right, I will send it to you shortly. Please keep it confidential. Su Kan agreed. Rest assured, we are aware of the importance of protecting intellectual property, Wang Song assured him. After a brief exchange, they ended the call. Which animated film should I choose? Su Kan pondered aloud. In his previous life, there were many outstanding animated films. The film element he possessed could be exchanged for both domestic and international productions, providing Su Kan with a plethora of options for his animated film endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, Su Kan resolved to exchange for a domestic animated film. On one hand, domestic animated films possess distinctive cultural characteristics that can, to a certain extent, promote national culture. On the other hand, foreign animated films often feature characters that may incite controversy. Reflecting on this, Su Kan recalled several animated films and swiftly settled on one, Big Fish Beonia. This animated film had been a colossal success in his previous life, grossing over 500 million after 2 theatrical releases. Prior to its premiere, Big Fish Beonia had already garnered all domestic awards through its trailers, as well as multiple international accolades. The film not only boasts exceptional viewing pleasure, but also holds immense artistic value. Furthermore, the film's theme song, Big Fish, is an extraordinarily remarkable piece. Having won numerous music awards, including the top 10 golden songs at the Asian New Song Chart and the top 10 golden songs at the Eastern Wind Cloud Chart. Whether considering the film itself or its accompanying music, this cinematic work is truly commendable. System, exchange for Big Fish Beonia. Su Kan communicated with the system in his mind. Ding. One film component has been converted into the movie Big Fish Beonia. As the system's voice resonated, the complete script of Big Fish Beonia and every scene from the film materialized in Su Kan's mind. It also included the sheet music for all the songs featured in the film. After absorbing the additional content, Su Kan took out the USB drive previously gifted by the system and plugged it into his computer. Indeed, the original files of the film appeared. Su Kan watched the film briefly, noting that the plot was identical to that of his previous life. However, there was one significant alteration. All the live vocal performances in the film had been transformed to Su Kan's own vocal timbre. This was quite an intelligent modification. He then proceeded to email the original film file to Wang Kong. Chapter 83, Big Fish Beonia. Movie Trailer. Beijing, headquarters of Qingda Company. After concluding a phone call with Su Kan, Wang Song entered the office of Chairman Wang. Dad, I just discussed the remuneration with Su Kan, and he made a request. Oh, what request? Chairman Wang looked up from his work, somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that Sukin would defer this request, yet it came forth so swiftly. Sukin wishes for our national cinema chain to assist in the release of an animated film he and a group of friends have produced. An amateur endeavor, I suppose. An animated film? Chairman Wang was momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, he took a sip from the cup on his desk. You didn't agree to him? Did you? No. I asked Sukin to present the animated film for our review first. If it's well made, Chairman Wang nodded appreciatively. Releasing a film is no trivial matter. With so many cinemas nationwide, the cost of releasing a film can reach several tens of millions. While they agreed that Sukin could make a request, a demand of that magnitude warrants careful consideration. Furthermore, the film must pass the scrutiny of the Film Association. Our cinema chain cannot decide unilaterally. In short, it is an intricate process. At that moment, Wang Song's phone suddenly chimed with a new message. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Sukin. After reading the message, he abruptly looked at Chairman Wang. Dad, Sukin has sent the animated film. So soon. Chairman Wang pondered for a moment. Call over the core executives responsible for the cinema chain. We shall view this animated film together. Understood. Wang Song promptly went to summon them. 15 minutes later, in the conference room, the curtains had been drawn, and the large electronic screen at the front of the conference table was activated, with Wang Song operating it. Chairman Wang conversed with the arriving executives. I have gathered you here to review an animated film. Should the film earn our collective approval, we will proceed with the release preparations. After speaking, Chairman Wang fell silent. Although the executives were filled with curiosity, they could only endure and wait until the film was screened. Under Wang Song's guidance, the film commenced. Everyone began to watch in silence. The opening scene depicted a vast blue ocean, with a boy sinking beneath the waves, accompanied by a series of voiceovers. The narrative began to unfold. Nearly 2 hours passed, during which the executives were completely engrossed, occasionally nodding in astonishment. Meanwhile, Chairman Wang and Wang Song exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief and shock. Is this truly an animated film created by Sukin? The quality is simply unparalleled, especially the segment featuring a song. Reminiscent of a siren's haunting melody, it was regrettable that it was only a snippet. Overall, whether in animation or music, it was of the highest caliber in the country. Both Chairman Wang and Wang Song were well-versed in film, given their company's long-standing involvement in the cinema industry. From the perspective of two professionals in the film industry, this movie is truly exceptional and undoubtedly deserves a nationwide release. After the screening, the executives present eagerly turned to Mr. Wang. Where did you find this animated film? It's absolutely captivating, they exclaimed. This film is definitely ready for release and is bound to become a tremendous hit. The soundtrack is delightful, with one particular song sending shivers down my spine. I agree. The vocals belong to Sukin. Perhaps he composed a new song for this film, another added. I can't help but feel that domestic animation studios could never produce something of this caliber. Did you perhaps collaborate with an international company? Let us expedite the release of this animated film. As Mr. Wang listened to the enthusiastic chatter of the executives, he felt reassured that they all endorsed the film. At that moment, he raised his hand to silence the room. Everyone, this animated film was created by Sukin and his group of friends. Please commence preparations for its release. Submit it for review and promote it vigorously so we can launch it as soon as possible. Throughout the screening, Mr. Wang had already resolved to allocate all company resources for the film's release. From a commercial standpoint, this movie is destined to be a blockbuster, promising substantial profits for the company. He suddenly realized that if Sukin were to propose a collaboration on this animated film, he would certainly agree. This indicated that Sukin had overlooked an opportunity to make a request. Alternatively, perhaps Sukin did not require any assistance from Tongda Company. He had always regarded Tongda as an equal partner. What a remarkable mindset. At this juncture, the executives were left in awe upon hearing Mr. Wang's introduction. Their expressions filled with disbelief. This animated film was not created by a renowned film company but by Sukin and his friends. Is that really true? How could a film made by one individual be so visually stunning? Mr. Wang then turned to Wang Song, instructing him to communicate with Sukin regarding the film's release, emphasizing the importance of treating this matter with utmost seriousness. Oh, and please inquire if Sukin's friends are interested in joining Tongda Company. We offer very attractive benefits. Understood. Wang Song nodded, his expression brimming with excitement. This animated film is a testament to Sukin and his friends' extraordinary talents in filmmaking. If this team were brought into Tongda Company and nurtured, they could potentially create more masterpieces beyond just Big Fish Beonia. Wang Song left the conference room and returned to his office, promptly calling Sukin. Hello, Sukan. We have confirmed the approval for your film and will assist in its release. Okay, Sukin replied nonchalantly. This is Big Fish Beonia. Unless the folks at Qingda have a change of heart, they will certainly support the release. Sukan. Do your friends who worked on the film have any interest in joining Qingda Company? We offer very generous compensation. I'm afraid not. Sukin smiled helplessly. It was a creation of his imagination. His friends each cherished their own vocations, viewing filmmaking merely as a delightful pastime rather than a profession. Very well, Wang Song responded, disappointment flickering across his face, though he understood that talented individuals often possess their own quirks. He continued, what is the name of your friend's team? We will need it for the promotion. Dream Chasers, the Dream Chasers team, Sukin replied. Excellent, Wang Song nodded, appreciating the name. Do you have any thoughts regarding the film's promotion? Ever since Sukin had directed the car advertisement, Wang Song had been convinced of his exceptional talent in promotional endeavors. Well, Sukin pondered for a moment before replying. My idea is to first release a promotional trailer online, which I will produce, followed by a live-streamed film launch event, culminating in a theatrical release. That sounds splendid, Wang Song exclaimed, nodding vigorously. By the way, regarding the film's revenue sharing, I will find an opportunity to discuss it with you in person. At that moment, Wang Song suddenly recalled something and couldn't help but inquire, Sukan. Was that song you sang in the film your new composition? Indeed, the new song is titled Big Fish. I will perform the complete version during the film's launch event. That's fantastic, Wang Song exclaimed, pumping his fist. Ever since he had heard that haunting melody in the film, it had lingered in his mind. He recognized the song's immense allure, understanding that it would undoubtedly serve as an effective promotional tool. Subsequently, the two ended their call. Sukin planned to extract a 30-second segment from the film for the promotional trailer, accompanied by the song Big Fish. He then busied himself, first locating a recording studio to lay down the electronic version of Big Fish, and then began editing the promotional trailer. Once completed, he sent the trailer to Wang Kong Promotion. After all, necessitated substantial resources, and entrusting it to Qingda Company would alleviate much of the burden. Upon receiving the trailer, Wang Song immediately commenced generating buzz for the film. That very evening, Qingda Company's official accounts across various platforms released an announcement. Sukan and the Dream Chasers team are collaborating on the film Big Fish and the Coral, coming soon. Accompanying this announcement was a 30-second video, which began to spread at an astonishing pace. In the video, countless netizens were captivated by the siren-like melody that sent shivers down their spines. P.S. A gentle nudge for updates. Thank you. Chapter 84, A Fragment of Song. The most scorned official announcement in history. Ever since Qingda Company collaborated with Sukan for a promotional campaign for their new vehicle, their official account has amassed a staggering number of followers, surpassing 10 million. Consequently, upon the release of this new update from Qingda, it immediately captured the attention of countless netizens. As they flocked to the post, a tempest of emotions stirred within them upon reading the text. What is this? Sukan has produced a film titled Big Fish Beonia? Who exactly is this Dream Pursuit team? I've never heard of them. Is there even a film company by that name in the country? It seems to be a small studio, but with Sukan involved, there is still room for optimism. His previous work, the music video for Northward, clearly showcases his innate talent for filmmaking. However, that was merely a 5-minute short. A feature film typically runs for at least an hour and a half. Perhaps Sukan simply wishes to explore something different. Expectations should be tempered. Yet the film is worth a watch. As discussions unfolded, viewers clicked on the video linked to the post. The first scene revealed a colossal fish soaring through the sky. Instantly, netizens connected it to the mythical creature from Chinese folklore, the Kuan, just as they were mesmerized by the image of this magnificent fish gliding through the heavens. A haunting melody filled the air. The silent waves deeply engulfed the night, flowing through the corners at the edge of the sky. The great fish swims through the crevices of dreams, gazing upon your slumbering silhouette. Behold the seamless horizon of sea and sky. Listen to the wind rise and clouds fall. Hand in hand, we dispel the vast misty waves. The wings of the great fish are already too boundless. I released the tether of time. The moment the song began, netizens were momentarily stunned, a chill coursing through their bodies. What is this haunting melody? Why does it evoke such an ethereal sensation, as if one were listening to music amidst the vast ocean? From the timbre of the voice, they recognized it was indeed Sukan. Yet, they were intimately familiar with every song he had released, each having been played over 100 times. Then it dawned on them, this was a new composition created by Sukan for the film. just as they were ready to immerse themselves in the experience. The melody abruptly ceased. What is happening? The screen has gone dark just as the anticipation heightened. It was then they noticed that the promotional video had a mere 30-second duration, while a typical song lasts 3 to 4 minutes. No wonder they could only catch a snippet of the song. However, the purpose of the promotional clip became immediately clear. My goodness, this is an animated film. How on earth did Su Kan and that Dream Pursuit team manage to create this? It is utterly astonishing. Su Kan's talent is truly formidable. Yet, what has to deal with the song? Why is there only this brief excerpt? Darn it. Such teasing. Qinghua Company is being utterly unscrupulous. How infuriating. Dog. Although I am not human, the official account truly behaves like a dog. It is utterly infuriating to have missed the most crucial part. I regret purchasing the new white car from Tinda. The audacity to only play the beginning of the song. How is this different from those authors who leave their online novels in disarray? I beseech you all. Release the full version of the song. It is evident that Tinda orchestrated this to compel us to go to the cinema for the complete experience. The 30-second movie clip is quite captivating, and combined with that spine-tingling melody, I feel it is absolutely essential to watch it in theaters. The only issue is, when is it premiering? No date has been mentioned, merely a promotional video. Let us wait. I sense new information will be forthcoming soon. After watching the 30-second movie trailer, the online community erupted with excitement. They vociferously condemned the official account of Tinda while simultaneously yearning for the latest updates on the film. Meanwhile, Su Kan was also watching the freshly released trailer. Upon seeing the comment section filled with vitriol directed at the official account, he felt fortunate to have entrusted the trailer's release to Tinda. Otherwise, the criticism would likely have fallen upon him. On the other hand, the colleagues at Tinda responsible for the film's release were diligently engaged in their tasks, everything progressing smoothly. President Wang and Wang Song were monitoring the film's burgeoning online popularity. In the office, the two opened their computers and navigated to the trending topics, only to discover that 4 of the top 10 were related to the film. Su Kan Dream Team collaborate on the film Big Fish Beonia 30 Seconds of Melody, the most condemned official account. Tinda Su Kan creates a new song for the film The Mysterious Dream Team gazing at the online trends. President Wang and Wang Song beamed with delight. The buzz generated by this post exceeded their expectations. After all, aside from the 30-second trailer, there was nothing else, no plot synopsis, no release date. Yet, despite this, netizens still showed their enthusiasm. Wang Song scrolled down to Tinda's official account, where he noticed that the post, which had been up for less than half an hour, had amassed astonishing engagement. Views, 12. 52 million likes, 10. 23 million comments, 2. 32 million shares, 1. 14 million. Even though both had prepared themselves for such a response, they were still taken aback by the figures. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the profound shock mirrored in the other's eyes. They understood that this staggering traffic was entirely attributable to Su Kan. Given that no prior promotional efforts had been made, one could only say that Su Kan's popularity was truly formidable. Son, let us see what the commenters are saying, President Wang expressed, wishing to gauge the audience's expectations for the film. All right, Wang Song replied, clicking into the comment section. The two leaned in, their eyes glued to the screen. The comments with the highest likes are all criticisms of the Qinghua Company. Some deride the company for tantalizing their audience, while others condemn them for their unprofessional conduct. The variety of remarks is indeed peculiar and diverse. Although the content of these comments may evoke some embarrassment, the two individuals, unperturbed, find themselves chuckling at the spectacle. After all, such comments generate genuine engagement. While they peruse the remarks, a knock sounds at the office door. Come in, calls out President Wang. A colleague from the company enters. President Wang, the review for Big Fish Beonia has been completed. We can now arrange the film's premiere and its release date. Excellent. President Wang nods, then turns to Wang Kong. It is essential that Su Kan attends the premiere. Please extend an invitation to him and ensure that his flight and accommodations are arranged. Upon hearing this, a look of hesitation crosses Wang Song's face. Dad, when I last visited Rongqing, Su Kan mentioned he has no plans to leave for the time being. He will be graduating in half a month. Graduation is imminent. President Wang realizes, recalling that Su Kan is merely a fourth-year student on the verge of completing his studies. Recently, he had unconsciously started to regard Su Kan as a prominent celebrity. Since Su Kan cannot attend, then you shall go to Rongqing and hold the film premiere there. Additionally, discuss the profit-sharing arrangement with Su Kan. President Wang entrusts the entire matter to Wang Kong. Understood. Wang Song agrees with a nod. They both comprehend that while anyone may be absent from the premiere, it is imperative that Su Qin is present. Chapter 85. The film box office revenue split. Live conference. 2 days hence, a plane took off from Yanjing and, after half a day's journey, landed smoothly in Rongqing. Wang Tsong, accompanied by his colleagues, disembarked and proceeded to the hotel they had reserved. He had already confirmed with Su Qin that the film's press conference would take place the following day, and the pertinent details had been disseminated across the internet. Soon, the time arrived for the next day. The venue for the press conference was an elegant 5-star hotel auditorium in Rongqing, capable of accommodating 500 attendees. At this moment, a multitude of hotel staff were busy setting up professional audio equipment and live streaming devices on the stage. According to reliable sources, Su Qin was slated to perform a new song written for the film during the press conference. Consequently, the hotel executives placed great emphasis on the event, personally overseeing the installation of the equipment. The live broadcast of the press conference was scheduled for 8 in the evening. At 6 o'clock, Su Qin arrived at the hotel with the recently released Little Fatty to enjoy a complimentary dinner. Wang Tsong was also present. To honor Wang Tsong and Su Qin, the hotel chef had prepared an extravagant feast, replete with a sumptuous array of dishes. Wang Tsong and Little Fatty indulged heartily, while Su Qin merely sampled a few bites, mindful of his upcoming performance. After their appetites were sated, Wang Tsong broached the matter at hand. Su Qin, let us discuss the revenue-sharing arrangement for the film. Of course, typically, film revenue is split 50-50 between the cinema and the production company. In this case, the production team comprises only you and the Dream Chaser team. Essentially, it is a division between our company, Tengda, and you along with the Dream Chaser team. I represent the Dream Chaser team entirely. Su Qin possessed a certain understanding of the industry's norms, recognizing that cinema houses significantly influence a film's release. Some even engage in a 60-40 split, with the cinemas claiming the lion's share of the profits. Wang Tsong nodded, noting the strong rapport Su Qin shared with the Dream Chaser team. Thus, it was akin to a revenue split between Tengda and Su Qin. Having collaborated previously, we are prepared to concede a portion of the profits. A 60-40 split, 60% for you, 40 for us. What say you? 60-40. Upon hearing this, Su Qin felt a measure of surprise. They were indeed offering a considerable concession, relinquishing a full 10% of the revenue. If the film's box office takings reached 100 million, it would mean Tengda was foregoing 10 million yuan. Nevertheless, given Wang Tsong's proposal, Su Qin accepted it with equanimity, knowing that even with a 40% share, Tengda would still reap substantial profits. Meanwhile, Little Fatty, engrossed in the meal, was eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon hearing the 60-40 split between Su Qin and Tengda, he perceived the company as somewhat stingy. After all, this film was a creation of Su Qin and the Dream Chaser team. Tengda had contributed nothing to its production. As for the elusive Dream Chaser team, Little Fatty had inquired about them multiple times, yet Su Qin remained reticent, merely stating that the members preferred to remain out of the public eye. Little Fatty refrained from further comment. He had accompanied them primarily to enjoy the meal and focused solely on the culinary delights before him. Here's to a fruitful collaboration, Su Qin proclaimed, raising his glass. Wang Tsong and Little Fatty followed suit, and the three clinked their glasses together, downing their drinks in unison. Wang Tsong and Xiaopeng indulged in wine, while Su Qin opted for plain water, striving to maintain his vocal condition. Noticing that time was still on their side, the trio decided to linger at the dining table, where the hotel graciously provided post-meal fruits. Both Wang Tsong and Xiaopeng, seasoned gaming enthusiasts, began exchanging insights on their favorite games, while Su Qin pondered the potential earnings from his film. In his previous life, the box office revenue of Big Fish Beonia was approximately 500 million yuan. Should they achieve the same milestone this time, it would mean a personal gain of 300 million yuan for Su Qin, a staggering sum in his current context. The question of how to spend such wealth loomed large. Previously, Su Qin had intended to purchase an apartment in Chengdu upon graduation, a feasible plan given his considerable fortune. However, now he contemplated acquiring property in a different city. The first place that came to mind was Beijing. Given his future aspirations, it seemed prudent to establish a permanent residence there, making life considerably more convenient. Moreover, investing in real estate in Beijing would be wise, especially since it was 2007 and property prices had yet to surge, though an increase was inevitable in the following year. In addition, Su Qin envisioned utilizing this capital to establish a company. Over the past couple of months, his rising fame had led to an influx of calls from various companies and media outlets, which had become increasingly overwhelming. He urgently required assistance to manage these affairs, making the establishment of a company to handle his matters a necessity. With sufficient funds at his disposal, he could prioritize this endeavor post-graduation. At that moment, Sukin glanced at Xiao Pang, who was animatedly conversing with Wang Kong. Xiao Pang possessed a particular knack for social interactions, effortlessly navigating conversations even with someone as distinct as Wang Kong. When the time came, he could bring Xiao Pang into the company, thereby aiding his friend in tackling the pressing issue of employment for university graduates. As time slipped away, it swiftly approached 7:30 p.m. In the grand hall of the hotel, all attendees had gathered. Besides Su Kan and the representatives from Tengda Company, many figures from the entertainment industry in Chengdu were also present, surrounding Su Kan and engaging him in lively conversation. They had long desired to make his acquaintance, drawn by his evident talent and the significance it held for their pursuits. Furthermore, the recent close collaborations between Su Kan and Tengda Company hinted at a promising relationship, which could benefit their future endeavors significantly. Sukin was well aware that this group sought to connect with him for ulterior motives, and he merely engaged in superficial pleasantries. As the conversations flowed, half an hour swiftly elapsed. The live broadcast of the film release event commenced. The audience settled into silence, their attention fixed ahead. Simultaneously, the live stream began, drawing nearly 10 million viewers in an instant, with the barrage of comments skyrocketing. Sofa. Sofa. The fire tongs Luming. My great sword is already eager and restless. I can hardly contain my excitement to hear Su Kan's melodious voice. I release the grasp of time, pondering what the next line might be. Who can enlighten me? I fervently hope that the film's press conference will announce the release date, as I am eager to secure a ticket for the very first screening. Amidst the lively discussions of netizens, a stunning female host graced the stage of the grand auditorium. Dear audience, good evening. Welcome to the press conference for the film Big Fish Beonia, she proclaimed. Now, let us warmly welcome the film's producer, Su Kan. The host turned her gaze to the side of the stage, leading the applause. The sound of clapping reverberated throughout the venue. Su Kan swiftly ascended the stage, offering a slight bow in gratitude. Together with the dream-chasing team, Su Kan has crafted this cinematic masterpiece and has even composed a new song for the film. Now, let us invite Su Kan to perform the film's theme song, Big Fish. Chapter 86. The Enchanting Melody of the Great Fish. Upon hearing the host announce the title of the song, all the spectators were instantly filled with anticipation. They had just discovered that the exquisite melody was named The Great Fish. Though the title is simple, it evokes boundless imagination. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, and the barrage of comments in the live stream began to flourish. The Great Fish, what a splendid title. In the vast expanse of Chinese culture, fish can be both minuscule and colossal, from a mere millimeter to something that obscures the sky. In the North Sea, there exists a fish known as kuan, whose size is beyond comprehension, stretching thousands of miles. A memory of a cherished friend came to mind. The film titled Big Fish Beonia features this song, tailored specifically for it. At last, the audience was about to experience the entire piece. One could hardly fathom the auditory delight that awaited. Inside the Grand Hotel Auditorium, after the host introduced the song performed by Su Kan, he gracefully exited the stage. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and beams of blue light illuminated the hall, transforming it into a mesmerizing oceanic realm. At that moment, the music began, cascading like a gentle stream. Instantly, the audience became entranced, their expressions reflecting sheer awe. The 30-second promotional clip from the film had only offered a snippet of the song, devoid of any prelude. Thus, this was the audience's first true encounter with the introduction of the Great Fish. It was utterly enchanting. As the rhythm swayed, Su Kan lifted the microphone and sang. The silent waves submerged the night deeply, flowing over the corners at the edge of the sky. The great fish swims through the seams of dreams, gazing upon your slumbering silhouette. Su Kan's voice possessed a magical allure, drawing the audience into a fantastical realm. At this moment, they felt as though they were immersed in an oceanic world. The night descended like a thick curtain, gently enveloping the entire universe. The waves appeared particularly tranquil under this dusky sky, surging silently forward, gradually submerging the profound darkness of the night. Amidst this dreamlike twilight, a magnificent fish glided silently, weaving through the gaps of dreams and reality. The song was beautiful. The visuals were breathtaking. The audience was utterly captivated. In the front row, Xiao Pang stared blankly at Su Kan on stage. Despite their familiarity, this was his first time witnessing Su Kan's live performance. He was thoroughly astonished by the sheer power of Su Can's voice. It was truly spine-tingling. Su Can's voice continued to resonate, beholding the seamless horizon of sea and sky, listening to the wind rise and the rainfall. Hand in hand, we dispersed the vast, misty waves. The wings of the great fish have grown too boundless. I released the tether of time. Under the spell of Su Can's enchanting melody, the auditorium fell into an extraordinary silence. Everyone was hushed, even their breaths barely audible. Such a sublime voice demanded that no hint of discord mar the beauty of the moment. On this occasion, Su Can's melodious voice transported them to the seaside. As far as the eye could see, the sky and the ocean converged at a distant horizon, where the sun gently bathed the water's surface in a shimmering glow. Suddenly, the sound of the wind brushing past their ears filled the air. The audience couldn't help but twitch their noses, as if they could perceive the salty, refreshing essence of the sea breeze. Moreover, the sudden patter of raindrops intermingled with the sky and the ocean, creating an ethereal tapestry of misty poetry. At that moment, two figures emerged from the imagery conjured by the song. They stood hand in hand by the shore, gazing into the vast, hazy waves ahead. Above the indistinct waters, the wings of a great fish flickered in and out of view, as if yearning to soar to distant realms. As they beheld this scene, the audience realized that the two individuals might soon part ways. Indeed, the next line of the song, "I released the tether of time," unveiled the truth. One among them let go of the ties to the past, allowing everything to drift away with the wind. Upon hearing this, a subtle sense of melancholy swept over the audience. The atmosphere in the venue tightened palpably. Simultaneously, they speculated that the figures in the song were likely characters from the film Big Fish Beonia. Curiosity ignited within the audience regarding the reason behind their impending separation. At that moment, the melody of the song took a sudden turn, soaring higher. The audience's eyes sparkled as they turned their gaze towards Su Can. The forthcoming segment promised to be the emotional pinnacle of the chorus. Afraid you might fly away. Afraid you might depart from me. More terrified that you might remain here forever. Every tear flows toward you, reversing into the depths of the sky's ocean. Boom. As the first line resonated, the audience's minds went blank, as if their souls had been extracted by the enchanting melody. Subsequently, goosebumps erupted across their skin. For this was no mere human voice. It was otherworldly, transcending the barriers of space, resonating directly within their minds. Even their scalps began to tingle, and the very tips of their hair felt electrified. In that moment, they recalled a mythical creature from lore, the siren. Su Can's voice, indeed, echoed like that of a siren, possessing an enchanting power that captivated the heart. They were akin to humans ensnared by the sea, drawn ever deeper into the abyss by Su Can's haunting song, unable to escape. At this very moment, propelled by the crescendo of the chorus, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room ignited with fervor. I was entranced, covered in goosebumps. I am utterly enamored by his voice, completely defenseless against it. A declaration of love for Su Can erupted from the audience. What a celestial being he is. Su Can, I proclaim you. Words fail to convey the shock of experiencing this song. It transcends earthly melodies. Perhaps in a past life, Su Can was a deity sent to rescue us. Based solely on this song, Big Fish Beonia, I am irrevocably captivated. Just a single segment of the chorus rendered millions of viewers in the live stream utterly enchanted. They fervently inundated the screen with comments. Simultaneously, the number of live viewers in the streaming room experienced a dramatic surge, surpassing a staggering 20 million. It is worth noting that at the onset of the broadcast, the viewer count hovered around 10 million. Now it has doubled. Furthermore, due to this song, they have developed a profound interest in the film Big Fish Beonia. These individuals represent a substantial potential audience for the movie. Chapter 87, The Final Serenade. The Siren. He has arrived. In the front row of the guest seats, Wang Tsong, along with those around him, gazed in awe at Su Can on stage. Just 2 days prior, after much pleading, Su Can had sent him the electronic version of this song. He had played it on repeat countless times. However, the experience of hearing it live was vastly different from listening to an audio file. The atmosphere of a live performance was overwhelmingly exhilarating. Most astonishingly, Wang Tsong did not expect Su Can to be so composed in a live setting. Initially, when he first heard the song, he assumed Su Can had undergone audio enhancement, subconsciously believing that no human could produce such a voice. Yet now, Su Can was singing, and it was far more breathtaking than the audio file, even more melodious. The level of his performance was astonishingly steady, akin to a walking CD. Enroaching, within a residential building. Principal Fu was watching the live broadcast of the movie release conference for Big Fish Beonia with his family. Upon hearing Su Can's voice, his daughter's eyes sparkled with delight. "Dad, Su Can's singing is so beautiful. I really want to take a photo with him." The youngest daughter, currently in her 3rd year of high school, tugged at her father's arm, pouting playfully. "Perhaps in a little while. Su Can has been quite busy lately." Principal Fu replied with a smile. Indeed, Su Can had been extraordinarily occupied since returning to Rome University, first with the promotional video for Tongda Company, and now with the movie release conference. Even Principal Fu had scarcely seen Su Can, let alone arrange for his daughter to meet him. But the little girl pouted. "Su Can is already in his 4th year and will soon graduate. If I wait, there might not be another chance. Oh, if only I could study for 1 more year, then I could attend the same university as Su Can. Just think about it," he upon hearing this. Principal Fu lightly flicked his daughter's forehead, warning, "You know that minors are not allowed to date." "Got it. But you must arrange for me to take a picture with Su Can before he graduates, or I won't let you off the hook," the little girl huffed. "All right." Principal Fu contemplated for a moment before responding. "In 2 weeks, there will be the graduation ceremony at Rome University. You can come to the school, and I'll arrange for you to take a picture with Su Can." "Yay," the little girl exclaimed, immediately starting to massage her father's shoulders. "By the way, Dad, will Su Can stay in Rongqing before he graduates?" "No, he will likely go to Yanjing. It is more suitable for his development." Principal Fu recalled Su Can mentioning his intention to pursue graduate studies at the Huaxia Music Academy. "Oh," the little girl nodded, her mind racing with thoughts of Yanjing, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Principal Fu relished the gentle massage from his daughter, feeling utterly comfortable. Usually, he was the one catering to her. But now the roles had reversed, albeit indirectly benefiting from Su Can's influence. At that moment, he began to contemplate the upcoming graduation ceremony. Watching Su Can sing on the screen, an idea struck him. Why not invite Su Can to perform a song at the graduation ceremony? Su Can was undoubtedly the most representative student of the 4th year at Rome University and should make an appearance to deliver a speech at the ceremony. Moreover, it is presumed that the students eagerly anticipate the melodious strains of Su Can singing at the graduation ceremony. Providing students with a profoundly memorable graduation experience is indeed a commendable endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, Principal Fu made a definitive decision. Tomorrow, he would reach out to Su Can, inviting him to perform at the graduation ceremony. Within the grand hall of the hotel, Su Can's voice resonated with enchanting melodies. The silent waves drowned the night deeply, flowing over the corners at the edge of the sky. Great fish swam through the crevices of dreams, gazing at your slumbering silhouette, beholding the sea and sky in unison, listening to the winds rise and the rain fall, hand in hand, dispersing the vast, hazy waves. The wings of the great fish have already become too expansive. I release the ropes of time. The same enchanting melody swept over the audience once more, who remained utterly captivated. They closed their eyes, wholly immersed in the world created by the song. The gentle and ethereal notes coursed through their ears, akin to an electric current. Such blissful enjoyment. Unbeknownst to them, the grand hall, originally accommodating 500, suddenly became filled with a dense throng. Individuals stealthily slipped through the doors, listening intently. As for the security at the entrance, they had long been ensnared by Su Can's siren-like voice, rendered immobile. "Watching you fly far away. Watching you depart from me. It turns out you were destined for the horizon. Every tear flows toward you." Reversing back to our initial encounter. Upon hearing this segment of the song, some observant members of the audience were struck with clarity. They realized that this portion of the melody had transformed. Previously it expressed fear of you flying far away, while now it conveyed watching you fly far away. The shift from fear to observation indicated that one of the individuals in the lyrical narrative had indeed departed. Contemplating this, the audience couldn't help but be in awe. A mere word's difference vividly illustrated the evolution of the story. Furthermore, the emotions infused within the song had also shifted. The earlier tones conveyed a profound sense of fear and reluctance, whereas now they exuded a sense of liberation and acceptance. Simultaneously, some audience members, ensnared in their own romantic dilemmas, found themselves reflecting on their situations. In truth, the handling of emotions in reality often mirrors this sentiment. When facing imminent separation, there is a flurry of entanglements and reluctance. Yet, when the moment of parting truly arrives, acceptance emerges as the most graceful resolution for both parties involved. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon them, and serene smiles graced their faces. As the performance reached this juncture, The audience anticipated its conclusion. However, to their astonishment, Sukan elevated the microphone slightly. An otherworldly chant emerged. Ah, 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 ah. A cascade of ahs reverberated throughout the vast hall, resembling the crashing of a titanic tsunami, overwhelming them. At this moment, it seemed as if a magnificent great fish had materialized in their minds. In the lofty heights of the sky, the great fish sings, its immense wings unfurling as it soars into the distance. This is the song of the Kuan. Silence reigns. It is long. It is profound. The audience, comprising guests, members of the Tongda Corporation, and hotel staff alike, cannot help but rise to their feet. They feel that only in this manner can they draw closer to the ethereal melody, to fully savor the soul-stirring resonance it evokes. Gradually, Sukan's voice fades, leaving only the lingering echoes of the accompaniment. The spectators gaze at Sukan on stage, reluctant to awaken from this reverie. Meanwhile, the live stream reaches its zenith. Nuclear impact. Nuclear impact. Nuclear impact. Nuclear impact. Nuclear impact. Non-combat personnel, evacuate immediately. My 6-year-old, moved to tears, weeps silently. All stand up. Were it not for witnessing Sukan with the microphone in hand, I would have believed two voices were harmonizing. Oh, I understand now. He harmonizes with himself, infusing it with soul. From this moment onward, I shall genuinely cherish this song. The Siren of the Sea, he has arrived. Prior to Sukan's rendition of this melody, 99 of the audience in the live stream adored the song. After its performance, 100 of the audience found themselves enchanted. P.S. I kindly request a prompt update. Thank you. Chapter 88. The exorbitant movie ticket. As the melody of the song lingered for a few moments, the grand hall of the hotel erupted with thunderous applause. Every pair of eyes shone brightly upon the figure of Sukan on stage. His rendition of Big Fish offered them an unprecedented experience, with his enchanting voice reminiscent of a siren, captivating all who listened. As the applause gradually subsided, the host took to the stage. Let us express our gratitude to Mr. Sukan for his performance of Big Fish. I just glanced at the feedback in the live broadcast room, and it's been overwhelmingly enthusiastic. At this moment, the host's eyes still held a hint of astonishment. By the conclusion of the song, the real-time online audience had nearly reached 30 million. Moreover, the comments in the chat were filled with eager anticipation to see the film. Even if only half of that audience decided to watch the movie, the box office figures would reach staggering heights. Mr. Sukan, the film Big Fish Beonia has been produced by you and the Dream Chasers team. Could you provide us with a brief overview of the film's plot to pique the audience's interest? Certainly, Sukan nodded and gazed ahead. In the depths where the sky meets the human world and the ocean, resides a divine clan that governs the laws of nature. Among them is a girl named Chun. On her 16th birthday, Chun transforms into a dolphin and descends to the human realm, only to find herself ensnared in a net. At her moment of peril, a human boy named Kuan appears to rescue her, but tragically, he loses his life in the process. To repay Kuan's act of salvation, Chun strives to help his spirit evolve into a great fish and return to the sea. However, as a deity, her actions contravene divine regulations, resulting in her punishment. In a bid to save Chun, her friend Chiyo ultimately sacrifices herself. Upon concluding, Sukan smiled gently at the expectant faces in the audience. Knowing that further details would be a significant spoiler, you all should experience it in the cinema. With his words, the hall erupted once more in fervent applause. Having listened to Sukan's performance of Big Fish and his brief glimpse into the storyline, the audience was now fervently intrigued by Big Fish Beonia. They longed to discover how the complete song was intertwined with the film's visuals and what narrative the movie would unfold. The host then inquired, Mr. Sukan, has the Dream Chasers team joined us today? This question echoed the curiosity of countless online viewers. They're not present. Sukan replied with a smile and shook his head. My friends who collaborated with me on the film are each engrossed in their own lives and prefer not to be disturbed. Will you be creating more films in the future? The host asked. Indeed, Sukan nodded. The elements of cinema are not limited to just one. The system marketplace allows for infinite exchanges, provided there is sufficient popularity. That's wonderful news. We will eagerly anticipate your future works, the host beamed, turning his gaze towards the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, the premiere of the film is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Tickets are now available on major movie ticketing platforms. We invite everyone to the cinema to enjoy this film. Upon hearing these words, the audience instinctively took out their phones, eager to purchase tickets. Upon opening the movie ticketing app, The list of currently screening films indeed displayed Big Fish Beonia. However, just as they prepared to select their seats and make a purchase, all options suddenly turned gray. Did this signify that tickets were unavailable? What was happening? Wasn't it supposed to be possible to buy tickets? They looked quizzically at the host on stage. At that moment, a spectator suddenly shouted, "Haha, I got a ticket. I got a ticket." Hearing this, the audience abruptly realized that it wasn't that tickets were unavailable, but rather that they had all been sold out. Yet, they were all eager to catch the first screening of the film. Suddenly, their gazes shifted to the individual who claimed to have secured a ticket. If they couldn't procure one for themselves, perhaps they could buy one from him. In an instant, over 10 people surged towards him, regardless of the cost. They were determined to obtain tickets for the premiere. Upon noticing the approaching throng, the individual swiftly made his escape through the entrance. Those who had come to the grand auditorium for the film's release were not lacking in funds. He was indifferent to how much the ticket could fetch. What mattered most to him was witnessing the premiere and hearing the song Big Fish once more. At that very moment, in the live broadcast room, as the host announced that tickets were available for purchase, nearly 30 million viewers sprang into action. Yet, they too faced the disappointment of sold-out tickets. What on earth is happening? Is someone that quick on the draw? Are they using 6G? They clamored. "I'm looking for tickets, kind-hearted brothers and sisters. Will anyone sell me 2 tickets? 500 apiece. This is my meager savings from meals. Woe is me. 1,000 for one. 2,000 for one. You're driving up the prices. A movie ticket only costs around $40. I'm going to report you to the Market Regulation Bureau." They lamented, expressing their deep desire to witness Su Can's premiere, relishing the nostalgia of hearing the song in the film, which held immense sentimental value. The sound quality in the cinema was exceptional. They could hardly fathom what it would be like to hear Big Fish within those walls. With a monthly salary of 3,000, they could hardly afford to watch a movie anymore. Perhaps they should wait a couple of weeks before buying tickets. Most of the netizens also failed to secure tickets and began to vent their frustrations. Nevertheless, this did not dampen their enthusiasm for the film. Some were willing to pay exorbitant prices, while others planned to wait a while before making a purchase. Regardless, for the sake of the song Big Fish, they were resolute in their decision to watch Big Fish Beonia. Following the announcement of the film's release date, the press conference officially came to a close. Meanwhile, a video of Su Can performing Big Fish was released online, rapidly spreading across various platforms. Within 5 minutes, the cumulative views of this video surpassed 10 million. Regardless of whether they had heard it before or not, those who watched the video were left profoundly moved. Indeed, no matter how many times one had listened to Big Fish, hearing it once more would always evoke a deep sense of awe. Alongside the meteoric rise of Big Fish, the film Big Fish Beonia was also gaining immense popularity. The animated film has remained in a state of mediocrity within the domestic market. Coupled with a lack of prior promotion, such a release by any other company would undoubtedly result in failure. However, this is a film produced by Su Can, accompanied by the evocative theme song Big Fish Beonia, composed by him. At this moment, the film's popularity has surged dramatically, with over 1 million individuals expressing interest in viewing it on Douban. In comparison, none of the concurrent films possess any significant appeal. Furthermore, even past National Day and Spring Festival films failed to attract such numbers. This phenomenon has led to an extraordinary surge in ticket sales. As time passes, the prices for the initial screenings have skyrocketed, with tickets originally priced at 45 yuan being sold online for as much as 2,000 yuan, often selling out in an instant. Some savvy netizens, utilizing advanced technology to purchase tickets in bulk, have transformed their investments from bicycles into motorcycles through this low-buy, high-sell strategy. Today, Su Can epitomizes traffic and popularity, and where there is traffic, opportunity abounds. Indeed, even a pig can soar if it stands in the right place. Chapter 89, Graduation Ceremony Invitation, Friendship and Inspiration. The following day, in the dormitory of Rome University, Su Can awoke to find a breakfast prepared by his friend, Xiaopeng. At this hour, Xiaopeng had already departed for class, diligently attending every session to ensure he earned a passing grade on his thesis and to leave a favorable impression on his professors. As for Su Can, he had completed his thesis earlier in the year, having submitted it for review and received an excellent evaluation from his instructor. Thus, he found himself with a sense of ease, merely awaiting graduation. After freshening up, Su Can savored the breakfast brought by Xiaopeng while perusing his phone, eager to discover the feedback from netizens regarding his rendition of Big Fish. Upon accessing the short video platform, the first clip that graced his screen was his performance of Big Fish from the previous night. The video was posted by the official account of the film Big Fish Beonia. Su Can's gaze fixated on the viewership statistics, his eyes widening in astonishment. 5. 26 million likes, 2. 58 million comments, 6. 74 million saves, and 9. 86 million shares. In just one night, these figures had soared to remarkable heights, leaving Su Can both shocked and elated, as it confirmed the audience's fondness for the song. He watched the video, noting its impressive quality with clear visuals and sound. As he continued to scroll through related videos, a phone call interrupted him. The caller ID displayed Principal Fu. "Hello, Principal Fu," Su Can answered. "Su Can, could you come to my office? There is something I would like to discuss with you." "Of course," Su Can replied with a nod. After finishing his breakfast swiftly, he left the dormitory and made his way to the principal's office. Along the route, numerous classmates greeted him, some requesting photos together, all of which Su Can graciously accommodated. As graduation approached, Su Can's time at the university was dwindling, and his peers cherished every moment spent with him, engaging in brief conversations whenever they crossed paths. The performance of Big Fish at the film premiere had instilled a profound sense of pride among the students of Wumeng University. This is a song sung by our beloved Su Can. What was originally a 10-minute walk took nearly an hour, as Su Can relished the interactions. Upon arriving at the principal's office, Principal Fu did not chastise him for his tardiness but welcomed him with a warm smile, inviting him to sit. "Su Can, your rendition of Big Fish last night was absolutely enchanting. My daughter has been singing your praises nonstop," Principal Fu remarked, his eyes reflecting the awe he felt upon recalling the performance. He anticipated that, propelled by Su Can's song, the box office for Big Fish Beonia would undoubtedly flourish, and as a contributor to the film, Su Can would reap substantial rewards, possibly surpassing the principal's own wealth. Yet, there was no trace of jealousy in Principal Fu's demeanor. He understood that Su Can had earned his success through genuine talent, a feat that others could only aspire to achieve. "Thank you," Su Can replied modestly with a smile. As Principal Fu transitioned to the matter at hand, "Su Can, in just 2 weeks, it will be the graduation ceremony for your senior year. As the most outstanding student of the class, should you not sing a song?" "Certainly," Su Can replied with enthusiasm. Although he had only traversed 3 months into this new life, he had already embraced Wumeng University as his alma mater. Moreover, Principal Fu had always treated him kindly. Out of both sentiment and reason, he felt compelled to agree. "That is wonderful," Principal Fu smiled with satisfaction, then expressed a sense of nostalgia. Noting that graduating from university is a significant milestone in one's life, a veritable watershed moment. In today's society, the pressure of employment is formidable. Many students succumb to a sense of despair. I hope you can sing a song to encourage them, reminding them that despite life's challenges, they must persist in their journey. Upon hearing this, Su Can wholeheartedly concurred. In this era, the salary of an average university graduate hovers around 3,000 to 4,000, and it is likely to remain stagnant for many years. Establishing oneself in society is a daunting task, often requiring more than individual effort. Contemplating this, Su Can began to formulate an idea for his song. "Principal Fu, how about I sing a song to inspire my fellow students to forge ahead?" "Excellent," Principal Fu nodded, adding that not only should they be encouraged to advance, but they should also cherish the friendships they have formed, so they may support one another in the future. Cherishing friendships. Su Can felt a pang of difficulty. Typically, graduation songs tend to focus on a singular emotion, either inspirational or centered on friendship. It is rare to find a composition that encompasses both effectively. Even if both themes are present, they may dilute each other's impact. At that moment, an idea struck Su Can. If it were impossible to convey two potent emotions through a single song, then why not perform two? He could select one song that emphasizes friendship and another that inspires motivation. "Principal Fu, might I propose singing 2 songs?" "2 songs?" Principal Fu's eyes sparkled with interest. In his view, given Su Can's current renown, having him perform a song at the graduation ceremony was already a tremendous advantage for the school. The fact that Su Can was willing to sing was a boon, and now he was suggesting 2 songs. "Splendid. Absolutely splendid." Principal Fu nodded vigorously, his face beaming with delight. After concluding this discussion, Su Can took his leave. Back in his dormitory, he began to ponder the matter of the graduation songs. First, he considered songs related to friendship. There were numerous options available, and several titles sprang to mind. After careful consideration, he settled on a particular song, Memorial. As for the inspirational song, the first title that came to his mind was The Wind Rises, a veritable anthem of the graduation season. Soon enough, Su Can had made his decision. One song, Memorial, and another, The Wind Rises, would serve as his farewell to his university years. Meanwhile, the clock struck 10 in the morning, marking the premiere of Big Fish Beonia. In cinemas across major cities in China, audiences who had secured tickets settled into their seats. Clutching popcorn and milk tea, their eyes wide with anticipation as they gazed at the vast screen before them. As the clock struck 10, a crimson backdrop graced the movie screen. Simultaneously, a line of calligraphic characters emerged. In the Northern Sea, there is a fish, known as Qin. Its size is unfathomable, stretching thousands of miles. Su Can, the dream chaser. With the appearance of these words, the film commenced its enchanting display. The audience immediately became engrossed, their attention captivated. Soon, the melodious strains of Big Fish resonated through the cinema. As they beheld the breathtaking visuals and listened to Su Can's siren-like voice, expressions of profound enjoyment adorned their faces. Such beauty. When the song concluded, an overwhelming sense of longing filled their hearts. At that moment, many contemplated purchasing another ticket. The film's duration was 1 hour and 45 minutes, yet the audience felt as if time had flown by. It was only when the end credits began to roll that they realized the film had come to a close. Meanwhile, their popcorn and milk tea remained untouched in their hands. Following the conclusion of the first screening, a plethora of reviews for Big Fish Beonia flooded the online platform, garnering high ratings. The film's score skyrocketed to 8 and continued to ascend. Witnessing such acclaim, Qinghua Company, the film's distributor, promptly submitted the original work to the Hong Kong Film Awards for consideration. P.S. There is a song about friendship that I long to sing. Auld Lang Syne. Save for another time, a gentle nudge for updates would be appreciated. Thank you. Chapter 90. The Spring of Domestic Animated Films. That evening, in Beijing, at the headquarters of Qinghua Company, President Wang was online, perusing the myriad of evaluations from netizens regarding the film Big Fish Beonia. The reviews were a mixed bag, both laudatory and critical, yet he could comprehend this diversity. After all, 1,000 individuals perceive 1,000 different Hamlets. However, on the whole, the majority of netizens expressed their fondness for the film. The feedback concerning the song Big Fish was unanimously positive, with not a single negative remark. Judging by these evaluation metrics, the film's release was evidently promising. At that moment, an excited voice echoed from outside the office, and Wang Song burst through the door. Dad, it's a sensation. Big Fish Beonia has become a phenomenal hit. The first-day box office figures are out. The total earnings from cinemas across the nation amount to 2 billion yuan. If we consider the subsequent month of screenings, even with a decline in fervor, the total box office is projected to exceed 30 billion yuan. Wow. Upon hearing this, President Wang inhaled sharply, his face alight with joy. 30 billion yuan. And this is a conservative estimate. If it reaches 30 billion, it will secure a place among the top 10 in domestic box office history, etched in the annals of time. Suddenly, he recalled the revenue-sharing agreement between Qinghua Company and Su Can, a 60-40 split. This meant Qinghua would receive 12 billion yuan, and after a 45% tax deduction, the net would be approximately 6 billion. Meanwhile, Su Can and his dream team would garner 18 billion yuan, with a post-tax figure around 10 billion. Considering Su Can's contribution to the film, he would at least receive 5 billion. Both parties were set to profit immensely. With this thought, President Wang felt a surge of elation. Just then, Wang Song continued, Dad, why don't we also try screening Big Fish Beonia abroad? At this suggestion, President Wang's eyes lit up. Indeed. Animated films originated from overseas, and the international market is considerably vast. Su Can's film is undeniably captivating and merits exploration. All right. We shall primarily target Southeast Asia and subsequently explore Western markets. Wang Song determined their screening strategy. The characters in Big Fish Beonia are depicted with yellow skin and black eyes, making Southeast Asia a fitting primary region for distribution. The two then began making arrangements. Simultaneously, buoyed by the impressive box office of Big Fish Beonia, numerous domestic film studios began to set their sights on the animated film sector. With Su Can having set a remarkable precedent, it was evident that a substantial market for animated films existed. Naturally, they were eager to partake in this burgeoning opportunity. The springtime for domestic animated cinema had arrived. At the Central Television Building, Director Kong sat in his office, wearing headphones and listening to music, a look of bliss adorning his face. The song playing was Big Fish, performed by Su Can. As the melodies washed over him, Director Kong couldn't help but think of Su Can. Remarkably, it had only been half a month since his return. Yet he had already released 2 songs, All the Way North and Big Fish, both of which were nothing short of masterpieces. This young man has a knack for delivering surprises wherever he goes. With this thought, Director Kong began to reminisce about Sukan. Since Sukan returned, the program he was in charge of has lost the initial fervor, leaving him feeling rather disheartened. He wished that Sukan would participate in his program again. As he contemplated this, a knock resounded at the office door. "Come in." A colleague entered in response. "Director Kong, the station noticed how exceptionally you hosted the May 4th program and has assigned you a significant responsibility." The colleague handed a document to Director Kong. "Let me see," he said with a smile as he accepted the document and began to read. The July 1st special program, marking the party's founding day, is approaching. Upon realizing the content pertained to the party's founding anniversary, Director Kong became attentive, poring over the details. The document recounted how the party was established a century ago and its fervent dedication to the construction of New China. After finishing the reading, Director Kong felt a deep sense of reflection. It was precisely because of the party that New China exists today, flourishing in peace and prosperity. Given that the party's anniversary was imminent and that the station entrusted this program to him, he felt a profound responsibility to meet their expectations. Director Kong, the station hopes that the July 1st special program will yield results akin to those of the May 4th special program. Best of luck. With that, the colleague departed after Director Kong had finished reading the document. The May 4th special program. As he recalled its previous success, Director Kong furrowed his brow. The reason for the May 4th program's fervor was not solely attributed to his hosting skills, but rather to Su Kan's participation, particularly his rendition of Youth of New China, which still graces the music charts today. If the July 1st special program were to replicate the brilliance of its predecessor, there was but one solution: invite Su Kan. Thus, Director Kong resolved to reach out to Su Kan. By July 1st, he should have graduated in Rongqing at Rongda University. After agreeing to perform at the school's graduation ceremony, Su Kan selected 2 songs, In Remembrance, To Cherish Friendship, and The Wind Rises, to encourage classmates to embark on their journeys. The graduation ceremony was scheduled for June 30th, giving Su Kan 2 weeks to practice. Just as he finished exchanging song components for his selections, he received a call from Director Kong. The July 1st special program. "All right. I will sing a song for the party." After a moment's contemplation, Su Kan agreed. Such a program held special significance and warranted his participation. Although it was merely a day after the graduation ceremony, taking a flight to Yinjing the following day posed no issue. "Su Kan, thank you immensely. I will arrange a ticket for you for June 25th so you can arrive in Yinjing early to prepare." Director Kong, unaware of Su Kan's commitment to the Rongda graduation ceremony, merely wished for him to be well prepared for the program. "Book a ticket for July 1st. I need to attend the graduation ceremony." "That works. Please rest well at school and adjust your state accordingly." Director Kong consented. For students, graduation ceremonies hold immense importance. After all, they occur but once. The two then concluded their call. Su Kan, on the other hand, ventured outside to rent a recording studio to practice his songs. This has become his habitual approach to rehearsing, despite possessing an extraordinary vocal talent. The interpretation of music is an endless journey that requires a constant attitude of humility and aspiration. However, the frequent trips to the recording studio have proven to be somewhat troublesome. He intends to install a professional recording studio in the house he plans to purchase in the future. Meanwhile, Rome University has also begun to bustle with activity. In recent years, prestigious universities across the nation have been live-streaming their graduation ceremonies, and Rome University is no exception. Some universities have hosted exceptionally splendid graduation ceremonies, often trending on social media. Over time, this has led to a subtle competition among universities to see who can organize the best ceremony. What initially began as a simple graduation event has transformed into a showcase of talents. Nevertheless, the students enjoy the spectacle, resulting in a delightful experience for all. At this moment, discussions about graduation ceremonies have already begun to circulate online, with institutions like Zhejiang University, Fudan University, and Qinghua University gaining attention. As one of the nation's renowned universities, Rome University has garnered some interest, albeit modest. However, news suddenly emerged online that Su Kan would be attending the Rome University graduation ceremony to perform a song. As soon as this announcement was made, the buzz surrounding Rome University's graduation skyrocketed, eclipsing that of other universities. Chapter 91. The graduation ceremony at Rome University commences. The fervor is overwhelming. On Weibo, A trending topic spontaneously emerges, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of popular searches: Qinghua University graduation ceremony. Beneath this trending topic, countless netizens engage in spirited discussions. Joy abounds. My aunt's son's friend's sister is a student at Wumeng University, and she has personally declared that Qinghua will perform at the graduation ceremony. Qinghua is graduating, and I simply must witness it. Suddenly, I feel as though I've watched Qinghua grow up. I was originally planning to watch the graduation live stream from Zijin University, but now I've decided to attend Wumeng University's instead. This is not merely a graduation ceremony for Wumeng University, it is also Qinhua's graduation, a moment truly worthy of witnessing. Does anyone have a way to get into Wumeng University for the graduation ceremony? Count me in. Count me in. With Qinhua's participation, netizens' anticipation for the Wumeng University graduation ceremony has reached unprecedented heights. At Wumeng University, after verifying reliable internal sources, all faculty and students confirmed Qinhua's attendance at the graduation ceremony, along with his performance. The date is set for June 30th. All faculty and students realize that this graduation ceremony will be markedly different from those of years past. Judging by the overwhelming buzz online, it is undoubtedly extraordinary. On the day of June 30th, aside from the senior students who are free, students from other years and faculty members all have their respective classes to attend. This caused quite a stir. Although the graduation ceremony is for the seniors, it also belongs to Wumeng University as a whole. As members of Wumeng University, they must participate in the ceremony. To align with public sentiment, President Fu, the current de facto leader of the university, granted all faculty and students half a day off to attend the graduation ceremony. Furthermore, he arranged for additional seating in the university auditorium to accommodate the large number of attendees. Just a week before the graduation ceremony, President Fu unexpectedly received numerous requests from outsiders. Among them were Wang Song from Tengda Company, the Mandarin pop diva Xia Mo, and various celebrities from Wumeng City, all wishing to attend Wumeng University's graduation ceremony. Their intentions were clear: to witness Qinhua's graduation. These requests were not unreasonable, and they would also enhance Wumeng University's reputation. Therefore, President Fu granted all requests. However, to accommodate the additional guests, he was compelled to make slight modifications to the auditorium. After the renovations, the stage ambience was significantly enhanced, providing a better viewing experience for the audience. A week swiftly passed, and the morning of Wumeng University's graduation ceremony arrived. An hour before the ceremony commenced, on the campus playground, members of the student council were armed with cameras, starting the live broadcast. Within seconds, over 200,000 viewers flooded into the live stream. Simultaneously, comments poured in like snowflakes. Did I misremember the start time of the graduation ceremony? Wasn't it scheduled for 10 o'clock in the morning? It's only 9 o'clock now. The live stream account is indeed the official Wumeng University account, so I haven't entered the wrong one. The scene appears to be the campus of Wumeng University. The comments section was filled with question marks. They had been browsing the internet when a notification popped up about a live stream from the official Wrongda account, prompting them to click in immediately. Just as their confusion mounted, the camera revealed a graceful junior female student. Hello, dear viewers. Before the graduation ceremony begins, I will take you on a tour of the Wrongda campus. Upon hearing this, the audience of over 120,000 instantly grasped the situation. This was merely an appetizer, and a delightful one at that. I wish to see the places where Qinghua has lived. I wish to see the classrooms Qinghua attended. I wish to see the dormitory where Qinghua slept. I wish to see the restrooms Qinghua has used. Get lost. Observing the fervent barrage of comments in the live stream, the student smiled, though she felt a profound shock within. These individuals had come to see Qinghua. However, it was quite reasonable. She herself was eagerly anticipating the song Qinghua would perform at the graduation ceremony. Subsequently, responding to the viewers' requests, she began to wander with the camera around the campus. Her first stop was in front of a newly constructed library. Before us stands Rongda's newly built small library, housing 400,000 volumes, all won through Qinhua's performance of Lady of the Luxury Fragrance. Thus, this small library is also referred to as the Qinghua Library, which even features calligraphy works penned by Qinghua. The innocent girl recounted the story of Principal Fu and other school heads betting on Qinhua's participation in the competition. This incident had garnered some attention online at the time, yet it had not widely circulated. Consequently, most viewers in the live stream were unaware, listening with rapt interest, while developing a keen curiosity about the Qinghua Library. Next, the pure-hearted girl continued her exploration of Rongda's classrooms and public areas such as the gymnasium. However, when the viewers clamored most for a glimpse of Su Can's dormitory, the innocent girl knew she could not venture there. After all, it was the boys' dormitory, where one might unexpectedly encounter scenes of students in their underwear. Eventually, she brought the camera to the backstage lounge of the grand auditorium. It was bustling with students preparing for their performances, and the camera quickly focused on Su Can, who was surrounded by a group of classmates engaged in conversation. The admiration and reluctance in their gazes were palpable. Perhaps after today, they would no longer have the opportunity to interact with Su Can so closely. The innocent girl immediately approached. Upon noticing the camera, the group encircling Su Can dispersed. "Hello, Senior Su Can, hello." Su Can replied with a smile and a slight nod. At that moment, the innocent girl winked at the classmate holding the camera, and he understood instantly. In the next moment, the frame captured both the innocent girl and Su Can. Under the watchful eyes of the viewers, the innocent girl successfully took a photo with Su Can. Senior Su Can, could you share a hint about the song you prepared for the graduation ceremony? Everyone is quite curious. It's a wonderful song about friendship and inspiration. You will surely enjoy it, Su Can replied, his smile radiating confidence. Upon hearing Su Can's words, the pure-hearted girl beamed with a radiant smile, her gaze towards him shimmering with delight. The audience in the live stream became equally exhilarated, resulting in a surge of comments flooding the screen. Since Su Can expressed his fondness, it was only natural for me to feel the same. Songs of friendship and inspiration resonated deeply, indeed. I find myself in need of such melodies. Su Can's powerful performances have always been filled with energy, and I eagerly anticipate what is to come. Love it. As the graduation ceremony drew near, the number of viewers in the live stream continued to rise, eventually reaching 5 million. Finally, the clock struck 10. And the graduation ceremony at Rongda commenced in earnest. Chapter 92, Commemoration. A fond farewell. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Grand Hall of Rome University resonated with stirring opening music as the graduation ceremony for the class of 2007 commenced. In the guest seats, Wang Song from Tongda Company, singer Xiao Mo, and a host of celebrities from Rome City had taken their places, their eyes wide with curiosity as they surveyed the surroundings. To be candid, they had only attended their own graduations and had never participated in anyone else's. Their presence here was solely to witness the graduation of Su Can, a musical prodigy destined for stardom in the future. In the audience, a sea of people gathered, comprising nearly all of Rome University's faculty and students, along with some relatives of graduates. At that moment, the pure-hearted young lady who had previously appeared in the live broadcast stepped onto the stage as the host of the ceremony. Esteemed school leaders, dear teachers, parents, distinguished guests, and most importantly, the stars of today's event, our graduates ready to soar. Good morning. Her words were met with a resounding applause from the audience. Next, let us welcome our school principal, Principal Fu, to deliver the address. Today marked Principal Fu's official promotion to the position of headmaster. With an uncontrollable smile lighting up his face, he stepped onto the stage with a lively gait. He then delivered a half-hour-long speech that was both poignant and stirring. Following him, over 10 graduating students took the stage to speak, which extended the ceremony by another half hour. The atmosphere began to subtly shift, as the audience primarily gathered here to hear Su Can sing. However, they understood that this was, after all, Rome University's graduation ceremony and that certain traditions must be upheld. Once the speeches concluded, the artistic performance segment commenced. Most of the acts consisted of song performances and in a delightful display of unity. The students chose songs released by Su Can. The audience, mostly comprised of Su Can's devoted fans, reveled in these musical offerings. Among the performances, Bin Chao Gang Mu was particularly well received. The students sang and danced to the street dance moves that Su Can had once showcased, filling the atmosphere with exuberance. Unbeknownst to all, the graduation ceremony was drawing to a close. After one student completed their performance, the pure-hearted host returned to the stage, her radiant smile reflecting a hint of excitement. The audience suddenly sensed that perhaps it was soon time for Su Can to take the stage. Dear friends in the audience, the next performer is none other than Su Can. Let us welcome him with thunderous applause. As her voice echoed, everyone perked up, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, Su Can had finally arrived. The applause erupted, deafening in its intensity. Amidst the enthusiastic clapping, Su Can stepped onto the stage. Almost simultaneously, a trending topic appeared on social media. Su Can graduation ceremony song Live, swiftly climbing to the top of the trending list. This highlighted Su Can's formidable influence and appeal. Upon seeing this trending topic, netizens quickly flocked to the official live stream of Wumeng University. The real-time online viewer count in the live broadcast soared dramatically from 5 million to 10 million. And it continued to rise. On stage, Sukan donned a casual suit and trousers, exuding a blend of formality and ease. Hello everyone, I am Sukan, a graduate of the class of 2007 from Wumeng University. It is a pleasure to be on the stage of the graduation ceremony. The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Senior Sukan, please delay your graduation. Brother Sukan, grant me another year to gain admission to Rongda. We can't bear to part with you. Please visit us often at Rongda. The applause and cheers echoed for over 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. The host turned to Sukan. It appears that your presence has brought immense joy and excitement to everyone here. I wonder what kind of songs Senior Sukan will present to us? Sukan smiled at the audience. Today, I will share 2 original songs with you. The first song I will perform is titled Memorial. Upon hearing this, the audience widened their eyes in astonishment. 2 songs. They knew only that Sukan would sing, but they were unaware that he would perform 2 original pieces. Instantly, they felt an overwhelming sense of happiness wash over them. Now, I hand the stage over to Senior Sukan, the host announced before exiting the stage. Sukan, microphone in hand, addressed the audience. This song, Memorial, is dedicated to all of you. I hope you cherish the friendships you share. At that moment, the enchanting sound of piano accompaniment filled the auditorium, spreading throughout the space. As the melody shifted, Sukan began to sing. Time has swiftly passed, 3 years gone. Everything in my heart blooms so radiantly. Now the countdown leaves but a few days. The paper at my feet, too late to pick up. When the audience first heard the title Memorial, they instinctively guessed it was a tribute to campus life. There are many songs of this nature, and the audience had heard numerous similar tunes. Yet, as Sukan began to sing, he captivated everyone immediately. His gentle voice resonated with nostalgia. Teachers and guests, having graduated years ago, as well as students who had either graduated or were about to, were all left spellbound. Vivid memories of campus life surged forth, strikingly clear, as if on the verge of breaking free from a cocoon of pressure. After leaving school, everyone endured sleepless nights, dark circles in the morning, slight drowsiness in class, day after day, again and again. This lyric vividly captures the essence. The audience suddenly envisioned a familiar scene, a classroom brimming with youthful energy, sunlight streaming through the windows onto the desks, casting dappled shadows. Students were bent over their desks, immersed in study, each one akin to a butterfly yearning to break free from the cocoon of pressure, struggling to soar. At that moment, the audience noticed that the faces of these students looked remarkably familiar. Isn't that just oneself and the classmates? On the guest seats, Wang Song's gaze suddenly slipped into reminiscence. It has been over 5 years since his graduation. During his time at school, he once had a close-knit group of brothers, and they shared countless joyful moments together. However, after graduation, benefiting from the background of Qinghua Company, he smoothly ascended the corporate ladder to become an executive. Gradually, he drifted apart from those brothers, ultimately losing all contact. Engrossed in company affairs, he adopted a nonchalant attitude, accepting the severance. Yet now, upon hearing Sukan's melodious voice, vivid memories of his campus life resurfaced in his mind. He recalled the time spent studying and gaming with his brothers. Suddenly, he found himself longing for those companions. On stage, Sukan's voice resounded once more. I only wish to grasp the fleeting years, to bid a proper farewell. Regrets and gratitude, we can never return to yesterday. I only wish to cherish this moment. The light years we traverse together. After June, the light years become a commemoration. The opening line of the song left countless audience members in tears. They longed to return to those halcyon days of their school years, to once again savor the beauty of the past, to properly say goodbye to those with whom they never had the chance to part. In the audience, a typical fourth-year student, upon hearing the lyrics to bid a proper farewell, fell into contemplation, his gaze resolute. He picked up his phone, opened a messaging application, and clicked on a girl's chat window. The chat window was blank. They had never conversed since adding each other as friends. The girl was sweet and charming, immensely popular in their grade, with countless admirers. He harbored feelings for her, yet his insecurities and shyness had prevented him from speaking to her. At that moment, he typed goodbye in the chat box, hit send, and then placed his phone back into his pocket, turning his attention to Sukan on stage. However, mere seconds later, his phone vibrated with a new message notification. He quickly retrieved his phone and opened it to find a response from the girl, a simple 2-word reply, goodbye. A goodbye in return. He smiled, feeling that his university life had reached a fulfilling conclusion. Chapter 93, The Prelude to Memories. Millions of netizens moved to tears. At this very moment, within the live stream, following the poignant lyrics of the song, After June, light years become a commemoration. The audience sees the opportunity during the musical interlude to inundate the screen with their excited comments. Oh, how I suddenly long to return to school. Over the years, I seem to have never revisited my alma mater. Whether it be middle school, high school, or university, it is time for a journey back. Reflecting on those 3 years of middle school, it feels as though they have vanished in the blink of an eye. The lyrics of this song resonate deeply. No matter when I listen, I am profoundly moved. As a music teacher, tomorrow it is our school's turn to hold the graduation ceremony. And I intend to teach my students to sing this piece titled Commemoration in just one day. I hope everyone can lend me their strength. This song is truly deserving. My skin prickles with emotion. It is so heartfelt. Before the screen, netizens, whether graduates or not, found themselves unable to hold back their tears. Those who have already graduated reminisced about their carefree campus life, where even troubles were simple in nature, in stark contrast to the complexities of adult life. Those days were undeniably blissful. They yearned to shed their burdens and return to the past. Meanwhile, those still in school recalled vivid memories of once friendly classmates who have since drifted apart, their hearts filled with a bittersweet mixture of nostalgia and loss. On stage, Sukan observed the glistening tears in the eyes of the audience, deeply touched. Often, the spirit to overcome challenges stems from a cherished memory of the past. And school life is replete with such warm recollections. Sukan hoped that this song would inspire the audience to remember those tender moments during difficult times, drawing strength from them to face life bravely. He grasped the microphone and continued to sing. This class is so proud. Though we seldom spoke in class, there was warmth among us. The exchanges between classmates, copying homework while buried in textbooks, a glance during exams, looking back now, doesn't it feel endearing? Upon hearing these lyrics, countless audience members were suddenly moved to tears, coupled with laughter. Indeed, every teacher has uttered such words. You are the worst class I have ever taught. Whenever a teacher posed a question, most students would lower their heads, striving to avoid attracting attention. Friendships among classmates often blossomed through the act of sharing homework. During examinations, a mere glance or gesture would reveal the correct answer to a multiple-choice question. These images surged through the minds of the audience, and once again, the eyes of the graduates in the grand hall glistened with emotion. Such days would never return. The notes danced within the auditorium, and Sukan's voice resonated on. I only wish to grasp the fleeting years, to bid a proper farewell. Regrets and gratitude, we cannot return to yesterday. I only wish to cherish this moment, the light years we traverse together. As Sukan serenades the audience, the photographer responsible for the live broadcast directs the lens towards the spectators. The camera captures the tear-streaked faces with remarkable clarity, further stirring the emotions of viewers behind the screen. In front of the screen, a netizen, having graduated several years prior, shares the live stream link in their once quiet university class group, a space that had been devoid of conversation for years. Yet, mere seconds after sharing the link, messages begin to flood in. It appears that many have gathered to watch Sukan's performance together. Haha, I thought everyone was too busy to join, but here we are, all engrossed in Sukan's live stream. His song is simply enchanting, reminding me of our farewell dinner in senior year. The food that day was exquisite, and the class monitor's singing was delightful too. Who was it that got so drunk they vomited right into their soup bowl, wasting such a fine broth? Wasn't it half of us who were inebriated? The restaurant owner even called us a taxi. One then inquired, by the way, are you all free lately? Shall we arrange a time to meet again? Sure, I'm available. I am too. Count me in. It turns out everyone cherishes those campus memories and is eager for a reunion. They merely needed a catalyst. And Sukan's song Memorial serves as the perfect impetus. Soon, the melody reaches its poignant conclusion. I just want to grasp the fleeting years, to bid you farewell properly, to engrave your smiles in my heart. When the meteor streaks across the sky, let us make our wishes. May the present become eternal. Forever. Forever. La la la. La la. As Sukan's final notes resonate, Memorial draws to a close. The vast auditorium falls silent. After a full 30 seconds, a student in the audience suddenly screams, this song Memorial is so beautiful, so beautiful. This outcry serves as a spark, igniting the atmosphere instantaneously. Senior Sukan, your singing is magnificent. Sukan, I am proud of you. Sukan, you are my most unforgettable university memory. Sukan, Sukan, Sukan. The chorus of voices from all the students rises in unison, piercing the heavens with their fervent applause. This is the finest acknowledgement of Memorial. P.S. The earlier plot regarding Big Fish Beonia has undergone slight modifications, for the sake of coherence. The film was transformed from being independently produced by Sukan to a collaboration between Sukan and the Dream Pursuit team. The Dream Pursuit team is a fictitious, enigmatic entity conceived by Sukan, never revealing its presence. Kindly encourage further updates. Thank you. Chapter 94. The Wind Rises. An unexpected smile. The song has come to a complete end. Sukan gazed towards Principal Fu seated in the guest area, bowing deeply in gratitude. Throughout this journey, he owed much to Principal Fu's unwavering support. Had it not been for Principal Fu's arrangement for him to participate in the National Top 100 University Singing Competition, he would not have reached the prestigious Central Television stage so effortlessly, nor would he have attained such renown. Although Sukan possessed great confidence in his own abilities, Principal Fu's guidance made his debut path exceptionally smooth. Thus, his bow was imbued with profound appreciation. Upon witnessing Sukan's gesture, Principal Fu's slightly reddened eyes glistened once more with emotion. Well, he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Trusting in Sukan's talent, he had not requested the song in advance. This was the first time he had heard it. Sukan's piece, Memorial, had brought him an abundance of surprises. From the very first note, it transported the audience back to their school days, and he too, despite his age, was no exception. The resonance it evoked was overwhelming. He could foresee that this song would undoubtedly become an anthem for the graduation season. As the premiere stage for this composition, the live video would surely endure in circulation. At this moment, he felt utterly content. At this very moment, as the final notes faded, the barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. Whoa! I wish I could wake up in my middle school classroom, where my mother was cooking dinner after school. Graduating from kindergarten, I'm so touched by this. These heartfelt lyrics have broken my defenses. Having just finished the college entrance exams, I already miss high school life. Sukan is incredibly talented. His singing vividly painted the scenes of that era. You always say graduation is far away, yet in the blink of an eye, we part ways. Only with regrets can it be deemed complete, a tribute to my student days. In 3 days, we will go our separate ways. Thank you to my caring classmates. You have been truly wonderful. Wishing you all a bright future. For those who cried in their freshman year, cherish your university life. Graduating from college is when the tears truly flow, and there's no turning back. The comments poured in like a deluge. Viewers, with trembling fingers, fervently expressed their emotions. Meanwhile, some netizens had begun recording the moment Sukan started singing, and as the performance concluded, they swiftly uploaded the footage online. Within moments, the video began to spread like wildfire. An ever-increasing number of viewers flooded into the live stream, causing the real-time audience count to surge dramatically from 20 million to 25 million. At Rome University, in the grand auditorium, amidst thunderous applause, the innocent-looking host hurried to the stage. Thank you, Senior Sukan, for your song Memorial. The host's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, although she was a junior with a year left until graduation. Hearing Sukan's song filled her heart with profound emotion and nostalgia. Thank you, Sukan replied with a slight nod. Subsequently, the host turned to the audience, the senior students in their final year, and inquired, "Do you remember the scene when you first entered school?" A chorus of enthusiastic voices erupted in response. Yes, we remember. We remember. As the echoes of their voices faded, the host continued, the memories of the past few years are vivid, as if they occurred just moments ago. What has transpired is now behind us. The future awaits us. Following this, she invited everyone to enjoy a performance of The Wind Rises, sung by Senior Sukan, wishing all a prosperous journey ahead. With that, she swiftly exited the stage. Once again, Sukan stood alone on stage, and upon hearing the title of the second song, the audience's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The Wind Rises, just the mention of its name conjured the sensation of a gentle breeze. What kind of song could this be? As the audience's hearts brimmed with expectation, the music began to play. The lively prelude resonated, and the spectators felt as though a refreshing breeze truly swept over them. Images of gentle winds caressing hilltops and sea breezes gliding over ocean surfaces filled their minds. In that moment, a wave of coolness washed over them, alleviating the oppressive heat of June. Despite the air conditioning in the grand hall, a lingering warmth had permeated their spirits, but with the onset of the song's prelude, that fiery sensation dissipated, replaced by a soothing comfort. Thus, everyone settled into the perfect mood to appreciate the music. As the prelude concluded, Sukan grasped the microphone and began to sing. As I journey along this winding path, tracing the traces of youth, at the moment just before stepping off the platform, I find myself hesitating, amused by the nostalgia that stirs within me, yet unavoidable. The gentle timbre of Sukan's voice painted vivid imagery, not merely singing, but narrating a tale. A meandering path stretched into the distance, flanked by lush trees and fleeting glimpses of pastoral beauty. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. In an instant, the audience became entranced, recognizing this familiar yet slightly foreign path from their youthful adventures. The story unfolded further. At the exit of an old-fashioned train station, a silver-haired elder emerged, his face a tapestry of anticipation and hesitation. He chuckled softly, a man of considerable age, yet still touched by the bittersweet emotions of returning home. Suddenly, a breeze stirred, caressing the tips of his hair, as if whispering the longing of his hometown. The elder stepped away from the station, embarking on the path back to his origins. In the distance, Nagano's sky was a brilliant blue, with a few white clouds lazily drifting by, the sunlight warm yet gentle, just as it was in childhood. At that moment, the venue was enveloped in profound silence. Listening to Su Kan's voice, the audience was transported back to a cherished afternoon from their memories, inevitably reminiscing about their carefree youth. On stage, Su Kan's voice soared once more. In the past, upon first encountering this world, I lingered in wonder, gazing at the horizon as if it were right before me. The lyrics seemed to depict the spiritual journey of an elder who, upon leaving his hometown for the vast world, becomes enchanted by its allure, lingering in its embrace. In the blink of an eye, he finds himself having spent the greater part of his life outside. Throughout this period, he encounters countless faces. Yet one particular smile unexpectedly intrudes upon his thoughts. After listening to this piece, many audience members feel as though they have been struck by lightning. Sensing that the song speaks not only of the elder, but also of their own experiences, each individual carries an unforgettable visage from their youth. Be it a cherished crush or a figure who once offered assistance, symbolizing the beauty of childhood, regardless of the myriad experiences one undergoes in life. These precious memories remain indelible. Meanwhile, within the live stream, during the musical interludes, comments cascade like snowflakes. Wow, another tear-jerking song. Does Su Kan ever allow us to breathe? When the wind rises, it must be me watching you. There are moments each year when dreams of her visit his mind. He knows her whereabouts yet feels no compulsion to see her. Perhaps it is not her he longs for, but rather that bygone era. Had he been braver then? Perhaps his present would differ. I made a pact with the divine, wagering upon your fleeting heartbeat. Yet the deity deceived me, leaving her behind. Flowers never wither. Sentiments remain unexpressed. Love is timeless, and violets endure eternally. If given another chance, he would not so easily release her hand, for he misses her dearly. The cherry blossoms fall at a rate of 5 centimeters per second. At what pace must I pursue you? When the winds rise once more. He may not be by her side, urging her to live well. Alas, lacking in culture, he can only exclaim, "Wow, what a world!" In just 2 segments of song, every viewer in the live stream is left utterly captivated. The emotion woven into the melody resonates profoundly. The most unforgettable memories of one's life often stem from the experiences of youth, and Su Kan's voice vividly resurrects these youthful reminiscences. P.S. The selected piece is the original version of When the Wind Rises, performed with a coupon for buying chili peppers, available on a certain platform with millions of views. Chapter 95. Walking Against the Light, Letting the Wind and Rain Beat Upon Me. It is time to return home. On stage, Su Kan gazed at the audience below, his eyes fixed on the live broadcast camera. He grasped the microphone tightly, as the climactic chorus was about to unfold. I once found it difficult to extricate myself from the vastness of the world. I was also immersed in its dreams and whispers, uncertain of truth or falsehood. I made no struggle, nor did I fear becoming a jest. I once transformed my youth into her. I have also plucked the essence of summer from my fingertips. Wherever my heart is moved, I shall follow fate's lead. Walking against the light, I would stand the wind and rain. Everyone was utterly captivated. The soaring notes were enchanting, simultaneously melodious and profoundly moving. They immersed the audience in the essence of the lyrics. I was once overwhelmed by the grandeur and complexity of the world, unable to liberate myself. The world is filled with myriad sounds and colors. Laughter intermingles with mockery, authenticity with deception, weaving together a torrent. I found myself caught within this current, lost in the farce and illusions. Unable to discern truth from falsehood, I did not wish to engage in futile struggles, nor did I fear becoming the subject of others' ridicule. I once possessed her in my youth, experiencing the beauty of a splendid summer. Now I understand the transience and mutability of life. When my heart is stirred, it is better to follow the flow of fate. Walking against the light, I resolutely continue forth amidst the wind and rain. In this moment, upon hearing this song, the soon-to-graduate seniors felt a profound sense of determination. Until now, they had been adrift, uncertain of where their futures lay. Yet, in Su Can's voice, they seemed to traverse a dreamlike existence. In that existence, they were beguiled by the superficiality of the world, entranced by various illusions. Ultimately, as time flowed on, they awakened to their true selves, learning to walk against the light. This is a journey that most will inevitably encounter in their futures. Now, under the influence of Su Can's song, they have preemptively completed this journey, understanding that they must walk against the light in the future. Moreover, this song was not solely for the soon-to-be graduates, it resonated with everyone. Youth, adulthood, and old age. Regardless of age, all must have the courage to confront challenges and bravely move forward to discover their own radiance and direction. In the guest seating area, Principal Fu found the chorus of Su Can's performance echoing in his mind. The melody seemed to unlock the vault of memories. 40 years ago, on a sweltering summer day, he toiled alongside his father in the fields. Suddenly, the village broadcast announced the resumption of the college entrance examination after a decade. Upon hearing this, he immediately dropped his hoe and called out to his father, "Dad, I want to take the college entrance exam. I want to go to university." He had always enjoyed reading and had long yearned for higher education. However, his father vehemently opposed it, arguing that education had no value, and if he attended school, there would be one less person to work the fields. No, he resolutely shook his head. "Dad, education can change one's destiny. I must go to university." His father, trembling with anger, pointed at him, struggling to find the words to respond. Disregarding his elderly father's objections, he resolutely set aside his hoe and hurried home, determined to devote himself to his studies. Ultimately, through diligent effort, he succeeded in gaining admission to university, becoming the first college student in his village. Since embarking on his university journey, he had been momentarily entranced by the allure of the bustling world, yet he remained steadfast in his pursuit, which ultimately led to his present achievements. Reflecting on his life, he felt a profound sense of nostalgia. The only regret that weighed upon him was the sorrow of not being able to honor his dear father and mother. Before he could attain success, both had departed from this world. In the early years, he would return annually to tend to their graves. However, as time passed and he grew older, he had not visited for many years. Listening to Su Can's melodious voice, a thought crossed his mind. It was time to return. To stroll along the country paths he had traversed countless times in his youth, to gaze upon the old family home, and to clear the weeds from his parents' resting place. On stage, Su Can's voice resonated once more. A brief journey, with moments of pause. A distance has been traveled. Uncertain if it is a story I caress, or merely an emotion. Perhaps what I yearn for is merely to defy time. To see you again, in the cool morning light, smiling so sweetly. Amid Su Can's song, the old man reappeared. He walked along the path home, pausing intermittently, as if each step was imbued with memories of the past. His gait was light yet bore an imperceptible weight. His gaze lingered around him, seemingly in search of something or perhaps reminiscing. Just as he was about to reach the end of the path, a familiar figure materialized before him. It was his former self, smiling sweetly in the morning light. Just as before, untouched by the passage of time. In that moment, the two crossed the chasm of time, their gazes meeting. All the waiting, all the longing, coalesced into a barely perceptible smile at the corners of his lips. Simultaneously, as the old man smiled amidst the song, countless audience members shared in his joy. For they too, in a fleeting moment, glimpsed their own past selves. Chapter 96, Congratulations on Graduation, Su Can. Countless individuals cherish the memories of the graduation ceremony. In the central television tower of Yinjing, Director Kong fixates intently on the live broadcast of the Rongda graduation ceremony, his gaze filled with astonishment. The song The Wind Rises, performed by Su Can, resonates profoundly. Its beauty is undeniable. It invokes memories of his youth and the experiences of bygone years. Yet, a wave of apprehension suddenly washes over Director Kong. Su Can has performed two original songs, Memorial and The Wind Rises, both of exceptional quality. Tomorrow, he is set to join Yinjing for a special program on July 1st. Does Su Can possess more high-quality original songs? That remains uncertain. After all, an individual's creative prowess is limited within a short span. This thought leaves Director Kong somewhat anxious about the upcoming program, especially as it is a significant occasion for the party. In Rongqing, within the grand auditorium of Rongda, Su Can's melodious voice continues to fill the air. Once I first encountered this world, captivated by its myriad wonders, watching the horizon as if it were before my eyes, willing to brave fire and water to traverse it once more. Now, having journeyed through this world, captivated by its myriad wonders, turning over the years, revealing different profiles, unprepared, I stumbled upon your radiant smile. His gentle voice reverberates through every corner of the auditorium, enveloping everyone in a refreshing embrace, leaving them at ease. When the lyrics speak of stumbling upon your radiant smile, many find their gaze involuntarily drawn to her. Perhaps many years from now, when they hear that line, the smile that will emerge in their minds will be hers. Others, with boldness, raise their phones to capture the moment. Most are entirely focused on the stage, unaware of whom they are photographing. As the chorus reaches its zenith, I once found it hard to extricate myself from the vastness of the world, and was immersed in its dreams and whispers. Uncertain of truth, I made no struggle, fearing no ridicule. I once transformed youth into her, and plucked the essence of summer with my fingertips. Let the heart's inclinations flow with fate. Hearing these verses again, the graduates become unburdened. They suddenly comprehend the true intent behind Su Can's song. One must not only cherish the beautiful memories of the past, but also face the future with serenity. It is time to bid farewell to university life with a smile. Over these 4 years, there have been pure friendships, innocent love, and countless joyful moments. Let these memories be etched in their hearts. As the final lines of the song proclaim, let the heart's inclinations flow with fate, Su Can's voice continues to resonate. The evening breeze stirs the white strands in your hair. It soothes the scars left by memories. In your eyes, light and shadow intertwine, a smile blooms. Dusk veils your faltering steps, entering the hidden painting by the bedside. In the painting, you speak with your head bowed. The story of that elder continues. He walks along the country path leading home, the gentle glow of the setting sun casting warmth upon him. The gentle evening breeze caressed the strands of silver hair at his temples, seeking to smooth the wrinkles left by time and the hidden scars nestled deep within his heart. In the depths of the old man's eyes, light and shadow danced, embodying both the calmness born from experiencing life's tribulations and the flicker of undiminished innocence and tenderness. As if recalling a cherished memory, a smile graced his lips, and the world around him suddenly brightened. As twilight descended quietly, the elderly gentleman ambled back to his old residence. He approached a corner by the bedside and retrieved a painting carefully concealed away. The frame, though somewhat weathered, emanated a warmth acquired through the passage of time. He unveiled the cloth draped over the painting, revealing her youthful visage. In that moment captured on canvas, she bowed her head, as if whispering sweet nothings to the observer, her eyes reflecting both youthful shyness and a hopeful anticipation of the future. The old man gently closed his eyes, as if earnestly listening to her speak from within the painting. The scene froze at that instant. Through this transcendent gaze, she and he engaged in a silent dialogue spanning across time and space. As Su Can's song drew to a close, a dazed silence enveloped the audience. It became evident that the old man had long held her in his heart. As he wandered along this path, it was surely her name that lingered in his thoughts, perhaps even envisioning her smile along the way. The audience understood that she represented the beauty of youth, perhaps a beloved person, or cherished dreams. Each of them also harbored their own her in their hearts. Yet, as the years have passed, they pondered, is she still present? Are they with those they adored in their youth? Have they realized the dreams of their younger selves? With these reflections, many in the audience felt tears welling up. Unbeknownst to them, Su Can's melody approached its conclusion. I still marvel at the vastness of the world. I remain enchanted by the sweet whispers of childhood. No truth or falsehood remains, no struggle, nor trivial jest. Ultimately, I return my youth to her, along with the vibrancy of summer at my fingertips. Where my heart leads, let it drift with the wind. In the name of love, would you still wish for it? As the final lyric resonated, an oppressive silence fell over the auditorium. All eyes were fixed upon Su Can on stage, as if they wished to etch this moment into their memories for eternity. On stage, Su Can gazed at the thousands of spectators below. There was no applause, no cheers, only a sea of intent gazes fixed upon him. Su Can understood their reverence. He faced forward and offered a slight bow. At that moment, the audience snapped back to reality, erupting into fervent applause for the song. Thunderous applause echoed throughout the grand hall, as if to lift the very roof itself, accompanied by cheers and screams that seemed to harmonize with Su Can's final line. Some young women shouted with all their might, Su Can, I do. Su Can, I do. Su Can, I do. Gradually, more students joined in, their chants evolving. Su Can, happy graduation. Su Can, happy graduation. Su Can, happy graduation. The harmonious shouts resonated from the grand auditorium, echoing throughout the skies of Rome University. In this moment, the graduates not only celebrated Su Can's graduation but also reveled in their own accomplishments. On the guest panel, President Fu, Wang Song, Xia Mo, and others joined in the chorus of congratulations, their hearts brimming with a palpable excitement. Su Can has graduated. Henceforth, he will embark on his true journey as a singer. What remarkable scenes will Su Can conjure in the realm of Mandarin music? They dared not speculate. Simultaneously, amidst the jubilant cheers within the auditorium, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room reached a fever pitch. I have traversed from the north to the south of Beijing, east to Shanghai and Hangzhou, west to the enchanting east, and southward to Wuguang, persevering forward. Yet, after 2 or 3 years, slowing down seems inevitable. On that snowy day, I celebrated your birthday. The winds were strong, scattering them and us alike. Standing amidst the opulence of the world, I sing the celestial melodies. Su Can, I proclaim you. Suiting you. I shall not forget you, but I must embrace a new chapter in life. I wish you well. Zhang Kaikai, I adore you. No matter what awaits us in the future, let us not forget the serendipity of our meeting. I should bask in the sunlight, allowing everything else to drift away with the wind. May the breeze carry away the memories of you. Farewell. Youth shall inevitably fade, and with it, not just youth, but also the poetry and distant horizons. The barrage of comments in the live stream was so dense that it nearly obscured Su Can on the screen. Although the song had concluded, the number of online viewers surged dramatically in the final moments, surpassing 30 million. It is noteworthy that this was merely a university graduation live stream. Achieving over 1 million viewers is already remarkable, yet under Su Can's influence, this live broadcast shattered records with over 30 million viewers. This is nothing short of a miracle. The graduation ceremony at Rome University is destined to leave an indelible mark in the hearts of all netizens. Chapter 97. The Surge of Online Popularity. A bright future awaits us. In the grand auditorium of Rome University, the cheers and applause gradually subsided. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Su Can, as well as to all the esteemed leaders, performers, and staff for their unwavering support of this graduation ceremony. We invite everyone to the stage for a commemorative photograph. As the host's words echoed, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. Principal Fu, along with Wang Song and other distinguished guests, made their way to the center of the stage, and all eyes converged upon Su Can standing on stage. Su Can slightly bowed, a hint of bashfulness accompanying his warm smile. The host delivered the final remarks. With faculty and guests taking their places on stage, the group photo became increasingly grand. Principal Fu, Wang Song, and others led the way, their focus directed towards Su Can. Ultimately, Su Can stood at the center of the stage, with Principal Fu to his right, surrounded by the important guests and teachers of the graduation ceremony. The photographer called out, "Everyone, look here." The lens captured this unforgettable moment. However, the students in the audience remained, their eyes fixed on Su Can, igniting a collective thought. If they could take a picture with Su Can, so could they. Ignoring the staff's pleas, some graduates rushed onto the stage, followed by many others. They lined up, phones in hand, eager to immortalize their moment with Su Can. They sensed that this might be their last opportunity to capture a photograph with him, foreseeing that, with his musical talent, he would soon rise to become an iconic figure. The staff attempted to maintain order but were soon swept up in the enthusiasm, joining the effort to guide students onto the stage in an orderly fashion. Su Can, standing on stage, wore a sincere yet helpless smile, patiently accommodating each student's request for a photo. Some students even brought homemade support signs that read, "Su Can, the pride of Rome University. Future star, we support you." Principal Fu stood nearby, his face radiating joy. He felt an inner pride. This graduation ceremony, marked by Su Can's presence, was destined to be the most glorious in the history of Rome University. As the orchestrator of the ceremony, he felt truly honored. Suddenly, he spotted his young daughter excitedly queuing with her friends, their eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, the graduation ceremony for the class of 2007 at Rome University gradually came to a close. At noon, the graduation ceremony had concluded. The students responsible for the live broadcast did not take a break. Instead, they busied themselves with video editing. The online buzz surrounding Su Can's 2 songs had reached a fever pitch. Principal Fu urged them to swiftly edit and release the videos online to maximize their popularity. After half an hour of diligent work, the students edited the videos of Su Can's performances of Memorial and The Wind Rises, each lasting approximately 4 minutes, and subsequently published them on Rome University's official account. Instantly, the viewership data for both videos soared. In nearly half an hour, viewership soared beyond 10 million. The number of likes exceeded 10 million. The shares surpassed 10 million. The fervor reached unprecedented heights. On Weibo, all the top 10 trending topics were dominated by Sukan. Sukan The Wind Rises. Sukan Memorial Rongda Graduation Ceremony exceeds 10 million viewers. Sukan graduates. Sukan performs 2 original songs at graduation ceremony. Sukan graduation photos. Beneath the trending topics, numerous videos showcasing Sukan's performances flooded the platform. Netizens engaged in fervent discussions, exclaiming that Sukan is the warmest singer they have ever encountered. Embodying their youth, The Wind Rises brings me to tears. The lyrics and melody are simply magnificent. I adore Memorial. It perfectly encapsulates my middle school experience. Sob sob sob. The Rongda graduation ceremony left me envious to the point of tears. The fervor skyrocketed. Weibo and various social media platforms nearly succumbed to a state of paralysis. After the graduation ceremony concluded, it was just in time for lunch. Sukan, Wang Song, and Xiaopeng enjoyed a simple meal together. Upon returning to the dormitory, Sukan began to pack his belongings in preparation for his flight to Yinjing the following day. Xiaopeng sat on a chair, observing the bustling Sukan. Feeling somewhat despondent, Sukan, where do you plan to go after graduation? Yinjing, Sukan replied casually, I'll stay there for a while. Xiaopeng nodded, sighing. His emotions quite complex. To him, Sukan seemed devoid of any employment anxiety, effortlessly earning substantial compensation with a mere song. Moreover, Sukan had already released numerous high-quality songs, ensuring a comfortable livelihood solely from song royalties. However, in comparison to Sukan, he felt at a loss. Studying Chinese language and literature, his options were either pursuing further studies or taking civil service exams. Yet, he knew he was not cut out for academia, leaving him to temporarily remain at home. While packing, Sukan noticed the usually chatty Xiaopeng had fallen silent and turned around. What's wrong, Peng? Worried about work? Yeah. Don't fret. I'll take care of your employment issues, Sukan said, walking over and patting Xiaopeng's head. What do you mean? Xiaopeng asked in confusion. Could it be that Sukan would have him sing alongside him? But with his off-key voice, he could hardly sing. In a month, I will establish a company. And I'll invite you to help out with the chores, Sukan smiled. Earlier that day, when he met Wang Song, Wang had specifically shared the box office earnings of Big Fish Beonia. Based on current estimates, Sukan would earn over 500 million yuan in revenue share. The film was set to be released in a month. Once that month passed, Sukan would receive his first payment. Furthermore, Wang Song had also facilitated channels for the film's overseas release, promising additional revenue shares. Once the first payment arrived, Sukan could commence the establishment of his company. At that moment, hearing Sukan's intention to create a company and offer him a role, Xiaopeng's tears flowed like a breached dam. He understood that while Sukan referred to it as a trivial job, it was far from mere menial work. Moreover, the salary offered is undoubtedly higher than the 3,000 to 4,000 typically found elsewhere. The bond of friendship between the two remained steadfast. Can, you will forever be my father, little Fatty declared, thumping his chest with a resounding echo. Let us do this. I'll enroll you in a training course to learn about the daily responsibilities of a manager, so you'll be well prepared when the time comes. Given Sukan's current savings, the course fee is but a trifling expense. No, I can manage the course fees myself. Little Fatty quickly shook his head. He cannot rely on Sukan for everything. At least before joining Sukan's company, he needs to demonstrate his own worth and independence. Very well. Sukan nodded in agreement. I'll head home for a few days. Sukan, please inquire if there are any relevant training programs, and send me the information. You needn't worry about the rest. Focus on your own affairs. Little Fatty began to pack his belongings. The dormitory once again resonated with laughter and joy. A bright future awaited them. After finishing his packing, Sukan released the electronic versions of Memorial and The Wind Rises on the music platform, making them available for free streaming and downloads. Countless netizens added 2 more of Sukan's songs to their playlists. June not only marks the graduation season for Rome University, but also for numerous other institutions. Graduations occur not only at elementary schools, but also at middle and high schools, with most ceremonies scheduled for July 1st. Following the release of the songs, countless students and teachers began downloading them to practice for their school's graduation ceremonies, aiming to create unforgettable memories for the graduates. During this period, the melodies of Memorial and The Wind Rises wafted through countless schools. Simultaneously, after releasing the songs, Sukan began preparing for tomorrow's performance. July 1st is a significant day for the party, and thus the songs Sukan would sing must not only highlight the party's century-long selfless contributions but also showcase the recent transformations of the Huaxia nation. With this thought in mind, a particular song surfaced in Su Kan's mind, displaced time and space. However, he envisioned not the original version, but a reimagined rendition. The adapted displaced time and space resonates profoundly, as if it could truly transport listeners back a century to witness the remarkable achievements of their predecessors. Having settled on this song, Su Kan exchanged it for song components. After a brief afternoon rest, Su Kan ventured out to a recording studio for practice. The afternoon slipped away swiftly, and by 8 o'clock in the evening, darkness had fallen. Su Kan emerged from the studio, a smile gracing his lips. He had mastered the song to a level of satisfaction, ensuring a smooth performance for the following day. By this time, dinner hours had passed. Su Kan called Little Fatty, only to find that he had already eaten, prompting him to visit a small eatery near the school alone. Ordering 2 dishes, Su Kan took out his phone, eager to check the feedback on the 2 songs released earlier that morning. Opening the music platform, he discovered that within just a few hours, the 2 songs had soared to the top of the platform's hot song chart. The subsequent songs were still those released by Su Kan. However, he noticed an intriguing detail. Typically, the hot song chart of a music platform features only 10 tracks. However, he noticed that the chart for popular songs had expanded from 10 to 30. The first 10 songs were all his own, while the subsequent ones belonged to other artists. It seemed the music platform feared becoming monopolistic. Yet, what if he were to release more than 30 songs in the future? Su Kan smiled faintly, choosing to set aside such thoughts and focusing on the dinner before him. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in a residential building, Zhang Min, a soon-to-be senior, sat at her desk. The silence of the room punctuated only by the sound of her pen gliding across the paper. The gentle glow of the desk lamp illuminated her notebook, revealing a dense array of formulas and keywords. Beside her, a towering pile of review materials resembled a small mountain, encasing her within its confines. In just 6 months, the day of the graduate entrance examination would arrive. Her aspiration was to attend one of the nation's foremost universities, Qinghua or Peking University. A dream that also served as a promise to her future self. However, the relentless 6 months of study had left her feeling both physically and mentally exhausted. The thought of persisting through another 6 months filled her with immense pressure, and she felt on the brink of collapse. What if she failed to pass? Would there be alternative paths to pursue if she stumbled? Her mind flooded with thoughts, rendering the problems before her utterly incomprehensible. Just then, her phone screen illuminated abruptly, revealing a message from her dear friend. Min, keep going. Don't put too much pressure on yourself in these last 6 months. I just listened to an incredibly soothing song, The Wind Rises, by your favorite artist, Su Kan. I recommend it to you. Upon seeing that Su Kan had released a new song, Zhang Min's eyes sparkled with interest, and she promptly clicked on the link her friend had sent. Melodious music flowed from her phone. The initial melody was simple yet remarkably comforting. Soon, Su Kan's deep and warm voice resonated. In the past, I first encountered this world, lingering in myriad ways. Gazing at the horizon as if it were before me, Zhang Min closed her eyes, allowing Su Kan's gentle voice to envelop her. She felt transported back to the early days of her exam preparation, filled with anticipation under the encouragement of her seniors. Each day began early and ended late, and there were moments when the weight of pressure drove her to tears in the solitude of night. Nonetheless, she had persevered for half a year to reach this point. I once found it hard to extricate myself from the vastness of the world, becoming immersed in its dreams. Where the heart is moved, let it drift with the wind. The song gradually faded, bringing a sense of tranquility to her heart. She suddenly realized that while the graduate entrance examination was indeed significant, it was not the sole determinant of her life. What truly mattered were the lessons she had gleaned along this journey, her unwavering dedication to her dreams, and her earnest efforts. As long as she remained true to herself, that was enough. With this thought, she exhaled deeply, stood up, and walked to the window. As she opened it, a night breeze swept in, refreshing and cool, invigorating her spirit. The wind rises, she whispered softly, gazing into the distance. The distant streetlights flickered with a gentle glow, as if reminding her that life is forever filled with hope. A few minutes later, she returned to her desk and opened the practice exam laid out before her. In that moment, she felt no longer anxious. Instead, she approached each question with a resolute heart, diligently completing them all. The following day, Zhang Min rose early and, as she stepped out of her home, the sunlight cascaded into the hallway. With her headphones on, the song The Wind Rises played on repeat. Chapter 98, the special program on July 1st begins. A displays time and space. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after completing his final handover tasks, Li Hao stepped out of the company's entrance, cradling a box of personal belongings. He glanced into the box, where a faintly visible termination notice bore the 4 stark characters, "Contract terminated." This day had inevitably arrived. 2 months prior, the company had initiated widespread layoffs. He had harbored hopes of escaping the fate, considering he had devoted 5 years of his youth to this establishment. From a freshly graduated intern to the project leader, he had witnessed the company's growth, sacrificing countless nights to overtime. Yet, reality had imparted the harsh lesson that no one is irreplaceable. The neon lights outside glimmered through the rain, appearing particularly blurred, while the bustling crowd and hurried traffic seemed to belong to a world entirely detached from his own. Clutching the box, he wandered aimlessly, feeling as though in this vast city he had no sanctuary to call his own. Suddenly, raindrops began to fall from the sky, intensifying by the moment. He quickly hailed a taxi, sinking heavily into the back seat and exhaling a deep sigh. The driver, a middle-aged man, noticed the sigh and kindly inquired, "Young man, is something troubling you?" "Nothing much, just a minor setback in life," Li Hao replied, shaking his head as he provided his address. The driver, noticing the box in his arms, understood the situation but chose to remain silent. He turned on the car's music player, selected a new song, and pressed play. A gentle and soothing melody filled the air, followed by a tender voice. This journey is filled with pauses and strides, following the traces of youth's drift. Just before stepping out of the station, I hesitated, amused by this homesickness, yet it is unavoidable. While the sky in Nagano remains warm, the winds revive the past. This journey is filled with pauses and strides. Li Hao softly mouthed the lyrics, reflecting on the experiences of recent years. The ambition he felt upon entering the company, the exhaustion from working through the night on a project, and the moments of celebration with colleagues after successes. All those images resurfaced, as if they had occurred just yesterday. I once struggled to extricate myself from the vast world, and became ensnared in its absurdities. The lyrics struck him like a heavy blow, as he had always believed his efforts would be rewarded. Yet now, everything felt like a cruel joke. I once transformed my youth into her. I have also plucked the essence of midsummer. Where the heart stirs, let fate take its course. As the song reached this point, the driver unexpectedly spoke, "Young man, let everything unfold naturally. The days ahead are long." Li Hao lifted his gaze to meet the driver's eyes, his own glistening with unshed tears. He whispered, "Thank you." When they arrived at the entrance of his community, the rain had ceased. He returned home, placing the drenched umbrella aside and sank into the sofa, lost in thought. Suddenly, he picked up his phone and searched for the lyrics he had just heard. It was then he discovered it was the new song by Su Kan, titled "The Wind Has Risen." He clicked play. He listened quietly, his emotions gradually settling. He understood that unemployment was not an end, but rather a new beginning. He was still young, with countless opportunities yet to seize. He opened his computer and began to update his resume. In his ears, Su Kan's melodious voice played on repeat. Outside the window, the air was fresh after the rain, and the moon quietly ascended the sky, casting a cool luminescence. Within Li Hao's heart, a bright hope began to blossom. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Su Kan boarded a flight to Yanjing. On the plane, he took out his notebook and commenced editing a video. To enhance the auditory experience, he intended to accompany the song with visuals. After arriving smoothly in Yanjing, he spent another 2 to 3 hours perfecting the video. Subsequently, Su Kan sent both the video and the electronic version of Displace Time and Space to Director Kong. In the central television office, Director Kong was anxiously awaiting. He was aware that Su Kan had come to Yanjing that day and had initially intended to call him to inquire about his preparations. However, fearing that he might disrupt Su Kan's focus, he opted to wait for Su Kan's correspondence. Just then, a new message notification chimed on his phone, displaying that it was from Su Kan. Instantly, Director Kong straightened in his seat, opening the message. It contained 2 files, one audio and one video. Following that, another message arrived. "Director Kong, here is the song I prepared. The video will be released during my performance. Please make arrangements on your end." Received. Director Kong excitedly typed in response, then opened the audio file. After a melodious prelude, Su Kan's voice resonated. "That year, you were the same age as I, young as a tender song. But to create that new world in our dreams, you turned and hurried into the storm. I saw countless lovely youths, rushing into the depths of smoke without looking back. How many youthful silhouettes vanished into the night, only to bring forth dawn." At the moment the song began, Director Kong was momentarily stunned. As the music progressed, his expression transformed gradually, from astonishment to shock, and ultimately to deep emotion. The 3.5-minute song concluded swiftly, Yet Director Kong remained seated in a daze. A full 5 minutes passed before he regained his senses. He took a tissue from the box on his desk to wipe away the tears from his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly fixed his gaze on the audio file displayed on his phone, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This song was extraordinary. Displaced time and space. Only then did he notice the title of the song, which truly resonated with its name. While listening, he felt as though he had traversed through time, catching glimpses of ancestors from a century past. It felt so authentic. Director Kong opened the audio file once more, listening to it 3 times before pausing, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. He then opened the video file. After watching it, he was once again left in awe. The imagery presented in the video bears an astonishing resemblance to the scenes that unfolded in his mind while listening to the song. Should Sukin perform with the accompaniment of the video, the stage effect would be nothing short of spectacular. At this moment, Director Kong finally felt a wave of relief, convinced he could deliver a satisfactory outcome to the network. The impact of tonight's July 1st special program would undoubtedly rival that of the recent May 4th special. A fierce determination ignited within Kong. Since Sukin had prepared such a remarkable song, he too must meticulously arrange the other segments of the program to ensure flawless execution. He briskly exited his office, heading towards the venue. Simultaneously, the production team commenced disseminating relevant information online. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the official account of the Central Television station announced to the entire internet, tonight at 8 o'clock, the Central Television Entertainment Channel will broadcast the July 1st special program, featuring Sukin performing the theme song live. We welcome everyone to tune in. The moment the news broke, it sent shockwaves throughout the online community. Just yesterday, Sukin's performance of Memorial and the Wind Rises at the graduation ceremony of Rome University had already set the internet ablaze. This announcement was akin to pouring oil on a hot pan, causing the excitement to skyrocket to unprecedented levels. Netizens eagerly shared the news. Family. Sukin will perform the theme song for the July 1st special on Central Television tonight. Don't miss it. Wow. The theme song for the July 1st special must undoubtedly be a new release. Sukin is incredibly prolific, even more so than a workhorse. I shall refer to Sukin as the model worker. Oh dear. I haven't had my fill of Memorial and the Wind Rises, and now he's set to sing a new song. What should I listen to next? Given the exceptional quality of Memorial and the Wind Rises, I fear the upcoming theme song may not measure up. Those who say otherwise might just be fair-weather fans. Indeed. The July 1st celebration is upon us, marking nearly a century since the founding of the party. Unbeknownst to many, our lives have undergone transformative changes over the past 100 years. We ought to celebrate this momentous occasion properly, regardless of Sukin's performance. I am